in and out hero, like a slot kind of hero.
Yeah, I'd like that. Something that kind of pokes the bear a little bit, setting up for the rest of his team to pick and choose their targets. Because Coil right now is really their only hope. Like Batrider, he's a hard committal. Same with Slardar. Mirana's going to wait for somebody else to go in. So if the carry can be more of a vision-based hero like Slark, I like that idea.
It's going to make Mirana have to fish less for arrows too. Like they do have.
Dream дорж ирж байгаа юм байна уу манайхаа. Let's go liquid. За энэ бил орж ирдэгтэй ихнийхэр. Хоёр тонгороо of course. За Dream guys. Сая ESL KUALA LUMPUR тэмцээний. За final өдөр. Сүүлч өдөр эхлэх бил юм болж байгаа guys. За Asura ялан team liquid багуудын. За Lord Bracket-ийн final байгаа. За Chen өгсөн юм байна Asura. За Chen гарч ирэнгүүд нь шууд snatch авцсан байгаа. Steve Winch. За team liquid Straka өөртөө бандсан Chen-тэй учраас. За Monkey carry болтой. За дараагийн өдөөс Monkey авч төгжиж байгаа юм байна. За дараагийн өдөөс Monkey-тай Paki өдөөс Storm-тай. За Saberlight-ийн Баатар дутцсан л үлдсэн байна л гэж боод энэ да. За Лунагаа өөртөө гаргацсан MK Sport Flex гэж утсан юм болов. За тийм MK Караг л Луна бандсан юм байна л да.
And what happens is the game is going to be really quick. They're going to run
around. Sport level жоо 4 лав ярьлагчлаа.
And what is that carry going to do, you know? Those are the things you have to really consider.
За ярин 7 дахь банд туудахгүй.
I think the lane is going to be my top priority. I need to be able to pick.
За nice stalker бандсан байгаа. За Saberlight юу тоглоод байгаа. Mars аягүй сайн тоглоодсон. Mars-ын бандчиж байгаа юм байна.
Okay. How about the bear?
Ooh, уурсаа.
It's more single target damage.
За offlane Windranger аягүй хүчтэй харагдсан да. Team liquid Windranger даруулъя тийм бол урсаагийн өдөөс гоё. Slardar түүхэд авахгүй. За тэгтээ темпо алдагдуулах юм байна те liquid-ийн Chen-тэй хамт. Batrider support 5-4-5-ын Batrider орж ирж байгаа. Тэгтээ шахаа өдөр нөхөнөстэй. Мэдхгүй. Гайгүй stack хүсэл тоглох баха. За Venomancer. За урсаа контрлоод.
Push even better as well. So if he just gets these aura items.
Yeah. Загсар Saberlight. You know offlane. За нийлээ хүчтэй л харагдсан да тийм liquid. Өндөр темпотой Storm Paki өдөөстэй зүйлээ эндчдэг. За камера on trade boys. Гейм дуусна яриацгаая. Камера зүгээр камера отрч байгаа. За нэшнэлэр тасахыг бүгд хийж буугаад байх чинь.
His damage to be ticking. The one X factor I think for Azure is.
За одоо liquid ялаа гараад ирэх юм бол энэ жилийн 5 дахь liquid GG финал уу? 4 дахь уу?
If they're able to engage during the Mirana ulti. So I'm going to keep an eye out for the Sentry battle, the Ward battle, because this is a purely vision-based game. Whoever jumps, who's going to die.
And the other nice thing is that Veno can be exploited in lane if they have a really strong dual lane, but due to the support type thing, their dual lane can work, but it isn't exactly like bat.
За энэ жил хамгийн өнгөлөг байс хоёр баг TI дээр Team Spirit-ыг бараагүй.
I'm just excited to see some new heroes, and you know who else I think is excited? My Tech Arena. You ready for this lower bracket final? Let's get it started then. Let me send you to OD Pixel and Cinderin.
Жанадрын подкаструудаар OD Pixel, Cinderin, Neo 3 ажиллаж байна guys.
Against Liquid, and as the panel talked about both of these drafts, ending with some exciting picks. We're getting the Ursa coming out from Azure, but that Veno from Liquid.
Veno бүр амар хутгал орж ирлээ. Урсагийн лэн ялчхад автоматар шахуу баг ялахаар гэм харагдаад байгаа юм.
I wasn't expecting perhaps this much in one single game, but you know, I'm all for it. We're going to get a support back.
За support Batrider-тай. За Batrider тэгээд нэлээд тоглож үзсэн байлгүй дээ Scream дээр.
Everybody digging deep here in this first game to try to.
За Paka айгүй хавагдаад байгаа те.
Going into today, imagine this, like you're either of these teams and you're preparing for the series, you're doing all your mock drafts and whatnot. I don't think this is what you were expecting.
За яар дөрвөөрөө дэш ирсэн байгаа.
So at some point you just got to wing it.
За carry MK-та.
Essentially they're doing stuff on a hunch, right?
За боксинг ч унах гал байна да. First blood унах гэдэг юм болоо. Бокс дээр first blood орж ирэх юм болов гэсэн зөрөө зөхөөд эхэлсэн boundless strike Nisha first blood-ыг авч байгаа. Үргэлжлүүлээ батарей дээр гээд орж ирэх боломжтой. Tiaoming Nisha бүр double kill-ийг аваад эхэлж байгаа маань Azure Shinku ихнийхээ айтмаар Star Fall-ыг авсан юм айтмын скиллээр. Мика урд нь гүгээд исэн юм байна штэ харагдахгүй байгаа дэсэн. Triple kill. Storm зөвхөлж байгаа гэсэн чинь чэн зөгч байгаа юм байна. 2 bounty 3 kill гэх тийм Liquid. Маш амархан дуусган да.
There's always something about saying GLHF after crushing on the pre-rune fight. That always cracks me up. Yeah, I mean what a setup there from Liquid, right? They're playing a defensive position. If the crush
За азар өчигдөр маш хурдан 2 гейм ялагдсан. За стик дуудчихуу да. Ниша баг. Угаасаа level 1 bottle дуудаар жоох тэнэг байгаад идэг те. За Renat нь ч айгүй урд нисэрдэг болчиход байгаа. Storm тоглох айгүй гоё л ясаа гол даагрууд очоо ямар гоё рейнжэд найлт юм бэ. За Venom skill. Tiaoming Saberlight унах гээд байгаа юм болов. Saberlight очоод өгж байгаа юм байна. За level 1 дээр хитрхи даварцсан урсаки хэлдээгөө. За лүү Saberlight-ыг типлэл. За энэ хээ ярих гэж токсик болчихгүйсэн. За урсаа гэлдэхгүй бол вина хэцүүтэй. Нэг flame break орж ирэл хойноос нэг blood grenade хийдэд move speed нь бүр баг 0 болчихдог. За голын лендер 826-наас 2 kill илүү эхэлсэн Nisha. Лена ялах бах. За blade attack аваад эхэлсэн юм байна. Бодол. За киллнийхээ bounty-гаар. За Sladarыг Monkey хэр ялт юм бол тоо.
Easy time for Mickey on the Monkey King against Slaughter? Or does it change with the fact that you've got a good amount of stun and potential follow-up damage from Xingqiu if XXS goes aggressive?
За энэ bounce боломжтой харагдаж байна Mickey. За боксид ор лүгэн дахиад галсан. За Saberlight дахиад доор баларчаад байгаа. Боксид л гүйсэндээ Blood Grenade зөрөөд. За Tiaoming-ийг алах боломжтой юм чи харин. За Batrider supporter яаж тоглож байгаа юм? Хуучин шиг 2-3 авал тоглож байгаа. Өлгүүдээ Saberlight наагаад авсан дахиад нэг Flaming break. За Saberlight айгүй агрессив урд байж байгаа л умчаадах юм. Хэлээр за 3-2. За голын лен тэр чигээр Nisha-гийн зүг явж байгаа.
Honestly, so far, not really getting the job done.
No, Lowe's picking up these kills.
He's doing pretty okay. When they get these kills, you see the Bad Rider of Tianming is running a lot of regen, so they just keep.
Saberlight creep авч явах энэ өхөл мөхөлчнийг хамаагүй дээ. Level нөсөл том айтманд авчихвал баг болчих хэвээр.
Even if Gale hits, you're actually still in danger as Veno because you're gonna gap close with Ursa's jump as well as the flame break to knock you back in. So I think if Boxy ever leaves Saberlight alone, he's gonna.
Sladarыг бардггүй санагдаад байгаа юм Monkey-гийн лен болно. За бүр хамгийн анхны гарч ирсэн Monkey бол нөө хил 8 өсөн шүү дээ Jingo Master-ийн. За нэр Go Liquid гээд 1000 donation авч ирсэн. Тэр зүнх байдлаа бүр thank you. За Nisha энэ ч бараг 4 минутын дээр Falcon Complete гаргаж байгаа маань. За Saberlight creep-д ажиг аваад байгаа юм байна дөө. Урсаагаас 6-гаар илүү.
Obviously, their direct counterpick to this offlane Slaughter was the Monkey King, and the way Liquid built this
тэгээд жоохон олсныг баламдуулаад хит хит балбаад авч байгаа.
A safe lane carry Slaughter or a mid Slaughter. So, Mickey will be enjoying this.
За Poison Sting авсан бол Saberlight.
And I also don't know about the Mirana against Chen.
Дахиад Saberlight л дайрсан. Blood Grenade. За лүг гэрч чадвар 2 цогчих хэвтэй юм шүү дээ Saberlight гүүж яхаар. Тэр ч цогцсон бол баг лүг унгаах боломжтой харагдаж байлаа. За киллер цэг 3-3 болгоод нцүүлж байгаа Saberlight feedж өгч байна да. За лүү гэрлүүг нэг feedж байгаа юм байна.
I reckon the play from Liquid here is going to be a Chen
За
rotation.
лүү дахиад болоод очихнаа. Трейдрийнхаа
should be relatively safe even in a 1v2 for a little bit. Miran and Slaughter are not exactly the strongest lane. If you do a good mischief play and you block some of the damage, you can probably stabilize a little bit. And also, the play from Insania doesn't need to be very long.
Самлютээс их буруу тооцоолсон Orange Crypt-ний last hit.
It is something that Ursa is exceptionally vulnerable to. This hero sucks when he gets backstabbed because he doesn't have any way out. And as we've already established, there's plenty in the way of control.
За лүү ямар тач гүүсээр хагаад
the liquid side.
Тэнлэг өвсөж ирсэн.
Yeah, imagine if this bottom lane was going poorly for Azure. This game would actually be looking really grim.
Шинку гол руу. Ниша багцтай. Fairy Fire 6 стиктэй. Амар аруу байна гэж баах уу гэсэн Мирана баригдаж байгаа юм байна энэ яд.
He knows how to deal with it.
Good scan out here. So the scan finds Jinkyu looking for a mid play. Insania is going to go over and cover it, and this is not going to lead to a kill for them.
Ниша юу гэдэг байгаа вэ?
Nisha.
Уршаага гүүж ороо өгчихин сая.
A very risky route to take, right? Walking along the Radiant high ground there.
За шинку типлээс авч जैन. За яар group A-г тэргүүлж гарч ирсэн. Group B штэ. Аач үлээ. Group C дээр Аад байсан те. Group A тэргүүлж гарч ирсэн баг. За 3 кил хийдэг гэсэн чи гайгүй л явж байна да. За Ниша голын лэнийхаа давг буцаагаад баг 50-аад өгчлөө дөө санийхаа өглөөр.
And can actually make a TP rotation now with Coil if he wants to show that off for the first time.
Definitely going to be considering it here.
Jackson. Усаад ишөрөд хийж байгаа юм. За Микийг нэг унгаач гэсэн. За Микэж баларсан гэж бодож байна. Краштай давсанаас нь башорж ирнэ. Аравдаад Микэ дээр лүү. Ямар гоё rotation вэ? За Catapult Siege Crypt-ний Spawner Гейт чорж ирсэн. Зуршлээсээ таврын килч авах боломжтой.
It could have very easily gone a different way when you kind of get the a mid storm gets a double kill first blood against you. Things can
start network нуулан дэж байна да. Сайн нэг өгснэг стоцвол.
That's a really good point about how much Nisha was winning the mid lane. He had a huge advantage, so he was meant to, and then giving that one kill over to the stabilizes things. Also want to point out this top lane move that we just saw from the Ursa. I would say for the most part it's rather uncharacteristic for Azure, but this is what game in they were bringing their safe lane carry to the enemy safe lane very early on.
За Saberlight удаас нь бууж ирээд. Тями. Баларсан гэж бууж байна да. За баг гараа явчихж байгаа юм болов. За фейл болорч ирээд боксыг хэлийг тусгасан.
If you could have found a TP angle in the trees there outside of vision, but yeah, nice coverage from Liquid to protect that rune. Very important that.
Тэниша Fortress суудахгүй ямар айтем авч тоглох бол Бакиудс тоглож байгаа учраас Orchid авч тоглож магадгүй. Шинэ Orchid Storm дээр айгүй тажгүй ажиллахаар болчиход байгаа. За Remnant хурданд сэрдэг болцсон л Storm-ийн. Айгүй гоё өөрчлөлтэй лээ. За лүү энчээ бүр ганкер болоод тахлуу. Дээр ичгээглаад гол төрж туслаад дээр Sladarыг Prime Speak онсонгүй бамстад авч байгаа өргөн. Хонсон Цента Stomp. За Corrosion-тай нэглээ удаашруулад байгаа юм байна. Killer-сэ тавтаа.
He's just caring about hitting the heroes right now.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's going a little bit too far here. I really like the gate play top, but I think just go back bottom and start hitting some creeps. Like this was getting maybe a little bit too cute. I think the mid play, if it works out, it's easy for us to say, right? Because that would have been such a surprising play that you wouldn't expect. But at the same time, if it fails, you just wasted so much time.
Мика, шинку карсан. Пак байгаа. Зоолн гойдо Stomp холбогдсон бол Мика шингүүгээс таглаад авчихсан байгаа аюулгүй. За Batrider вартлаад буцсан. За Bounty нэг гаргавчлаа бүр. Цэнтаг баг алаад байгаа юм шүү. За Batrider баларсан л гэж бодож байна да. Хойноос нь Blood Grenade Map-наас гараа авцсан. За боксинг ч илүү ч рүү явуулаад авцсан. Эсэнийг зөвлөд алах боломжтой. XXS. Хойноос айрав ямар гоё жир орж ирд юм бэ? Микийг зайлуулчлаа. Шинкугийн гоё айрав.
Shinku just comes in and just nukes down Mickey on a low HP as he was. They get the 2 kills there.
За асуур өчтөр. Гайминд жоохон шившигтэй гэж хэлж болохоор те. Хоёр ялагдсан. За тэрний хайрыг авах гал. Үзээд байгаа юм ортож.
See the cooldown for XM. 15 seconds and coils back up. Him and Tiaming trying to make something happening. We're here with it with the stream coil back in play.
Saberlight 6 лайв хүрсэн байгаа.
Yeah, this should be a pretty
Saberlight.
I mean, if anything,
TP out.
the TP's
Нараа
there.
гарахгүй хаа.
Oh, it's not going to work low. It's got the damage just in time. That final swipe coming in and barely needed the rest of
That
the
was late.
rotation. He pretty much had that on his own there, low. The tips coming out. They know that there's a chance they're starting to get.
Box дээр лаасо XM ороод ирж байгаа. Зоолны илүү шүү ороптой. За жантлах боломж байсангүй. За листүүлсэн үед мэдээж жантлж болдоггүй. Lower bracket финал guys. За Liquid фанууд нэг лайкаараа бөмбөгддөг дөө guys.
Can play with so much freedom when you have a haste run in this game because essentially there's very little lockdown on the side of Liquid to deal with this puck.
За шинэ witch play лайг сонирхолтой тасаад байгаа юм да. Oblivion stuff out.
Mid play will also likely result in a tier 1 tower unless Liquid bring massive reinforcements here. They'll bring the Rubik for now.
За арай болголоод авсан.
You're probably getting the deny. And they will. So, yeah, all things because this is not high.
Top lane, they're looking for the kill.
Дээр
Gonna dive in onto
Нэг
and with the fact that
баг унаад өгч байгаа юм болов. Bounce авч чадаагүй. Би hand of god-тэйсэн бол эртний дараалал bounce аваад ирж байгаа байлт боломжтой байсан шүү дээ. За данчтай юм байсангүй. Саня. За гэр бүлээ барай явж байгаа. Гэр бүлийнхаа нэг гишүүнийг алдсан.
Ajure bullying back and they'll get the space to take this tier 1 tower on top of taking Mickey's life.
It's a really healthy sign for Azure to be
XM.
able to do this in the first 10 minutes considering they got
За Packstar match-up тэгээд аль илүү айтемтай л дийлдэв да.
and also that this was their Achilles heel.
Storm давраад орхид өртгөн гаргachвал Paka алж болоод идэг.
You're playing against a Chen strat and you've largely overcome what could have been an absolute
Azure гол дахин нэг Kid Storm дээр
They're making all the moves.
They're looking fantastic.
за инсэнийг дахиад бараг алах гээд байгаа юм шүү дээ.
Yesterday they got completely crushed but coming in on
Таким
the star
тавцсан.
bracket final against Liquid and with the that sort of first
Box-ийн харагдсан. Face shift талаад авч байгаа юм байна.
They're just jumping all over the place. They're up to the tier 2 now.
Arrow Mrs. буцаад Liquid яаж ч юм бэ? За boxing гоё жибэт өчөө.
At least for Azure, the rest of them should get out fine.
Yeah, that was a very clear back call there from Azure. They immediately just turned tail and ran on everybody else. GQ will snipe a boundary on the way out and yeah, it's nice for Liquid to get that kill and get a
Лүү Battlefield нэлээд төгч байгаа юм байна.
4 heroes to kill a 5 bat is essentially what ended up happening there. The end result not really that great.
Нимка драфтлж байгаа сул болсон юм шүү дээ тийм Liquid.
You do wonder when Liquid's lineup really starts coming together, you know.
За нийшээ Orchid farmдж байгаа.
Got this Veno that's a very
Coil cooldown дээр ойл жилээ.
that wants action to come to it or at least wants to be part of fights and finally Saberlight.
Neutral item сонголтоор хийсэн. За Sladarыг алчдаг да Venoч.
Very dead here.
За Sharda юу шидэж вэ нэ? Poison Nova өлтний болцсон шүү дээ те. За Moonlight дарсан чи detection байсангүй.
What?
He might be dead.
I think
Тун сонирхолтой.
Did they not have
any to take? There's 4 of them
За
there.
дэрс нэг даст дарчхал баг алж шүү дээ.
Okay, they just didn't have
Okay. Well, XXS.
За Moonlight болцоог л байна да тийм Liquid Air Sport.
cheering is like this is like my pub. This is very relatable.
Oh
Whether
no.
you're 1K or 6 in the crowd, this happens every Mirana game.
I mean, there hasn't been a lot of Mirana played. Maybe Liquid just forgot what the ult did.
Genuinely
За Mirana-г үлтэйгэл бүр таг мартцсан байж байгаа л.
right? You haven't played against
За
Mirana
нэлээд чухал байсан хил алдчихлаа та.
games. Probably just didn't cross your mind. You're like, "Oh, wait, we forgot to buy dust."
За Шинко Spirit West гаргаж байгаа.
Okay, well, things continue to look up here for Azure. 3K
За
lead now.
Saberlight.
Low has a 13-minute battle
I mean,
period
he's-
against the Veno lane. This is about you're not getting better than this if you're an early
This
player,
is some
let me
pretty
tell you.
perfect
This
stuff. I mean, he's got pretty much what.
За Lou win game дээрс авах гээд байна да. Бүр Lou farmдсан.
This guy, he knows how to play the old bear.
7.2K network.
There's a minute of this game right where he's kind of taking a little.
За MK ч урсааг бардгум да нэг октрын чартаа барьсан урсааг бол.
Really could have.
And yeah, this is
Crazy
also.
timing.
I guess again, keep in mind this is the first time this hero's even picked all tournament, right? So
Senior Solar Quest-ийг авсан.
familiarity. Sure, Liquid knows how to play against Ursa. It's not like, oh, I've never played against Ursa before, but there's a little bit of recency. Are you in the habit of it? Is your read on this patch, is Veno really the solution nowadays? There's a lot of question marks. Also about the playing against a 5-bat, how often do you do that? You know, Azure really coming in to try to surprise, and it's paying off.
I think so. I think the outcome of that
За механик модон дээр өсөрсөн сармагч юм болчлаа доо.
What Liquid were planning to do with their draft.
And we've seen
За чэнийхээ таймингийг сайн ашиглах хэрэгтэй байна. Team Liquid Solar мод руу гаргаад.
And he's not playing, you know, the kind of hero where I can initiate for my team and everything's going to be
Saberlight бол Spirit Whistle автсан л юм байна.
typical heroes he's been playing in most games have been a little bit
За
more
chain draft нь Tower амжаагүй. Carry сугарцсан. Midlaner бас team ч гоё биш байгаа даа.
Veno is a quite different beast, and this hero is really awkward when you fall behind as a team because it only really does one thing, and that's be disruptive and
Сэн нийш амарсаж голын тойрог.
around and look for big fights, but
Додоотлын тойрог зөксөр байгаа авч байгаа.
find yourself in this awkward limbo where it's like, what am I going to do?
Хэлээр за 11-7.
Purpose in the game.
За тэр хоёр тоглож байгаа.
Versus level 12.
За Tiaminгийн Batrider л айгуу сайн энэ геймийн темпог авчлаа да Микиг салгаруулчлаа. Flaming Lasso ороод.
Ready to dive in. TP's coming through.
За тэгтээ алж амжсангүй Lasso coil break-лээгүй. Мик өлтөд дараад амжсан Tiaming зүрд унаж байгаа юм байна. Hand of God. Гой орж ирлээ. За цаанаа бүр stickтэй ч байсан юм байна Мик.
Yeah, well played. They needed a little bit more juice there. Obviously the combo of Azure
За лүү 15 минутын Blink Battle Fury-тэй.
damage. Puck has a couple of spells and then Bats is slowly whittling him down, and Hand of God,
Exam.
a nice solution to that problem. A couple of TPs. They get the
Dogor
5 back to
Griffin
keep their
дутцсан.
monkey alive. That's well worth it. Keeping Mickey alive right now is very important because we haven't really talked too much about the Monkey King.
За шинэ пакмак гоё болцсон байлээ дээ тэр том. Том өвчплэдий чи ямар нэртэй байгаа тлаа. Дараа билүү? Дараараач лөө.
You can die to this Ursa, the damage just becomes overwhelming.
Сонирхолтой нэртэл
With low doing
item
this
байсан.
well, definitely important to keep Mickey on track here. If he falls behind too much, then the Ursa is going to be
Дар явлаа.
breakfast all game.
Дараа явлаа дараач лөө.
You know, the match
Тэр бол гоё л item байлээ.
as it is for the monkey, but you add that minus armor on top.
Yep.
It's not easy.
Pharma. Хандаач ондоо айтмаа гэс.
To sort of buff and enable low that bit more. The Solar Crest is already done on Xingqiu.
Yep. How many Solar Crests are we looking at this game? So there's one on Chen, there's one on the Mirana. Is anyone else eyeing it
За
up?
киллер 11-8. Парасма ойлоо. За Парасма айгүй ойролцоо сонсогдож шүү.
Both supports on the side of Azure will be running those. Obviously a great item in general this patch. I think it's considered one of the absolute best right now after the changes.
За ингээ фармцсан байгаа урт saturation-аар авчдаг да. За хоёр
It helps against towers, it helps against Roche.
хамтрагчаа дагуулад.
To save yourself as a support against a hero like
Рошаны кил амжилттай.
It can be the difference maker. Feels real nice, and Ursa doing Ursa things. Classic. Looking for that first Roche. We'll get it minute 17 this time around.
За XM.
XM.
Orchid харуулсан XM усан.
Able to get him with the silence.
За ингэж нэг харуулах хэрэгтэйсэн Power Star ч гэсэн чи. Хангалтгүй байлаа Solar Crest.
Nice find.
За XM одоо нэг юу л
Sound a little bit
бодож
more.
эхлэх баха.
Oh, hang on. Low. As his ward, he wants to jump.
He wants
Эсэ нэг алах хүсэлтэй байгаа. Алж чадахгүй гэдэг байна. Орж ирэхээр нь
Waiting to
ой micro.
already.
Үе сая Hurricane-д дамжирчлаа штэ.
same time Saberlight.
За хойно Saberlight Tiaming-гээс өшөөгөө аваад байгаа. Ласууд болж болно. Ганцаархна Boxy бууж ирээд
As Tianming will get
Sporting Sporter сэлсэн солилцоо олж байгаа.
make something happen there. I mean they pretty much had the 4 members of Liquid coming in just in case there was to be further back.
Я сая Hurricane-д ч өөрийгөө гаргаад урсаг кайтлаа алчлаа да болно.
With that kill though in mind, Liquid they're going to try and smoke up and play aggressive into Low's Aegis.
It's good. This could go really
Success.
well. Get the free pick. Maybe
Two.
you just take the pick and then
Saberlight.
head out. Oh, quick dagger there from XXS will escape the gale.
Yeah, makes things a little bit more complicated now for Liquid. Unlikely to continue chasing here.
За хоёр багийн тоглолт
And XX.
нэлээ үзээтэй л болоод ирлээ дээ буцаад. Тоглолтын дөнгөж ихэн дөрөнд гарахаас өмнө Liquid алах гадсан
Venetia with the Orchid.
Planning stage дээр
Caught XM out the one.
за Tiaming-ийн
Now have the Yules done on.
лүүтэ осолсон гоё тоглолттой ячаар
There's gonna
Буцаад
be a chance to
comeback
play
гэсэн.
online here for XM if he gets jumped again.
гол Nisha-ыг тэнэгтэж өгсөн. За Rubik тоглож чинь ингээ лайтаа ингэдэг тэ нэг нүгдэг спел авчихаараа. За муулай дараад гол үзье гэж байгаа. XM Blink Dagger-аас өмнө Use After авсан Orchid-ыг контролоод
Part of it, but 10% spell damage is really welcome in this.
Нүлтэй пакч. Яг гоё.
Just that little bit
Movement
extra.
speed
Puck is
өгдөг.
one of those heroes
Mana
that
region-тэй.
sometimes, you know, you're just that close, you know, all of your spells combined is not quite there.
Бактер second item юу гоё шүү яг үндэ.
This might be the difference maker between whether you can solo the Rubik in a burst or not, especially considering Hand of God is a part of the game as well.
Яг damage нь жоохон суларч тийм аа.
Extra amp.
Каяг болохоор.
Gotta keep a lookout for it. And again,
За Пакаш яаж л тоглодог болж тээ. Зарим нь physical damage гаргаад.
some things are just second nature, and whenever a patch comes in and shakes things
Зарим нь бүр амар heavy magical damage тоглоод.
a little bit more spell damage than you were expecting, you might misjudge situations and be like,
За тэмлэхгүй урсаагийн учрыг олоод эхлэх юм бол нэлээд дэжиг болох гэдэг байгаа. За нэг amplify damage rune-та. За термитр гарахаар шууд авчвал яг л Rubik-ийн shard дэжгүй хэрэгтэй. Урсаг кайтл нь хүнээ аварна. Чэний shard ч яагаад идэг лээ? Эшин зурулдаг байлдаг те. Бас нэг эшин зорчил гоё юм да. Гүү лөө. Penitence сайжирдаг лөө гэсэн.
Eyes on Lou. Let's see how this works nowadays.
Should still be able to solo this right with the ult.
Okay. Think you will miss the arrow on the Tormentor.
За Tormentor.
Jinky, but yeah, he's got to be careful there.
За Mirana.
Damage himself, but indeed.
За Dota-гийн хамгийн хэрэгцээгүй shardнуудын нэгтэй.
Tormentor gone, shard for Jinky.
Widely regarded as one of the weakest shards in the game, this one though.
За Rubik.
The leap one from
Баки orb юм уу one rift авчихад
and you can I
wave shot бишлээд айгу тувтай тоглоод байдаг.
Choose how you face when you leap, right? So you can like angle your hero as you arrive.
Yes. So you can get some cool angles
Yeah,
for like a
get
quick
some angles
arrow.
for that.
За хоёр solar-тэй solar гэдэг item бүр байнгын л худалдаалагдах болчлоо те.
170 damage.
За orb of corrosion бол хуучин шиг armor хасч ажиллахаа бол за attack speed нэмжигддэг, glove face-тэй нийлж өсдөг болсон байгаа.
That's the slight extra bit of damage you need for the kill.
Saberlight. Баларсан баха анч гил амжилттай. За тэгээ шинэ бачин дээр нэлээ од болоод болох шинжтэй байгаа айтмууд гэл нь юу бол Solar Crest байна. Shiva Score айгуу хавхтар болсон байлээ бас. Тэгээ хожиж нөө Well of Discord авчихаар late game лөө Well of Discord яах нь мэддэхгүй байгаа гэдэг гэсэн. Жага ирээдэггүй айтам болохоор юу н баг авагддаггүй байсан шүү. Огт авагддаггүй шүү байсан. За одоо Shiva-тай нийлж ордог болчиход. Boxy арав дуулж байна. Гоё арав шинкүүгээс. Boxy шууд унаж байгаа. Эргэж хараад байлтна гэж байх уу? Storm-ыг ласуудах гээд байгаа. Ниша Storm-ыг ласууд чадсангүй. Тяминг supporting supporter-оос солилцоод төрчихлаа. Дахиныг арав Мики дээр зурж байна. Coil 3 дээр. Орох сонирхолгүй байна. X-та урсаал орж өгөхгүй бол багийнхан дагаж орно гэж байхгүй дээ. Тад иймэрхүү өдгөнө болгоомжтой их хэрэгтэй шүү. Тэмлэхгүй ч багуудын өдөөс. Нэг давраачхад л балраад ир нуулна лүү. BKB-тэй байсан юм байна шүү дээ. За Torment time for liquid.
So 1-for-1 split on those. You're going to see the replay of it here. So first this arrow on
За шинкүүг арав гоё орж ирсэн.
nice angle. There's no escape.
Сая тэгтээ барыг Rubik-ийг аравцснороо тэмлэхгүй термитр алдахгүй байгаа юм шүү дээ. Rubik-ийг аравдахгүй термитр зодоо алдсан бол шууд алдах хэрэгсэн шүү дээ. За Тяминг энэ ч бас нэлээд шуналтай тоглож байл. Storm-ыг ласуудах гээд ласууд чадсан бол нурсаа орж шууд алах байсан. Pickup асаж байгаад.
I think the puck spells were also still on cooldown from the Rubik kill. Otherwise, if he could have silenced on arrival there, that whole situation could look very, very different.
За XM.
Rubik. So they have the defensive toss.
Link diagram амартаж авсан. За BKB Eco-Saber-тэй Monkey байгаа юм байна. За Nimka-гийн late game skill-ийг би л ойлгохгүй байгаа юм да. Яг юу авч болох хэвээр юм бэ? Шууд ингээд Eco-Saber backup-гээ тоглолцохоор damage үүч юм шиг. Тэгээ damage-ний diso-авыг гэхээр би муутай ч юм шиг. Scadi явахаар бас damage хөө. Тэгснээр kite болдог. Тэгээ тэнгүү diffuse айгуу гоё item ба. Бид энэ Monkey-гийн item сонголт айгуу сонио. Яг нэг стандарт item байхгүй. Situation-д харуулж тоглолдог болохоор. Энд чинь Morph Carry бол тэгэл ойлгомжтой шүү дээ. Manta аваад Scadi аваад Satanic ч юм уу. Situation-д харж байгаад Hurricane Bike, Butterfly маяг явдаг ч юм уу. XXS баригдсан BKB байхгүй Orchid дарж өгөөгүй. Orchid араас нь орж ирж байна. XXS-ийг нэг унаханда. Цаашаа Bonus Strike. Шинку. Үсэрж яахт нь бариад авсан Boxy. За team Liquid ингээд эхлэхээр хэлцүүтэй Liquid Gaimi 2 ялангуяа.
max range boundless into the Rubik lift into Centaur stomp from the Chen. I think Xingqiu really thought he was safe after. He went for the solo.
Тэгээд лүүгийн тоглолтыг хараад хахад ингээд иймэрхүү гейм дээр илүү гарцсан үедээ тэрийг хойшоо сууж тоглоод байдаг. Энэ тэгээд айгүй backfire та.
Probably the 2-2 tower as well. Low looking to trade top, but yeah, has to be a little bit wary of the missing heroes on the side of Liquid now. Rubik fogging.
За ниша. Дараагийн атом сонголт Shiva гэдэг quick bind байсан байгаа. Kai санжиг л авахгүй юм шиг байна. За лүүч болно. Чикэн алгатахаар байна да гаруудыг.
Still looking at the net worth, the Ursa is very far ahead. Just waiting for that moment.
За Desox-ын сонголтыг хийж байгаа Mika. За Deso butterfly гэж тоглох хэрэгтэй Урсагийн өдөөс бол. За энэ Liquid-ийн чинь жүцүүг ашиглаад эхэлсэндээ пакийг өргөд авах юм бол үзээ байж болох байсан. Тэгээд пак гэдэг батар систем амархан баригдахгүй да. За ялангуяа энэ XM одоо юу гэдэг нь tier 1-ийн мэдлэнээр одоо тоглож байгаа үед бол
mindset here from Nisha, quite interesting. His level 15 talent choice here is going to be the 250 health overtaking static remnant damage. So very aware here of the potential risk of just getting one-shot combo.
Nisha 15 дээр static remnant talent авсангүй гэл яриад байгаа. За 2 дахь рушаа 1:30 секунд дараа гарч байгаа. Дайр талаа айл талаасаа контестлох ёстой. Бокси урдаа лүк шууд өргөд авсан. Bounce доод. Ингээ задлсангүй. Ингээ залж хамжаагүй хэцүү дээ. Бокси face shift та. За вартлаад авч байгаа.
Will get that D ward. I was about to say keep an eye out for once Liquid starts spreading out on the map again that.
За XXS-ийн BKB энэ гейм дээр айгүй чухал. За Liquid яаж байлдал зүгээр юм бэ team fight-а? Batrider Mirana 2 үхэж болох хамгийн боломжтой таргетууд нь Pack мэдээж face shift лүүгийн blink cancelсан байгаа. Face shift blink юултай. За найрамнуудыг сайн харж байхгүй л ариуд болох юм бол балранда Saberlight ороод ирсэн. Saberlight хэрэг за ямар ч жултаа гаргаад амжсан юм байна. Лүү дэлб гайдлуулна. BKB байгаа backup дарагдсан. Рингнээсээ гарч чадахгүй байна. Saberlight-аас bye back. Double BKB цаана. За байлсан тоглогч шууд. Silence 3 баатар дээр, Coil 3 баатар дээр XXS орж ирээд Stitching Cash 2 баатар дээр урсаа хайчваа. Шинку байлаад ирж байгаа. BKB нүдэд дарцсан. Nisha бүх маанага дуусхан байж орж ирж байгаа юм байна. Arrow орж ирж байгаа Mika дээр Arrow онсон. Урсаа хаана байна? Урсаа цэцэд орж ирэх гээд багш. Nisha бол маанаагүй. Лүү бликтэй орж чадахгүй юу лүү? Дэлб гайдлуулж байгаа. Nisha маанага дуусгацсан. Дими өсөрчлээ. Nisha Arrow дожиж чадсан. Зодолтчих гэж байгаа маань Mika buyback байхгүй. Лүү. Агнив шартта өргөж барьдаг юм байна уу? Хонос найрав шидгүү. Ор борж ирж байгаа. Өргөд авсан. Orgil. Nisha бүх маанага дуусгасан гэж харж байгаа. Arrow. Boxy дээр XM. За XM-ээс гарах баг. Blink TP. За урсаа not found guys. Урсаа not found. Ян лүү яг ингэж амар пассив тоглоод тийм аа. Би өмнө тоглолтод зөндөө үзчихсэн. Өмнө чинь ямар багт carry тоглоод л Азур хитэлүүлэн. Амар пассив тоглолт. Сая үл тэгээд орж ирээд айл хэдийн алгадаа дуусчихаар боломжууд бол зөндөө байлаа шүү дээ. Тэгэд гэлдүүлсэн юм билгүй дээ. Уул нь гэлнээс дороо гараа явчихна. Агним шарттай. Миногийн скиллэд бол урсаагаас дорхноос алчин да.
This was the way that Liquid wanted to start this fight. I think they were hoping to get more out of it than this though to begin with, but the chase through
Coil 3 баатар дээр урсаа тэр цаана чаавс юу хийгээд байгаа юм бэ? Орж ирч чадахгүй байсаар энэ ч дунд нь орж ирсэн л байж үл. Linked гарчингууд нь багийнх нь ороо байлтсан юм шиг байна те лүү. За энэхний туртыг ашиглаж чаддгүй дээ Azure-ийн carry тоглогч лүү. За Deso уссан байгаа Mika дээр. Дараагийн сонголт Butterfly. Nisha. Манаа дуусгасан. Coil 2 дээр.
popped here from Liquid. They are prepared.
За pipe дараад гарах нэ.
It's going to be difficult for Azure now to make the call into this Aegis and Cheese period. I mean, what is the plan now for Azure? Do you hold back, try and get the next item or such done?
За box illusion оруулахлаад авцсан.
Fights into this Aegis. How do you respond to Liquid?
За нэг red band барьдаг л болчиход байгаа юм да те box-ий. 2-3 red band барил ямар ч баатар байсан. Өгж байгаа armor нь OP л дөө яг чаргагаа. За 3 red band бариад гис.
He's close to getting the Khanbank, which would be a big upgrade for him, of course. And yeah, if you can weather the storm here and not get too bad of a fight, I think.
Мике матан дээр Микег унгах боломжтой. Мике үсрээд гарцсан. Зөрөөд ороод ирлээ. Bounce хоёр баатар дээр Tiaminгийг унгах боломжтой. Saberlight dieback. Үлтэ хэрглэж амцсан ямар тач 4 баатар дээр үлтэн нагдаад байгаа. Мике рингийн дотроо cheese poplсон. Лүү балраад эхэллээ. Ниша X-тэй. Дунд нь нэлээ агрессив тоглож болно доо. XXS баштад авч байгаа. Ocean pull-тэй XX дээр double kill амжилттай. Лүү балраад эхэлсэн. Барсангүй triple kill-ийг Ниша. За X-тэй хүнд бол айх юм юу чалгаа. Saberlight-ыг алж чадсан ч үлтэ зоогоод амжицсан байлаа. Нүүдгэн тэгээд сүүлдээ 5 баатар лөө болоо тараагаад. За энэ баг high ground өгсөлттэй урсаа төрөх болоогүй 55 секунд. За өчтөр Гаймид 2 нөлөөсөн Azure. Өнөөдөр Liquid-д сурлаа эхний тоглолтыг алдаад эхлэх гээд байна уу да. Arrow. За speed авраг нугаж байгаа. Хон өргөд авсан. 2 ондоо тоглогчдод харж байгаа. Tiaminгийг унах боломжтой XM. XXS. За ингэж нэг нэгээрээ цуух шаардлага байна уу? Azure. Микэдээс энэ да чизгүй байгаа. Cliff дарагдсан. За 10 секундаар урсаа төрнө гэдээ бол гарч байгаа юм байна тэмлэггүй. Sacrifice Nisha.
Now and Nisha opens up new avenues of killing off the puck. Obviously, with Khanbank is relatively tanky and I don't think
Nisha-гийн дараагийн сонголт Ives гэдэг. Явал Butterfly Satanic Quick Bind байсан юмсан тэр нь даалгажсэн да.
Or a little bit of a Rubik burst. The puck doesn't have the same amount of safety as it once did. We're going to see Saberlight completing an Aghanim Scepter now, so if he becomes
За Luke-ийн тоглолт ордгоо дээ.
They're going to keep their
За Saberlight-ийн баатар бол тэгээд үлтэ зоож амжаал өвчгд бол тэгээд ямар ч харамсах байхгүй юм шүү дээ. Үлттэл нэг нь вэстэл гэлээ шидв шидчихэл. Тэгээд зайлаад өгөхөд бол болж байгаа. Hex давж болно. Hex Orgil-тэй Moonlight энэ удаа дээр даастай байж. XM дээр гил амжилттай. No buyback. Buyback байхгүй. За голоор яг сонсон баха.
Setting up vision with the Venomancer as well. Puck is the primary base defender for Azure. So
Arrow.
They're going to concede this.
Box яа гэж байна. За баг хоёр тал байж болох үсттэй. Доошо зөхөж болно шүү дээ. 25 секунд эндээс л гарах шаардлага огт алга. Ядаж шаврыг авч болж байгаа. Arrow ханос. Киллер 17-2.
Definitely feels like sort of the tale of the last few fights has been that they could jump and kill Saberlight, but Nisha obviously very elusive, and then Mickey just with how much farm he has, they can't.
Killer за 22-17.
KHP, Scardy done on top of BKB and this Vindicator's axe. He is so difficult to jump.
I think this is the type of game where you maybe don't even replace the Vindicator's axe for Tier 4. I just think it's that good. Attack speed is obviously great on the Monkey King, and the 20 armor when stunned is literally perfect for the lineup you're facing. So you
За Sladar ингээ про гейм дээр юм хийхгүй байгаа згээс. Менэсийн pub дээр орж ирэл хэвээр азаргалаа л гэдэг. Яаж аргалаа мэдчихэж байгаа тоглогчд байгаа л да. За Ivskadi болсон дараагийн хэм сонголт Butterfly Mika. Агним шартинд бай. Nisha. 1400 нэтвортыг өөртөө бичээд авлаа.
Just maybe. But the Monkey King with the axe is a real.
За ярихын смоклууд гараад ирж байгаа.
Can't go on him first.
I was going to say, like, how are you looking to start this fight as Azure? Like, who do you want to prioritize at the beginning of a team fight?
I think Storm is the absolute premier target, but he's also probably going to be the hardest one to find. If you're not getting the Storm,
Hello?
Rubik seems like a decent choice, but no, never mind. He has an Eon disc, so tough. Yeah, there's no easy targets. I think Veno is probably the worst, right? Because he's going to do damage to you anyway. Yeah, not an easy task. They will. I mean, regardless, they will not find anyone. They weren't even remotely close to a hero. Liquid playing the opposite side of the map, and they're making a move of their own, which could bear fruit onto Xingqiu here potentially.
За Шинко. За Wisdom руу 35 дээр гардаг лөө юу лээ.
And he will break now, Xingqiu.
Moonlight.
Instant reaction. He comes in from the trees there that might be different.
Өргөд авчлаа, өргөд буцаа ороод ирсэн. Оргил жаад унахчих баха. Анч Vortex, араас нь Hex байгаа. За ямар мах Миранавэ өгч өгдгөө зүрлээ Tiaming дээр X 2 спортын шууд залууж байгаа Coil 3 Баатар дээр Tiaming ласоо хэрэгж чадахгүй Мик дээр ласоо гарсыг ring задарчж байгаа. Рингнээс нь гаргаж авч чадсангүй Tiaming унсан XX-ээс маш бага цустай лүү. Өлтөн дээрээ юулдүүлчих шиг боллоо. Ингэснээр лүү унахаар болж байна. 3-0. Bing bong. Ай. Let's go Liquid. Let's go Liquid chant байна уу гэж чатан дээр. Kuala Lumpur бол алжлаа энэ да. Улаанбаатарт явах юм байгаа. За гоё тоглож байна да boys. Яа тэгтээ лүү ямар муу тоглолчвоо. Тэгтээ үе үед л ингэдэг тоглогчтой лүү бол яг хойшоогоо суучдаг дандаа. Миний мэдгээр иймэрхүү гейм ялагдчихж байгаа хитдэг тохиолдол юм битээ. Амар пассив тоглоод нэтвортой хийж чаддаг л импакт гаргадаг тоглогч юусэн. Зяасүр яаж хамгаалах вэ эндээс 5 эсрэг 4 трон цогдоод ихэлсэн Tiaming дээр Orgil Crash Jigs нийшээ доошлоогаар авчлаа. Шинку дээр Side of Voice, Шинку dieback 77 секунд. За нэгсэн. Димэл Клинтэнд баахан өсчиж цогчж байна да ингэснээр. Асур ээжигээ зааж тийм Liquid. За lower bracket-ийн цувралын ихний дагуултыг өөрсдийн болгож авч байна. За Saberlight энэ тоглолтоос жоохон mental damage авч магадгүй шүү. Лэндэ 3 өгсөн. Draft сайхан байна те. За багт chain тоглодог хүн байх ч сайхан л да яах чаргагүй. Saberlight Pog ятавалангли юу ч юм уу. За лүү маш муу тоглолоо. Ёо. За уул нь бүр last pick урсаа орж ирсэн шүү дээ те. Last pick винэ орж ирсэн юм байна guys.
Credit to honestly this feels like a real that's just a team win right.
Лүү ер нь хараад хахад яг тэгдэгтэй Мадарагийн хилж бичиж байгаа айгүй үнэндээ. Лүүгийн надад санагдаж байгаа тоглолтууд бол ерөөсөө л нэг network хийж байгаа л нэг үхэл ялагдчихдаг тоглогч. Яг тэгдэг. Яг тэгдэг шүү. Амар их network хийдэг. Хитрхи over farmддаг. Тайминга ашигладаггүй. Суултаал ихтэй л гэрэд тоглогч юм байна л да тий. Таны янзаар лүү киклсэн л гэж бодож байна да. За стрим дээр архуу лайк дараад гайс 100 лайк боллоо шүү.
Extremely clean performance out of Team Liquid in the beginning of this lower bracket final.
За нэг 20 морьдоос барахгүй нэ л гэж бодож илаа болно. Тэгээд барчлаа да гайс. За Kuala Lumpur 12 цаг 53 минут болж байгаа. Nice jersey by the way. Нэг байгаа шүү гэж худалдаж авъя гэвэл бүтэнсэн юм чи мань өнөө өрөө авсан үнд нь хөргөж өгж амжих болно. Дурак бол хажууд нь бурхан. How much 130 40 байхаа. Би чи энийг 90,000-аар захиалж авч ирсэн юм аа. Тэгэхээр тэндээс мань ашиг гаргана гэдэг нэг 30 40 төгрөг нэмэл зарах.
In the laning stage, instead he has a 13-minute battle fury and Saberlight's like 0-4. So I think that game even went worse for Liquid than
Лүгээр даамаа юусан бол арай их байлдаад баш таймингийн дээр баг алаа авчихсан баха.
Yeah, not to mention before the lane started, they had 3 kills, you know, Liquid got 3 kills.
Тархихгүй дээ биш. Мэдгүй ямар нэгэн блок л байгаа дах шиг шүү дээ. Тархинд нь.
Really well from the start. They had a lot of single target heroes. They don't have any team fight at all with their draft, and they were really relying on the laning phase to go well so that they could continuously pick people up with the Ursa and the Park. I mean that kind of did go well for them initially. The Ursa played
Бокс сайн байна.
he dodged the lane. He couldn't
Бокси сайн. Бокси яг нь дотог ойлгоцсон хүн байгаа даа юм да ганцаархна. Пост дөрвөөс бол амар сайн ойлгоцсон л олж байгаа даа ш Бокси. Яа шинэ системд тайлбарлаад гэж мань зөндөө өчигдөр стримнээс олно гэж байхгүй л бах та тий. За файнал үзчих даа гэнэ. За файнал үзүүлээ даа мань. Энд лайв чигэр биш яваад байгаа юм уу үстэй. За Christmas love face нүсгээс. Мань үсэж байгаа тэгж засалцсан guys. Жохон юу засалцсан юм бэ? Жохон сэн засалцсан. Чигтэр өөрөө лобби бүр балараа харин тэгвэ. Өнөө өрөө нахи гэж бодоолаа. Хүмүүсээ додол баяраа бол go гэж байна. Окей. За баяраатай хамт. За нэмээд хин хэнийг авах уу? Дажгүй стак гарахгүй бол бүр хэрэг алгаа угаасаа. Дажгүй стак л гарахгүй бол 120к жерси 130 40-оор л зарах байхаа да бро тэр бол тоо. Аавн гэвэл 90-д авч болно. Хүргэнэ гэвэл тэгэл манай хөргөлтийнхаа мөнгийг тооцоол тэгэл зардаг л бах та. Rabbit-ийг гооч. Rabbit суух штэ. What the fuck? Rabbit суугаар ээ. За ч үзчихвэл яа. Ямар ч жерси зарах гэдэг нөө дүүди баг аавн да. Энэ Liquid яг юм нэг байгаа. Тэгээ LGD-гийнх байгаа. LGD-гийн бас саарлангтод. Саний лүгийн орн мид оныг сулгасан бол мид он чок штэ. Go LGD штэ. Дөөд чи мент за баг таарч байхаа Excel. Таргалцсан уу чи нэг бол. Таргалж ийнө торч ин хүмүүс нас нэмхээр таргалдаг даа бол. Баг таарч байгаа маань бичиж за. Хакил арам бро. За LGD зарагдсан шүү guys. Liquid-ийг нэг үлдсэн байгаа. Liquid-ийн яг энэ TI дээр өмссөн өмсгөлийн авах хүмүүс байгаа мó байхгүй юм. Миний гарлаад мэдээ өгчгөө ходод. Би чагийн гэдэг шинж мэдэхгүй байх чи. Арт тал нь ямар юм бэ? Яа. Аргач гинөө. Нэг иймэрхүү юм байна. Сарлуу явах нь сарлуу явах гал энэ болно. Сма donation alert. Donation goal дээшилж гинэ доошилж гинэ. Наг санаж гинөө. Cybernight-ыг санажлаа шүү дээ. Liquid жижиг хожил сайхан тэмцээн болох байхаа. Харин тийм ээ. Энэ бараг best of 5 гарах байхаа өнөөдөр. Мань нэр чихрээ хасаад 3 хонлоо guys. Чихрээ хасангууд хүний амьдрал айгүй гоё болт юм шиг байна. Яг идмээр байгаа ч гэсэн. Өглөөс ирэхэд амны эвгүй өнөр байхгүй болоод тэгснэ айгүй энерги сайтай л байгаа дах шүү гэж. Чихэр яг чихэр тэгээ гурилны хэрэгцээ жоохон багасгаад айгүй гоё болтгийм байна болно. Raw sugar огт хэрэглэхгүй л гэсэн үг байхгүй. Эсэт тусаар тэгээд хоёлаа нэг эсрэг нэглээ чамайг хожил мэдээ өгөх юм уу? Бүр тийм зурдаараа. Одоо VP болчихвол харин тийм ээ. VP болчихвол гэж guys нөгөө маскингийн бүдүүн байдэн штэ. Тэрийг хаанаас олж авч ийн guys вэ? Би тэрийг хайгаад бүр олохгүй юм. Saberlight хамгийн сайн off гэж хэлээд л яалаа. Saberlight давгүй шүү дээ. 33 Saberlight-аас илүү гэж магадгүй. Ace дээр нь байгаа. CUGS байхгүй лээ. Тоглох юм орой лоббид ч магадгүй хаа. Дүүдээ зээлсэн мөнгөө авах арга юу вэ? Дүүдээ зээлсэн бол тэгэл буцаж орж ирэх магадлал айгүй хавар таа бро. Saberlight-ийн hero pool нь гоё штэ гинэ. Дүүдээ гэж байна. Ханд дүүдээ зээлсэн бол тэгэл Хинт зээлсэн надаа мөнгө зээлсэн юм. Би хүн амтнаас мөнгө зээлдэггүй дээ. Надад ч гэсэн зээл өр мөрний юм байхгүй баха. Тэгэхээр найздаа зээлсэн мөнгө бол тэгэл найзын чанар таньдаг юм шиг санагддээ шүү дээ. Тэгээ одоо тэгэл заримаас нь тэгэл мөнгө төрөний асуудалтай өгөхгүй мөрж алга болсон зэлсэн. Надад л байж л. Цагаан үсэс рил хаана вэ? What the fuck? Найзаа зээлсэн мөнгө бол тэгэл найзын чанар таньдаг л гэж боддоо шүү дээ би лөө. Тэгэл нэхэл өгөхгүй бол тэгээд найз охоо ойлол өгвөл тэгэл найз чигээр үлдээл. За зөв найдвартай гэж жоох итгэл үнэмшил аваад тэгжил явах юм шүү. Ямар бисэтэй байгаа юм бэ? Би энэ бисийг нэг апгрейд хийхгүй бол жоохон гацдаг болоод тах шүү байна. Дөөди. Хинт PS5 гэж авч өгöd л гэж бодсон. Рохой бэлэнчлэг сэтгэлгээтэй болцтой. Ямар headset вэ надах чинь Razer Black Shark V2 Pro. Extreme орсон гэсэнтэй харин тийм шиг үлээ. Манай Miracle хайцсан юм бол бомд. зарна 40-60 30-80-аас илүү биш үстэй. Night bot-ныхаа юмнуудыг сайжруулахгүй бол. Би одоо Sipu board-оо сайжруулах хэрэгтэй юм шиг байна. Төччээр 30-аас илүү биш үстэй те. $5600 5800 өнтер болох хэрэгтэй хаа. Харин тийм ээ. Intel хэрэглэж үзтээ юм уу гэж бодоолаа. Sipu-нууд. Болон сайн л компьютер байна даа дэжгүй. Цагаан цэвэрлээд нэг форматлжуулах гайг болчихлоо. RAM 32 GB. За game нэг 2 минутаар эхлэх юм шиг байна guys. Hello Rabbit. За лоббиныхаа стакийг юу гэж боцох вэ? Итгэн олж ид юм уу? Хүмүүсээ. Асоклас асууя да. Тэгээ айгүй бол мен дажгүй стак босгочоор нөгөөдүүл нь боо юм болох байх. Өдөртөж тоглохгүй моолохгүй гэд баахан суг хүмүүстэй тоглосон юм чи. Тэгж хүн бүрдүүлээ лоббид ч болох юм уу? Яг нэг мантайгаа таарсан яг үзээтэй лобби гэвэл мань бүтэн дээр нь төлж гинэ үү? Үзэгчдээсээ нэг Orgil Legend аваад нэг 4-5 immortalтай тоглоод байгаа юм хайш. Ямс үзээ гарахгүй юм ш лоббид болохоор. Яг нэг мини лэн ялаад эргээ харангууд тэгээ ялагдчихна. Мэдээ болно мань мөрд дэлбчихэж байгаа маа тий лоббин дээр тэр нэг immortal бацаанууд нь. Надад тийм амар дэрэмч найзууд байхгүй. Чи чинь осокл яах нар өстэй. Кополц идтэй чинь тэрийг орж ирэлж ийж өстэй. Сайд чинь давгүй болоод тах шиг үлээ. Өнөөр нөгөөдтэй тоглоё доо. За Осака л гол юм шиг байна. Ренэл юу болж байна? Ренэл барыг чокерч байгаа хөө. Тэр чигээрээ барыг дуусгалах шүү дээ. За үзэж байгаа 400 лайкуудаа дараад 200 болгочих яаж ийн гэс. Тийм хайр юу вэ нөө? Мен лайк хэрэгтэй байгаа даа чинь газартай хамтарч ажиллаж байгаа болохоор дараа нөх тайлан дээр хэрэгтэй л байна л да guys. Шударгалтай юу шудрах гэж дараа л байна. Үгүй манай үзэгч юус дарахгүй. Миний стримийн үзэлт бол нэг 4-500-аас нэг буухгүй байгаа шүү дээ. Тэгсэн ирнэ л нэг 200-300-400 лайктай л дуусчих шиг. Их өгүүлвэл нэг 500-600. Өгөхгүй бол тэгээд бараг 200 өрөх юм уу яах. Үзэгчд үс үжигт нэрээ хідүүлээ нөгөө тэмцээн нэрээ гээс. Дөди Rabbit channel-ийн тэмцээнд орно үстэй гээс. Хинхээ орохоор байна. Орж ирэл лайк гинэ. Thank you Anani. Батны орох гэвэл нэг 2 баг гарчих байхтай нэг 10 хүн байгаад л үү. Яа балахгүй бол 2 баг гаргаад шууд best of 5 хоорондоо тоглоол тэгээд дуусгачих юм шүү. 3 баг гарвал хоорондоо нэг хит тойрол. Хизээс таксны болж таарсан. Хэдүүлээ яа л та нэг хүний 50k цуглуулж байгаад тэгээд тэмцээ. Яг нэг хүн аваад 15 хүн болонгод 3 стак болгож хуваагаал. Тэгээд нэг 2 хоног баг багаараа бэлдээ сайхан. Тэгээ сайхан тоглох юм шүү. Өөрөө орох юм. Би өөрөө орно шүү дээ. Өөрөө дунд нь тоглол. Эртгээ хасагдчихвал тэгээд каста юм дээ. Нилээ эрт хасагдчих юм бол каста хийгээд ямар ч тэмцээн өөрөө явуулж дуусгана. Хүүр гэж миний машины батарей бүр байнга суугаадах юм гайс. Тэр юуных уу? Өглөө асахгүй байгаа юм уу? Харин өглөө асахгүй. Заавал холбож асаагаад. Би уул нь өчигдөр шин 3 цагт бүр зорж босч асаасан. Тэг 10 минут асааж унтчих өглөө ассангүй. 20 стакчийн баяраа байгаа, Осокл байгаа. Хизээ авсан батарей. Үгүй нөө машины аккумулятор байхгүй. Аккумулятор ер нь хидтэй байна дажгүй аккумулятор. Тэгэд Lexus-нүүд чинь аккумулятороо солихоор бас аккумулятороо таньж мэдхгүй жоохон чокерт юм шүү те. Сүрэ аваа солиоч гэсэн чинь бас асгаа дахиад асгаа болчих юм болоо гэж бодод. Аккумулятор танихгүй хамаагүй тавьлаа. Түр 12 вольтын батарей авч байгаагүй л үү те. Монголоор аккумулятор гэсэн үг гээс.
Yeah, but you mentioned earlier, Kevin, that they need to
180 250 л байгаа. Яа бас үнэтэй энтэй хөр гэж.
gaming gladiators, they had something to drop around. And
Гэхдээ шөнө бас арай хүүтэн байгаад шиг байна.
the bench and Chen. Do you feel like Slada is still like
30 мөч гарцсан мэл шүү дээ.
drop around after seeing what happened to the hero last game?
It had a bad time, but I think it's still decent.
Зайрбагийн тоглолт бол бэлэн болсон. За Saberlight Mars авсан. Өчигдөр Mars-аар амар тоглоодсон.
More stable than a Slada.
First picker Mars band авч байгаа.
Provides you with
За зүрэ Chen нөхгүй ойлгосон баха. Chen Lish Winch гэд бандсан байгаа.
I feel like it's much safer for Mars than the Slada. Slada is like risky, in terms of the laning phase. You might not have a good time.
Өчигдөр шөнийн өвтөн шинжилтлээ. За 12 сар шинжилтдэг өстэй сонир юм бэл. Би л машинаас ахчих гахта хөлдөж ухшигсан юу.
Have a lot more natural synergies with supports like the Willow, any hero that can really
За зүрийн first pick.
during that arena.
За Mars-ийн өдөөс юу дарах юм бол тоо.
Lunas, the Monkey Kings, a lot of these heroes are in Team Liquid's wheelhouse, and I also think they don't think they're going to get the Mars in the second round of drafting, so they had to take it
За
now.
Primal Beast.
I mean, talking from the carries perspective,
За хамгийн их бандус нараа 7-д орж байгаа баг Батар юм байна.
come to mind, to deal with the Mars. You don't want to be a range hero, right? Because of the both walk and the arena.
40 хүргээд байгаа. Харин тийм юм шиг байна те.
A melee hero.
I think that's what makes him.
Mars хүчтэй байна уу?
I think a lot of heroes that traditionally counter him are not
Saberlight-ийн Mars-ыг л бандж ах шиг шүү дээ. Тэгээ Mars нөө юу болцсон бэлээ дүү.
against low. I think any hero that can naturally jump out of the arena, void.
Жадыг нь backswing байхгүй бол цоошоо ингэж яхаа болцсон.
It's also super annoying because you can't.
Шууд шидэд.
So
Арен дэлгөө жаддаг айгу амархан болцсон лээ.
really smart ban because Low's been playing that a couple times throughout this tournament. I don't know how I feel about the Primal Beast. We saw like Centaur from Betboom yesterday against the Mars. I think these two heroes are kind of similar in theory, right? Like they both rely on running around in fights.
Арен бас сурдан басдаг болцсон. Харин тийм л юм шиг лээ.
In terms of Primal Beast, you can cancel his
За
charge
тийм Liquid Laundry бандж байгаа юм байд.
with the spear, and you're gonna see him coming. So
Yeah, I mean this is like one of their 6.
За тийм Liquid-ийн 5 дахь банд удахгүй.
Generally, they've done it 2 or 3 times so far this tournament. It's like that or Phoenix or somebody else. So it's fine. I mean, it's definitely weaker than it was in the last patch. The
Инсэнигийн Star, Болбагийн Star бас илүү үл гэж байна.
We are talking about items. I think he kind of needs to rush BKB. I feel like sometimes you see primals being underwhelming. It's mostly because of
Чи тийм
the
Liquid.
builds that he's deciding to go to. Sometimes you are
5 дахь бангаа хийж 3 драфт гаргалж байна.
and you feel like, oh, I'm
За
trying to
Mars-тайгаа юу нийлүүлж өрөх юм бол доо.
and scale, but as a matter of
Үу,
fact,
TP-г ямар гоё зураа вэ?
running or
Энэ
playing
зүгээр Palmaster-аар зурсан юм шүү.
More second phase bans filter through. Liquid take out the Enchantress and Azure take out the Shadow Demon yet again.
За
Followed
Grimstroke,
up with a Grimstroke.
Primal Beast гэдээ авч байгаа.
now looks much better as an opening because it's going to make Primal Beast better at whatever he does. Extra movement speed is fantastic on the hero.
Yeah,
And
but
they
what
don't
if,
throw it
what
up
if
the
a
За Liquid-ийн
CM
өртөх драфт удахгүй.
Frostbite? What is your primal beast gonna do?
That's true.
get level 15. What he's gonna do, I think.
You just have to get a BKB. I mean, the CM is going to be very, very annoying to deal with in the early game until you have a BKB.
Or do they prioritize their Mars duel lane? Do they grab a lion here or pick Boxy the hero? he
Liquid
wants
госхоо.
first?
За Boxy Lion, let's go. Rubik контролоо дарж болж байгаа. Тэгээ Lion төрүүлж Rubik дарахаар жоохон сонирхол юм да.
Make the build solid.
Templar Assassin Arcana please л чи ямар гоё зурдаг хүмүүс вэ?
Channel full ulti at this point.
Энэ Малайсууд чи ингэж гоё зурдаг юм уу?
I mean, do you feel like Lion has risen up the stock so much that he's kind of like the best carrying with Mars, right?
За тийм Liquid-ийн
We see like the Snapfires, the Phoenix,
гурт draft.
I think it's safe.
За Green Primal-ыг харж байгаа.
Are some of the better laner supports, but as the game continues, Lion just has survivability now.
За ямар отрап бол зүгээр юм л доо.
I feel like Lion is the better across the board support versus a hero like that.
За Lich King, Insane-ийн Lich.
That are good against Mars, good against the
За
multi
Lich
guys,
тэгээ стандарт сайн батар дөө.
the Morphlings, the Voids. So I think it's kind of like Lion Timbersaw of old, like when a lot of teams would run that duo off lanes, just kind of cover each other's weaknesses. Mars is going to supply you the AoE team fight, while Lion's going to give you that single target disable. Lich, I think we usually see him against like physical burst or physical threats in lane, the Slardar off lane type heroes. So I'm curious to see what Liquid plays with this.
It's kind of decent against the primal. Because in the lane, if it's off lane primal, the slow, your Nova is very good at stopping him from doing damage with trample. You can cancel his grab with
За
the
зураа.
keys. And I think that maybe the
Нөмөр 7100 байгаа. 7200
hero
ч
that can throw damage, throw spells into the arena. Because we were talking about like, at least for me, I was thinking about CM more. But with the
За Lich тэгээд айгүй гоё block pickтэй. Өндөр physical damage гаргадаг carry-нүүд ядаас айгүй гоё.
But whereas if you are
Лэндэ өвчтэй. Late game disableтэй юу disableтэй. Урган damage гаргана уу гаргана. Гоё батардаа л чих ингэж.
Why go for a sinister gaze? Why go for a lich as opposed to the CM that Liquid's been running?
Yeah, it seems like the laning phase is similar, right? But as Witcher mentioned, toss all your spells from really long range. So if you're able to
За личтэй тэгээ бас нэг хүчтэй гилний потенциалтай баатар авчлаа. Айгуу гоё байдаг. Микэ мэд тоглодог байсан.
I think we're going to see like a BKB blink Shivas to find these backline supports. But I'm wondering who's going to do
За
it better.
faceless void.
This is the void that's good against the Mars, but I also think that's why the Lion was kind of preemptively picked by Liquid. They saw something like this coming. They didn't target any of these.
За faceless void огт ялааг бол байгаа юм байна да энэ тэмцээн дээр. Энд ч одоо эхний том тэмцээн 2024 хөөе Нико 2024 эхлэегүй байна. 23 оны сүүлийн тэмцээн явж байгаа чинь. Зай гарсан багасаа. Тооцогтод явна үстэй. Чи яаж тооцоод what the fuck? Яаж тооцохоор 24 оны ихний тэмцээн болчих. За зүрэ Рубик дарж байгаа. За өчигдөр гаймын Азурын тоглолтын дээр Шинкугээл Lion бокси Рубик дээр Рубикээс аваадсан те.
That's a lion.
Oh sure, yeah.
He's the frontliner.
Lion's the frontliner.
How many Wraith bands are we saying on this guy?
It's legitimately good. Put Wraith bands on him. Go drain.
Бокси топ 2 л.
One of the counters to void.
Yeah.
Wraith band spam даад байгаа да дөрийн баатар дээр.
I imagine the comms would be so funny. The Lion's telling you.
Buff Tinker. Яг Tinker шиг сарайтай нөхөр ш тараа.
I like this.
We need to see chat voice.
He's got all the tools to buff him up.
Tinker player.
Damage on my team when I have
YouTube-ийн чат нэх гоё юм бэлээ.
I want heroes that control them with the Mars and then Lich who this is a wonderful hero for Urs to have frost armor thrown on him and he's going to force the spell to control him. And even
YouTube-ийн чат бүр алж байна. Тэмцэхгүйдээс урсаа орж ирсэн. YouTube-ийн чат тайлтаарсан бол Шинку яваад өгцгөө угаачаал гэж байна. Miracle гэсэн board харт барьсан байлаа. What the fuck? Тэмүүлэг болъё guys. За энэ ч мааныг үзэгч гарсан юм биш үү гэхээс сайж болоод. Miracle гэсэн board барьсан байсан. Let's see. Үзэгч олж харъя. Miracle-тэй байхгүй л байна да. What the fuck энэ биш үстэй энэ хараас малаас сэрэтэл нөхөр байна да. Би тэмүүлгийн зэрэг тань да одоо. What the fuck хаана байна? Okay, send a screenshot bro. Дахиад зүүн тийшээ. За дахиад камера байхаар л харъя да. Чи яа гэсэн юм юу барьц бол даа ч тоо. За зар өвдий бандж байгаа Storm өвдий гээд. За Нишагийн 3 чватрыг 4 чватрыг шахуу тариглаад бандсан юм байна.
I think he's one of the few heroes that is okay with the whole int shift to Meteor Hammer, but rushing.
За Miracle гэсэн board таана нөө.
I'm kind of hoping that Liquid also pick up.
За тэмдэхгүй бандад авч байгаа.
Dealing with Chrono when
Mars Void-ийн үдээс гоё юу? Жохон контрол болдог. За тэр Rebuke эргэлчэнгүүд араас нь time болгоход Dilation дараад. Тэгээ бас нөгөө Лэний Rebuke-ийн damage-ыг гаргаад тоглоод идэх болохоор баг зэрэг counter pick гэж бодно нөө. За Нишад ямар баатрууд үлдсэн байна. Pack байгаа. Void ороод ирэхээр тэгээд ямар ч баатар тоглоё гэсэн тухгүй болчт юм аа миний хувьд л. За айгу стандарт Invoker draft байж болох юм. Лүүштэй лүүч бас нэг кронод бол тэгээд хүн алахгүй л ялагдал гэж бодож байна да тий.
18 seconds remain.
Quap гоё биш, Pack гоё биш. Invoker нэгч гоё биш, тийм ч гоё биш. Mars mid offlane counter авч болно. Legion орж ирэл гоё юм да тий. Legion commander за айгүй стандарт инвокер юм байна. Тэгээ баг зэрэг deny pick орж ирж байгаа айлаасан. Oh what the fuck. Oh bounty hunter. Mid bounty дарж байгаа юм байна Azure. За темпогоо уртцсан.
I'm sure we'll hear it whenever he gets into the game, but he has some ambitious ideas on how bounty hunter should be played.
Yeah, it applies the Junata damage.
За нэг хандаа гэдэг айтем гарч ирсэн. Bounty mid. Bounty core удаа өчтөй болчиход байгаа те. Хандаагаас хойш.
Does it work with soulbind though? With soulbind? No, it wouldn't proc twice because that's a cooldown. But it's still fantastic if you can get it. He is against a range hero, so he's not getting like.
Бид би ч амар та. Амар үедээ амар та харна. Инокрыг жоохон даврааж магадгүй.
Or something else. I mean, XM keeps doing the spicy picks. I gotta say.
Let's see Discord boys.
They went off the beaten path a little bit in game number 1.
Ийм ятас үзсэн.
Now,
За манай үзэгчийн донд сууж байгаа юм байна guys.
Yeah, they have really active 4 heroes on the side of Azure Ray, and Faceless Boy can kind of do his own thing, very independent, survivable carry. Should do fine against Mars. He's not threatened by the level 6 or anything, so it's going to come down to whether or not the bounty hunter.
Чи жоохон юу big dig па юу маркер ашиглал та bro. What the fuck. Яг өөрийнхөө PP шиг юугаар л битсэн байна да. Харагдахгүй шүү дээ. Зэрлэг ихэд додод болох байлцсан юм уу? Бараг кино урлагт хүч үзэх гээд байгаа шүү. Зя bounty mid тун сонирхолтой draft. За энэ тоглолт 2-0-оор дуусах юм бол Grand Final Team Liquid GG дахиад үзгэндээ. Амад буцаа тоглож байгаа юм шүү. Харин экстримд орж тоглох юм шиг байлаа шүү дээ. Grand Final 4 цагаас.
We actually have not seen that many games go late in general this entire.
За XM. Айгуу сонирхолтой мэдлэнээр дарсан. За мань камера онтрайт та. Миний мохоо сэрсэн ч байгаад илүү байлгүй дээ. Угаасаа ER гарал үзээгүй шүү дээ. Харин өчтөрийн геймээс харахад тийм л хэлэг. Айгуу урд 2-0 хэлсэн шүү дээ гейм.
Which is a shame because they also dropped those 2 new tier 5 neutrals. And then was the Aviana's Feather, is that one tier 4?
Yeah.
There's a lot of new ones that I haven't gotten a chance to see yet because the games aren't going late enough.
Flying movement.
6 метр хаана гарах бол дээр. Нэг тэгтээ Азур эдэг царайгаараа идэж байгаа шүү дээ. Азур төөрхөн л байгаа шүү дээ. Тэгтээ нэрээ царайлаг тоглогч нэг ч байхгүй юм те. Саня. Тэр гарвал 5k окей шинэ.
That boom game we really saw it be used to efficacy. While we're in the middle of a brief pause, kind of want to get a gauge of the crowd. Hey Azure Ray guy, where you at? I heard you doing your
boxing Карманаас юу яагаад байна вэ?
Let's get some more of these claps going. You guys want to see a proper competition, right?
Хин болцсон суугаад байна юм чи. Шибэр юм уу?
How about the Liquid fans in the house?
За Малайс Liquid fan зөндөө байгаа хаа.
Seems a bit outnumbered, Brian.
Yeah, what region am I in again?
Southeast Asia just cares about the good Dota. It doesn't matter where it comes from specifically.
No, I mean, I'm a big Liquid fan myself, so I understand. I would say that this is going to be a test for Azure Ray because Liquid.
Сэргээр жижиг амар Viking царайтай жижигийн царайлаг штэ. Вики жижиг айгу царайлаг тофу байна. Селерил жоохон
Are they going to claw back? Are they going to make
юу талдаа юу гэх юм бэ?
Because right now I feel like Azure Ray didn't really
Аврах талдаа тий. А Queen бас царайтай.
new patch is going, like which heroes should be the overpowered ones together with gaming, and maybe this bounty hunter could be something that upsets the balance here in this game, you know.
FR Вазур илүү пихгүй. Bounty-го яаж тоглохоос энэ XM-ийн нуруунд дэр л амар хачаа үлдээчлээ. Bounty лэндээ фейлдэл энэ гейм шууд дуусна. Азур бол. Тэгээ нокер өдөөс яаж тоглох юм байгаа. Миний хувьд л ранк дээр ч юм уу энэ нокер тоглож байгаа өөдөөс bounty ирвэл надад л айгу гоё байх хаа. Оо ямар гоё юм бэ гэж сайхан холоос. Universal buff-ныхаа damage-ээр цохол. Жохон ажлангууд нь торнодо юм пидч манаг шарчаал. Тэг килний потенциал айгу өндөртэй. Гэтэ яг bounty нөө шүрхэн тавсаа шийдээд хар жохон төвхтэй л юм бэлээ яг үндэ. Technical жоохон асуудал гарцсан байгаа бол та. Тоглолт ерөөсөө эхэлдэг ба.
He has to have enough damage to kill them during the chronosphere. So I think it's going to really boil down to him needing probably 4 or 5 items to feel comfortable.
Нэрээ назарч царилах хүнийг чалгаа те.
Kind of carrying him through that stage of the game.
За лайк дараа шүү guys гэнэ. За лайк дараа шүү манайхаа.
So there are slightly better ways to dump gold into your teammates if they do get kills. But I'm really excited to see him try something new, but I feel like a lot of times bounty hunter when it's put in this position it just doesn't work out and you're like, oh, you're reminded again, oh, that's not the best hero at pro level Dota.
Yeah, that's actually a lot of the times where I have a bounty on my team, like we are playing a stream.
Бро унтж чинь өчигдөр айгу баг унтсан. Өчигдөр 2-оос унтаад өглөө 9 гэж бас.
The first thing they tell me, I can probably get past the lane and I'll be able to do this and help the team, you know. Then after the game we're all like sitting there, okay, sorry guys, I actually don't have a lane.
I mean, he's definitely better at laning than he used to be.
Зам гейм яга эхлэхгүй нөө. Зэрлэг хүмүүс амар заддیں да. Бас байж болох юм те. Тэр эмзэн яа юу? Монголын гов тоглодог өгтөө.
Yeah, but he should be able to CS and deny creeps rather easily in this lane.
Гейм яга эхлэхгүй нөө guys.
I love hearing the theory crafting, gentlemen. So are you guys ready for the game now? I know I had you all on the edge of your seat, but Malaysia, it's time for a game number 2. You ready to get it?
За эхлэхээр болчээ. За л өрт өдрийн мэнд.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, game 2 time here between Team Liquid and Azure Ray. And with the ending of both of these drafts, and it's also sort of towards the end, Liquid with this second to last pick, they're going to try out this hero this time around.
За Rapper алдартай TI финал хэд тайлбарлсан байгаа те. За лобби финал шүү guys.
What Azure Ray might have wanted alongside their faces void. But yeah, Azure Ray, they turned this one against Bounty.
За prediction 75% Liquidтэй орж байгаа маань.
They wanted the Invoker. I feel like they wanted the bounty, considering how uncharacteristic this hero is as a mid pick and how fast they chose it. This seems like a bit of a pocket pick for them, where they're like, okay, against the heroes Nisha is gonna run, we want to run this bounty hunter. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm sold. I think it's very high risk.
За нөхөр өдөөс нэг bounty рики дараад идэг да те багууд. Урсаа войд лейт аль нь вэ? Урсаач гайгүй дээ войд өдөөс.
The previous game as well from Azure. This one could be diced. The panel already talked about bounty's weaknesses, right?
Let's go Liquid.
It's a pretty binary hero in that mid lane.
Now let's check it out, see what XM is going to be able to pull off.
За XM варта зогболцсон.
They need this win, otherwise they will be reaching the end of the road for themselves here at ESL Kuala Lumpur. See if they can pull it off. Game 1.
За mid bounty хэр ажиллах юм бол тоо нэг stop-тод эхэлчихвэл чи эвгүй л гэж бодож байна да. За Ward-ны мэдээлэл авцсан.
I wonder if this is like some coaching input here that they feel like, okay, the way we're going to beat this
Буруу талдаа заачлаа да. За жоохон гол руугаа төхөлөө заавал Ward-ыг олох боломжтой. Гэхдээ доор Liquid центрийг фейлнэ гэж бодож байна да. Гол нэлээд дээр Ward-ыг олох тоо. Айгу нэг common зогдод байдаггүй газар зооцсон. Big Sam.
So I'm a little bit concerned about where the track kills are going to come from. Your supports don't have the most damage ever. Your carry is a faceless void. The panel talked about that. He doesn't have the best pairings to deal damage in chrono.
За bounty руу нэ. За 3-ыг Liquid авах боломжтой юу? Rubik дээр за бүр first blood хийх боломжтой болчихж байгаа юм. Лоноос нэг Nova орж ирнэ. Tiaming Saberlight first blood-ийг өгчмөр байгаа. Тийм байна. За лүг зүгээр явуулахгүй бас хэд балбад авч болно. Таймог дарагдсан. Impelted авцсан. Ингэж л эхлээд байгаа юм да. Saberlight double kill гээд эхэлж байна. Yeah. За ингэж эхэлсэн Mars чи эвгүй дээ эвгүй.
Yeah, just a great read from Liquid to send the exact heroes that they did where they did them, right? They're getting a 3v2 situation bottom against the Rubik Void, and it's the perfect combination of heroes between.
За доотлын лэн маш гоё эхэлж байна. За бүр Wave-ийг 5-ын хавар тавьчихсан. 5-ын хавар байлж болохоор болчихлоо.
Which is kind of ridiculous to say because that was, about as one-sided as it almost gets at this level on the rune fight. They managed to do the repeat, and this is very good news for the Mars, of course.
За гол DXM 5 крип авалттай, Nisha ганцхан крип авалттай. Bounty гол нэлээд сауд ихэлсэн. Nisha пауз авч байна. За нэг юм болохгүй байгаа л та. За эхний 2 Wave-ээс ганцхан крип авах тоглогч биш дээ, тэ. За Face Fight-ыг энэ агаарлаа шидэ хийцэн.
I mean, the mid lane matchup then, how do you consider this to go?
I think this is one of the better lane matchups for Bounty Hunter just because Invoker doesn't pose too much of a kill threat on you on
Sure.
the
You're pretty tanky, right? Good stats at the start. Good armor.
I think you have the highest base armor in the game after Terrorblade, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, you're just
Tiago гэж байна. Тоглох эхлэнэ boys.
Maybe you can get a pot shot in on Invoker once in a while to steal some gold, but the most important thing if you're playing core Bounty
За
Hunter.
Nisha криптэн тавьж амжааг л байгаа юм байна л да.
You will go for it.
Oh, okay. Goes for the deny. That's also effectively the money taken away from Nisha.
It's a bigger gold trade.
За 2 крип.
That's true level 1. Now we get some money.
Call snap. За тавраас агро орж ирсэн гоо.
Yeah, Leon can very much get away with these sort of moves.
За таврын агро орж ирсэн бол килний боломжтой байсан.
First few levels.
За Tiaming дор нэлээд багцтай. За Nisha энэ ч нэг юм л болохгүй л ах шиг байна да.
One of the new Frostivus we were talking about this in the
За FPS муутай байна гэд.
apparently he's using one part.
He is because the full set kind of looks like he's in some like.
За 60 FPS дээр тоглох гэж байхгүй дээ.
I don't think he's got the headpiece obviously of a different one. So
Different
kind of
arms,
half
right?
Yeti, half Primal Beast.
So weird.
A bit of a strange looking fellow here.
What is this about?
За Nisha нэг дотоогоор старт хийх хэрэгтэй биш үү дээ баг.
Inner Zai, that's one of the things that Zai really brought
Probably went
to
for the
pro
ugly
scene.
cosmetics.
He was building the ugliest heroes that he could.
I mean that's the best thing to do.
So.
You got to find those combos
Yeah.
so that you really stand out.
Шаврсаг эсрэг Primal Beast. За дотоор старт хийсэн.
Very good for Liquid. Ursa obviously can stand his ground against Primal Beast. It's hard for him to go in and commit with the trample, especially in the early levels. The damage isn't significant enough, and you have Lich covering you as well for the counterplay on Primal. So I'm expecting the Ursa.
2 kill алдаад эхэлсэн Azur.
Really good start. Whereas in the last game it could have gone very poorly, but it didn't for low. This time around for Mickey, you just
Nisha
expect
чи юм
him to
ярил
come
байна.
ahead in the
Би
lane.
60 FPS-ийг яаж тоглох юм бэ? Би ч бодлоо.
Don't see a lot of us. I mean,
Сая долларын тэмцээний лаврын финалист дээ.
low is
Nisha хайж унаас нь тийш дээ. Яаж 60 FPS-тэй тоглох юм бэ? Чи Saberlight хайж унаас нь 60 FPS аа. Би тийм л яриа болж байгаа шиг байна да.
But it does feel like if you don't go the Battle Fury route, you're very much.
Like, can you go some sort of like diffusal, battling, fighting,
You can.
build?
It's just very all in. It's
Yep.
to the point.
За 60 FPSянзлагдсан бол та.
Up one or two
Тэжсэн earbud юу байна?
terrible.
AirPods л авч дээ.
It's just high risk, and I don't think it's necessary. I guess is my point here. You're expected to.
Gaming
control
биш үстэй.
lanes, you can get the snowball going.
Earbud гээл AirPod хамгийн AirPods Pro хамгийн гоё нөх уу?
I don't think it's necessary to do the diffu at all.
Apologies for that small pause, but we're back on with the action.
За Cold Snap жаа Transcript 8 амжилттай.
CS-wise in the
For
mid lane,
gaming I don't know.
decent edge here, XM.
Razer-ийн юм уу авдаг үстэй. Юу ч хэлээ. За XM бодол ирж байгаа. За энэ бач голын лэнийг ялах хэцүү л гэж бодож байна да.
Looks to be on track to come out of this laning stage with an edge, unless Nisha's able to really turn things around then.
11-4 4-2 гэсэн.
This is a great first few waves for the Bounty Hunter. 11-4, Invokers 4-2. We'll probably get a couple here under the tower, Nisha. So, looking at 7-2, effectively almost doubling him on the bounty in the early waves.
За Bounty гэсэн нэлээд тоглосон бол тань шаа.
This is lunch money there.
Шууд Magic 1 даваад гарсан маань.
Pushing into the tower when he did, Nisha had to commit to that defense, or he would have lost experience. So
Ямар хэцүү юм бэ те.
the double water essentially negating that EMP. Going in for those trades. Reckon another thing in this lane, boots are
Sacrifice
gonna be
Knight on the
important. That's kind of uncharacteristic in mid lane. That boots is such an important item, but Bounty Hunter will want.
За доор Super Lighter kill ороод ирсэн. За яг ярьжсэн да. За тэгээд time dilation дээр Blood Grenade чигээрс давхар айгуугаа орж ирдэг болсон. Шинко sensor гээ зарай байхгүй хаа.
Rubik kill Mars here. Not really sure how they built that up, but well done by Azure.
За Nisha 11 stickтэй.
This lane, I was expecting it to be good for Bounty Hunter, but maybe this is even better than I thought. Just really getting in there, not giving
Nisha
space.
савж ин даа бүр. За амтач манайг шаарсан. Дахиад нэг бодол чарч та. Тэг гизүүхэн лэнд чинь даа гол энэ дээр.
A lot of Invoker's matchups mid really suffer against him once they run out of mana. On Bounty Hunter, it's kind of whatever, you know. You can still CS, Gianata costs 0 mana, you can still do your thing. He's even going to glyph here to just be annoying to Nisha. Will even force out a TP here from the line of Boxy.
За бокси гол руу бужирч байгаа юм байна. Тун сонирхолтой. За 4 метр рүүний контестлоод стандаад рүүнийг авчих юм бол тун гоё XM.
Pretty impactful from Boxy right there.
За маш гоё импакт явуулаа. Кил хийж чадаагүй ч рүүний
Think about going for the bounty, but can't make it there
баллаа
either.
ичж байгаа Saber Light.
The top rune as well. XM is essentially drained now. That looked like it not very.
За гоё TP явуулчлаа да. Боксигоос сая. Одоо ингэснээр XM лэндээ тоглох айгууц болчихж байгаа.
The moments now in which XM won't be too upset if one of his supports dies on a side lane. Could do with a bottle refuel.
Speaking from experience there, sounds like.
Let's see, otherwise he might
За
take
тэр
one
Микэ
back
дээр
to
трамплаад эхэлсэн. Инкс үлдээ лич рүү зөрүү дайрж байгаа. Лич дээр кил орж ирнэ гэж байх уу?
Stania.
Арай алахгүй бол алдчихж байгаа юм болов тийм юм байна. Микэ гутал та.
Should easily be able to
Furious Swap resetчих юм бол за арай resetэлсэнгүй.
chase down XXS. Gonna need a fair few more swipes though to be able to threaten this primal, and he's not gonna get them.
Чи миний спортыг алсан гэж хөгөөдөх шүү байна.
Yeah, Mickey could have popped his one
За,
there and
манай
gone for
го.
a couple more attacks, but felt like he couldn't get the kill and he would rather reserve these.
За
launches
дахиагаа хүлээд байгаа.
is going to start happening onto him. It's a very strong defensive item.
За Primal Grim-ийн лэн хүчтэй юм байна да
Have
дээр.
a lot of burst, but not enough to combat the 21s, so serving that could come in handy.
За Lewis stickтэй.
You as well, but
За дэше голдоо буцаад ялаад эхэлсэн да. За буцаад жоохон
The mid XM opted for the
нэлээ ялагдчихсэн гайг болоод эхэлчихлээ.
with that sort of focus and a little bit of backup from the way that Boxy presence was able to swing the
За ингээл манагийн сорвол
ability for Nisha to feel
зэндээ. За тэгээд Нокрид бол тэгээд стаца нэмэх тусмаа айгу.
Nisha now really get an edge on towards XMCS despite how
Хүчтэй
the
зөвхөн
few waves did go for the bounty.
гоё болж байгаа level нэмэх тусам.
Lion won mid by not ganking it.
Donation alarm ингэж гараад sorry guys.
That was enough. The timing of that.
5 donation уу? 50,000 donation. What the fuck би serious
Boxy.
ойлгосонгүй.
Closing on level 6,
За дээр
but
XM дээр
so ahead by half
дайрсан.
now. Top lane, XXS.
Should be able
XXS дээр kill ороод ирж байгаа юм байна.
He's got the pullback. And that will set up
За
for
Шинку
Mickey to
калт
take it down.
ондоо тийш шагаахтуудыг л зурж оралцж байгаа. Мантахаас donation alert thank you bro.
Ursa can jump on you at any point.
Donation alert гэхний donation.
Onslaught away as long as the Sinister Gaze is ready.
За Тямин том сонирхолтой лифтийг Saber Light-ыг тавьж байна.
Mid, right? Both of these cores for Azure were doing quite well, but now with the levels coming in and the little bit of assistance here and there, map is starting to break apart a little bit. At the very least, the Ursa, or rather, excuse me,
За XM 6 level одоо л дөнгөж үрж байгаа юм байна.
unexpected, considering he's laning against the Mars that had 2 kills before the rune.
За track
Before the
гарцсан.
lane even began. Low has recovered quite well.
And XM in a bit of an interesting spot here. He headed over into the jungle of Liquid to pick up his level 6. So he has got track online. But stepping forward on his own, he doesn't really have backup. So
Тэлүү.
Have Shadow Walk, so he can't
no,
really
he
surprise.
can't surprise them.
За Mask Maelstrom гэж тоглож байгаа л
He's
та.
gonna continue to stick around up here and really
За Void дээр бас Maelstrom гоё болсон шүү дээ. Тэн бачин дээр Clover Face-тэй нэлж устдаг болсон.
He's leaving this mid
Attack
lane
speed гоё.
completely, free for Nisha to get all the farm that he'd hoped for. Is it just that it's
За
a
Nisha
point
power
now
trade тавьж
where
тоглоё гэж байгаа.
he doesn't feel he can lane against the Invoker anymore?
I think he can. I mean, he's still going to be able to get CS and stand there. Somebody has to inhabit this mid lane. It will be him again.
За тэр урсаа траклуулсан. Ханаас нь трамплтал
There with that move.
юм их гээд ах шиг XXS баларч байгаа юм болов?
Maybe
За онслотных нь кастн дээр Sinister-тэй зогсоосон бол Лич сая.
Sure.
Тэгэхээр аль аль талаас та килний потенциал болчихж байгаа. Доор. Лүү. За Кроно туудахгүй гарч байгаа. Төрөөд сарина гарч явах хэвээр. Бокси цухтаа гарч өгнө гэсэн. Тямэн. Гой килэг хийгээд авлаа.
Healing items and was hoping to not get found, taking the greedier approach there.
Тэксэм region үнтэй.
Wanted and fairy fired and survived the fateful. He might have had to go back to base, right? So it's kind of just an awkward situation to use your items in, to be honest.
За bounty штэ Inokredos өгчихгүй хүн шиг явчт юм байна уу те. За ихний 5 level орж жоохон гай болол. Доор Cyberlight дээрсэн аринагаа асаагаад амжсан ч жадалж амжсангүй. За Void олдуулаад Lotus-а дараад гүйсэн арайч амьдрчихгүй болол л доо. Маш гоё. Kill орж ирсэндээ track kill орж ирж байгаа бүр. Сан track kill болгоно л. Дэт орц swing-ийг ойлгон даа. That's track kill биш юм биш үү? Сая аранкод дэш орж ирсэн. Thank you bro. Зөндөө хөрлөө. За бараг зарыг авчуу яа. За юм Peter Nero. Portrait Spirit Vessel гэсэн item сонголтыг хийж байгаа нишаа. За жадаа алдчихдаг. Тун таагүй. Рубик 6 левелөд Марсын жадыг булгаалаад авсан байгаа маш хүчтэй скил. Торнадо орж ирэх боломжтой нишаа айс болдод гэсэн. Торнадо байхгүй. Торнадо уншсан. Хойны шингүү үхээд байгаа. XXS-лүүд арьсан. Sinister Gaze 2 баатар дээр Soul Bind XM дахиад халаад ташилж байгаа. Double track. Торнадо ончж байгаа. Cold Snap cooldown-д ихтэй. За баг алчж байгаа юм шүү. Chainfrost шидсэн. Azure гил амжилттай нишөө double kill-ийг. Нэг track killer. 3 амс олж байгаа Azure. Тим ч гоё биш. Killer-с 6 таа. За Cyberlight ямар ч Void байгаа бол дийлээгүй мэн л энэ net дотор дутуу явж байгаа. За Rubik-ийн Cold Snap гоё ярддаг доо. За Nisha Spirit Vessel гаргацсан 3 charge болгоод авцсан байгаа бүр. За тэр Mickey арай унгаахгүй баха энрэчтэй. За XM жоохон хийцгүүрэл ихэллээ те. Зүгээр л гүгээд байгаа map-ын дээр тойрол 9994-ийн dungeon thank you bro. 6-гийн рүү хаана гарлаа. Region рүү дээр гараадсан баха. Mickey Инрэж дараад эргээд харсан XXS. Rotation Nisha-гаас. За энэ чи Chrono-тоход хүлээж байгаа Nisha дээр. Arena. За нөгөө талд ямар ч шинкүү төрлөд унчих юм байл. Лүү манаа шаруулсан. Chrono-гийн манаагүй. За Tornado жоохон drop байсан уу яасан Finger of Death байхгүй. Time Walk байгаа. XXS дээрээс Chrono харж байгаа. Бас амжилтгүй бас болох юм байна. За Bounty mid laner. Early track-ээс авахгүй бол жоохон хэцүүддэг баатар та. За лүү ямар ч амиж чирээд гарчиж байгаа. Нисэний за анхны track-ийг явах нь үү? За Chainfrost шидчих гэсэн Cold Snap Peter-ийн үчтэй Rubik дээр. За Nisha анч track л болсон ирж байгаа. Tiaming-лөө дарчих юм бол гэсэн дарсангүй. Нэг 7-ээс рүү нэг авж байгаа. За маш хэрэгтэй байсан нэг kill ямар ч авлаа да XM. За Azure Chrono-ны араас гаргах damage баг огт байхгүй шахуул юм байна да. Rubik-ийн Fade Bolt орж ирнэ, Grim Hit skill орж ирнэ. Нөгөө хоёр corn Chrono-с төр damage хийж чадахгүй.
20 minutes, you're generally pretty happy if you're playing against a core mid bounty hunter, right? Like this is a snowball hero, so make no mistake.
Kill ярьсан 8-6.
Game favors Liquid in this state, and yeah, not really. Just another situation where Azure a little bit of an own goal, right? They're kind of overextending a little bit, and then they have to back out.
За 3 level first plus тулгаад авцсан байгаа. Tornado EMP. За ингээл манатай тоглосон да Bounty-гийн. Bounty нөхрийн мөнгөтэй тоглох гэж үзэл.
Strategy overall, I think the players seem a little bit out of their element in some of the fights. So hope for them that they find a way in. Void has a lot more damage now. Picked up Maelstrom. Now
Шаллуу. Эхний хайтмар шууд Mjolnir авъя гэж байгаа. За Kronos руу бүх дэмэж өөрөө л хийхээр болцсон да болов гээд. Тэгээ Doshio Smoke. За Mars хамгийн алж болох боломжтой дарагдсан байгаад байгаа. За нэг борцоог алгаж байгаа л үхэн гэж бууж энэ Draglad авсан. Зөхөд stand нь маш өндөр дэмэж. За арина гүчигсэн өнөөс Phantom Embrace ороод ирсэн. Final юм уу? Final биш үү гэсэн. Энэ яраас Grand Final. Тэр багийн яасан жижигтэй тоглоно доо.
210 bonus gold. He gets 130 himself. His teammates got 40. So, you know, it's big. Every core kill bounty hunter finds is big. He's going to keep looking for more of that. Wonder if Liquid are going to try
Саня. Solar Crest farmж чад. Solar Crest бүр go to item болчихжээ. За Nisha бас за дахиад track бол болоод төгөрчүү да Nisha. Insania.Элтэ хэрэглэхгүй яах вэ? Ice Armor гоё орж ин Chrono байгаа. Mickey буугаад ирсэн. Хүү Bounty-го оруулаа Chrono-д ч лөө тун тухгүй. No Chrono, no Bounty. Юу ч гоцрлоо. Tornado онсон. Хон Tiamiгийг унгаач гэж байгаа. Лүү Diffuse дүүлчлээ. Лүү Arena мөргөд унж байгаа маань XX-с давхар бууж ирээд би фидлэх юм байна бүр. Sunshine, Ice Wall. Яа галаар чараад мөсөөрч тааруулаад. Яа. Azure. За группэд тэргүүл гарч ирсэн баг. Стандарт үздэггүй. Ээ, Chrono ямар онцгүй юм бэ? Яа. Уул нь гаргаад Chrono бол Chrono чорлооч те. За лүүч киклүүлсэн л гэж бодож байна да. За Tiamиг унж байгаа. XX-с бууж ирээд онслоотцсан арай нэг хаан мөрөгчдөг. Яа. Тэгэл ярьцсан 12-8. Шинку харагдсан. Бокси дээрээс XM 2 батын стан болоо төрчлөө. Бокси X-эд авч байгаа. Инксвэлний стан мөрөхгүй. Nisha. Pavisa авцсан байгаа ямар тач. Доор. Tiaming. Колснап Tiaming лөө XX-с бууж ирж байгаа. Дажгүй дамж болохгүй зазуур илүү. Tiaming зүг зүгээр гараа авчиж байгаа. Soul Point 2 баатар дээр тийч унах юм бол Marsтай холбогдно. Дахиад 2 баатар дээр wait бол support-ын дуугаа явж байна даавална. XX-с Polarize байгаа. Гүүгээд орсон. Жад байхгүй юу? Mickey хойно. Tiaming-ийг гитээс болгосон Nisha. Гүүчж байгаа маа. Nisha унахгүй гараа явчлаа. Nisha зүг зүгээр X-вэл тесэлсэн. Хамаасангүй wicked sick for Mickey. XM аренадад авчдгаа Saberlight өөрөө хойно Kite-лад үлдсэн. Жадлаа дуусгаж байна. За энэ хүний Mars алдаатай Saberlight XM-ийг типлэл авч байна. За Battle Fury Agni Scepter-ийг шууд авч байгаа маань. За тэгээд яг энэ carry difference гараад байна те. Carry difference. Өмнөх гейм дээр лүү бас яг урсаа тоглосон шүү дээ. Энээс амар таймингтай байсан хэрнээл юу ч хийж чадаагүй. Mickey болонгод иймэрхүү тань дээр орж ирээд араас нь импакта үзүүлээд байгаа. За лүүгийн тоглолт өнөөдөр ортгүй. Холын лэний Bounty 10 левелтэй байна л гэж яриад байна. Эхний хайтмаар пикап авч байгаа.
This bounty and primal, they're just not going to have the straight up scalability, especially with the starts that they've had to match.
Тяминг 8 левелтэй болоод ирсэн.
Kind of this duo of Nisha and Mickey.
За Тяминг зарагдцсан. Наагаад аавна.
Opting to grab this as we're going to see Tianming.
За өргөл скиллүүд эргэлж амжаал өгөх юм бол да Тяминг хонос боксинг импел орж ирэх хэлийг зүсэж байгаа.
So Ursa's going to buy the Ags here as a counter to Chrono, right? So just being able to protect himself.
За Микигийн айтем сонголтоос гоё шүү. Шууд агним авч байгаа. Polarize-н дээр дараа гараад ирнэ. Chrono дотор дарж болно. Рубикийн лифтэн дээр дарна нэ дээргээд. Зорилтоор шин авахна тэмлэггүй.
Now with the Aegis, that's only going to make matters worse. Anyone else close to anything on Azure, BKB from Primal quite far off. That blade mail has just really not paid off whatsoever.
За Мика X-ийг авсан.
BKB is also very, very far. So upcoming 5 minutes, probably just all liquid.
За Faceless Void team хийхгүй болоод драфтн дээр айгу хүчтэй харагдсан тэгээд.
Is Nisha just getting a new item every 3 minutes? Is that what's going on here?
It certainly feels like it. 4-0-5, been playing flawlessly.
За Nisha Solar-ны хараас brand of Midas-ыг гаргаж байгаа. Нэлээд late Midas.
Strong last pick here for Nisha to get his hands on this draft.
There it is. BKB.
За Микер. Агнины хараас блинк авч байгаа. За X-ээ Illusion рүүнтэй дайндар бол мэдээж туслана. Cold Snap-наас диспелтэйгээр авчна.
It feels like the key ability in this game right now is going to be the Soulbind, right? You need Jin-Q to set up a good Soulbind so you can get double Fate Bolt, double Shuriken, double Track, and get those heroes low enough.
Гол Арена 3 баатар дээр. За Jeffrost 3 баатар дээр өгөөд ихэлсэн юу болоод байна? Унтаад байж байгаад Chrono гэхдээ 3 баатар дээр. Инсэнийг халамжтай. Маш гоё Chrono. Нийшэл рүү зохиод байдаг дийлсэнгүү өөрөө X төлж байгаа лүү. Time dilation box лүү defending blast. Лүү double kill хийгээд авсан урсаа. X-ийг ална гэж баах уу? Нийшээ dilation дүүлсэн. Нийшээ юм хийж чадахгүй. Лүүгийн маш гоё Chrono зөрөөд Polarize 2 баатар дээр. Инрэж кулдаунтай байгаа гэдэг silence дуулчихж байгаа. Team wipe болох гээд байна. Ямар гоё дан бэ яасурэ. Маш гоё дан Мик. Инрэж still cooldownтай унж байгаа юм байна. Хоёр талаас маш гоё дан инсэн асурэ. За time dilation аллаа да сая бүрөө. Йоо. Балраад ихэлсэн лүү бүр үнэхээр гоё орж ирчээ тэнчээ. X-ээ пикапгүй байсан бол энэ дан алерт дуусгах байсан юм байна да тий. Тэр нэг X-ийг дуусгах гээд нэлээд удацсан. За bounty өдөс нэг ингүүлчихэр балардаг юм да. Liquid баларсан одоо баларсан. Саяны дан дээр 5 track kill алдчихж байгаа шүү дээ. Энэ чи ингийн damage track-тай данууд шүү дээ. Track-тай дан шүү дээ guys. За network chart-ын тэргүүлийг бүр өөртөө авчиж байгаа юм байна асуурэ. За double BKB. Тэ болж байгаа юм байна азуур.
We're back to a game that's kind of been blown wide open by one moment.
За их сайн магним гарахад ердөө 1000 гол дотоо. За саяны дан дээр л 4200 голыг авсан байж шүү дээ Bounty Hunter. Шалтан пикаптай л байсан Баатар гэсэн.
Sort of between the stolen arena that kind of held him at the back of the fight, and then just straight up the Jin-Q with the slows and such. It stopped Mickey on that first life, really being able to.
За triple BKB азурэ. Pickup-нess pickup-нэр damage их. Баатрыг ганц урсаал байгаа. За азур Chrono гарсан. Зогсохгүй л гэж энэ азуурынхан За одоо зүгээр барыг нэг
Bold as bounty hunter.
лайн чамаг кроно даалцах бараг болно доо.
To play aggressive as bounty. So gonna be looking for anything he can. And the nice thing about smoking with bounty hunter, even if you find a support, it still doesn't feel that bad, you know. Like other
За
lineups,
боксинг чи трак кил болсон л гэж бодож байна да.
find one hero here. It's
Гайгүй байгаад байна. Бокси. Оо.
Oh. Looks like they didn't notice though. They're TPing out of there.
that's some S tier awareness to stand in that spot at that time and actually break the smoke with that ward as well. It's really well done from Boxy. And in turn this will give
За тэмлэггүй тийм байдлаас яаж тоглох вэ?
go and farm up
Тун
the
сонирхолтой.
as well as take this hard camp. So it's the little things.
За тямын
Information when you play against that bounty.
яг нэг шарт авах гэж байгаа.
Force him to
Аринагаас арай хүн гаргадаг байхаа тэр Rubicon lift чинь.
He's pretty much going to have it, that Aghanim. So
Тямын
that's
тэр
fine.
vision авсан.
Gold away here, XM. That last team fight really
За
did
XM яг нэм юу юу гарлаа да гарлаа болно ч.
now starting to get very close again to catching up to Nisha's farm. That one fight making
За XM голд харагдвал лайн байгаа.
between the two mids.
За алхахтай имижүүд нь бол байхгүй юм байна те.
See what the call's going to be from Liquid. That last fight, you've got to remember, was their fight with an Aegis as well. They did not come out on top of it. Liquid put in a bit of an unusual situation for how everything else has gone so
Кил
far.
ярьцсан 18-15
Gonna have to take a bit more
24 рүү дээрээ.
Now that soulbind's going to be even easier to land pushing Q. Getting the Aether lens picked up.
За боксыг тастаа дараад
To land the shard
боунти
phase as
шалгасан
well.
байсангүй.
The Inkswell able to
За нийшээ Wind Waker cook bind хийсэн бахын гоё юу?
Inkswell him so he can get his BKB off.
Dilation-аас л гарна гэж байгаа хта те.
There's only BKB piercing damage there really is Mickey's Versa, but he's not going Basher. He's going for the constant Earthshock build with Octarine Core, I believe, coming up next. So makes you wonder if that's the right approach here in this game. We'll have to wait and see. Shiva's on
За
the way
дөрөв
for
батрын
success,
smoke.
gets the veil first, of course.
They've got a very
Stay on
strong fight round.
3K away, but you know. Step
За
by step.
XM муртаа хүн харагдав шууд тракл чинь.
Now on XM. A lot of Liquid's heroes will die in the Chronosphere.
Yeah, and a BKB pulverized too, right?
Yeah.
You gotta be very, very careful with your positioning. I think if a good soulbind
За
comes out,
боксыг red band-а барьцсан байгаа.
doomed if you're not very careful.
Yeah, there's
За манай трендээ зогсоод байгаа боломж байхгүй болох шиг байна да те.
between, as you say, a good Soulbind and Tianming with these potential huge steals.
Энэ лүү Silver-эж авахгүй юу? Silver-эж шууд энэ бачин дээр
Interested in holding this tower.
Silver-эж ер нь авалтгүй болцсон мөлий. Бэбэ өдөслөш бол. За лүүгийн айтем сонголт Scadi refresher.
Be interesting to see how Liquid try and play their way out of this game.
За Мики эхэлж өгтрийн аваад араас нь шарт авъя гэж байгаа юм байна. Уулын чагийн юм шарт гоё доо те.
These team fights. Around the Chronosphere at this point, it's not easy for Liquid. They have to somehow get the jump on the Void or bait out an unfavorable Chronosphere.
Exam. Донд нүгүйгээд гаранд давсан BKB.
Quick with the reaction there to
За 50 байхгүйгэндээ боксыг цохох гээд 2 мисэлчлээ.
Oh, the Gossamer Cave. I was like, how did he miss? Yeah, that's a good item against Bounty Hunter. Let me
За
tell you.
BKB гарнагаар солсон солилцоо.
Gossamer Cave on the Lion. Definitely the right item to choose here. Void getting jumped.
Оо
get in with the opening, but Lowe's able to time walk up to the high
гоё Inkswell зүүж ороо кронодж болж байгаа. Saberlight унангаа алдаж байна. Давхар fade ball.
Double Fade Bolt, double Shuriken toss. He lost like 1600 health on the Mars.
And of course the gold on top of that.
And yeah, we were talking about the Grimstroke save in the Void. He has the
Saberlight-ийн дараагийн тэм сонголт сайт face.
layers of protection for Low to feel confident being the front line, giving the
За тэд
vision, just setting his team up for success. I think it's
Grimstroke гэдэг баатар чинь
of what they need to do.
давхар saver болчиход байгаа шүү дээ. Inkswell hard dispelддэг болсон. Stanus сэрэн.
Be next on the menu. Taking away Roche number 2 from Ursa is huge.
I mean Liquid's going to know that they're looking for this. So Liquid, the smoke comes out.
Нэг хүн ганцаараа Азурыг 3 байрлсан хинж тагсангүй.
One at the front of this
Нэг
effort.
хятад нөхөрл юм шиг байна да Мики. За Мики Phantom Embrace-тэй авчих юм бол өлтөд авч чадахгүй шүү дээ болонч.
On his own.
За юу болоод байна Liquid.
Off the back lines of Azure.
Хайж байгаа.
XM avoiding this nicely.
За XM ямар гоё. Мэдрэд гарчуу.
Position here for the bounty. He will have to run through the entire enemy team to get to his own. But
But at the same time if a fight kicks off,
За XM айгу гоё газраас ороод байгаа юм шүү араас нь.
he has
Liquid might
Arcane
not
Rune as
expect
well
it.
on the bounty.
Arcane Rune-тэй bounty.
see how they start things off.
Юм харагдаад байгаа. Юу болоод байна? Miki Silence болсон юм болов Saberlight Picabasa jamсан.
Saberlight has to put the
Pulverized-д авч байгаа.
for now by the
Saberlight.
BKB soon to come to an end. Mickey
Харин асаах уу яах уу? Blink хөлсгүний гүлдаунтай. Chrono дахиад 2 баатар дээр. Saberlight-ийг юу ч хийхгүй болж байгаа. За Chrono гүн ч байлдаж чадах уу? Өргөд авсан. Mike XX-с лүү дайрсан. Triple kill лүү. Boxy байтад буугаад ирж байгаа. XS-ийг ямар ч алж байгаа юм. Энрэж гүлдаунтай. Mike агним шарт аваагүй шүү дээ. Лүүгийн манаг шарчж байгаа 20 стик чарж. Тямын XM савах гээд байна. XM савах гээд байна. XM савахгүй байна. Лүүг зөхөд эхэлж байгаа лүү. Respect байхгүй. Манагийн дуусгачлаа дахиад Sunstrike. Лүү Sunstrike мөргөн. X бол гоё орж байгаа. Лүү дунд нь гиндагаад байна. Лүү JVX extra-ийг хийчлээ. Boxy dieback. За Азур гейм 3 тоглолт л гиндэ. Яа тэр бонтыг болон төрүүлж алж эхэлсэн бол лэндэж байхаар байсан. За Азур. За лүүгийн void carry-дад эхэлсэн дээ guys. За нэг муу Chrono хийгээл. Араас нь савд эхэллээ. Лүү. За Аявскади босчж байгаа. За Микигийн урсаач тим гоё хойлоод эхэллээ дээ.
Also just full trust in his supports, right? Just really that freedom is so important in a game like this when you're playing against. The panel was talking about how there's some difficulty for Void here against especially the Lion, but knowing that you have the heart dispel and the lift to back you up, you can play the hero to.
За Ниша BKB бодлож авч байгаа. За Майдас л ашиглачмаар байна да бро.
And of course, on top of that, XXS just initiating. Just goes in there first on the Primal Beast, pops his BKB, and just starts the fight off. All you need is as the Void.
За X Moctrin Core юу гаргаж байгаа юм байна бас.
You just need time.
За Storm time уу ерөөсөн.
And it paid off big there. 10,000 lead now. Tormentor.
За XXS яг юм шарт авч байна.
But everything helps.
More damage to throw into the Chronospheres.
That's fair.
Not that Lowe's really needed that. Honestly, with the build up of the Skadi and the Millionaire, he is single-handedly killing whoever he catches in the ults at this point. It's been very nicely played here on the faceless Void.
За тэгээд урсаа агним авчгаар Void урсаг Chrono-д ямар ч шаардлага байхгүй. Тэгэл ерөөсөө Invoker solo Invoker эсвэл Invoker нэмэх нэг Chrono-д болчиход байгаа. Тэгжил Chrono-д хэсгэн болоо да. За Мика өөрө жоохон passive build хийчихжээ те. Хүн алж чадахгүй болоод нь. Saberlight TP out. Йоо. Saberlight Tex аваад Lotus Orb-ыг авч байгаа юм аа. За Primal Beast нэг иймэрхүү item авчаар өвхөө болчдөг да дунд нь зүгээр алхаа яваад байдаг trample-таад.
He has the defensive supports protecting him. If you have a basher and you
Meter.
have some serious single target damage, maybe you can take him out in the fight instead, or maybe you can at least, pop BKB and kill supports.
Yeah.
Like the supports have been the bigger problem almost, right? Tianming as well.
За энэ шаараас Nurkin Pike аваад зодчил гэж ах шиг байна.
They're not afraid of this Ursa just one shot KOing them in a jump. So I don't know.
Яа Мика. За яг тийм заварлаг үсрээ ороод ирсэн.
Who wants to commit for the fight?
Nobody.
За Мика айлхаа байрлалыг мэдээд байгаа юм бол нэлээд зөрөгтэй уршаа ороод байгаа.
And you can see from the mindset of the other cores in Liquid, right? Nisha went back for the BKB on the Invoker. I was debating that. Okay, you have the BKB on the Mars and Invoker was.
За доотлын тэр таарыг Nisha ямартай унагшиж байгаа юм байна. Alacrity Siege Grip дээр өгөөд. За ямиг торнадо ногдож байна.
They've got what they came for. They took the tier 2. They don't want to be entering into any 5v5 right now, at least with the Aegis still on low for just.
За Liquid жоохон таарамзаг шиг эхэлсэн.
Do you feel confident now is the question, right? Like do you have to wait out the full Aegis?
I think it might.
За нэг 10 минутын өмнө бол ерөөсөө байнгын л go гэсэн шүү дээ. Дайрал XXS ороод ирж байгаа. Харин нөлөө нагаад авсан Cheese дарцсан. Сүүл байн 2 бат дээр очиж лигүүтүүлэхдээ Saberlight Pickup дарж амжиг зүрд өөрөө унчиж байгаа юм байна. Pickup дараад унсан Mike буцаад хинлэг үсрээ орчоо. Хэнийг ч алж чадсангүй. Өргөө доошин тавьсан. Mike гарах сүүл байн дуулчих юм уу энэ хоёр ингэж? Байгу.
plenty of gold flying back the way of
Тями Ghost Walk-ыг бол халаад авч байгаа. За ямар ч Cheese Force яа. Саний Rock-тро баг барьж шүү.
So no doubt about it that at this point of the game there's no damage issues for Azure Ray. They can kill the heroes now.
Илүү дараагийн эзэм сонголт Butterfly босчж байгаа юм байна. За энэ Void ч үхэхэрэг болчлоо дөө guys.
It's a lot for Liquid to try and survive through, and as we're seeing, even if they do live through the initial burst on Liquid,
Butterfly Void and it's over.
the game really feels like it's sort of turned on its head.
Void-ыг бол баг алах боломжгүй л гэж харж байна да.
The damage issues at this point.
Харин л наагаад Inks сэрэгэл тэгэл хийж хараас авчих юм шүү.
Obviously they don't want to fight him when he has ages. No doubt about that. But now that he doesn't when it expires, what's your angle here into the fight? As long as there's any
MKB нэмж авах шаардлагатай болсон. Эсвэл плат орн ч юм уу те.
Now with this evasion from the butterfly, he's got 3k health, 2 defensive support spells to rely on. I guess some sort of a smoke.
За Liquid баларсан. Балаад эхэлсэн шүү. За network. Saber Light network нэлээд оноотролдсон байгаа. За лайн линк гаргаж ирлээ 150 голд дуу. Flutter Butterfly арилгад юм уу? Арилгалгүй яах вэ? Мислэлгүй зөгтөг байгаа. За Nisha баг Hex авахар яах вэ? Нок ер нь тэгээд item сонголтод айгүй хэцүү л болчих штэ. Юу ч авсан тэгээд аргалахад айгүй хэцүү. За бокс ямар тач. Энэ үсэстрээд туссан. За Nisha энэ Mjolnir аваад баг өөрөө зодчих гэж байгаа юм болов уу? За Orchid Cookbind айдсан байгаа. За Nisha платформ гаруул гаргачихъя л гэж байгаа юм байна. Void-ыг True Striker зөхөн. За тийм Grim өгцөн. Grim л өстө гай болж байна да. Яг Void гэхээс илүү Grim л хамгийн том асуудал байгаа дээ шүү дээ. Liquid-д Void л үсрээд болно. Алж болж байгаа. За Nisha sacrifice авч байгаа юм байна.
Do you like that then? The way that he sort of ended up going with the decision making here?
I don't know, man. I feel like there's no good item. I think that's also why he shuffled through them like 4 times, right? Because
4 different items.
За Castro хэлж байна. Ямар ч сайн item алга гэдэг. Энэ win бүр яг хамгийн зөв өгөөж байна. Liquid-ийн худалдаж авах нь Core-ууд нь ямар ч item авсан л ерөөсөө сайн биш байна. Бүр ямар ч item авсан. За Mika яг юм аа идээд нэг юм капи авч ижлээж гаргадал харах хэрэгтэй юм да.
And I think that's probably the mindset you should have as a player in this situation is okay, if everything goes right, what item do I want?
Mika Draken дурцсан.
You really need things to come together beautifully.
За мөнгө гусалсан Mika. За лүү лайн дээр гэлээсэн дээр. За Monster District талууд ирсэндээ лүү. Saber Light Taster-ыг болоод авч байгаа.
This is a big item here for Mickey. So with that abyssal should be able to jump and just absolutely blast Grim. I think you can't save him as Rubik. It goes too fast.
За Saber Light Sacrifice-та
He might have died beforehand.
XXS бариад авсан араас нь X нь. За X-д байхгүй шүү дээ. Chrono 3 дээр орох юм бол гэсэн 2 баатар дээр л орж байгаа. Nisha-ээс гарахгүй дээ. Арена ороод ирсэн Nisha-г шууд унж байгаа дотор нь. Godlike Mika гараас нь өргөсөлөд унгаах нэ. Яа. За энэ Void-ыг зогсоох бараг боломжгүй болсон бололтой guys. Нэгэнтээ ирчиг авсан бууж үг гэдэг шил. За Primal Heart авчиж байгаа. Primal өгчихгүй болчлоо. Void ерөөхдөө өгчихгүй байгаа даа.
By anyone on the enemy team. So
exam.
Yeah. pretty tough situation. If you have popped it already, you kind of need to save it until you get pulverized, but had used
За давар high ground гэж болж байгаа. Микер байгуу.
They might be able to get a huge amount done here because Low he's just picked up the refresher. So if he sees a chance
За лүүбэр refresherтэй болчихж байгаа юм байна.
the damage here, he'll take it.
Өсвөл refresher дараад chrono pickup-ыг гаргаж болно.
a 350 damage.
За Alekrit-ийг уулгаад алдсан юм биш үү? Нийш авахээс өмнө.
First show is going to delay things a bit, but yeah, okay, whatever. We'll go to another lane. Says Low, gets Alacrity again.
Яа.
So being a bit annoying here.
За бокси манай трендэд жоох удаашруулж байгаа. Нийш амар тооч төрсөн.
Buyback, and even if he did, there's just nothing they can seemingly do to push them back. Nisha throw
За
down the
for
combo,
frost чидэл бүшиг амар тооч удаашруулж чадчихна да.
get back on with the push. Now force the fortification out.
They are going to respect this. So honestly,
Зарагс авахгүй хойшилж байгаа юм байна.
I think that was
За бэклэд chrono pickup-ыг гаргаж байгаа. Дахиж double chronoтой байлсан ч болно дөө. Азур.
Because Mikkei's back up, he can TP over. He's on the top half of the map, of course, here during the night time. They're going to try and go for this quicker than Azure Ray would
За
potentially.
Мика уул нь abyssal-тай.
I think
Тэгвэл алхах хэцүү байна да.
try and check this out.
Амар мөрөөдлийн дайн байлдаанаа хийж ижил ялахаар нь. Рошон зөхөд эхэлсэн.
expected, but
Бараг л зохио авчул яад юм бол.
I think you have to take this risk as Liquid, yeah.
and this is awkward now because Liquid don't see the Azure. Now they see someone. Now they see Low on the ward, and they also see.
За Void-ыг гарсан рого гэлзуулчих гэж явах хэрэгтэй доо тэр цаана.
They know they're not getting.
Гуранч баатрыг харж байгаа. Гэлц өгч исэн бол авчлаа штэ уулна.
Chronos naturally back up as well now, so they'd have to face
За
the
тийм
pressure
Liquid
of Chronos.
хүндлээд хүлээж байгаа маань.
Liquid, they're hanging around though.
За amplify damage rune-тэй бүр faceless
If you
Void.
really want to take this fight, I think this might be a smoke and retreat, fighting into the DD and the double Chronosphere.
Мьялнарын damage-ийг бас чангалж байгаа amplify. Мика урд нь харагдсан. Урсаа chrono тохиол шаардлага огт байхгүй.
Name of the game here for Azure is get vision. You see heroes. This Void is going to solo kill 2 or 3 of them with this double damage. As well for
Бүх юм л бүхэл юм хэцүү байна да. Liquid-ийн хувьд. За Void яж чад double damage rune-тэй байгаа даа. Double damage rune асаад XM лүү chrono хаана вэ? XM-ийг аварч чадсангүй chrono хаана 2 баатар 3 баатар дээр энэ chrono-нуудыг яа игээд байгаа юм бэ? Нишаг алж чадсангүй нишаа дээр refresh chrono дараад kill амжилттай. Заавч магадгүй тайм болоод ихсэндээ Team Liquid лүү triple kill хийгээд байгаа Mika. 2 chrono байхгүй гэдгийг санах хэрэгтэй. За XM байлаад бууж ирж байгаа юм байна шүү дээ. За Рошан доошоо явчихсан. За бас ч гэж гайгүй байлдлаа Liquid рого алдж байгаа.
I think that could have actually gone even worse for Liquid. I think Low a little bit slow.
Байж болохоор хамгийн
Could have maybe gone both heroes again in the
дажгүй байлдлаа да.
but still you're in a position where things don't need to go perfectly. You just need to go well enough. And I mean the 3-man first chrono is obviously gorgeous. Didn't have to be a secondary one immediately after on all of them, but
Тэсээ болон давхар chrono-го 3 баатартай шууд араараас нийцсэн бол
get the jump and
гурлын нөр алчих байсан лөө.
the moment it starts. Really difficult for Mickey to find an initiation angle on his Ursa here and get the big target.
За тэгээд Нишаг Enokor дээр Dota толох айгүй хэцүү болчихж байгаа юм да. Яж хат тэлэг тагвар байхгүй.
Protecting him was actually
Chrono-нд оногдтол юм бол үхэн нөгөө skill нь айгүй том AoE-тэй.
Azure supports have been with their positioning. That was a moment of weakness that they tried to exploit. But
За XX-ээс Agni-ма гаргахт нь Agni-ма гаргачих юм бол урсаа. Furious Five-ны ажиллагаа болно. Марсын 3 ажиллагаа болно.
next time, but I should say AD nowadays. Now it's a
That's true. Amplify damage.
hey, amplify damage. That's
Killer за 28-21.
catch on, I'm sure.
Aegis is there. Force for Low for the next boost. Maybe the one bit of information that Liquid can play with.
За өөрчөг болгоолоод авсан. За Rubik дээр өөрч байгаа гоё шүү.
Back in that last team fight.
Yeah.
So potentially, if they can find the bounty, could put them in a
За пауз гэж байна.
vulnerable position, but still with a lead.
За FPS-ний л асуудалтай байгаа даа дагалгчд.
It's going to be very difficult for Liquid to try and cover this huge difference, this huge advantage. Azure Ray have had
Тоглолтын killer за 21-28.
30 minutes or so. It's constantly building up this lead.
Trying trying to think of what big item can come out from Liquid to really shake things up here. Mars is going for a secondary hack.
За лүү одоо агни мав авах юм да тий. За power trace-ийг томруулж болж байгаа.
Refresher instead and you get an arena disengage.
За 1300 үзчихсэн лайкуудад дараарай л гэж авшгүй байна. Guys лайкуудад дараарай нэрэ. 288 лайк. За FPS-ний асуудал шийдэгдсэн бол таа тэгээ.
Solve the problem, but maybe if they throw enough of them at it, they can, you know, re-hex after an ink swell or they can maybe hex the right multiple targets.
За XX-ээс агни мав авсан buyback хадгалаагүй. За buy хадгалах шаардлагагүй болчлоо дөө.
The execution required from Liquid with this item is
Энэ prime league бол нэг алж чадна гэж бодохгүй л байна.
Everybody needs to do the perfect play in the fight. You need to have great communication. If you end up both hexing the same target at the same time, the fight is almost
За FPS унсаар л байгаа байна.
in trouble from that. We're taking turns at having FPS problems here. It seems it was Jinkyu and then everybody got inspired and decided I'm going to disconnect as well. So a little bit of a downtime here. Looks like they're reconnecting in pretty quickly though.
Дотоогоо гаргаж оруулаад
So for Azure with this round of the Aegis,
болчихж байгаа юм шүү дээ. FPS-ний асуудал бол.
go for the aggressive play to try and get onto the high ground.
Yeah, I think so.
They don't really have a lot to be scared
За энэ
of.
байдлаас яаж тоглох вэ?
Low back up in 35 seconds, so he's very close to having another double chrono.
Right, keep low in front, let him hit the tower, keep your supports well in good formation behind to protect him if he does get opened upon. Liquid's going to have to try to poke him with spells or they're just going to lose the towers and the barracks, of course.
За дуртай үедээ эхлүүлээрэй л гэж байна.
Eventually get things started. And if they fail at any point and Low gets saved and gets a good chrono, the game ends. So very, very difficult defense coming up.
За лүү.
Very nicely. 30 seconds.
Refresh 30 секунд.
Wave reaches the base. He's almost got it.
За high ground time баг болчлоо доо.
And you can tell here what Azure
За
is
Miken ч
playing.
Revenant Brooch авах гэдэг юм уу?
So that they can offer that protection.
За Brooch бас гоё доо яг үндэ Ghost Sector нэвцөөхөн.
They can keep that good position and not get surprised.
Miken.
Get caught by the telekinesis.
За энэ ч баг тоохгүй Chrono-дод алах хэвээр болов Hex орж ирсэн. Хойно Arena 2 бадар дээр Tiaming дээр Insania Gemfrost-о шийдсэн муу дайм болоод тань Gemfrost ойссонгүй харамсалтай. Tiaming амьдсаар хойно бокс унаж байна. No buyback. Tiaming-ийг унгаах гэдэг яриад байгаа. Энд чинь Shinku унгаах юм бол нэлээд дэжгүй. Chrono орж ирнэ. Наалт уулна гоё. Даанч Miken юм хийж чадахгүй нэ. Хүсэл Chrono-д жолж байгаа лүү. Chrono-го генталгсан хивэр. Meatball зүгээр л орж ирж байна. Яа. За энэ гейм баг дууссан л харагдж байна. 2 Chrono хоёлаа байгаа. За XX-ээс refresh дараад Mars-ыг саваад алж. Double buyback. Ниша тэр оронд нь зүуд Chrono-дуулаад унчихсан юм биш үү дээ. Refresh дарагдсан дахиад Chrono байгаа. Хэрэглэхийг хүссэнгүү.
Quite have the mana for it just yet though.
He's got it now.
Chrono Mars руу. Сайн Chrono яг мөн өнрэж дарагдсан. Saberlight-ыг алах шаардлагатай. Saberlight-ыг алж чадчих байгаа юм байна. Dieback. Miken унах юм бол бас Dieback-ийг хийж байгаа. Лүү бүр дахиад ч нэг амттай Ниша баялаад буугаад ирсэн XM дунд нь юм хийсэн хിവэр. За тэр цаана Miken баг унах гэдэг нь яах гэдэг гайгүй. Tiaming тэр гил амжилттай. XM ороод ирсэн Miken. За одоо 2 Chrono байхгүй үзүүд үзээтэй штэ тэмлэггүй. Нишад ороод ирсэн time dilation мэдээж true site байгаа Ниша Dieback хийсэн. 5 эсрэг 3 үлдлээ. Insania 5 эсрэг 2 үлдсэн. Miken 4-5 чватрын дунд ганцаараа Shinkug нэг унагч байгаа. Хойноос бокси орж ирээд Tiaming-ийг фингердж аваад кит амжилттай. Miken хамаг скилэн dilation дүүлсэн кулдаунтай байжээ. Бокси 4 эсрэг 1 үлдэж байгаа. Цоврол 3 тоглолтоо шийдэгдэхээр боллоо guys. Йоо. Тэр нэг голын Chrono бүр ямар амар юм бэ? За лүүгээс ганц Chrono орж ирэл. Comeback л болчлаа да. Wow boys. Гайхалтай. Хин 15 сая төгрөг хожоод байна уу? Яа тэгтээ ямар онцгой байлгдчихё те. Тэгж гоё ихэлснэ. За game 3-1 10 минутын плейн дараа эхэлнэ. Буруу явсан юм гээ зүр Void дуулчлаа. Void-с онда carry байсан бол барыг ялхал байсан бах та.
And since then,
Хийж тэнцүү гүд л гэж яа.
it just felt like they
За
didn't
жоохон
have
даймажтай.
anything
Гейм 3.
to, right?
Яаж ч магадгүй шүү дээ.
Fights with Bounty
2-0 дахгүй л болоод хэцүүдчдэг багууд ерөөсөн.
Eventually you're going to cross that threshold that you need to just end off the game. So
За.
not the way I imagined this playing out after the first 10 minutes.
За маань энэ завсарлаараа амарлаа
Bring
гэс.
something fresh.
Амарлаач гэж нэг хоол эргүүлж байгаа дэрий за.
They've hit one
Хоол
that
эргүүлж байгаад 2 цаг 30 минутаас бол 60 минут нараа.
I think
See you guys.
low as well. This Faces boy performance pretty perfect. 17-2 and 15. Great to see from him as well, as he has struggled in some of the more recent performances that Azure have had on this main stage. But this game, no doubt about it, he was here to carry. Perfect play. And with that, we are going to get this game 3, ladies and gentlemen. So this series, as it stands, 1-1 now between Azure and Liquid.
We've got a competitive series on our hands. Azure managed to scoop up their first win here on the main stage. Because Sin may have said it's 1 miss and 1 catch, but they've actually been missing quite a bit because in upper bracket finals, they got 2-0'd by Gaming Gladiators. But now, they're here to play. Play with a mid lane bounty hunter. It's not what I would have expected on my bingo card, but it got the win.
Yeah, maybe I'm a bit of a Debbie Downer, but I'd say that Aegis fight that Liquid was initially winning that turned the entire tides of this game, I think came down to Mickey's itemization. I think as a carry, it's really important to understand if you're the target of the opponent team or if you're supposed to protect your team as they try to target your backline supports. And in this case, he went for the Axe first. And they just jumped the backline support to kill everybody else, and Mickey was the last one alive. And I feel like, for me, that was what allowed AR to make the plays they needed to make to come back into that game. And I don't want to take any credit away from them for making those plays, but I think he gave them the opening.
I could definitely see that. I mean, the Ursa in both of the last two games that we just saw, 2 Ursa games now, the hero just looked a little underwhelming in terms of his ability to get a solo kill. If he wasn't successful in blowing that guy up, then he just kind of gets kited and dealt with, whether it's through neutral items or whatever else. So yeah, maybe if he has a Basher or a BKB or something instead, then he's securing kills, and the fight outcome is very different. But as a whole, I thought the Bounty Hunter looked fine, but it looked disappointing for quite a while. It's definitely much better with Grimstroke. We should have highlighted that in the draft, I think, because then you get the double track, double shuriken, it's about getting as many tracks down as possible so it bounces more. But it did look good eventually. It just took that team fight win for them to do it.
Yeah, going back to the point about the Ursa, I feel like maybe when you have Ursa that has this type of item build, like he's just trying to tank for a team, maybe you need to have like another semi-core, like that does physical damage, because the Ursa is going to be doing a lot of like soaking up the damage, and you need somebody else to do the damage. And with the Mars going for like a more utility build, he went like for a Lotus, so maybe it could have been better for them if they actually itemized for more damage on the Mars.
So if you got like a Desolator or something like that.
Maybe, yeah. Desolator into maybe an Assault Curious. I just felt like the damage had to come from someone else, you know. Like Invoker is not very reliable with the Cataclysm if you don't have like a Tide or Faceless Void setup.
Yeah, it seemed like everyone was not as in sync as we had seen, because in game 1, it seemed like they were making magic happen. Their team fights were so well executed, everyone was spellcasting perfectly, but here, Brian, you're of the school of thought that maybe they weren't giving themselves the opportunity to even get into team fights properly because their Lions would get picked off too quick, their Liches would get picked off too quick.
Yeah, I also thought, I underestimated Azure's poke damage in fights. Like, that allows for setting up better Chronos, because Liquid's having to use BKBs and Ursa and Rages defensively before the Chronosphere comes out. But that double Fade Bolt, as you mentioned, Purge, the double track, double Shuriken, that was almost killing Saberlight full to 0 without committing anything. So that was pretty cool synergy coming out from them on Azure. Really good patience from Low, knowing that he's against a lot of disables. I liked his itemization, skipping the Mask of Madness, going Mjolnir into BKB. I really, like, not only did I harp on Mickey's items, but I thought Low played a nearly flawless game here.
Yeah, he definitely did. And that opportunity from poking, looking for little disables here and there, it was just easier for them because that physical damage threat, that damage threat from the Team Liquid side just wasn't quite there as much. So if Bounty can kind of play up and threaten like solo killing a Lion or a Lich or something like that, it makes it so much harder for Team Liquid to take fights because they need to coordinate disables plus Ursa plus defending their backline. It's just too many things to juggle at the same time.
Yeah, the Bounty Hunter definitely made it a lot easier for the support duo on AR, the Rubik and Grim, to get a lot more stuff done in the fights. And I've been mentioning about how I feel like during the draft, you need to be able to tie your draft together or sync your draft together and allow your supports to shine. And I think this pick actually did wonders for them. And whereas if you look at Liquid this game with the Lion and the Lich, I kind of felt like I was maybe expecting a lot more with the chain force into the arena, but at the end of the day, the Lion couldn't really contribute as much. Maybe it was also due to the fact that the Bounty was always scouting him with the track, so he was always on vision. So he couldn't like really get a good spot to use all his spells and dump it on the right target. He was always constantly either getting hit by a Fate Bolt or something else, and he's just dying on the side, to the splash damage.
So then if we think about what Bounty Hunter was excelling at, he was being able to find his own vision, because I feel like a lot of mid laners rely on someone else gives me the vision, then I'll get the jump afterwards. He was able to do that kind of by himself. He was surprisingly tanky, he got an Eon disc, so despite being an initiator, he was able to go in and then stay in. And then I guess the main shortcoming was the lane. Going up against an Invoker, you're a ranged hero against a melee hero, that's going to be a struggle, but there aren't very many heroes that are able to do what I described coming from the mid lane other than a Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, I also think they understood really well that the Bounty Hunter, he offered the vision, but he was another poke. Like, he was another form of long-range harass that's meant to kite out and stall the fights, and they were relying on the Faceless Void to eventually commit, which I thought was unique that XSS on the Primal Beast never went Blink in that entire game. He went purely Blade Mail, Shivas, BKB Heart, like all these items that say, I'm going to sit in front of you, I'm going to tank as much damage as possible, and that's kind of like the barrier that's allowing the Bounty Hunter and the two supports to do their job, as you guys have already mentioned.
Yeah, especially with Grimstroke sitting behind him. So it just makes this really tanky front line that can poke their enemies. Their supports can sit really far back. It just becomes very, very difficult for Team Liquid to fight.
You need to find like a right balance between your cores, whether somebody is like building, whoever is building the initiating items, whatever your role is in the game, everybody has to be really clear. Like for Liquid this game, the lack of damage is very, very evident. They couldn't really kill people fast enough, and so what if you have Ursa standing in front? You can't kill the Ursa, so what? Your teammates are dying, and that has to be addressed,
Well, it's exciting to see Azure finally get their footing now if they're able to get it all the way and convert it into a grand final attendance. Well, that'll have to be determined in our game number 3. So stick around, everyone, and we'll close out our lower bracket final with Azure versus Team Liquid for game number 3.
In Dota 2, the game time is a lie. If a game ends with 31 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, the game was actually 33 minutes long. That's because there is a 90-second window of pre-game time where the clock counts down, not up. And in this window, there is an awful lot that you can do to give yourself a big advantage in the game. For example, if you're playing Lycan, you can actually send your wolves to snipe couriers at the very start of the game. Simply walk mid and spawn your wolves at the river, walking them towards the enemy base and attempting to avoid the enemies that are preparing to fight for the bounty runes. Then run them through the tower like so, walking them into this crevasse where the tower won't hit them. If you hold Alt, you can see that there is a small sliver where the tower ranges are not touching, and you can walk a wolf through here and snipe chickens that are waiting outside the fountain. On Nature's Prophet, you can do this exact same thing with Treants, but since people aren't starting with Treants on Nature's Prophet these days, you can do this similarly by teleporting into their base with a ward at the start of the game. Then, you patiently wait for your TP to come off cooldown, walk out, snipe some chickens, and TP away. Speaking of wards, if you have nothing better to do at the start of a game, you can abuse some tree lines to check for wards. For example, you can stand here, and if the tower hits you, then there's a ward on this cliff. You can do the same thing mid, roughly, by abusing the fact that tower vision is shorter than attack range at night. Simply stand on both sides, slightly within the tower's attack range, to figure out what side the ward is on. Even if you don't deward it, you can tell your mid laner what side it is on, and they can deward it later or play around it. One of the best ways to not get dewarded at the start of the match is to smoke yourself out of the base. Let's say you do this, and you head mid to place a ward. Often, you'll get there and place the ward at the same time of the enemy mid. But you're smoked, so you see them and they don't see you, and you get the free deward.
wasted my time. I can't feel it, baby. Where's this love that oh you say you have for me? Whoa, I can't touch it, baby. Seems like nothing ever really comes for free. I can't see your heart, your words keep pouring down all over me. Whoa, all this fighting, boy, we're high on. Won't you please just come on down with me? I can't feel it, baby. Where's this love that oh you say you have for me? Whoa, I can't touch it, baby. Seems like nothing ever really comes for free. Whoa.
Time for a game number 3. We're starting the day off right on this final moment here in the MyTech Arena, at least the final day here in the MyTech Arena in ESL Kuala Lumpur 2023. And if you saw before the commercial break, we had a little DHL pro tip for you guys. Now, some of you may be watching these and are like, man, this is so advanced. This Jenkins guy really has some knowledge bombs that he's dropping on me. But let me tell you, it's quite easy. Currently, if you go to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips, this is the question. How much time is there for pregame in Dota 2? And the options are, is it 1 minute, 90 seconds, 90 minutes, or 1 hour? I know, very difficult question, but if you think you know the answer, you can go to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips. you'll have an opportunity to win a €200 Steam gift card. Wow. 1 hour pregame, right?
That's what it is.
I was thinking 90 minutes.
Oh, right. And then after 90 minutes, after Tier 5 neutrals come out and everything, you're like, let's start the game.
Now it's time to start playing. That's what the techies players used to think, at least.
In SEA, that's when the game really starts in our pubs, you know. You play the first 50 minutes, you get all your items. When everybody is 6 slaughter, that's when, okay, let's team fight.
Dude, I saw the sign out there. It was like a ranked turbo when. Crowd went crazy. You guys just love having items here in Southeast Asia. It doesn't matter what the context. You want to have big net worths, and then you want to fight.
We want the flashy plays, Neil, and when you only need items to get the flashy plays.
Well, some heroes can make some flashy plays. Timbersaw has been rising up the ranks as we get into our game number 3 draft as Team Liquid first picks it and bans out the Phoenix, the Magnus, and a respect first phase ban on Lowe's Faceless Void. Meanwhile, Azure, they take out the Chen, the Leshrac, the Venge, the Pango, and they pick XM's Viper.
Okay, so it's much better now against heroes like Timbersaw, right? Because the old Nether Toxin, he can easily get out of it with Timber Chain, but now it's the break is tied to the ultimate, which is not so easily disjointable.
Yeah, I was excited to see it again, but they needed the right game circumstance, and this is what it's going to be. And that's why they banned Faceless Void in the first phase, because they didn't want to deal time dilation. But here's another counter with the Viper. Now, last time he played it, he went like Brown Boots mid into Ags to deal with the physical damage, based on what he said in the interview. But maybe there's a different item build that he'll go this game. I could definitely see it.
I mean,
guys,
given the game with the Viper, how much does the Viper bother the Timber? You know, in the team fights, I feel like if you get the right jump, and you do your pure damage onto the Viper, I feel like it's not necessarily something that bothers the Timber.
Ихэлслийн мэдсэнгүй шүү дээ boys.
Play against the Viper, the lane.
Камера гацсан юм уу?
I feel like it could go both ways.
Is it ever a Viper 5?
Actually, that might.
Нжи өдрийн дахин нэг удаа өдрийн
He said he likes it.
That's something where
камерагаас
the
гоолаа.
old Viper 5 fell off a lot harder.
It's
But like
working.
now that your break is tied to your ultimate, you have a lot more.
За Team Liquid нэгээрээ Timber дарсан шууд өвдөөс нь
Solar Crest, drums.
Yeah, like probably just build similar items to a hero like Venge.
хариултыг нь барьж байна.
Really need much
Viper.
your abilities do their job.
За Reactor Armor Untraan
Way better idea. If the Timber is set.
ганц Азийн баг маань хажлаас байлаа. Villa Liquid-ийг л хажуулмаар байна.
Decide, you know, where the Timber's going.
I take back all the mean things I said about Azure being
The
all
Nyx
stuck in the
Viper.
old ways. Nyx Assassin. I haven't seen this hero in like a year.
За Nyx энэ тэмцээн дээр нэг ч энэ тэмцээн байтугай энэ жилжингээ competitive scene дээр огт харагдаг байхаа те.
Yeah, I'm thinking Lycan, but you already have Timbersaw.
За Liquid-ийн first draft
It's probably going to be against Viper and lane guaranteed, so you probably
юу
have
ах юм
to
бол
wait
тоо.
for those. I think if Liquid just maybe goes for like.
За Viper нэгээрээ дараад Pango Sniper гаргацсан байгаа. За Sniper банд ч ивэл Mid Viper явуулах бас нэгуртай те.
Yeah, those are some options. There's a lot of magic damage coming from Azure right now, though. If he grabs Shard on Nyx Assassin, pairing that with the Viper means like a tanky hero like Timbersaw actually could die very fast. Like he's gonna have to get a magic.
Магай өсний тасалтыг юу юм бэ? What the fuck?
Buy a pipe, Kevin.
Би өөрийнхөө өсний тасалтыг хамгийн муухай гэж бодсон бас хүл юм шиг байна.
It's literally a perfect item for Timbersaw. Mana, lots of magic resistance.
За Nature's Prophet.
Yep, Nature's Prophet. This hero is perfect against a call.
За Viper нэгээр дардаг буруутсан гэж буугаад байна уу? Яагаад байна?
They destroy his game. But like you mentioned,
За Liquid дөрүүлээд Rubik дарчиж байгаа. Чи Nether Toxinтэй бол манайх бас Nether Toxinтэй. Чиний passive чи ажиллахгүйгээд
to open the Viper right away, so maybe they
Rubik орж ирлээ.
are going to be able to use this hero as a flex pick for them. And Rubik is also a hero that really counters Viper because everything you get from Viper counters himself.
I'm glad you guys came up with solutions, but if I could take it
За
back.
Azure-ын 3 дахь draft юу байх юм бол тоо.
Assassin. Yeah, I get that he used to be a counter against Timbersaw, but this hero's been irrelevant for nearly a year. So, same question I have. about-
Саяны нэг жил баг том тэмцээн дээр нэг ч Nyx авагдаагүй.
Thinking of Viper on off lane and you need a melee
За айгуу сонирхолтой Nyx орж ирж
They
байна.
were thinking about melee position 4 and they see a Timbersaw, so they thought about Nyx.
Okay.
I'm down for that.
Өлт break хийдэг болсон Viper.
Yeah, he's like a
А Nether Toxin биш юм уу те?
Yeah, but dealing specifically with a Timbersaw, that's where Nyx excels.
Do you buy
За Azure-ын 3 дахь draft удахгүй.
Nyx though? That's my question.
No.
Probably. Not. I think the new Ether Lens E-Blade is probably really good on him,
Yeah,
right?
that sounds good. The problem is that new Meteor Hammer is like 3,300 gold. Like who's gonna commit
The
that
Kai,
much gold
I'm
to kill a
interested
building?
in the Kaya part, you know?
I mean the Kaya is fine. I think what's the second skill on Nyx called?
Mind Flare.
Mind Flare. I think the Mind Flare with
Yeah,
the
it's all-
lane is gonna be legitimately good because it's
Rubik Nature харсан юу дарах юм бол нэг support байх нь бол ойлгомжтой. Пост 4 дээр. За Luna carry. Айгүй хүчтэй carry явлаа.
Another Timber counter for the lane. Our
За TP даруул яадаг үлээ.
Luna against Timber. Right,
Yeah,
right.
she's great because her timings match up really well against Timber. She
TP үйл айгүй дэж харагдаад байгаа юм.
but then by the time Timber saw gets to the point of like level 5, level 6,
Grand Final Best of 5 guys энэ тоглолт дуусаад
more you're
4 цагаас эхэлнэ. Энэ тоглолт дуусаад маань нэг хоол унд идэж амарна. Тэгээ 4 цагаас 5 тоглолчод явна.
jungle level 5ish. Fits perfectly as a matchup. And
How
then
many points of the nuke you would take like in this?
Шинко ифэхгүй бах та.
it depends on how much she gives you options, right? You can either have where you want your two supports to
Wow, Marcy.
which means that you go like 3-0-2 sometimes or you go 1-1-3.
Maxi.
With Marcy likely the 5, I imagine.
I mean, so this is the lane, right? Viper, Nyx, side lane, potentially Flex on the
Бутангийн намо гэдэг нь hello right гэдэг.
so they're gonna be very, very strong.
Үг юм шиг байна.
And the lane setup. And
Яа онгоцны буудлаар ч юу хийгээд идэв. Онгоцны буудлаар хүн яах гэж явдیں۔ Тэгэл онгоцны буудлаар шаардлагатай юм гэлээ шүү дээ.
1 and 2 because there's a ton of power spikes. Luna's level
За
2,
Liquid-ийн
really
дөрөвдүгээр драфт
powerful.
юу ах юм бол
Powerful. Timber's
харцгаая.
level 3 is really powerful. Once he gets the Helm of Iron Will plus level 3, assuming he does that for the Veil, then I feel like this lane for Luna Marcy falls off in terms of their threat. But if they kill him once or twice before that period, he may never hit that critical mass where they can't do that to him anymore.
It also depends if
За Liquid-ийн дөрөвдүгээр драфт
dips out often. Like they go maybe pressure a Viper across the map. That's what they
Марси Луна. За Марси айгу чанга байсан. Өчтөр лоббид жоохот айлынхан Марси аваад саваад байсан. Тэр Патрик л ямартаж авч байгаа маань.
I would love TB here. I think it's like the best pick against pretty much every hero. Maybe Nyx is a bit annoying
Life
for you.
stealer, maybe? Life
Grand Final-ын шагнал юу вэ гэнэ? 1 сая доллар
Maybe a better hero in the meta.
8 хуваагдаад 300 мянга байсан баха.
Just too much farm. Like
300 мянган доллар байсан санагдаж байна.
farm. Even Rubik and Nature's Prophet are pretty greedy supports. So something like Life Stealer that takes
За Лунаг өдөөс TP даруул дарж болохоор л харагдаж байна.
more sense.
TP айгу өчтэй. Viper өдөөс ч гэсэн айгу дэжгүй байгаад байдаг шүү дээ.
What do you think about his counterpart? the
TP
jungle
авахгүй бол
with the buff?
Азуурынхан бол бандчихл ах.
Like that Reddit clip of the jug spin doing like 0 damage.
I think laning phase is a massive
За
nerf
Wind
to this
Ranger.
late game when you probably shouldn't be
За
breaking
mid
your
Viper
lane
гэж
anyways
бодоод
above, but
тооцоолоод
Okay, so Wind Ranger traditional counter to the Viper.
за тэгээ Liquid last pick-гүй ядж яхад нь.
We saw them have success with this earlier on.
За Азуур бол тэгэл TP морфл бандчих байлгүй дээ. Бодох юмгүйгээр.
Actually played Wind Ranger carry.
Main account нэг 7102 зүйл байгаа да.
That was that boom, I think.
Yeah, I think it was actually, but yeah, it's a decent matchup against the Viper. You dodge
Энэ боксыг хөмсг нь хүртэл шар юм шүү дээ. Хөмсг сормос нь хүртэл шар өнгөтэй
a
бат
little
бат.
hard to kill Viper later typically, but focus fire is one way to get it done.
It's also playing into a Nyx though. Like
За
I feel
тийм
like
Liquid
like
bounty бандж байгаа.
Wind Ranger a lot can
Wind Ranger авсан үедээ bounty бандах шаардлага байсан юм болов уу?
annoying.
they ban out your Terrorblade.
За
Brian.
тэгээд халааснаас нь гарч ирсэн хүчтэй Батар гэж бандж байгаа.
Yeah, the bounty hunter respect ban.
За Азуур бол одоо морф бандчих واخ уу?
I think it would have been good this game. There's decent setup with their hero combos, a couple of squishy heroes.
За тийм Liquid юу авах
Like,
юм
you
бол
feel
доо?
like they should just pick like a hero that can flex the lane, something like a
Safe
TBA.
lane дээрээ
So
морф
just
хөлдөл морф аавна.
Wind Ranger Timber, so the idea of
Slark
it is
хийцүү.
like you allow the Wind Ranger to just
Ямар
slot
Батар
the
үлдсэн юм бэ
Viper
safe lane дээр?
and
Sven
slot in the last slot, you know.
Spectre-ос үүж болох юм. Spectre дэ Viper өдөөс авахгүй дээ.
Yeah.
If they have a hero flex like that, that's
За
also
Naga бандж байгаа.
like in game, not necessarily in lane. Like you said, you can put the Wind Ranger in his lane. I would be down, but they're banning out the illusion guys, which are definitely ideal against Viper.
PL мэл жоохон сонин те.
The last one left maybe. PL could be really
Яа үлээл ориглоос 10 секунд donation хийсэн маань зөндөө хөрлөө бро. $1 donation гэсэн юм байна.
bad yesterday.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think those nerfs might have added up too much because in the past, like harass type heroes like Viper, you just kind of shrug it off. But now that they
За
nerfed
тийм
the
Liquid.
sustain on creeps and then the level 1 crit damage, it just looked really bad
За
yesterday.
Kunka бандаад за Viper-ийг бас офлайн байж магадгүй гэж бодоод шиг байна.
The Nyx and the Marcy.
Тэсэл офлайн Kunka-ас дарчлах байсан те.
The illusions if they did get caught on. So
Морф байгаа морф авахаар mid game
If you look at Liquid's fortune,
last pick
like they need
контрлуулна.
like a
Амар хүчтэй л carry авах хэрэгтэй байна да. 27 секундын хугацаа үлдсэн байгаа.
Timber and Wind Ranger's timing, so they are able to abuse also the Nature's Prophet's
SF carry дарна гэж байх юм.
map control.
Худлаа те.
Areas quickly. You kick the
Sika
Luna
жоохон хут.
options.
Alchemist, I'm just
Dishrak
thinking
нь
about
байхгүй.
like
За баг Alk байвал байхаар.
That actually kind of sounds nice. If it's the pace.
Viper Luna-г өдөөс темплар дарахгүй гэс яагаад ч дарахгүй.
The Water Boy. Morphling?
Morphalk Razor.
So this is like a flex script.
Yeah.
So they can either lane the Razor or Wind Ranger mid and safe lane depending.
За Razor Wind Ranger хоёрын аль нь ч гол явж болохоор аль нь ч carry тоглож болохоор тиймэрхүү байгаа. Thank you Лил Орглоо.
Is it also flex with the Timber as well? Could Razor go offlane?
I guess so. I think he would
За Team Liquid
Marcy Luna.
3 корн бол яаж л яаж солигдохоор болчихлоо. Last pick тавал 10k гинэ. Viper нэж яхад нь offlane мэддэхгүй байгаа. Primal Beast байх юм болов. За Visage гинэ. За энийг бол өөрийн 10 жилдээ таахгүй байсан юм байна бро угаасаа. XM Viper mid. За Liquid Game 3 draft ямар онцгой болчих вэ доо? За камер онтрлаа guys. Гэсэн чи Лил Орглоос дахиад 27-ыг газар гэж орж ирж байна гэнэ. Дахиад 2.5 долларын донешн юм байна. Thank you Лил Орглоос зөндөө баярлалаа. Стримэд дэмжиж чаад. За тэгээд өөр аргаар стрим дэмжих нэг guys лайк дараарай. Лайк дараад share мэрих юм яах юм. За ESL цом.
Whereas on the other side, I'm looking at Rubik and I'm like, what spells is he gonna steal? It's got like Lucent Beam. Maybe he gets Viper Strike. That would be great, but chances are he's probably gonna cover it with Nether Toxin, and stealing Nether Toxin now is okay, but not that great. So I don't know. It just feels like the Liquid lineup doesn't look as nice. Doesn't fit together as well.
I think the pipe could be their saving grace if they can actually build a pipe on one of their cores. Hopefully. I think this game.
Liquid-ийн драфтыг ерөнхийдөө таалж байгаа юм байхгүй л байх тань байна да тий. Liquid финал гарлуудын Great Rivalry Liquid GG л болох юм шүү те. За экстер Grand Final за Grand Final гэнэ. Lower Bracket финалын шийдвэрлэх 3 дахь тоглолт эхлэх бэлэн болж байна guys. Ялсан баг Gaming Gladiators-тэй Grand Final-ыг тоглоно best of 5. За аль баг эрт хасагдгийг бол хүсэхгүй байх хэвээр Liquid жоохон uncomfortable гэдэг үг яг тохирох байхаа. Тухгүй драфтыг хийлээ. Liquid ажил 30k л гэж байна. Thank you bro. Liquid-ийг одоо муу алхаас. За лүү луна. За амсаж Viper контролцсон.
There's definitely going to be some trouble for certain heroes playing against this hero, but more so than anything, I think Azure just love playing the hero regardless. I think
they do. XM loves
the change to Viper.
Сэний Ward-ыг олцсон. За давхар зөхөд ямар тач Ward-аар дамжилттай Nix хоноосон динал ямжсангүй Nix уулна. Гой згсэн бол динал динал хараасан бах та. За Razor Luna-г дийлвэл дийлчих шүү late game л яг үндэ. Тэ манта Skadi Satanic дээр аваад яачаараа бузрал юм байлээ бас. Skadi Satanic дээр Razor бол тоглоом биш шүү. Static Link-ын дээр Satanic дараад нөхөн Ultara энэ өндөр армортой баатруудын биеийг зөөллөн гээл. За Universal эсрэг Agility. За Viper ч бас Universal болдог баатар штэ. 25 дээрээ. За шууд нөгөө нэг Gender солино гэдэг шиг. Хүүс солино гэдэг шиг. Agility-гаас Universal болоод хувирчдаг таланттай байгаа. За хин TP-д явчихв. За Boxy лейн лүгээ TP-сэн бол л доо. За Timber-ийн лейн бол дайжгүй явчих واخ гэж бодож байна. Кэмдэр Тямин Рубик та тоглоодсон бол энэ да Insania хулгаалаад авцсан байгаа тэр энэ. За Рубикийн геймдэр юу вэ? Nix скиллүүдийг аавна. Viper скиллүүд бас гоё орж ирнэ. Тэгэл нэг eclipse суулгадаг те.
Talk about the changes with how the soul assumption build up works with the charges and things. This hero can deal an insane amount of damage when you're snowballing in the actual team fight itself.
It's a deceptively good hero against Timbersaw sometimes.
За голын лэн дээр 6-3 6-2 гээл. За яванда үндэн жил илүүрэхэд эхлэх байхаа. Луна хандаа аваад гоё юм байлээ л гэж байна. Лет геймлүүдээ тийм ч гоё биш байхаа да хандаа яг үнд. Дээдлээс нэлээсгүй те. Хандаа бол марф митийн. Early game дээр филсрээ авчвал гоё байдаг. Батар дээр боксыг дэше TP XXS л first blood-ыг Mike Шигуг алах боломжтой Plat гэрнэж хідэд авч байгаа. TP-ний бонус damage-тэй insane. Хөртөх гэдэг нь авч байгаа.
We've seen it pretty much every game this series, right? Liquid always the ones to start the game off with the early kills.
And they didn't even need Boxy for the first one either. They just flat out killed off the Visage with just the Rubik and the
Saberlight тоноо ката тулгаж байгаа л доо. Тиамиг дахиад алуулсан. Тааш наа тавьсан Saberlight-ыг. За Saberlight ганцаар үлдсэн лентгэн л хэцүү л байгаа л доо. Катлж яваад. Хойно авчирч байгаа 5-2 фармдах юм байна. За Nix энэ ч баг ундах гад байна уу да. Sprout буруу газар тавьсан. За гутал clarity ирж байгаа. За Saberlight доотлын лэн дээр 3 level үрчгэд л өгөх нь гайг болоод ирнэ. Латус руу уралдсан. Plat grenade. Tiaming-ийг баг алчж байгаа юм болов rebound хийх хүн байхгүй байгаа. Дахиад нэг цохилт Saberlight хэлийг дууссан ангилаар за 3-0. За Форены ашигт сайн гаргаж шүү. Дээр XXS лөө дайрах гэдэг юм болов үгүй юм байна. За static link-тэй дайрчул айгүй өгөөтүүлээд байгаа. За голд бас энэ Syndrine ярьж байгаа юм ажиллаж болно шүү. За Sprout check shot гэдэг combo байгаа. Weapons-ыг баг бод байлгадах юм бол ард нь буугаад Sprout-лаад kill хийж болно. Shiku TP. За 19 damage битэд TP хийж байгаа. Saberlight л ороод ирсэн. Бараг алахгүй дээ. Chain дээр нь барьчлаа. Sprout-лоо зогсоосон. Хонос нь дахиад нэг beam-дэд Saberlight-ыг алуулаад чухал Latus гоё. За Saberlight унаж байгаа бол нэг beam орж ирнэ. За хонос нь dispose kill амжилттай kill Tiaming. За ихтэй өссөн ихнийхээ kill-ийг ямартай ч авлаа да. Azure. За Nix Rubik-тэй зодолдод бардггүй дээ. За голын лэн дээр XM Poison Attack-ыг нэг авахгүй тоглож байгаа харагдаж байна. Дээр XXS л дахиад дайрчж байгаа. За Visage сайхан тоглож чадахгүй л байна да. Өргөөд авсан Mike kill-ийг баг хийж байгаа юм болов Mike амьдраад байгаа Shiku гэрч хар балбчул яа тийм бол 74 damage-тэй шүү дээ. Plasma Fuel. Kill-ийг insane. Яа, last speaker орж ирсэн. Razor нэлээд сайн ажиллаад эхэллээ. Razor-ыг харж react старсан Visage ажилтгүй дээ. За Nether Toxin. Skin 2. За Saberlight-ээр дор дахиад нэг kill явж байгаа л та. Үгүй юм байна. За Mike амсаж 2 танго өдөд. Цусаа нөхөд авсан байгаа. Хоёр талдаа бүлдчихсэн. Шинко өргөд аавна. Нилэн сан дэмэд царж байгаа. Plasma Field XXS-ийг онож байгаа. За рендроп гоё юм да. Тэр 2 рендроп ярьсан чинь Visage-аас нэг амар дэмэж авах болчихлоо. За Saberlight дуудах 5 level үрж байгаа. За XXS л дахиад ороод ирлээ. Viper дэвш TP. Insane kill speed-ийг тооч байгаа XM haste rune-тэй Mike-ийг унгаахан да. За Tiaming бүр гейтлэд ороод ирсэн юм байна. За Корыг 20 спортоор сольж байгаа. Шинко. Айгу амдэрсэн XM. Хейст рүү олсноо. Айгу гоё ихэллээ. Viper ингэж хейст рүү л олохгүй бол ганкийг баг боломжгүй шахаа батар та.
It's difficult for Azure to solve the problem because they don't have a naturally ganking mid laner, right? Viper is pretty slow. A lot of the time plays static.
Чодор лүг алуулалт чигээд хоёр баатар боод ирсэн байгаа. Мик дээрээ.
XXS was still dead. So, it's not like his game got much better. At the very least they improve things for other heroes on the board.
За энэ Саня байна.
Bottom lane. Boxy considering
Killer
joining
6-3.
Saberlight to maybe make an aggressive move. Highly likely to come out, especially when Saberlight has hit the 6. Definitely going to be a bit of a map that they may be able to dive in for, Liquid.
За лүү байна. Дэчгүй крип.
Bonanza, that 6 is
Pulse.
Sending head up towards the top. Sure that it continues to stay fine. Of course, top at worth right now here on the Razor. Very good start despite getting caught out by that response from Azure.
За лунагаар хүмүүс янз бүрийн бэлдээр л тоглоод байгаа юм да. За Saberlight-ыг доор алхаасаа нэгэнд өнгөрсөн баха. За Шинкүлөө focus fire. Хоёр стан хоёулыг зэрэг хийсэн. Windraн cooldownтай. За амт цаан Жинку унж байгаа XM амьд гарч байна. За Windraна дарцсан байсан ашиглаад чи XM айгуу гоё килл оруулж ирж байгаа. Дабл киллийг бүр хийгээд авч байгаа юм шүү дээ. Энэ эндээс яагаад ч гарахгүй баг. За XM бүр dominating streak болоод ирлээ.
Mid player playing his best hero. He's 4-0 minute 8. He's getting both power runes. Oh, actually, never mind. He's not even going to go.
Boxy.
He's like, this is a win.
Баригдчихж байгаа юм шүү.
Which is true.
Яа.
Goes for grab his items off the courier, and fortunately for Boxy, didn't quite.
Хана сайт маа авч явахдаа барингаал алдлаа да боксыг.
He's slippery in the trees. It's the same with Lion in that previous game.
He knows the spots to hide in.
За Мика 3.8к, XM 4.1к. Лунад ордожгүй фармтай. Өргөө таашин тавьсан. Viper доошо бууж байгаа. Бимээ хадгалцсан. За Saberlight уршаа ингэж алхаад байвал Viper орж ирээд киллийг хийж магадгүй дээ. Өөрөө ороод ирлээ Saberlight. Team fight болоод хувирцсан Мик. За чи Viper-ийн зүрлээ алж байгаа юм шүү дээ. Shot shot хоёр баатар дээр ниша double damage рүүтэй. Ниша double kill, triple kill байх боломжтой бүр. Шууга гаргаж болно. За арай цаашаа ярихгүй л та. За 2-2-оор Разор Тимбрийг унгаасан гэдгээрээ Азуурт ашигтай. За Шинко орж ирж байгаа юм байна. Ниша killing spree.
And the original 2-for-2 trade, even though you lose 2 cores for core and a support, you did end the dominating streak on XM. Actually, a mega kill streak. So that kill was quite valuable. That bounty going the way of.
За Windranger гэмиг carry-х боломж байгаа юу?
Wait, who got them?
Окей.
I think it was Nisha, right?
Oh, it was Nisha. Yeah.
За хойноос нь чи лүү ороод ирсэн байгаа. Eclipse байхгүй.
See if they can get Mickey.
Мик дээр стан амжилттай 11 стиктэй Мик стикээ дараад гүйсэн. Кил амжилттай.
Quite reach around the trees to get.
За Ниша доороос Stealing Lane рүү ирж байгааг анзаарах хэрэгтэй. Fox Fire баг гарч явах хэвээр.
Was so good on that Razor, and now with these 3 deaths.
Ниша хойноороо станд болсон. Энэс рүүндэн дээр Ниша баг өөх гээд байна гэсэн гайгүй Shack shot гоё. Power shot орж ирэх хэвээр. 5-с дараад гисэн. XXS амьдарч байна. За стал нүдэлцэнтэй л тоглоом байна да энэ гейм. За Viper-ыг бол доочлоо явчих бах. Мик дээр бууж ирж болно. За боксыг өхүүлэл. Бостон карьераа өгөх юм шүү дээ.
Yeah, with that starting with Nisha running into a sentry ward and getting caught off by a stun, that's probably an okay.
Яа сая гэхдээ Luna Eclipse авсан байсан бол тэр сентрин дээр Windranger stand дээр шууд аллаа шүү дээ.
Entirely. Oh, nice. Just walk into 3 bounty runes minute 11. That's gonna feel great for the Rubik. A very close game so far.
Yeah, very much one of the things that Azure is going to be incredibly very strong with at this
Тоглолтын
point.
киллер
They
за 19.
take any sort of trade or force any sort of fight in which they survive through. They're going to be taking your towers very early on.
Ниша дээр Viper Strike caution dispose to тавина. Ниша амьдрахгүй л болчлоо доо энэ ч breakled авсан байгаа. Виндра 8 секунд ёо ямар гоё юм авард юм бэ. Double shackle.
Both teams bringing out the top players here. Liquid the ones to come
Тэнцэнэ бүр импэлтэй байсан юм байна шүү дээ.
The other side of the map, I mean, it was mid. So, but on the bottom side,
Тоглолтын киллер за 19.
Clones is level 6. So, Vendetta unlocked. Nature's Prophet about to get his as well. So, Wrath of Nature here coming through for Box.
За Шинко өлтөн гарсан.
More global plays for both teams, really. Jinkyu can easily combine with any of his cores and look for kills in the side lanes, whereas the Nature's Prophet now, with the global presence, can push things just over the edge, especially
Тэнцэнэ эхний хайтмар blink тагрыг явж байгаа.
from this. Because the focus fire kills are a little bit slow, so having that burst come through to get the job done and then get the hell out of there before the rotation comes in will be very
За
nice.
Шинко бонтер нь болоод авч байгаа. За шууд даган кук байнд байсан байсан Шинко сая.
Also, Nyx is one of those heroes where sometimes he just gets stupidly level starved and you feel very weak. If Jinkyu finds levels in this game and gets multiple levels up in Carapace before it's too late, that ability is incredible here. Timbersaw is going to chakram and stun himself every fight. Wind Ranger, you're going to Maelstrom proc on him or something when you're focus firing, or you're going to hit a power shot through him. Rubik's Fateful is going to bounce.
Микегийн ч хараад байгаа.
He can effectively more or less guarantee a
За нэг крипийн хулгайлал авчихсан да Шинко. Алтаа дарснахсаа даган кук байнд ийдсэн байгаа.
And mind you, this was a second pick Nyx, right? I think the matchups for the hero in this game are actually pretty damn
За let's go liquid чанта нэг явах уу гэж чатан дээрээ.
Might be something for AR to consider here is to give Jinkyu a bit of experience whenever possible.
Малай стил нэг хэд хиттүүд азуурыг илэрлээд байгаа юм да.
There's no one here at the moment. They'll swing back towards mid. They want to try see if they can catch XM by surprise.
Ниша XM харсан.
Here's the opening. They'll just go straight.
Хүрэн бож ирж байгаа. Шаклаад авсан, Viper Strike-тад авч байгаа. XM хангалттай дэмэж хийгээд амжичлаа Нишасуу трейд болчихж байгаа юм шүү дээ. Бокси типийдсэн типийдэд гардгийн зааван дээр диспостод нурууд дээр нуслаа ажиллах байх уу?
Make sure that they come out on top of this Liquid not getting away with that move too close to the tier 1 tower. Azure Ray easily.
За хоёрыг нэгээр Viper-ыг нэлээд cost ялж ин да.
Keep in mind, Liquid
За Saberlight шууд whale утсан байгаа. За шинэ барч гарсантай холбогдуулаад
just the nature of Viper.
тоглогчдын item build хүртэл шинжлэгдээд эхэлсэн маань.
Takes time. That's done from Jinkyu, super clutch though from that low ground, finding the two-man stun there. Again, another well-fought fight for the side of Azure Ray.
Сэня 7 level болоод ирсэн байгаа. Viper Strike-та Zarkin Supremacy-г авах таваагүй. Нэг сонирхолтой юм.
Bit of an advantage in that lane now. If they can keep pushing this out and force Liquid to show a core mid, that does give especially
За XXS Solar гаргацсан.
play around the map.
Drama Fenders дээр ажиллаж байгаа.
Playing with heroes that inherently just
XXS метод ямар ч ажигнам авч байгаа юм байна да.
really doesn't want to do it. The hero's entire gimmick is to not show. So the more that is taken care of by others, the better.
Very close start though this time round. 14 minutes in 11 to 11. Very easy
За
on the
лүүгийн фармлстай лүү болж ин доо 8.1k.
carry matchup. Getting that much more farm here on low.
This is a very important item to highlight, by the way, the Axe just picked up by Viper, because this is going to swing the Wind Ranger.
Жалуна шууд мантаа авч байгаа.
This is a matchup that historically Wind Ranger is really good in. She's just going to focus fire and kill you.
За nose dive авчихаар Windrangerүүдээс айгүй сайн байгаад байдаг те Viper. Disarmддаг шүү дээ. За Foxfire дээр нь бас зөрүүлээд их damage хийдэг санагдаад байгаа. Шинко Sentry дээр гүгээд ороод ирсэн. Saberlight-ыг харж байгаа. Стандарт авсан.
He's going to be able to get a bit of a setup on us.
За хойноос нь Mars-ийн байж байна. Tiame.
Yanming and Jinkyu, they take down Saberlight alone.
Really, really nice. An unexpected find, I think. Definitely.
Яа. Team Liquid 2 дугаар байраа авч чадах нь юм ч үү? Уулын нэг очичул хоёрт орох гэдэг ба шүү дээ.
Next with the good burst and was talking about Zinkyu's levels just a moment
За
ago.
лүү Dragonlance Маата тоодохгүй.
On that next, so really important involvement in that mid play as well as this one. Is now going to get 4 points into Impale and 3 in that Carapace. And this could
За Tiame дэдэн лээ TP.
just being able to take fight
Инсэнийг бариад авдгийн даван дээр.
barely dodging the rebound stun there would have definitely been dead.
Not really easy for Liquid to force things, even though on the numbers they're not that far behind. Definitely feels like
So
Azure Ray
XXS.
has the greatest strength at this point.
За Валдимир гаргачихж байгаа юм уу те? Луна висаж биш бол аим шиг өстэй аим шиг. За Мики амартач матага гаргаж байгаа юм байна. Зөвхөн авчих хаа анстака. За шинку энэ удаад баригдаж байгаа юм бол атастад авсан. Үлдэн дээр налхнаа гэлийг сабирлаа. Энэ VR-тэй Viper шиг авдаг нь яаж байгаа нь лэндээ контролдог байхгүй. Контрол нь ч хүчтэй тэгээд дажгүй явдаг батар нь ганц. За зур Рошчороо зөгчөж байгаа. Side kick-тэй Zelonor Blessing Aura-тай Solar Crest-тэй дор нь авчих байхаа. Чанли шүү дараад Тиамин бокси хойно буусан амар авалт гэж байхгүй юм байна да. Лунаг нүргэд орж байсан гэсэн инсэний одорцсон. За нэмээд бүр бонус килл инсэний орж ирээд хүчлээ. За Орорсны уул нь гадарлсан юм байна те. Таан чирч амтсанго. За тийм Liquid маш тухгүй байдалд байгаа л харагдчихээн да. Инсэнэсээ power shot-ны юун дээр гэс гүйж ороод Лунаг өргөж ороод баг ийгс сулгалах гэж үзэх байсан да. Viper strike boxy дээр boxy баригдаж байгаа. Тэ маш амархан кило спортууд дээр яваад байгаа. За Азура энэ гейм дээр Storm-то дуусвал дуусчихар шүү. Айгу early бишлээд. Доолын киллер за 14-12. Тад 100-ны дуу сонсогдож байна уу гэсэн жоохон төвхтэй үл хэлээрээ за би унтраач. За доор Saberlight. За баг өвчлээ дээ. За Viper's Magic damage хангалттай гарч байгаа. 15-12. Яа энэ гейм Stomp үнэртэй дээ шүү Азурээс. Рубики гарсан. За Шинкугийн даган босчих юм бол Рубикийг барыг соолоод байж магадгүй шүү. За Жинк. X-тэл унаа. Пайка ихлэ гаргаж байгаа. Шууд Butterfly яваад өгснө гэж байхгүй юу те. За Eternal Shot Timber дээр босч байгаа маань ямар тааж. За network-ийн зүрх 5000 байгаа. За Windrange BKB гарч иж арай гайгүй байлдах юм болов. За X Magnum-ны хараас шууд Boots of Travel. За Kaya санжгэл тоглож байгаа хаа та баг. Жалуу Hurricane Pack гаргасан. За голоор баг өксөж байгаа юм шүү дээ. Бэлэн гэж үзэж байгаа маань. X 2 минут. Баг энэ X унгаа бол унгаа чи гэж үж магадгүй л байх. Голын таврын төсний тал нь байхгүй болсон. Solar Crest дараад өгч байгаа. Голын тавр унчлаа. За одоо ингээд Drax-наас Moonclaves явдаг да. Мики өлтөд дараад орж ирсэн XM лөө цороод наашилсан. Мики өөрөө тэсэхгүй байна. Лунагийн дэмэжийг тэсэхгүй байна. Луна Pike-тад гарсан. Ниша Димил дунд нь гүйсээр хүн алж чадахгүй байна. Дэмэж нь хүрдэггүй. Эцэс Тиамиг уусан. Шинку 2хан HP-тэй. Шинку амьдрчлаа. Шинку амьдраагараа явчлаа. Эргэж хараад Ниша дээр стан амжилттай. XM нөөс тавлаад орж байгаа. 3 баатрийн гол. Энэ Viper-ыг алах шаардлагатай. Тиамиг байлаад боод ирсэн. Мики өөхгүй гарвал тундаж Ниша ямтаж амд гарсан. Шинку амьдрсаар л байна одоо болтол. Голын Axel хэдийн унжээ. Ишаа дээр хойноос. Яа. Visage нүк баг унгаж амжиж шүү. За дээшээ зогсох уу? 4 эсрэг 3. Cliff байгаа ямартаж. За Cliff-ээ force бол гарах баха. Tiaminгийг бариад авсан. Shack shot зурж байгаа. Айл хэдийнэ цаашаа өсрөө гарчжээ. Боксын ард нь бууж ирээ филдчих юм бол тэр Axel алдсан штэ. Нишагийн BKB cool down-тай байсан хийвэр Viper Siege Crypto-г travel-д боод ирэх боломжтой. За хошоо гарч байгаа маа. Шинкүү гэхдээ саний гейм дээр яаж ингэж удаа амьдраад байгаа юм бэ? Энд ч л унах хэрэгтэй байсан. Power shot-н дээр 2хан HP-тэй амьдраад хошоо гэж хараад баахан юм ичлээ. За сүүл төртлөлтөөрөө орж ирээ зөгчөжсэн шүү дээ. Яа. Шинкүү амьдрсаар энэ 80 HP-тэй бар. Яа, liquid мөн асагдлаа guys. За тэр яах вэ? Каста хий. За лүү агним шартаа авцсан. Дахиад high ground гэсэн гэж байх уу? Голтын киллер за 18-14. Теодор. Юу болох гэдэг вэ? Эксэмиг харсан. За өндрийн зэрэг бол алахгүй дээ. За бүгдээ тэхээд гараад авчиж байгаа маань. Мике ёо. Яг ажгаар нэж шүү. За гранд финал хинт толд дуусаад 4 цагаас шууд эхлэв шүү guys. За лүү 16 левелтэй болоод ирсэн байгаа. Nether toxin дээрээс нөөс тавилдаг болсон юм байна те. За шинкүү өндрийн жиг харсан тусламж байхгүй банаас нь. За шинкүү дайрхан нэгч байхгүй. За лүү 17k network-той. За Mickey-гийн network-ыг даблтах ойртчлаа энэ да. Saber Light-ыг scout-лаад өгсөн. Warden дээр инсэнийг баг алчин да. За W-го шарах шаардлага байсангүй. Mist Flare үлэмжтэй. Ниша доор балаад ихэлсэн BKB байгаа. Viper Strike. Шууд типидчүүл яадаг байсан бол доо эртгэн типид зүгээр юм байна. Виндран BKB combo. Доор боксыг харагдчихжээ. Боксж баларсан гэж бууж байна да. Яа. Амархан кил байла. За лүү доогуур дахиад хайгран зөхийг нэ. Дабл манта клиф байхгүйгаа түүнийг мэдж байгаа. Яа. Цаашаа Tiaming нишаг бариад авсан. BKB-гүг нь мэдж байх хэвээр. Самсаж backdoor protection төр зуртаа. Rax-ыг хадгалж байна. Голоор вэвэрж байгаа. Доогуур вэвэрж байгаа. Яа. Saber Light. Shiva болон боссон байгаа. Язуур. Өөртөө олцсон юм шүү дээ. Дахиад ошоо авч болно.
they're living on the edge. A single misstep now is probably just game over.
I think so.
Radiant lineup can push barracks or the
тоглолтын 26 дахь минут.
quickly, so
XX-ийг бариад авсан. XX-аас XX-ийг барих боломжтой. Шаклоо дотор дээр гоё зүрхлээ Тимбрийг алж байгаа болоо гэсэн гайгүй. Saberlight амьдрсангүй. Тиамиг унж байгаа инсэний унсан лүү тэр хойноос лүү дэмэж хийж байна. Энэ тоглолт барыг дуусч байгаа юм болов уу? Ниша унсан хасах дөрөв. Ниша buyback, meaningless buyback гэж хэлж болно. Мике байгуу. За шууд мега гаргаж болж байгаа. За лүү бүр тронлоонд арчлөө. Мега ирэхгүй л гэж ах шиг байна. За хандааг авцсан байгаа юм биш тэл унаа. Жалунаа дээр хандаа гоё орно гэж яриад байгаа даа хэдүүлээ. Хойно бокси бууж ирээд фидлж байгаа юм байна. Том сонирхолтой байбек байсан. Жоох удаашруулж байгаа. Микийг төрөх цагийн үлгээд гол нийшээ дээр за нөөчөд өгч байгаа юм байна. Гэлийг гисэн. GG зарлагдсан. Ингэснээр Grand Final Asura болон Gaimin үлдэж байгаа. За Naxxon Liquid Gaimin үзэх юм болов гэсэн тийм зүйл тохиохгүй ажээ. Яа гайхалтай. Ямар муу драфтлж ба. Язур. Гой тоглолоо. Nice game. Ямар муу драфтлж байна гэхдээ. Свен дарах байсан юм аа сүлд. Бараг тэгж л бодогдлоо доо. Liquid ялагдаж байх таач нэг гутарж байгаа юм алга инээлтэй л. За тэгээ тэмцээнд байнга л дээгүүр барьцдаг баг дөө. Ай. За Saberlight stand нээж тэм Liquid-ийг 3 дугаар байранд ороход нь том түлхэц хүчил боллоо доо ямар тач. За 3 дугаар байрны шагналын сан $120,000. За ингэсэн 4 цагаас 16 цагаас guys Grand Final Азур Gaming Gladiators багууд толгойлж байгаа юм байна. За бот топ тайлбарлах гэж байгаа юм чи тэгээс хоол ундаа зөвхөн идчихэд юм уу? Нэг цагийн хугацаа байна уу те? 50 минутын хугацаа байна уу? За бараг 40 минутын хугацаа байна шүү дээ. За Манигээс хоолоо зохицуулж идчихээ тэгээ бот аваа явах юм чаа. Бараг 4-5 цаг суух байлгүй дээ. Хоолоо зохицуулж идчихээд эргээд уулзъя за. Энэ стрим ингээд явуулчлаа. Та би ESL стримийн тайлбарлах гэж. Лайк дарж амжиг хүмүүс стрим дээр лайк дараарай. Хүлбэкээс агаад хоолоо идэж байгаа. 16
You got to watch out for his Viper. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. With this series win, Azure knocked Team Liquid out of the tournament, and Azure will be the ones moving on to the grand finals here at ESL Kuala Lumpur.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are here on the stage with XM for this interview. And Jen, of course, translator extraordinaire. Thank you so much. So let's get into this series. Not looking too hot, but then you guys come back with this bounty hunter mid. Now, was this something where you're just trying to pull something crazy out and it was wild, or you were like, yes, this is something we prepared for?
首先恭喜你们让1C2这边成功晋级了这个总决赛。就想问你们当时第二把拿出了这个赏金中单，当时是就是觉得只是。
За 16 цагаас уулзагаас. Манигээс нэг хоол зохицуулж идэв тэгээ за.
反正每一把都当对把来打对吧？然后就选出
See you in 40 minutes. 40 минутаараа.
选出一个比较 all in 的一个英雄，还是你是觉得这个是我们已经预先准备好了，这把就是专门要打一个赏金中单的。
就是我们平时也有练赏金中单嘛，然后觉得这把好发挥，也不想留遗憾，就拿出来用了。
We have been practicing bounty hunter mid quite a lot, but you know that match was indeed our elimination match. We've got our entire team on the line. We figured like if there's a time to use it, it's right now.
Absolutely. Speaking of things that you guys practice a lot, in a previous interview with my boy Jin, You told them about your Viper. You know, how could they dare not ban your Viper? If they were paying attention, they would have got rid of it. Game 3, we saw that Viper again. And how did it feel to get that hero in?
就是之前你采访不是说你的这个毒龙在国内不可能有人放了嘛，然后国外战队可能不知道你这个毒龙，然后现在第3把你又成功的秀了一把毒龙，你现在感觉怎么样呢？就是这个毒龙拿出来能成功的击败这个李逵战队，感受是怎么样的？
就感受很爽，打GG我也要一手毒龙。
Spicy, what do we got?
It feels great to use Viper, you know, and against Khanbank Gladiators, I guarantee you that I will be playing Viper against them.
Damn! All right, my final comment for you. There were a lot of fans for Liquid in the crowd. They have only one person to cheer for now. Any words for them? Hopefully they can now come over to the Azure side. Why should these Liquid fans now be supporting you?
就是粉丝，就是现场观众里面大多数都是李逵的粉丝嘛。现在你们成功的击败了李逵战队，你有什么话来跟他们说，来让他们现在来支持你呢？
李逵没在决赛中击败过 GG， 这次我们替他们击败 GG， 请支持我们，谢谢。
Team Liquid has never beaten Khanbank Gladiators in the grand finals before, so we are here to take up the mantle. We'll beat GG for you guys.
That's what I'm talking about, baby! Hell yeah! All right! Well, we are so excited to see it. Thank you so much. We cannot wait to see you in the grand finals. Thank you for awesome translation. And we will throw it back to our wonderful panel.
Thank you very much for that interview, as maybe we are seeing a trend change. Because when Gaming Gladiators have to face off against Spirit, turns out they weren't able to get the win. Maybe now against Azure, it was really just the Liquid problem. Who knows what it might be, but all I know is that was a hell of a performance out of Azure. Heroes that we had not been seeing for the past year being brought to major success here in this lower bracket final.
Yeah, the second game I was saying I thought Mickey kind of gave them an opening, but that third game, they just looked like the better team, the better draft. I really liked their strategy overall. We were questioning like Nick's second pick, you know, the Marcy being thrown in there. The Marcy Luna, it's like such good synergy with Visage, and every hero they picked not only went well together, but it was like, oh, that's also pretty good against Liquid's heroes.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely came with their own homework this time, no copying anyone else. You know, they had something organic from their own team. They understood every role. Everybody knew what they had to do in the game. They knew their timings exactly. And the second game and the last game, I felt like the support duo definitely shined a lot. You know, they set up a lot of important kills, important initiations for the team. They took very good fights because of the vision game, and they just played perfect.
Yeah, across the board, the supports played excellent. Like the first 15 minutes, I think all 4 supports played very, very well, Boxy included. But as time went on, they weren't able to create enough space. The Timbersaw did not really feel much impact. His laning stage was okay/mediocre, and as the game continued, he just kind of felt like just a hero in the game. It wasn't super special, and that was their first pick. It does get countered sometimes, but yeah, not the best Timbersaw game.
I mean, do you think they have too many of the same hero, like Wind Ranger, Razor, Timber? They are kind of like a flexible hero that could go any lane and gives you advantage in the drafts, but they lack that one hero that could win them the game.
Yeah, I mean, they did need single target damage heroes, so that's usually what you do to deal with the Viper, but you know, just with the Ags, he kind of protected himself, and Wind Ranger, I think, is overrated a little bit right now. It's understandable why you pick it, because it does win some games. Windrun is amazing against these Viper-type heroes, but like her itemization isn't really that much better with the new patch. You get attack speed out of Maelstrom now. There still isn't really an amazing universal stat item for her to abuse, so, and she still has to get BKB fast. So she's like the same old hero that she always has been, and she's kind of hits or misses.
I'm going to give a shout out to the first hero I've been really convinced Conda is good on. We saw it on Lowe's Luna there. So you have the level 20 talent that makes your beam already apply your right click, and then now the Conda also applies 75% of your right click. So you're basically getting like a 200% crit on your beam, which seems in theory pretty powerful.
And it matches up with your loosen beam cooldown every 6 seconds. So yeah, that's pretty good.
That was a little cool tech that I feel like it's so cool to see these minor adjustments on heroes and in a new patch. And even though the heroes played the exact same way in every other way, it's now tweaked a little bit as it scales.
I mean, you talk about the offensive potential on Luna, but there's also the defensive shard, and the Solar Crest. It just kind of made her unkillable in the team fights. That's why she was so strong. She hit that timing. She had all the auras around her. She just can't be killed in the team fights.
It was a solid draft after Azure and a good recovery from them, but their recovery comes at the cost of Liquid's elimination. And we have Slacks standing by with Insania for an exit interview.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Yes, I am here again with Insania. Thank you so much for taking time to talk to us in this interview. So, third place, I'm sure not what you guys are aiming for, but considering a stand-in, your coach not being here, personally, I think it's pretty impressive. How do you feel about the placement here?
Honestly, not too disappointed. Like you said, we are playing with a stand-in. That is a great stand-in, amazing player, you know. Yeah. Very happy that we got Saberlight to play with us. So thank you so much to him for standing in. Obviously, not having Blitz around meant like missing some of the coaching staff. Jabs couldn't do all of his normal obligations, which I think was a little bit sad for me. I feel like our wording game was a bit off, but yeah, no, overall, very satisfied. Not too disappointed.
Oh, that's fantastic to hear. Azure, obviously, surprised you a little bit on that one. What do you think about that new team? Because you're one of the teams that, you know, has kept a majority of the roster. New iteration, pretty good.
Yeah, I think they played really well. I think today they were the better team, hands down. There isn't really much to say. They drafted well and they played their heroes. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to ask you kind of a spicy one. Okay. Now that you're out of the tournament, you've faced off against Gaimin a few times. You know a lot about this team. Now, if Azure happened to be listening to a man that has a lot of experience about going to the grand finals, any tips for how to take them down?
I mean, truth is, we wanted Azure to play them because we all, you know, nobody wants TL versus GG in grand finals again. So, yeah, I don't know. What am I supposed to say? They probably know better than I do. I haven't won any finals against them yet, so.
All right. Well, it's up to them then. All right. Can I at least get the crowd to cheer for you one more time? Because they were loud as hell. Can you say something to the crowd to get them excited?
Thank you so much for cheering for us. I love being here in KL. Malaysia's amazing. Thank you, guys.
And a standing ovation. Thank you so much again for a great interview, great performance, and great games. It was a pleasure to watch, and we'll throw it back to Tsunami in the panel.
It was a nail-biter of a journey going all the way from round one in that lower bracket and being the Grim Reaper for all the doors along the way. They took down Secret, they took down Falcons, they took down BetBoom Team, but the journey ended with Azure.
Yeah, their foot was almost through the door. They won the first game, and Azure just, they gate-kept them. I really like that.
They're winning game 2 as well. I think back to that fight on that near the tri-camp, and I was like, if Liquid wins that one and continues snowballing just a little bit more, it could have just been over, and it could have been like, oh man, Azure didn't hit today. But they won the team fight, got back into the game, got tons of track hold, and then game 3 was just super convincing. So yeah, they were the better team.
Yeah, I mean, Bounty Hunter, Vipers, Marcy, Visage. What more can you ask, you know? Can't wait, you know, for the grand finals.
That's what's going to be defining it. What about XM's Viper? He guaranteed that he's going to be picking it against Gaimin.
Yeah. I can't guarantee that, though. They can ban it.
Yeah, they can just ban it, you know, so you might not see it. Or gaming could be like, first game will just let you have your hero, and we'll try to beat your hero.
That's true. It's a best of 5 now. We have finished with the best of 3s. Gaming Gladiators gets a little bit more wiggle room now, but based off of their upper bracket final, it seems like Gaming Gladiators just still knows what they're doing. They only dropped one game in this bracket against G2IG, but they cleaned house against Azure.
Yeah, that was Azure's first series on the new patch, and I really do think momentum plays such a huge role. And I like even just getting that one team fight in game 2, as heard you mention, it just turns the entire tide of their attitude, of the vibes on the team. Suddenly you start believing yourself like, wow, we can win this game. Not only this game, we can win this series. Maybe we can win this whole thing.
Well, we want to keep the momentum going here in the MyTech Arena as well. So as Azure prepares for their grand finals, if you're here in the venue, I want you to stick around because we've got a DHL drop coming for you. The very last one before we get ready for our grand final ceremony between Azure and Gaming Gladiators.
It's John Xfire here with Mike LaPhoenix. We're joining you guys together to make our own 1xBet tier lists here today. Mikey, how are we sorting out these bombs?
I'm feeling a little bit spicy.
All right.
We've got Team Secret right
Yes.
here, Jonathan. Like, where would you put Team Secret if it?
I think they're like a nasi lemak that you, on one day you have no sambal at all,
Right.
and another day you put a full ladle. Into
Okay,
it.
Team Secret.
Yeah.
They're in Nasi Lemak. There you go. Where do you think Team Falcons belongs here in our team?
Well, I don't know if you'd agree. I think I'd put them under Durian. Just because
Durian?
ATF is a well-beloved and also a divisive figure, just like the spiky little fruit.
Are you trying to imply that ATF smells, Jonathan?
No, smells very nice.
Dare you?
You know, he's divisive. I would actually put Bet Boom Team onto chicken rice. I don't know if you'd agree with
Chicken
that.
rice?
Yeah, just you can add some spice to chicken rice. You know, there's some specific spices for it, but it's like it's safe. It's well, what would you put?
No, it's going in Lux.
Laksa?
It's going
They're
in
that
Lux.
spicy, or you dislike them because you hate soup.
Chicken rice it is. Chicken rice it is. There you go.
Gotcha.
Wawitas, Jonathan. Where do they belong here, John?
I think Durian's fair.
Team Liquid. One of my favorites. Can I tell you a story?
Yes, yes.
I met Insania. We were friends, and he ended up following me on Twitter. Right after the event, guess what he did? He unfollowed
Straight away.
on Twitter, and he thinks I don't know. They're going in soup.
They're
They're
spicy. Oh,
a soup.
okay.
He unfollowed me on Twitter right after the event. Can you believe that, John?
I can see.
I expect to follow back right after this event.
Don't say what you're saying, yeah.
Do it. Azul Ray.
I'd say more like nasi lemak, where it's a little bit unexpected if the sambal's extra hot. So it's a little bit more up and down, but it's very safe bet anyway.
Okay, Nasi Lemak it is. There you go, Azul Ray. That's a compliment. I don't know, I'm going to compliment these guys. LGD Gaming. They've had a rough run, Jonathan. Rough like a durian, I want to say, Jonathan.
Yeah, straight up.
We need a bit of a liquid, don't we? So I'm just going to go back here. LGD, well, you know, if we're talking liquids, Jonathan, we'll put them in soup as well. They need something to wash with, don't they, Jonathan?
This sounds like a really bad combination the whole way. Durian laksa, I don't think that's something I would ever try.
Here's a controversial one, John. Gaming gladiators.
I feel like they're kind of chicken ricey. Nice.
I like it. I know Reddit's going to get upset. I like Quinn. Quinn's a nice guy. G2IG. JT. Absolute Giga Chat as well, Jonathan. What is it, John? Where do you want to put it?
I think they're laksa. They're explosive. They're full of flavor. There's a lot of contrast.
JT. He's a Milo. Everyone loves JT this tournament. He is a Milo dinosaur, Jonathan.
Just a whole lot of sugar.
Every event we go to with 9 Pandas, they just bomb out every single time.
Durian then?
I think it must be. There's a lot of durian teams.
There's a lot of durian.
Maybe everyone just smells really bad. Team Tundra.
I'd say Milo dinosaur, although again that doesn't reflect because
they are a Milo dinosaur.
They are a Milo dinosaur.
There you go.
Blacklist right.
Oh, the best.
5 Filipinos redeeming themselves.
I'm just going to bring these out because I know it's not going to be one category for this team.
Overall, their reception in Southeast Asia is durian.
Oh, they're definitely a durian.
Well,
put them there.
I don't know if they're laksa.
They're a spicy team. Put them in laksa.
They can be spicy. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with durian and laksa. I think that's very apt for good old Blacklist.
Milo Dynasty.
Make them Milo.
There you go. And I'm going to say right now, I don't think Blacklist will ever win without Cuckoo being in the team. I'm going to be quite frank with you. Bring Cuckoo back.
Well, we'll see if that happens online. But that is our food tier list for our 1xBet tier list here. It's John Xfire and Mike LaPhoenix. We'll catch you around next time.
Sometimes don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. It's your turn. Learn how the universe works. Yeah, it take to get the bag? Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better spacing. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. We can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world. No. What we doing? Baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it. Yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out. Let it out. La 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 la
Get ready for the DHL drop. Grab yourself a DHL drop sign and customize it with your message. Make sure we spot you in the crowd, because if you're lucky, one of our special deliveries is coming your way. And for all of you watching at home, type DHL drop in the Twitch chat for a chance to win a €150 gift voucher.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another DHL drop, baby! Fantastic. I am here with our contest winner once again. Poon, how are you doing? What'd you think of that last series?
Oh my god, it was incredible. We got to see Venomancer, Bounty Hunter, one of those heroes I have never seen for a while. It's really good.
Yeah, it's been quite a while since I've seen a Venomancer. I only see it lose, and interesting day here today. Well, anyway, we are getting ready for our grand finals. It is time for our last DHL drop, and as you can see, we got a big old baby here.
It's really heavy, this one.
You should be very proud of your baby boy. Anyway, let's find somebody with a fantastic side. Now, we told our audience that we were looking for someone with some fantastic art. So let's take a look around. You must choose my special intern. This is pretty interesting right here.
Yeah, it's like we have so many talents who keep the games interesting. Thank you everyone for that, and thanks for that sign. It's really good.
I really sucking up, but thank you very much. Fantastic.
We have to keep looking though. We have to keep looking.
Keep looking. You see any more art?
That one is good. The Ogre Magi is good.
We got an Ogre Magi. Oh, the screen. They were showing somebody on the screen. That is good art right there.
Really good.
Oh!
That one is really good. That one is really good. But I have one particular sign in my mind right now.
You do?
Yeah. Can you zoom into like the regular seating, row 2 with the
You're calling a dude out. You're Babe Ruth in it. Row 2, regular seating. What are you looking for?
Dude, you gotta see that. There's a Terrorblade up there.
Oh, you scouted out. He saw a Terrorblade he liked. Let's see if we can find that Terrorblade with a camera. I hope so. While the camera's looking for it, let's see if we can see anyone else around you. Yeah. Oh my God! That is pretty good.
I swear that took like maybe 5 months to draw. Oh my God, it's really good. How could you do that?
I don't know. Perhaps we will be able to ask him. Now, I need you to make a very difficult choice. You have to pick. We've seen some beautiful art. I need you to pick somebody.
Okay, so I saw Ogre Magi, I saw Meepo, I saw TA, but that Terrorblade got to win. Congratulations, my man. You win the DSL drop on this one, Terrorblade guy. Run and come.
Run! Sir, come down and go! Go quickly, come to us! Come, run! Get up! Get up and run for your life! If you don't run fast enough, I'm giving it to the Ogre Magi! No, okay, he's coming. He is on his way, we were gonna get there, but sir, it has been so wonderful working with you this entire time. While our guest comes to collect their box, this might be the last time that we have you on camera, so I did want you to have a moment to say anything you wanted to say. This is your microphone, take it.
Okay, so before anything, I would like to thank DSL for taking me here for free, for expenses, to let me experience this SEA crowd that never disappoints. Malaysia, can I have your voice right now? Woo! Yeah, and for the first time in 3 majors, we have new finalists. So may the best team wins. Let's go!
Let's go! All right, we have our Terrorblade winner. Welcome. Beautiful art. How long did this take you?
20 minutes.
Oh, okay. You don't have to be like that, dude. No one in here can draw that in 20 minutes. What's your name, by the way?
My name is Justin.
Are you ready for your DHL drop?
Yes, sir.
All right, we will take your Terrorblade from you, please. Gentle, gentle. Keep that. Don't let him have it back. I want it. All right, here we go. Open your box. What is inside? Oh, there's some crate. Oh, hey, we got couriers. I'll hold it for you, my friend. Show the camera. We got a beautiful courier. Wonderful red courier. The red panda. Oh! That's my baby.
We have a Lena.
Ooh! The Lena. Oh!
A Wind Ranger.
Wow, there's a trash can behind you if you want to get rid of that. Oh!
A hoodie.
A hoodie.
Woo!
Thank you for that incredible celebration of woo!
A mouse pad. Woo!
Thank you. And one thing at the bottom. I'm out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll put all your stuff back in your box. Congratulations on winning the DHL drop. Honor, pleasure. Thank you for your fantastic art skills. I will be keeping your Terrorblade for life. Oh, can we have this?
Yes, you can.
I'm gonna give it to you, my friend. You wanted it so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your incredible work, by the way. Thank you. You deserve that.
All right, well, I think our boy said it best. We are getting ready for the grand final, so may the best team win. And I want to be able to let you do the true hosting job. Can you please throw it to a break for us?
Okay, so stay tuned for the finals of ESL Kuala Lumpur's Azure versus Gaming Gladiators. May the best team wins. Woo!
Right after the break. Thank you.
지지 않는 걸 I'll never miss this chance make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 우거진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 아무리 어렵다고 해도 시작하면 되는걸 처음이 어색하다 해도 이미 익숙해진걸 I'll never miss this chance make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 우거진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 우리 둘이 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 I'll never miss this chance make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 우거진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자
It is grand finals time here in the MyTech Arena, Kuala Lumpur. You're watching ESL Kuala Lumpur 2023, and we are in for a best of 5 with Gaming Gladiators. Surprise, surprise, in the grand finals once again. And a new challenger in Azure Ray, who has set on stage. They will attempt to take Gaming Gladiators down this time. And there have been a lot of teams that have tried to take them down, so we'll see how far Azure Ray can take it this time. I'm joined by BSJ, by Kezu, by Effie. Good evening, everyone. Effie, how are you doing this evening?
I am doing so great. I am just so excited. We're finally getting something different. We're getting a different kind of grand finals. I'm so happy to see Azure Ray have learned from the losses yesterday. They've shaped it up, and it's going to be exciting, Brian.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. I'm not a professional actor. When my co-star goes off script, I'm kind of done. So I don't have anything meaningful to say. Kezu?
Okay, let's see. Every time I have a pre-opinion about how the next day will go, it's fully wrong. I thought Azure Ray would get clapped by Liquid just now, but once I saw the third game draft, I was very hopeful for them. Honestly, I was very impressed. I feel like beforehand it was always like they're a little 50-50, but just now, I feel like these are the type of games that you need to win. They will push you forward. Maybe you reach the state where you feel like, we can win any game. At some point, teams, they get this state, and I hope for them that maybe this last series gave them just that.
Yeah, yesterday's series, Azure Ray definitely was having a rough time, but they overcame it, and here this morning, they looked unstoppable towards the end, so really curious to see what they have cooked up
for this best of 5 grand finals. We're going to focus our attention on the teams. We're starting off with Azure. They are the challengers in this case, and it's Low, it's Tianming, it's XM, XXS, and CQ. And I want to just point out that it feels like forever, Kezu, that there has been a Chinese team in a best of 5 grand finals.
Yeah, and even now, maybe out of the 3 Chinese teams we had at this tournament, I don't know if people would have expected them to make it, but yeah, I'm happy to see something new, see China rise to the occasion again. We all know they have great players, even with some, maybe not newcomers, but, you know, not as veteran as others with XM, Liu as well, standing, you know, coming in and doing super well. Tianming, I feel like they've all performed so damn well already at this tournament.
Yeah, and Kezu, come on, we knew it. We knew it from day one of group stages, watching Azure in their groups, how they played. Something is special about this team. There's just something working out for them that is a step ahead every other Chinese teams. And I'm not really sure what that X factor is, but it seems like this combination of players just works so well together. And I just want to give a special highlight to XM, who has won a lot of hearts recently, ours included, because he's been busting out these disgusting mid picks, like this Viper, and then confidently going on an interview and saying, well, they didn't know about my Viper. Other people would have banned it. It's their fault. Why didn't you ban my Viper? And that's just hilarious, right? He plays disgusting heroes like Razor, like Viper. He brought out the mid bounty hunter today. So I am looking forward to seeing what kind of mid lane matchup we're going to get in Azure versus Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, and I don't know if he did it on purpose, but X Factor, there are 3 players with their X in
I thought the same thing.
But maybe that's just exactly what they needed. And the last time we did have a Chinese team in the grand finals, it was in Malaysia. In ESL Malaysia 2022, it was Aster on the main stage, and it was XM in the grand finals as well. So he gets that back-to-back. And the time before that, when it was the Arlington Major, it was XinQ who was in the best of 5 grand finals both of the times. The team didn't make it through, neither Aster nor LGD, so maybe they can make some history here today on Azure. And there is a little bit of, I bet there's maybe a lot of bit of grudge. I don't know. Okay, Kezu, I'm going to rely on your player expertise here because Azure, they got worked at TI by Gaming Gladiators. They got eliminated on 4th place by Gaming Gladiators. And like, is some of that, I know there's only 2 same players, but is some of that, like, does that stay? That grudge?
A little bit, but my grudge would more so stay from yesterday, because they got clapped harder than anyone I've seen at this tournament, and that is something that you have needed to address now for the next match coming up, because if you're not ready for a Gaiman's draft or their early game rotation where they're going to be 4 heroes in your safe lane at minute 6 to 9, if you're not ready, your early game, bye-bye.
And not just that, versus a team like Gaiman, who are an entirely different beast, if you make that one mistake, things can snowball out of control so quickly, like we saw yesterday, especially when they had that Quinn Slardar draft. It felt so fine, it felt so even, up until one team fight snowballed everything out of control. So Azure have to be on their toes if they're going up against Gaming Gladiators today.
I feel like it's so easy in Dota to get in your own head and feel like this game's impossible to win, there's nothing we can do, and I felt remnants of that from Azure in the beginning of the Liquid series today. They just looked a bit like they were lacking the confidence to believe in themselves to take meaningful games in a meaningful portion of a tournament. And I think that was remnants from Gaming Gladiators clapping them, like you said. But I think that the series we just saw, like we saw them revived, rejuvenated, and ready to bring their A game to Gaiman today.
Yeah, and bringing your A game today is very much needed. Gaming Gladiators, you know, I remember that in Lima Major, was starting on a panel where Gaming Gladiators was in the finals, and I was like, okay, you know what, for the majority of this squad, this is the biggest thing they've ever played in, and they continued playing every single grand finals, almost. Since then, they have played in 6 grand finals in 2023, and won 5 of them, and it is insane the success rate they have in a best of 5, and that is an entirely different beast to tackle, Afi.
Of course, and let's not forget that grand finals that they didn't win, the 6th one was TI, in which they got 2nd place, which is no feat to frown upon. 2nd place TI is incredibly impressive, especially if you look at their track record from the previous year. But this team is no stranger to the grand final stage. This is where they thrive, this is where they excel, and this is where they're gonna have a step above all other teams in terms of experience right now. So they definitely have the edge moving into this grand finals, but I am looking to be surprised.
Yeah, what they have, I think, above any other team, well, being the best, is this feeling of we can win any game. Like, they will always trust each other. They know what to do. They can rely on each other. Even if they probably don't even think, oh, in the middle of the game, this hero isn't good enough, our draft, whatever. This doesn't even cross their mind. It's more like, next move is this. This is how we can win. We know exactly what we need to do. And Jure, I hope that they can copy that with this confidence and momentum from the last series, because you need it.
Yep. There was an interview with Gaiman, I remember, at the Bali Major, where they just said, it's on everybody else to beat us. And yeah, they fell in Riyadh, and they got second place TI, which is still very impressive, but there's just something to be said about this team, and I was going to think the same thing about they can take any game off of you. That's key in their lower bracket run at TI, at Riyadh, but it's also key in these best of fives, where any single game can go from the momentum shift of 1-0 in favor of the other team to 3-1 Gaiman.
Yeah, and there's a reason why they kept the same roster after TI, right? They looked at themselves and they said, we've had a great year.
Yep.
There's nothing to fix, really. Only small things to tweak, and tweaking is what they've done in this tournament. During the group stages, during that first day, they looked a little bit off, not entirely themselves, but they were able in that one day to sit down, look at the games together, identify what went wrong, and they went into game 2 looking like they're in their top form. So this team, in terms of how to adapt to their gameplay mistakes, they do it so quickly, quicker than almost any other team we've seen.
Yeah, there was an interview earlier this week with Celery, and the question was, you're staying with the same team. How do you keep your motivation, your ambition up? Because you've almost achieved everything in the past year. And he was saying, okay, you know what? We talked with each other, had a good conversation, and the reason why they are on top is because all of them, every single player, loves the grind, the work that you need to put in to be on top and to remain on top. And so they also didn't want to have a relaxing couple of months after TI. No, they wanted to dive back into it, Kezu. They basically continued where as if they never had a break at all.
Absolutely. And
Kuala Lumpur 16 цаг.
They're so good at adapting. I feel like they had this one kind of, I would like to call it a cringe game against Team Secret, where I saw them do something they generally don't do, where they don't help each other in the game. And I think from that point onward, in every game, I just see them make good moves, help each other in the draft, help each other in the game. And every game, I see a very similar move that Azure need to be ready for. Between minutes 6 to 9, the 4 is going to go mid, the 5 is going to go mid.
Багууд гарч ирсэн юм уу guys? Тайцсан дээр орсон юм уу?
He's going to look at the gate, and suddenly 5 heroes, hello.
Тайц лугаач ороогүй байгаа юм те яг үндэ.
Either losing your carry and your tower, or you're losing your tower for free. So you need a response, or I'll say it again, bye-bye early game.
I mean, they experienced this yesterday. Surely there's going to be a response.
Surely. Yeah, they better have it.
And it's sometimes stronger than
Yeah, багууд ороогүй байна boys.
You know what Gaming Gladiators hates? Losing. These guys are, in Dota it's easy to say. Those 10 wins and then that one grueling loss can just erase your memory, and I think that that's the type of memory that this team has, is they will take that just pure,
За гэл 3-0 нөө. Түл эртгэн лоббигаа эхлэе да тий.
Devastation almost from one single loss and turn it into, okay guys, what can we do to make sure this never happens again?
Харин л орцсон юм байна тий.
They do the same things to these teams over and over again, but I don't see
Харин л орцсон одоо танилцуулагдаад Ширээнийхээ урд танилцуулагдаад тэгэл сууцгаачих юм шиг байна шүүгээ.
That you mentioned that they do the same thing to these teams over and over again. They're always grouping up, they're always balling as 5. After that laning stage, they just position themselves aggressively. They take advantage of their auras, their pipes and whatnot from Ace, their solar crests coming out of Celery, and they just don't allow the enemy to step into their side of the map without a fight being taken. And that is what Azure fell victim to yesterday.
Нэр ихтэй сайн байх шүү. Тэгэхээр лүүг муулаад байсан чинь савчлаа шүү. Лүүлстэй байхгүй бол бүх юм сайхан болчих гээд байгаа санагдаад тэгээд.
And what does that extra stuff look like? Liquid and Gaiman do have a very similar play style, but map movements of Gaiman are.
Лүү сайн их хоёр гейм carry-дчихлаа харин. Их сонирхолтой.
In between the lower bracket finals and the grand finals that we're going to witness very soon. I also just want to highlight that yesterday we had a coach interview at the start where, it was said Gaiman 2023, your year. 2024 is coming though. And now this has me questioning, is like, okay, are we going to end 2023 strong?
Prediction хэлэхгүй юу? Draft харж иж ласан да. Гэтэ Gaiman-ыг бол easy 3-1 гэж бодож байна. 3-0 бол арай чижиг байх. 3-1 л гэж бодож байна. Баатран савлаа. Лүү өөрөө шүү. Баг нь гоё тавсан л даа яах чарахгүй. Тэр XM-ийн сүүлд Viper-оос гоё юусан.
Because I mean, we mentioned a little bit about the hero pool of XM, but what about playstyle? Because I want to talk about this mid lane in relation to Quinn, because when you're talking about disgusting green heroes, let's call them like that, Quinn normally goes a little bit of a different style.
The farm авчлаа болчдөг бат тоо.
Yeah, I feel like Quinn is probably the most aggressive mid laner just by nature. If he's also talking about their map movements and like how they're gonna step into your areas. He's the best at taking his early laning station and then like poking into your jungle, poking into your triangle, like looking, okay, where's the
guess хэлчихсэн тий boys.
I think he does that very well, but I would
We
say
need that.
if XM can get a decent matchup mate, he's very good at playing heroes that stop which I think is exactly what you need against gaming gladiators.
Yeah, I love that point.
Тоглолт хэлж идлэхээс 10 код нэглэх хүн байна уу?
I remember Quinn during the days of Quincy Crew. He would just solo invade the enemy jungle as a member spirit and play 1v3 while his team farmed for 20 minutes. So he definitely.
За тэнийг үсэж явах те. Та миний мохоо зэрэг ингэ томоор нараач. Урсаа тэгж тоглох нь зөв. Урсаа тэгээд ер нь муу ватер юм шүү нөхцөлд. Мик гэж ихсэн аваад carry даагүй шүү те. За усигцсан авч ин да. Тэгтэн спектрээр гоё тоглосон юм те. Хоол идсэн юм уу? Хоол идчих ороод ирлээ. Си үтчихлээ шүү дээ. Си юу орол гэс нэг юм бол зохицуулаад. Тэгэл гэл болгочлоо бойс. Болгочдөг юм байна. За багуу тайзан дээр ч орж ирээгүй нөхөр энд юу нэг 4:20 морил гэж эхлэх юм байна да boys. Одоо гейм байгаа хүлээж байна. Аль нь очих вэ? Би бол гейминг хожно гэж бодож байна. I'm leaning towards gaming guys. Сум өгөх юм уу? Мэдгүй би л гейминг л гэж бодож байна. Гэтэ азуур яах юм баа. Өнөөдөр айгу темпого олж шил боллоо шүү дээ. Сум тэгээ хот удаж байгаа хэцүү шүү дээ. Орглоос дахиад 27 сек байсан байна. Тэгвэл 27 сек чинь $2.5. Хай Мандрина. Гэлс эхэлчмээр байдаг. Нойр мотой нойрч хүрээд байгаа юм шиг болоо авчлаа шүү. Нойр дөр тэмцэн байгаа. Мойрд байхгүй. 2 сараас бүр 2 сараас юу байгаа? Dream League байгаа. Dream League season 2 надад жижиг тэмцээнд л байгаа юм байна доо. Өнөөдөр Kuala Lumpur тусаад тэгэл EPL season биш нэг жижиг тэмцээн болно байгаа л юм байна. $10,000 шагналын самантай. Үсээ яц юм бэ? Үсэж байгаа тэнийг болгосон боос. За яах вэ гээс урагчна. За гарч ирж байна. Окей. За богод гарч ирж шүү бэс. Вау. Баатар танилцуулах гэдэг юм шиг үстэйгүй л үү те. За юу болох гэдэг хүн болгонд дэлгэжээ ширтээд. Энийг гэж бичиж авах шаардлага байгаа юм байна үзэж байгаа хүмүүс. Жижиг мини мувитай. Ой хүүрэ доотоо. Sorry guys, sorry my bad. Мен ганцаараа үзэдсэн биш үү? TI нэгийн дүр зураг байсан сая. Universe якая. Тэ?
I shall resist. Now, fate is in your hands.
За нэг Orgil-тэй юм жижигхэн л кино байж тээ. За TI 1-ээс 6 хүртэл сая хайлайтууд явбаа да. 1 2 3 гейм. За гранд финалийн нээлт. За би барыг дүрсээ хаач тийм үү тэр зур. Энийг та бүтнээр нүцгэх юм. За юу болох гээд байна? За би л ойлгохгүй л гош. За гранд финалийн нээлтгээд ямар ч нэг юм бэлдсэн л юм байна гэс.
The last hope of China. Once doubted, now
За Selection Action Slugs юмараа хэлээ.
Was cursed to never win another grand final. But now they are here to prove that they will rise above that fate.
Zazure. За хятад гранд файнал ялч чадахгүй явсаар байгаа юм. Хараа шиг юмэг зөксөж чадахгүй гэл. Гарч ирсэн да. Zazure. За Liquid-ийг өстө санамсаргүй байдлаар мэдхгүй би яг ерөөс expect хийгээгүй Azure-ыг дийлчин гээд айгуу гоё. 1-0-аас 2-1-ээр хэдсэн.
From the moment these 5 players set foot in Malaysia, it seemed destined that they'd end the year one more grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, the most dominant team of 2023, Game In!
2023 оны хамгийн азаргалсан баг гэж ярил зүгээр юм да тий ойлгол. Азаргууд орж ирж байна энэ. За дурак ингэж явж байгаа гутлан суугаа авчдаг да. Лима мажор дээр нэг гутлан суугарч унжсэн яг ингэж орж ирдэг дээр гранд финал дээр. Би л гранд финалд гарч ирж байхад нэг хүмүүс ингэж дуулаад байд надад амар эвгүй санагдах байхаа. Зя. Гранд финалын амжилттай болсон. Дрон шот.
We didn't play in front of the crowd like for a long time since TI, but it feels really nice. I'm happy that we are here.
就感觉粉丝都很热情，然后在线下和在那个小组赛感觉确实不太一样，就是在线下会更有激情一点。
I think
it's really good, but not against us. They looks like shit to be honest. I think we're gonna destroy them 3-0 in the grand finals without getting any trouble.
在我们来之前，就是想的话还是挺意外的。虽然我们在圣决输给你们，但是我们会再杀回来，会拿到。虽然这个比赛没有雪碧，但是我们会像雪碧在 TI 决赛上那样把冠军从你们面前拿走。你们将止步于决赛。
Тэ дурак бол амар өөртөө тэлтэй л байгаа юм байна. Энэ гейм руу тохой өстэй. GG is cold.
He's got the BKB up. In fact, he's going to go for the man fight. There's your do now. They steal up with the live stealer. It's not looking too good. It's Q just creating absolute havoc in the middle of the fight. There's 3 down. No buyback.
Thank you everyone, especially crowd, for watching and cheering for us. It really helps us and it's really nice to see when people are screaming our team name.
我们将在总决赛的舞台上再次证明自己。现在我们从败者组杀回来了，我们会在决赛上击败你。
Liquid асагцаа guys.
MyTech Arena, are you ready for a grand final?
Yeah, grand final хэлсэн.
They've taken their speed to their ready for battle, and I think after from the video, Brian, I think we need to address that because Darasho.
За миний муугаа зэрэг ярих уу?
There's a very fine thin line between balance and cockiness. Between confidence and cockiness.
That was about the most left-handed comp that had me in the first half. He's like, they've been a really good team.
За Queen Dailing keyboard-ыг хармаар байна.
I mean, that's quite a statement to make going into a series, and let's see how it plays out, I guess.
He said shit, Brian.
Well, I was trying to
That's what he said.
you know, trying to be civil here.
Багууд юу carry-га захтаас суулгах юм те. Carry offlaner-ыг захтаас суулгаад. Хоёр спортоо хоёр суганд нь авчилчаад.
Let's be fair. We love a little bit of friendly banter.
Яа царайлагчтай л гэсэн. За баярлалаа.
There's no way he meant it in any kind of malicious intent. And let's be real. When they played against Gaming Gladiators yesterday.
За гэл 3 болчих. Clap бүгдэн дээр нь алгадаал зүгээр. Бүлэн чин тайл өчмөр байна.
So I hope Gaming Gladiators came into this with the utmost respect for their opponents today.
Yeah, and we saw earlier.
Sia драфтууд яваад эхэлж байгаа. Grand Final-ын эхний тоглолтын драфт. On the way. За Азур чөний бандад эхэлж байгаа. Гаймин. Бараг 20 минутын 2-0 хийсэн шүү. Яа ч Лишрак бандад эхэлж байгаа. За шинхүү ингэ суудлаа тавьж игээл. Көвчтөө.
There's actually one role we haven't really touched upon before this, and I do want to still do that a little bit before we get into the actual.
Апсет гэж орж ирээд энэ да. Апсетик байх юм бол Азур бол сая тоглож моглоод айгүй гоё эхэлж штэ. Ликвидийн өдөөс ерөнхийдөө замаа засчлаа ликвидээр. За хэр тоглох нь вэ? Ликвидээс сүүлийн 2 гейм бол яг бүр зам мөрөө зассан гоё л тоглолтод ичлээ. За Viper бандж байгаа. Сая Bounty дарсныг харсан.
I believe they already whipped that out against Azure Ray yesterday. And for on the side of XXS, you know, I'd say he's more.
За Gaming бол сая бүх тоглолтыг үзсэн бах уу?
In terms of the way that he plays the game, you know, we saw like the Visage summons type that's similar to the way Ace likes to play, but then we saw the Primal Beast in game 2 versus.
За Timber Viper, Magnus Lichrak. Гэт бандж байгаа. За Gaming Radiant-лаас second pick-тэй.
In the scaling of their draft and on the map. While on the other hand, I think XXS, you know, he's more adaptable to what is going to enable his other two cores, especially those.
За Язарын 3 стратууд удахгүй.
Yeah, I would say that they're both the pillars of the teams, like respectively XXS.
Gaming арайч 3-0 төлчихгүй л үгүй. Gaming 3-0-т нь л гэж бодоод байгаа шүү дээ. За Phoenix нэгээрээ дарж байгаа. За бан ранкны 7-т явж байгаа. Баатарын байна. За win rate 75%-тай 3 тоглож 2 ялсан. Мань тэмцээнд бол. За Gaming чажлуулж яаж тоглолдог доо Дураки алхтай драфт тундаж юу.
They could win. And when you pair that player with a player like Zinq, who naturally has all of the confidence and all of the happiness, it does make for a very good team.
За best of 5 сурвалт дээр ихний тоглолтыг авсан баг айгу. Confident. Сэтгэл зүйн давуутай эхэлдэг гэх юм уу? Юу яриад байгаа юм бэ? 66 тийш штэ тий. Мен сая 104-т очиж. За Pangolier. Queen Pangogоо нэгээр дараад шууд авчиж байгаа. За одоо авахгүй л угаасаа Азурын 4-т бам баг Pango байсан баха да. Queen бол Pango тоглох айгуу дуртай швэ.
I've seen Phoenix get banned against Azure Ray pretty much every game of these playoffs, and that's because it's 5-0. They've won every single game this event with it, and on the other side, you know, Quinn picking a fake
Pango win rate 75% байгаа маань Quinn.
I'd say significantly buffed in 7.35. It feels like that shield crash being reduced in cooldown.
Язурын 5 дахь бан. За Grimstroke гаргацсан байгаа юм тач.
It also extends the duration of his rolling bolt or rolling thunder. I feel like what it also does is it really just gives Gaimin everything they want to do in the mid lane. We talked about both supports collapsing. I think Pangolier is the best hero to do that right now. Low cooldown, skirmishing, didn't get nerfed by all of the heart nerfs and all the other common items for the other aggressive mid lane.
Pangolier юу яах вэ? Gyro Sport бандж байгаа. Тофугийн Gyro аяг орж ирж исэн Celery. Crystal Maid-ний дарж байгаа маань.
Against these mid laners that can get on top of him and force his dive, force his egg. Because Phoenix is a hero that needs to
Tom map үзэн штэ guys гэж байна. Tom map бол үзэн дээ.
Yeah, and I think it's you both mentioned.
Сая харсан уу? What the fuck хаана үлдчихвэ?
They have made CM look so.
Тэмүүл бол нь гараад байгаа юм байна. За Тэмүүлэн хай guys.
Like respectively XXS's Mars.
Where are you man?
Damn good. Like when I look at two offlaners, they're definitely
high. It was played, but and making his team feel like they could win.
Where are you man?
With a player like Zinq, who naturally has all of the confidence and all of the happiness.
Тэмүүлэн хай олддгүй.
No, that's a beautiful point. Like you finals
because
there are those moments you
олдохгүй байж Тэмүүлэн. Greetings from Mongolia гэд гоё байна. Бэйс юм what the fuck би олсонгүй. Та тавлаад байгаа юм уу те?
Sure it's Gaimin's best hero. It's the easiest hero for them to play around the mid. They have you both
Та яаж энэ вэ штэ. Хой. Манай монгол хүн энэ ч сууж шүү guys. Look at this guy. Greetings from Mongolia. Dude, use fucking big marker. Томхон шиг маркер бичиж тэмүүлээ. Юу ч уншигдахгүй. За nice. Монголын бажаар дээр guys. Мажаар хийжтэй. Одоо мажаарг болцсон штэ. За Алка шууд дарж байгаа. Азур. Primal Rubik.
Definitely pops up. I think Gaming Gladiator's best carry pick right here. Alchemist, they play it so well. It gives you a secondary initiate with the Pango, so it's not just.
За Дурак Алкараж гоё тоглолдог доо. Нэмээ Silence авч байгаа маань.
And the Ratio, he's gonna pop up in your lane. Azure, you gotta be ready. Gaming Gladiators, go with the Silencer to combo break. I like it.
Something's gotta give. Alchemist 5-0 for Gaimin, Phoenix 5-0 for Azure. Both teams whipping out their signatures. As I think what makes
Alchemist lifestealer Alkin counter Nike орж ирж байгаа. За Easy Battle үлчээд байгаа да. Nike-ээс юу тоглох вэ? Ace ч юм тоглолдог. Londroid Nike-өөс дарахгүй. Darkseer бас байж болно те. Тэгээ Gaming-ийн тоглолтыг ер нь ажиадахад айлынхаа драфтанд нэг баригдахгүйгээр яг өөртөө тоглолтыг тоглоод байгаа баг да. За дүүн банд ч байна зур. Гурав нөлөө 3-1 үг нэ. Би бас тэгж бодлоо. За Gaming-ийн 6-7 дахь бан. За Nixem-ийн Bounty Hunter-ыг respect ban хийгээд хэлчихжээ те. За дээрэс нь Pango мэдтэй учраас Милээ отраар Bounty мэдээдээс тоглох тийм ч гоё биш. Joins the fights and he positions himself aggressively. He's farming aggressively. He isn't playing the kind of alchemist that's, oh, he's on another side of the map where he has to rejoin his team through boots of troubles. No, he's constantly within the formation. And that's really been a key part of Gaming Gladiator's success rate, especially with the way that they buy those auras and ace and they're consistently grouping up. Also, that's scary for Azure Ray, right? Outside of it, за Queen matchup бол банд болно шүү дээ. Viper-ийн бандцсан. XM ч бас хурган пак тоглолт юм байлаа. Пак бол гаргахгүй. За Prime League мэдлүү флексч магадгүй гэж бодоод Mars бандж байгаа юм байна. За цорын 7 дахь бан. Тайтаас айхгүй, Underlord Mordос айхгүй. Visage орж ирэхгүй. Darkseer баг бандаа ажиллаад юм бол. Gaming бол доо тоохгүй Darkseer авч магадгүй л баг. За цорын 7 дахь бан. Юу орж ирэх гэж байгаа. Liquid дууссан. Ой. Хэдүүлээ юугаа GG's AR Grand Finals.
Yeah, Alchemist does decent physical damage, but it's not generally powerful enough to bring down a hero like Lifestealer, who more so is countered by like the Slardars and the Ursas. He needs that extra urge to be taken down in time, so I'm thinking that if it's a physical damage
last pick talt, I don't know.
If it's Azure Ray's hero, we're looking at a hero that's going to mitigate that.
The Queen of Pain. So copy land and save the water Queen of Pain.
I respect a lot about XM playing these meteors that will not only give you a good game but slow down your opponent. I think Pango Pop fits into that against the Pangolier.
The Queen Pango ч тэгээд Pango гайгүй тоглолчтой юм байлээ дээ Queen-ийн үдээс. Лэнд ялагддаг гэсэн левел авчаар өдөөс айгүй төвхтэй юм байлээ.
Silencer and Gaming Gladiators draft. Right, now that you have this Queen of Pain, she's going to target these really susceptible backline heroes like the Crystal Maiden and the Silencer, and maybe she can bait out that.
За Queen арцсан. Slardar байвал авчих гэсэн байдгүй. Темпо авч өгдөг Aura-тай. Centaur байхгүй те. А Centaur байгаа л юм байна. Nike-ийн үдээс Centaur дарахаар жоохон сонин. Gaming last pick жоохон сонирхол юм байна да. За Queen of Pain бас нэрвэлсэн байгаа гэдгийг санах хэрэгтэй. 10 level-ийн strength talent байхгүй болсон.
Yeah, my concern for Quap is she's meant to win like the sustain game in the mid lane, like she wants to dagger you and shove you away, but I think even the supports for Gaimin are really good at just chucking nukes at her, and even if they don't kill this Queen of Pain,
За Gaimin.
Queen of Pain doesn't have a way to really.
За баг Darkseer л байгаа юм байна да.
On top of the wave, so I'm a bit concerned in that aspect for like just the way Gaimin plays sometimes. It's just a war of
What hero?
They're just trying to wear you down on the map.
Ooh, Brood Mother.
But not a hero that I would have expected. What do you guys think of?
Сия гой драфт орж ирсэн Brood Mama. За Cameron төрлөө биш. Gaimin-ээр олцгоё. Гэснээр буруу юм унтраачлаа биш. What the fuck. За стрим дээр лайк дарж юмж өгөөсөө лайк дарж стримээ дэмжээрэй. Манайхаа.
But pretty good for Gaimin.
One thing that's nice about Summons heroes is they usually allow the 4 to leave, which is going to allow them to play mid. They're going to also have the option to go to Garachio's lane.
За lifesteal Brood Mother draft бүр айгүй гоё болчлоо.
It's a great hero that's still going to pressure the lane when he's level 6 for Garachio to rotate through. So I think
Утгыг алдуулсан л гэж бууж байна да. Brood Mama ч.
Also, this Brood is going to pose a lot of problems, right? Because there's only one hero on the side of Azure Ray that can deal with it, and that's the Primal Beast. So Primal Beast is going to have to deal with Broodmother's lane at a certain point.
За 6 level хүрэл аал алдаг баатар баг байхгүй шүү. Queen of Pain Scream алдаггүй юм. Жижиг аалснуудын лал нь Тагны магарч иж лалдаг болно тийм.
They can just pop out like that. Suddenly, you still kill the primal. I'm a little afraid for Azure, but I want them to show this early game aggression they did in the last series, and we'll have a banger of a game.
Okay, I'm looking forward to a banger of a game, banger of a series. My Tech Arena, are you ready for a banger of a game? Because I'm going to give you a banger of a caster duo with Cap and SPG.
For the winningest roster in Dota 2 since 2013.
За Grand Final-аас сүүгээ угаал эхэлдэг дээ. За SPG бол Capner Grand Final-ыг эхний гэмиг тайлбарлаж байгаа.
Yeah, in a way, but there's one team standing in their way. It is Azure, and they have an entire region behind their back. One of the most historical regions in Dota. This would be the first year a Chinese team does not claim a Tier 1 tournament victory. So we are at the edge of a precipice. We are at the edge of Dota history right now. And they're up against the final boss in game. Azure looking for...
За Queen of Pain Phoenix Life Stealer Rubik Primal Beast гэсэн баатар давсан байгаа азар. За жижигээс онцлох баатрыг бол Brood Mama л байна да. Last picker орж ирсэн. За Brood Mama гэхдээ аалсны өдөөс дэжгүй явчт юм а тий. Хай өчрөө. Өдрийн минь бра. За Tofu. Silencer тоглож байгаа. Post 4 Silencer юм байна. За шийдвэрлэх гейм. За best of 5 зурлаа эхний тоглолт хэлж байна. За Дурако. Дэйсийн smoke break хэлчих тун сонирхолтой. За Brood Mama аалцтайгаагүй явцдаг та тий. За Seller Reward зоочолгоор авчиж байгаа. Phoenix-ийг харсан. Видеоны дуу жангалцгаар гээс жоох хэцүү хаа. Я дурако. Bracer авч тоглож байгаа Primal Beast-үүдээс. За юу батны л тоглодог л та. За энэ гейм дээр тэгээд айгу snowball тоглохгүй бол late game л Nike-ыг алкаар хаална гэж хэцүү бах та. За Seller-ийн лэнлүүгээ гэлчмээр байгаа лүү энэ. Зөхөд 50 явуулахгүй гэнэ нэг балбаж аваад явуулж байгаа. За Silencer гэдэг баатар ч бас Phoenix-ийг нэлээд дийлдэг баатар шүү дээ. Yes.
That was a 2-0 that finished in 35 minutes, right? You go out to E, you come back, the series is gone. So you have to put up a
За level-ийг web аваад эхэлсэн байгаа. За Brood Mama чуучаа аалцаа шууд гаргадаг багтаа л айгүй хэцүү байсан да тий. За одоо л бас чиж гайгүй болчиход байгаа. За exam. Shadow Fractal тоглож байгаа даа голын ланыг. За Life Stealer ямар ч тач Brood-ийг 6 хүртэл гайгүй явчих байхаа. Silicon болооноос нь Reach-дэд гарч марчин. За Brood бас өөрөө эвгүүтэй 2 Red Band Band дайцсан байсан. Universal Butter. За Queen голын лендер ямар ч тач дэжгүй явж байна да. За Queen гээд. Халтайран датаа яадаг юм байна да. За ботлынхан дээр
early frostbite under the acid spray is just pretty nasty. So as long as
За XM-тэй сайхан нүддэг дээ сая. Queen of Pain Pangog.
like they don't have to win the lanes, they just have to not lose them.
And a big point of contention is gotta be
Зөөр мөтийн water нь л хаашаа явах вэ? Queen of Pain. Link авцсан бол тэгээд. Queen яваагүй нь л явж авна да. Pangol.
into that mid lane to give Quinn as much of a game as possible.
That is one of the big things I want to see Azure Ray counteract this series.
За тэгээд ямар нэгэн kill болоог айгу 50 сайхан тоглолт хийвч байна. За голын хоёр тоглолт шрүүлгүй явдггүй дээ. XM link авчихсан байгаа. Queen ингээд яг зүрж явахгүй бол голын лен дээр kill орно гэж бахан. За XM лэнэ контролдод гоё тоглолоо. За Queen хэдэн танго дуудаад тоглох хэрэгтэй байна да. За shield crash-тад клип авчихгаа.
China's one of their youngest talents in XM.
Чадвар. XXS лөө. За damage рэлэлцээд өнгөрч байгаа. За хоёр levelтэй concoction байгаа.
Big question for me is how this top lane progresses in terms of we haven't seen Broodmother in a while, right? And this used to be a hero that just automatically.
За Queen голын лэнийг ямар нэг алдаа бодоггүй дэжүүл тоглож байна да.
So in theory, this is a lane that Ace is going to give a lot of freedom to Toku on. Perhaps look for the rotations off the silencer, get some more skirmishing in. But how long can Low stay up here? And does Low go for some kind of move?
За Harrison creep авалттай next тэнцүү. Creep авалттай явж байгаа.
So he just goes back to the jungle. I mean, I'm getting flashbacks from some of those low life stealer games early in the tournament.
За Phoenix Date-ийн лэн дээр тимч тусалцаа үзүүлж чадахгүй л ах шиг байна да тий.
You don't want to end up in a similar position where you lose so much of your camps early to this Broodmother just taking over the map, and Ace gets that backstab in the tier 1 mid. That is what he's looking for. Kick Low out, take his tier 1, get in Azure Ray's jungle, and
За лүү нэлээд өндөр damage-ийг авсан. За голын лэн бол тэгэл Queen зодол Pangон төвчл. За дээр Tianming first blood-ийг top дээр авах нь гэсэн авсангүй XX-с харин доор first blood-ийг авчиж байгаа мэн first blood авдгийн даваан дээр. Дурако өөргөө стандарт харуулчлаа. За lifestealer Broodmother хоёр ингээ хоорондоо зодтолчихвол. За Hungry асаацсан байгаа Brood арай илүү баха тий. За healing salve дарж байгаа. Дурако. За 2v баач чадахгүй хойно зүгээр зогсчлоо. Дуракло. Өргөө 50 да. Тодор шар баатар ирж байгаа Tofu. За онслото мисэлждэг. За Telecness хойшоо. Хоошинтай онслот нэмжлүүлж байгаа юм тий. За Ace Portrait дээр ажиллаж байгаа. За 6 level хүрэл энэ лэний хувьд бол Brood Mama. Алдах байх та. За Tofu баг ингээд Brood-а ганцаар ингэ хаждаг зөвдөө. За Pangod stack нэгэ 6 дахь минутын доор гарсан XM Arcane руу нэг авсан. За тэр Nike жоох илүү байгаад нөө тэ Brood-өөс одоохондоо. За Portrait босч байгаа. За range creep-д нэлээд гэлж байгаа. Онцгой хандаа Ace-д бол гэл 6 өрчмөр байгаа батар. Nexus чаг зөгт юм байна уу? Brood-өөс хүзээтэй юм байна. Portrait босч байгаа. За одоо portrait болц дэлгэв зөвхөн доо. За double band portraits. Тэр тоф ирсэн лүүлүү. Зөвсөл рейж дарж болж байгаа. За доор дахиад CM-дөр кил амжилттай. За тотлын жоо яа толох боломжгүй болоод энэ удаа. За дурак бүр цусгүй 6 левел хүрчих гээл үзээд байгаа дороо. Sonic доожилцсан. Тофу ороод ирлээ. Soshback уншиж байгаа. XM-дөр кил хийж байгаа юм байна. Тофу. За бонус килэнд шинку байх боломжтой юу? Юу болоод энэ сая Күний сайд степ ямар гоё явчих Soshback уншиж байгаа дахиад ямар гоё жүглэгээр явчихва. За наадмын дээр нэг заавал авах шаардлагатай дээр гарсан. За ботлоор фильтүүлээд бүр авах юм байна. Жинко. Soshback мисэлчдэг. За шинку дээр явуулж кил орж ирэх баг. Килийг сэлэрээ. Килэр за 3-2. За 4 1 гэсэн байл да хитрхи гриди юм бол ууланч гоё л да күн дээр Shadow Strike толгоч тоглох. За одоогийн байдлаар нэг ажиллахгүй л байгаа харагдаж байна да. Polarize мана байхгүй. Та дараа дамжсан. Дурако. Polarize bam. Хүрч байгаа жаа. За хойно харин Tiamin унчиж байгаа маань дурак. Трейд килийг авч байгаа. За Chix-ийг албал тундажгүй смог задарсан. Onslaught cooldownтай Soshback л ондггүй дээ Queen. За бүр ролдод алж байгаа маань. За Ace. Сөүлринг авчихсан байгаа. За Нусал Баатар дээр Сөүлрингээс сурган статс нэмэндэ. За киллер за 5-3 болж ирж байна. За XM Sonic гарсан. За одоо энэ Brute-ийг гаргах боломж өгөх болцсон доо. Onslaught Celery лөө барьж амжсангүй стикээ дараад гүйцэн. Хойноос concoction дээр орж ирж байгаа шинкүүг алах боломжтой. За ямар ч concoction шидэж амжсан гэснээр шинкүү унаж байна. За Tofu хитэн инт цуглуулчаад 4 инт цуглуулчаад байгаа юм байна одоогийн байдлаар. Дурак. Chemical Rage байгаа дараа дамжсан concoction дараа дамжсан Tiamin клирэх боломжтой. XXS лөнөдад Pango доошоо ирж байгааг санах хэрэгтэй. Freezing Field ямар гоё юм бэ? Queen-с гоё rotation Tiamin Icarus-тай байх ёстой. Concoction дарна. Доор үлдсэн. Queen орж ирээд байгаа юм байна. За XM доор бууж ирсэн чи юу болоод байна? Sonic вэ байна уу? Sonic-ийн вифрүүлээд байгаа глоб ороод ирлээ. Хичээл зааж ин да хүүхдэд өстө нэрээ. Яа. Сая гэл Sonic-цсан бол күнийг баг алах байсан даа болно. Дөмнөх Sonic-о нэг вифэрцэн. Сая тэгээ Sonic-тхуу яах вэ? Бас доожлуулчт юм болов уу гэд тэр толгойн эргээд байж ил Global Silence ороод ирлээ. Киллер 9-3 болж ирлээ. За Tofu 7 левелд болж ирсэн. За Pango Queen-с 1000 network илүү болоод ирж байгаа юм байна. Шинку Soshback-тай доош бож ирсэн. За Swash-тай хажууд нь ороод Nike ирж байгааг харсан. Дурак зүр гүүчлээ. Жохо утгагүй ороод ирсэн юм болоо тийм байна. Сайн лүү арай утгагүй гүүчлээ. Арай лүү гүүчлээ сая өөр. Тааварт нарагдаад утга чиргүүл ална гэж утсан юм билүү дээ. За киллер 9-3.
get the network to keep up with these gaming gladiators.
That too. I mean, XM does, man. He's the one suffering right now. You look at this net worth chart. He's almost behind Tofu.
Khanbank үнэхээр гоё тоглох юм аа гинэ. Угаас цусанд нь байгаа шүү дээ. Миний тэмцлэр тоглолт гэж хэлэх байхгүй. За Radiance боссон алк дээр 12 минут Radiance тун хурдан тайминг дээр Radiance байна. Nice гэж лайв стилрийг хэлж байгаа шүү guys. Шинкүү дээр хаалтанда зоодсон. Онслот орж ирж байгаа. Шинкүү гайгүй. Рейс гараа авчиж байгаа. За Селерийн Tranquil Boots-аас айгуу гоё шиглээд backpack-анд ээж оруулаад монтралахгүй байна. За Killer 9-3 Дурак Radiance-ны хараас шууд BKB авж байгаа. Салуу. Radiance Manta гэж тоглож байгаа юм байна. Globe Silence-ны үдээс. За Queen. Diffusion play-дээ босгосон. Orchid баар гарч байгаа шахуу. Tofu гарцсан. Icarus dive-лж болдгүй шүү дээ. Шууд өндгөлж байгаа. Global Silence амжих нь уу? Амжиж байгаа юм байна. За тэр цаана 6-6-ээс өсрэлтээ харж байгаа. Өсрөхгүй юм байна. Swashbuckle зурсан. Жадор Radiance-тай бат Radiance-г батрыг савах байхаа. За иймэрхүү үед Globe байвал үед Дурак Globe дуудаад concoction дараад дайрж болно шүү дээ. Killer 13. Queen. Regeneration үнийг олж авч байна. За Globe 9 секундын cooldownтай XM-ийг харсан. XM-ийг Frostbite-лаад авбал алах боломжтой. За Zeus үлт байна уу? За Tofu 8 левелт болоод ирсэн байгаа. Эйс энэ шууд платформ гарч байгаа юм байна. Нэг сонирхолтой билд нь. За XXS дээр энэ Brute-ийг хамгаалж зогсохосоор аргагүй төрчгээд байгаа. Тэн Prime-лиг ороод алчгаар да Orgil-д өгнө. Creep-эн дээр Orgil дарчдаг. Гэтэ хамаагүй. Orgil буруу юм дээр иргэлсэн байсан ч. Гол хэлэн лөө Blink Initiation Shinkuru Дурак. За Chemical Rage хулгайлцсан. Энд дөрөж чадах нь Sonic 2 дээр хүнээ хамгаалж чадчих байгаа юм байна. XM хайгаад гүйтсэн лүүтэ таарна. За Pango-гийн бас нэг change байгаа нэгээс 15 левелийн. За Shield Crash 3 секунд Roll-н дотроо гэдэг тайланд нь skill-эндээ шууд яваад орцсон. За Roll 2 левелтэй болчихвол 6 секундын cooldownтай 3 левелтэй болчихвол 3 секундын cooldownтай болно ч гэдэм юм. Хог гэж нэг XM-ийн item network нь юу юм бэ? Support silencer-тэй тэнцүү явж штэ. Тэжтэн Shadow Strike 4 аваад олцсон. За тэгээ Azure иймэрхүү нэг баатар барих чад тохиолдолд шууд Globe орж ирнэ. За дахиад Primal руу дайрсан да Shinkuu Swashbuckle тулгаад авч байгаа. Tofu бариад авч байгаа. За Globe-г нь алч бол тундаж гоо. Killer за 11-4. За баг Queen of Pain-ыг алж байгаатай дайтал хийштэйсээ Tofu-гийн үхэл бол За Celery Pavs дуусгасан. Solar Crest нэр ажиллаж байгаа. За чи бүх манаг дуусгасан байгаа. Tiaming Baiming болчаа. За Queen-ийн Swash Buckle-д л өнөдөр адахгүй байгаа да тий. Тор exam. Лоб дараад өгч байгаа. За exam-дэс яагаад гарахгүй. Килиг тофу plus 2 12-ийн тулгаалсан байгаа тофу гэдэг мэтлэр. Тофугийн net worth-тэй. Ойрхон л явах юм да exam. За лүүгээрээ тийм цэвээгөө гарч байгаа. За Queen Open ингээд л өчтөр мань лоббин дээр тоглож байхдаа Queen-ээр бас нэг иймэрхүү юм хийсэн шүү дээ. Энэс арай дээр л байсан л та. Лэндэ ялаад ерөөсөө юу хийхгүй байгаа даа. Саквын нэстрэн попперсон Russia хооломжтой платформтой. За платформтой аалсан Russia хэр зөхөйг харъя л да. За first item платформ. Whoa, what the fuck? What? What? Team амир юм уу? Камерсын 3 секунд ондоо тийш очиж буцаа битлээ очсон чинь цусан дуусч байна. Holy shit. Юу вэ сайнийхээ? За чагаар лайв гэдэг concoction зорж ирээ дурак killing spree авч байна. Шинко байтлуулна гэсэн өргөө таашин тавьчих байгаа өөрөө сууштай. Платформ дарсан байхад өөрийнх нь хүмүүс нэмэх чараар зөхнөө. Чанга юм байна те, сайн юм байна те. Яг хуучин платформоос сууг юм гэвэл вертикал зөхөл болж байгаа байна л да. Аркилад авсан ч. За байранд нь байх юм байсангүй. Ядаар аркинер нь гарсан байгаа.
Some of your cores, you know they're not going to be getting BKBs anytime soon. The Quap is already delayed enough. Lifestealer likes getting a BKB later into the game.
Tower дээр платформ нэгж болдог л жоохон амар л энэ.
You know, despite his laning success, hasn't managed to, you know, actually get any kills around the map. So.
За Celery нэлээд гүнзгий вард орж ирээд очиж байгаа. За Gaming Azure-ын цувралч нэг иймэрхүү байдалтай болоод байгаа да. Queen XXS үсрэх гээд байгаа юм бол үсрээ ороод ирсэн. Хоньс нь барьж аавна. Клуб дарах шаардлага байна уу? Байхгүй юм байна. За тэгээд дэше бүр high ground зөхөд эхэлдэг шууд. Яа. Азургийн жижигийн тоглолт яг ийм л болоод байгаа. Өмнөх Апрын финалийн тоглолт нэг иймэрхүү юм гарсан шүү дээ. 20 дээрийг high ground өсч үзсэн. Тэр 3 тавар унж байна. Queen Open имиж утахгүй. За алкиг өргөө тавьсан. Pango X-тэй. За хангра дараал зөхөж эхэлсэндээ XXS-ийг хүлээх шаардлагатай. Ай. За Cliff бүр байхгүй ч юм байна. Queen X-тэй айгаад байгаа юм байхгүй лүү рээжээ вэсэлсэн. Defuse-тэй давж байгаа. Энд чинь шууд алдчихж байгаа юм шүү. Хоёр баатар дээр concoction global silence байсангүй эг дарсан ч хитрхээ ороодсон байжээ. Эргэж хараад XXS-ийг зөхөд эхэлж байгаа. Rolling Thunder Rolling Thunder авах гэдэг Swashbuckle Shinko урагшаага өөрөө ороод ирлээ. Хоёроор нь мөргсөн Sonic Wave Queen дуртаяа өгнө. За нэлээд гүнзгий өгсөн байгаа гэхдээ барьдаг баатрууд нь байхгүй аа. За ингээл 22 дээр нэг ч баатраа өгөхгүйгээр Rax нь авчаад team fight-а ялж байгаараа явчлаа. За Назар геймэнийг тоглолтод хурдан болоод байгаа юм да. За Alchemist баг бандагдаж эхлэх юм болоо да дараагийн хэдэн геймээс. Нэгээр дарсан Bango шүү дээ. Өөдөөс нь контестчгүй наваад юу ч хийж чадахгүй байна. Яй. За киллер за 17-4. За энэ ч геймийн ерөөсөө л торонц моронц гიშгээд шаардлага алгадаа барыг дахиад high ground өсгөөр ч юм уу да. 23 минутын дээр AC Radiance pick-up-тай Alchemist шүү дээ. За Chemical Rage алдаж болохгүй дурак. Sunray. За нэлийн гүнзгий бар дахиад зоогоод автсан байгаа да дурак. Харж байгаад орж болно. Вартын ямар ч болоод устгасан. Дурак. Concoction дарж байгаа. За галзуу юм бол хийхгүй маань. За дурак Конканы туртаа Лүгийн нотортыг даблдаад ирсэн. XM Manchester Chavas болсон байна да. За геймийн доор тавар авч доотлын харыг авчиж амжиг байгаа маань. Гол руу Concoction Shinko bye bye л гэж бууж байна. Ghost Scepter дараа дамжсан. Стил онж байгаа юм байна да. За дээшээ өгсөж болж байна. За асар яаж хамгаалах вэ? Queen боторцсон. Primal орж ирч чадахгүй. Хоёр дахь талынхаа Rax-ыг зүгээр л алдаж байгаа юм байна. Юу хийх юм юу ч алга юм чи. Тоглолтын 25 минут. За Ace 15 каны турттай. Pango 12k гэдэг. Төртөө 25 минутын LED-ний 23 каны туртын зураг гаргасан байна. За геймийн спортууд ч баг мэдлэн офлайн корууд энэ туртаар гүйтж эхлэх гээд байгаа юм уу да тий. За геймийн ялах бом магадлалыг 98% гэж үзэж байгаа юм байна. За азуур хизээ байлдаж чадах вэ те? За бараг чадахгүй л гэж бууж байна да. За терметр авч болно. Тэстэ хүснэл хийхээр энэ да те. За дими баган тусаа алдчихгүй яа. За топ агним шарт авсан. Дурак. Chemical Rage дээр нь савж байгаа. За бараг алаад байгаа юм шүү. Pickup-аас аваад ирэх чараа балбчлаа. За Arcane Curse Rage дээр нь Concoction шийдсэн. За цаана өндөг задарчаад байгаа. За бараг тоохгүй ороод Queen хон юм игээд байгаа. Global Silence орж ирсэн XM Pickup-тай байна. Дурак. Хинлүү стана шидэхгүй XM дээр за тайминг Pickup-анд дуусаар бол тун тоогоо дөрөөрөө гэр дотроо чаавс Smoke-лод наашилсан. Chemical Rage ямартайч дууслаа. Follow-ыг бол алахгүй дээ. За Ace Pickup-тай Эс BKB-г дарж амжсангүй Sonic давсан. BKB-г дарж амжихгүй унж байгаа юм байна. Miller-X маш багцтай үлдэж байгаа. За баг эргээд орохоор доо. Queen BKB-гөө. За нэг гарч болох юм байна да GG. За 5 эсрэг 4 орно гэж байх уу? GG. За chemical rage юмсан. Яа, smoke дахиад сүүлийн 30 секунд 2 дараалал smoke дарж байна Azure. XX-с наашилсан. Phoenix-ийг бариад авсан. Дурак BKB уншиж байгаа. Chemical rage ямар ч тач дарж амжлаа. XM тэр доороос балбсаар Rolling Thunder гэж байгааг санах хэрэгтэй. Icarus type байхгүй шүү дээ Tiaming. Баштаад авсан. Tiaming дээр гил амжилттай лүү. Биш араад Nike-тэй зодолтыг гэсэн зодолтуулах нь зодолдохгүй. Tiaming bye back. Дурачаа өсрэлтээ харж байгаа XM зөө ороод ирсэн. Self stun гэсэн стан оруулчихж байгаа. Orchid дээр хангалттай гилдэж амжиж байгаа. Tiaming die back. Лүү шалтан пикапта. За BKB Rage 2 дээр баг өвхээд байгаа юм шүү дээ. Арай ч унчихгүй маань. За ингээ шинэгүй жижиг зарлснаар Game 1 28 минутанд өртөө дуусч байна. Вау. Гайхалтай. Нэг иймэрхүү болох гол байсан юм да тий. Яг нэг иймэрхүү тоглох гарах гэдсэн. Яг л гарч байна. За шинэгүй инээд алдаад бардаггүй л гэдэг шиг байна. Вау, гайхалтай. Дурак хэлээ зүн л юм байна да тий. Азурынхан бидний өдөөс амар бас шиг тоглолтыг гэж стил бас шиг тоглож байна да. Камерын дээр энэ таад. Дахиад гараад ирлээ. Ялч жижиг нэг төвөл дарин тимээ ста утгыг алдуулж байна ёо. The best of 5 цувралын дөнгөж ихний тоглож үдээ guys. Хаа байсан болоогүй. За game 2 guys тооцохгүй. 10 минутын завсралга. 10 минутын завсралгын дараа уулзъя та тий boys. See you in 10 minutes guys.
Yeah, I learned something though. The Broodmother with spiders, the Bloodthorn, 60 damage per hit. I thought that was like only on heroes or something, but they killed Roche in like 2 seconds, and that was what I learned that game.
Nice.
I'm glad you learned something. I hope that Azure also learned something. There was a little bit of a skill diff, I think, going on in the mid lane. We'll touch on it more later. It happens. But I think this game after like 7, when Quinn does this play mid where he dodges Sonic Wave with the roll, then they get the kill against the Queen who's maxing Dagger. Last pick to win the lane, doesn't win the lane. This entire game just broke open. I feel like game in side lanes, it didn't, Azure did so well on the side lanes, but it didn't matter. They couldn't do anything anymore.
Yeah, okay, hear me out.
I'm hearing you out.
I'm here.
Azure cannot play into Gaiman's tempo with the heroes that they're currently picking, and you'd think, okay, so they tried something.
Yeah.
It didn't work. I really feel like the hero you should address potentially is this Alchemist. I feel like if you're giving up so much of the map early on and you're playing against an Alchemist, it's almost impossible to make a comeback in the same way that they did versus Liquid in the lower bracket finals. I feel like they just need to take out this hero, and then potentially you can actually play on your team fighting heroes and find those kills.
Okay.
I've identified a hero that they cannot look through.
Okay, so you're saying because you need to address their ball so much, it gives so much space to the Alch that you don't want to give them that?
Yes.
I think that's a good point. The only problem I feel is that like you have that problem, and I think that's an amazing point, but then if they have a different carry and you still can't answer their 3-man ball, I don't know what to do. I don't want to be playing against them right now is what I'm saying. I don't know what you need to address because I think it's more than one problem, and that is the problem.
But I think that they are capable of playing into the 3-man ball because they've shown us before that they can play very aggressively. It just feels like if you have this carry from the safe lane that's like 7k net worth ahead of everybody else in the game, what do you do at that point? Especially when the rest of Gaimin have positioned themselves so aggressively. And that's not even talking about this last pick Broodmother that blew the map wide open for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, let's focus our attention a little bit away from Azure Ray and how they struggled here, but more like focus towards Gaimin Gladiators and how they just crushed it. They come in, there's this fresh patch, and they're just owning it. They're able to pick up from the previous patch what worked for them, and they're just able to continuously dominate. How is this possible?
I think they're playing a similar style, just with different heroes. You know, they substituted some heroes. And you have the Celery CM, always laning well, giving more tempo, going to Quinn, Tofu, who's furthermore enabling him. They go together, they make space for the side laners. I agree with Effie. I think Alchemist is the best carry for the Ratio. It's the best carry for how they play. They give him so much space. I mean, Ace will last pick whatever hero is best for the game. He can play all of them. But I feel like if I have to think about his hero, I'm thinking too far down the line because the problems are already all before that.
I think it's so much of a lane momentum game on the map. I think the only lane that Azure Ray could potentially get that momentum was in the mid lane. And since Alchemist is naturally going to become very difficult to gank, have a lot of supports playing around him at the 10-minute mark or so, that's going to open up that lane. And then the Broodmother naturally boots out pretty much every carry in the game. And the fact that they lost that one play you mentioned where Quinn killed XM in the mid lane, like, it's so sad when you say it about a Dota game, but it feels like you almost know the game's over right after that happens.
Yeah, and that's why the mid lane is where we're going to take our attention for the Acer Predator player versus player. It was really the story of the game. Pango versus Queen of Pain. It's the first Queen of Pain we saw on the main stage here in the MyTech Arena, and unfortunately for XM, it did not have a good showing at all. Quinn, undefeated, on his Pango's 0 deaths again, and this one is not even new patch specific, Effie. He just keeps on rolling with it.
I mean, at this point, we can with confidence say that Quinn is the best Pango player in Dota right now.
Yeah.
Without a shadow of a doubt, if you give his hero away, you have to be able to play into this hero. You have to be able not just to match its tempo, but actually pick a hero that has a good matchup. And surprisingly enough, you'd think that Queen of Pain would have an easy matchup versus the Pangolier mid, but that's just not how this played out. Quinn played an incredible game, from the laning stage to playing aggressively as usual, and also just covering his Alchemist. Every time later on in the game when Alchemist blinked in, you had the instant Rolling Thunder alongside the Global Silence, and it really felt like all of Gaimin's heroes were setting up their win condition for success in the Alchemist.
Like, if I could choose, so Effie can choose Alchemist as a hero that she doesn't want to see. I don't want to see Pango.
Okay.
I'll start with that, and maybe also for Azure, like, second pick seems to be working out better for them. Maybe it is because they get some of these matchups to then work on the tempo. Because, yeah, I am just hoping for more out of the second game.
I like the mindset you had earlier that the problem is that they have a lot of problems. So I think I would just like to view it as they only have one problem, and that's that they have a lot of problems. And that's it.
Thank you.
Great. So you solve it by straight up just saying all we got to do is get less problems. Easy.
Yeah.
Okay, but how? How do you solve those problems? I think the main problem is after the laning stage, which normally doesn't go badly for Azure Ray, they don't know how to transition into that mid-game where they're playing into Gaimin Gladiators' aggressive playstyle. And yeah, you can attribute the last pick Broodmother, like I mentioned, completely blowing the map wide open, but they didn't have a means to fight into this global silence and just the coverage that Gaimin Gladiators had. They need a way to be able to take these skirmishes after the laning stage and win them. And maybe the heroes that they're drafting for themselves are not the heroes in order to do so. You know, maybe look towards taking that Crystal Maiden of your own. Maybe look towards having some stun support plus a silencer of your own to combo break when Gaimin Gladiators goes in on you, and then you can look towards turning the tides of the fight instead of consistently getting run at.
Yeah, I think exactly what Effie's saying. In the first phase, maybe look at some of the supports that they play early on with like the CM, the Eng. Maybe you don't ban Chen if they can play it, I don't know. Then in the second phase, you can maybe address the Alchemist, but I think at start, 3-man ball, you need to address it. You're gonna get owned, you're gonna get owned.
The number one support though, for that. Like if you had to open up a draft.
CM, Chen, Eng, I will pick any of these. I wanna have a strong lane, who then can go mid, because Quinn at minute 5, he's gonna say, guys, come mid, I'm owning my lane, I want the rune, he gets the rune, then he owns the next guy, and then blah, 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 blah.
I don't think he says it, I think he just like does like a, you know.
Trust me, he says it, he spams it. He's like, guys, I wanna walk in their jungle, help me.
It seems like you guys got it all figured out about what should be happening in the second game here of this best of 5. Let's see if Azure Ray also has come to a conclusion that will push them further in this grand finals. We're heading to game number 2 of this best of 5 between Azure Ray and Gaimin Gladiators after this.
way to stop. Give me your love, love, love. Can't get enough, get enough, can't get enough. Everybody in the room don't seem to like me up like you do. Nobody works at attitude like you. I know I make you feel the same way too. And now I'm falling for you every time you keep your eyes on mine. I'm seeing stars for you. I'm just hoping I don't lose control, 'cause now it's personal. There's nothing I can do. Just give me that love, love, love. Don't give me up. Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. You make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, love, love. Can't get enough, get enough, can't get enough. Yeah, yeah. Can't get enough.
The story of ESL Kuala Lumpur 2023 is adapt. Adapt as fast as you can. We got new patches hitting you mid-tournament. You got first game lost on a stage, and you gotta bring it back. Azure Ray did that in the first series. Today, can they do so again in the grand finals here, up against Gaming Gladiators in the MyTech Arena? We are heading to the draft of game number 2. I'm joined by BSJ, Kezu, and Effie. And Effie, we heard Kezu and Brian arguing a little bit about what should happen, and a lot of it starts in those opening couple of bans. But where do you want Azure Ray to take this one?
Okay. There's a lot of problems, like Brian mentioned. There are many problems, but I think that if you can
game 2
are good in lane, out of all the
Ja,
teams
figuur.
we've seen
Oh,
recently,
en
they've
camera
been
kan
quite infallible on lane. They never get out of lane being completely crushed.
Game 2, game 2, game 2. Маа нэг DJ сууж байна.
In the group stages. So the issue you're having are those mid-game, those early mid-game team fights after the laning stage, once that pressure is around the mid lane. So your support duo needs to
За best of the зурлын
the easiest and
2 дахь гейм эхлэхэд ойрцсон байна boys.
instead of this Rubik silencer, instead of this Rubik Phoenix duo, try to take something like a Crystal Maiden for yourself. Maybe take something like a Dark Willow for position 4. Pick these supports that can skirmish around these runes and play those early game team fights, because this Phoenix, you can't depend on it. You've seen that Gaming are willing to silencer you unless you're going to secure it with a silencer yourself, which you shouldn't do, because then you're giving away your ability to fight it.
Одоо брүүд алчиг ял нэг нь first бандангууд инча чаны гаргаж ирээд дуусаа. За 3-0-оор дуусныхаа нэрийг харцгаая. За гейм 2-аа авчлаа баг 3-0 дөө.
That means you can take out the stupid Pangolier from Quinn, so that would be a good start. We have talked a lot about the bans and stuff as well, but it's game 1, you know, stuff can happen. But
Зя. Драфт хэлсэн Chen Lishrak.
I need him to also perform better. He needs to do better in that lane.
Чинчинтрес Timber гэл бандгуудаа бандал хэлж байгаа. За геймийн Viper бол тоглохгүй юм шиг байна уу? За Viper жоохон төвхтэй гэж үзэж байгаа. XM тоглоод айгу төвхтэй тоглоодсан. Liquidтэй доосон тоглолтын дээр. Я 100-аас авахгүй дараад.
We are seeing the same heroes banned this game versus previous game. Just a little bit of swap around of the team. The only hero that is not yet banned that was last time, which Gaming Gladiators is now thinking.
Та TI тавраа аврагч чинь амарч байгаа бах уу? Арал марлаар хэсэлж байгаа. Vacation-тэй явж байгаа хаа та дээрэд. За геймийн 3 дахь драфт банга нэлээд бодож байгаа. Phoenix бандаад. Grim шууд авчиж байгаа маань. За Grim чи ингээд first pick гэхэд хамгийн safe баатар байна уу да тий. Янз бүрийн баатруудтай хослно. За late game лүгэ hard dispelтэй. Lag стантай. За мэдээж Soul Bind маш гоё skill. За Sladar орж ирж байна. За sorry. First pick Sladar. За Sladar ч аргалагдчихад байгаа бат дөө тий guys. Sladar гайгүй аргалагдаад байгаа шүү. За гаймны 4 дахь банд тоодохгүй. За Sladarтай осолдог Templar Assassin, Phantom Assassin гэл Assassin баатрууд бандаж болж байна. Та бар дэх шаардлагагүй дээ. Life stealer зайлуулаад байж өгөөж магадгүй. Buff me po. No please. Энэ тэмүүлэн байна те. Buff me po гэж сууж байгаа. Сэний Buff me po versus сууж байгаа Монгол шүү guys. Sorry mom.
I see Grimstroke on my team. I see Slardar on the other team. I'm thinking Lich for Gaming Gladiators here, as that would be like I think one of the best combos with Grim in order to in terms of team fights, but also in that 3-man ball. And I think when you're dealing with Slardar in lane, he should be addressed.
Язар 5 дахаар юу авах юм бол Weaver гаргаж байгаа. Sladarтай Weaver айгүй хэцүү байгаадсэн. За Гамин чин Азурын өдөөс mid Sladar дараад ялцсан шүү дээ. Salve my life гэж. За Alkin гаргасан. Buff my dance, salve my dance өстэй.
They did ban out the ultimates that you touched on here, so I think it's a good call. I think they also understood that after playing the first game. I think the Lich later down the road could be something good for.
За Гамин Lich апл нэрээ гоё юм те. Lich-ийн блоклоод Азур өөртөө авсан ч болж байна. Sladar өдөөс Lich King аягүй гоё байдаг шүү дээ. Lich block pick гэсэн Venge block pick хийж байгаа маань. За Sladar өсөрсөн баатруудыг сейвлээ, soft сейвлээд айгүй төвхтэй байдаг. За бүр 100% үнэрэйтэй байгаа маань. Vengeful Spirit.
If you get that level 10 talent where you get what plus 200 damage on another swap damage, you do 350 damage on a level 1 nether swap, and that is no joke, especially around.
За Гамины хоёр дахь драфт. За Venge Sladar харж байгаа. Armor бол тулсан ласгаар баатар авчлаа. За Celery Crystal Mate нэ авч байгаа юм байна стил. За чиний хүн Curry хэрэг мөрөн дээрээс болгоцсон л яа ичгээд байгаа юм бэ? За тий хичээлийн ярьцагтаа. За тэр ди хичээлийн ярьцагч яах вэ? CM дээр нэмээд юу авах вэ? Armor дэж өндөртөө. За Азурынхан бол Armor-ыг бол өстө дэлб хасгаар л болчихлоо. So Primal Beast. За альт гацсан шүү guys. Интернет гацсан. Манай интернет гацсан шүү guys. За Азурын 3 дотор атуудахгүй. За Primal хартсан байгаа. MK Nike-сад харж болж байна. За Азурын 3 драфт юу ах юм бол таа.
Another series that they play, they counterpick Slardar with Primal in the mid lane, so I don't think they're gonna put that in there.
Гаймын хүүхдэлэн. Please don't F me, what the fuck.
If you're looking more against the minus armor stuff, I think Ven is a very volatile hero, but Warcry is
Abaddon. За Аба core гэж болно.
I like it. I feel this is what other teams have done. You build your start with the Slardar, help him out with other heroes. Abaddon, haven't seen it too much, but I think it fits here.
Where are you going to play it though? Because last time we saw it was on the off.
За Abaddon хэр юм бол тоо айгүй сонирхолтой 3 цинкер драфт авчлаа. Support Aba байж болно. Core Aba байж болно. За Азурын драфт амар л болоод байна да одоохондоо. Геймийн carry темплар дарна гэж бахан. Wipe-д бандцсан carry TA дараалаа. Айгуу гоё харагдаад байгаа юм. Үгүй юу? Carry TA дараал дэлэв зөхнө гэж байхгүй юу да. Вау, ямар хүчтэй драфтлж байна Азур. Ямар хүчтэй драфтлаад наа те. За carry гэж болно, offlane гэж болно, mid байж болно. Sladar бас carry гэж болно, offlane гэж болно, mid байж болно. За өвдий яаж чинь өвдий нэр айгуу гоё те. За Pangolier. За Panga бол нөхцөлд орж ирэх юм. За гейм 2 Azure-ийн талд айгуу тэжгүй харагдаад шүү. Kiltamid cuteness л гэж юм. За Azure-ийн 6 дахь бан. За Panga бол ямарч плацекер бандсан байгаа. За хаяа армор тэпэ бандсан. Morph. Дуракийн баатарлаа эйгүү сонирхолтой болчихлоо да. Morph айгuu лүүсэр баатар. Vivre өөртөө бандсан. Void орж ирэхээр Abaddonтэй swapтай. It can be volatile too. Like if Pango gets through like the first 5-6 minutes and he keeps swashbuckling you from range, you don't really start to enjoy that matchup either. But let's see. I guess Medusa бан орж ирж байгаа. За айгу зөв хоёр банга ажиллаа. Medusa байсан юм биш үү геймэнд. Medusa орж ирсэн бол жоох хэцүү болох л байсан юм геймэнаас. За геймэнд бандаа даавна. Нага байгаа. Нага авахар жоохон сулрна. А Мөрта нэрээс авах гээд байгаа юм шүү те. Мөрта нэрээс авах гээд байгаа юм шүү гэн. That is a scary hero that Gaiman need to have in their mind at least a little bit.
If they didn't want to go ranged on Gaiman, they also could go for their signature Naga. Durachio loves his Naga and matches up well against Slardar. They don't really have like a reliable way to deal with it. And usually Naga's counters come in the mid or off lane.
За Gaiman-ийн 7 дахь бан. За Void бандаад Slark дарж байгаа юм аа. Wow.
Brian as a Slark expert. Why Slark?
I don't love the lane against Slardar specifically, but I see that they want
Slark суурна л гэж буугаад байна да.
If I had to pick like this is a really hard hero for Azure Race lineup to reliably lock down on the map. It's also going to supply them. Барихад
тэгтэж байгаа хэцүү л юм те. Shackle-дж барина, silence байхгүй. Abaddon-оос essence shift гусна. Винжин софтлуулсан батрыг чейслэнэ гэд. Яах вэ? Дажгүй гэхдээ амар сул weak харагдаад байгаа юм. За Azure-ийн last pick. За Sladar Windranger 2 ямар короор явах нь ерөөсөө мэддэхгүй байгаа. Windranger Stark-ийн үдээс тавьж болчлаа энэ дээр. За Doombringer. Offlane Doom carry Sladar mid Windranger руу. Оо, бүр шаал эсрэгээрээ явж байна guys. Carry Abaddon 4-ийн Windranger mid Sladar offlane Doom болж байгаа маань. За ингэснээр геймерийн драфт нэг иймэрхүү. Азур илүү драфтлчлаа гэж харж байна миний бодлоор. Гүүн болов. За яг бодит амьдрал дээр ямар хөө байх нь хэдүүлээ яг одоо олж мэдцгээе. Тэгээ камера онтролоо тоглолтын дээр олцгаая гэсэн. За стримээ дэмжих хүсвэл стримээр лайк дараарай манайхаа. За donation alert манай гацаад байгаа те. За сүүлд donation гэсэн шинээгээс Divine account авна гэнэ бас. Thank you guys.
I'm hoping that this time around Azure can stand ground to this 3-man ball mid. If they can, I think this funky draft can definitely work.
So in the mid lane, we got this time a Slaughter versus Pango. Better equipped this time for XM, right?
Yeah, I think this melee to melee matchup's going to go very like he went quad versus Pango, but I think against Pango you don't want to
Falcons chokes төлөгдөг бол нэлээд үзээтэй байж байхгүй юу? Falcons сайн байсан болно тэгээд Grand Final ирэхээр сайн биш л байж та.
Even though Abaddon is a punching bag for the Slark, I think what this Doom does is make it so that Slark's kind of on a timer in the fight. Slark wants to take 20-second, 30-second long fights, and with the Doom on you, that's just not going to happen. If there's only dispellable stuns on the enemy team, Slark can disengage, re-engage as many times as he wants, but that's no longer effective.
Well, Azure, they got some different tools in their kit this time around to try and deal with Gaming Gladiator's aggression. Let's see if they got what it takes to force out an extra game in this grand finals. For game 2, we're heading over to Cap and SVG.
Жаир багийн 20 доол эхэлсэн. За Азур энэ геймийг ялахгүй л хэцүү. Энэ геймийг Азур ялчих юм бол дахиад best of 3. Цуврал шинээр эхлэнэ гэсэн үг. Жагэмэр. За юу болох нь вэ? Үзье та те. Геймний драфт айгуу судлал эхэлчлээ дээ. Green Primal. Азур нэг гэрчээ авчвал тэгээд зовсохгүй юм шүү дээ. Зэкэн гол дээр зогссон байгаа. Вард зоож амжаагүй. За дуракко нэргүүгээд байгаа. Night Vision нөгөөд. За дурак шууд corrosion авъя гэж байгаа юм байна. За corrosion чинь armor хасгаа болоод өөрийнхөө armor-ыг нэмээд attack speed-тэй зүгээр удаашруулдаг айтам болсон байгаа. Зохилдороо. Өмнөхөөс бол хүчгүй болсон гэж санагдаад байгаа. За Slark шиг баатартай бол гоё л энэ attack speed-дээрээ stats нэмдэг баатарт бол За Slark-ийн лэнд дээр гайг болсон юм байна те. Doom-ийн үдэс лэндж байгаа гэдэг утгаараа Japan тэр нэр өрөөр навж байгаа. За чигдэр чинь яг энэ матчап зүрж яваадсан санагдаад байна те. Primely өдөөс Queen Slater мэд тоглолцсон шүү дээ. За XM Slithering Crash-аараа range creep-ээ. За melee creep secure-лээ тавсан байна. Theodore. Changming дээр. Tiaming. Trample тал авч байгаа. За эс одоогийн байдлаар creep авч амжаагүй. Ямар өндөр damage вэ? Эсийг баг алах гээд байгаа юм шүү. Эс дахиад нэг тохиолдол балрах гээд байна. Flat гэрнэж хиддэггүй байсан уу? Тофу. Өөрөө баларж иж болох уу? За shield дараад өгсөн байгаа. Эс унлаа. Stickтэй. Tower руу жибэлж оруулж ирээд first blood-ыг авчиж байгаа юм байна. Яа. Амар савж ирсэн л бүр өөртөө балчаад байгаа юм да те. За эс салф дарсан. За дурак дээр очиод өглөө харна. За киллер за 1-1. За XXS л дайх боломжтой. Blood Grenade авсан. Дурак паунсдах юм болов? Паунсдахгүй бол зөхөж чадахгүй бол Essential stack авахгүй. Чадвар лүүлөө X үлдээ дайрцсан. Стан орж ирнэ. Апод шилдэ өмсөд амжиж байгаа. Лүүдэр кил бараг орох гээд байгаа юм шүү дээ. Ийм амир юу юм уу дуу юм уу те? За Avenge левел нэмж амжиж байгаа. Левелээ нэмсэн стандарт авах боломжтой. Стан шидсэн чи алахгүй байна. Хойноос нь Blood Grenade шидэд Tofu мисэлчлээ. Хөөрхи язуурын bottom lane. Сүрээд эхэлж ин зүгээр. Blood Grenade шидсэн. Мисэлчдэг. 4-1. Чадвараа актер. Чиг фарм толгоо юм. Цэцэг даралцах гээд ирсэн. Цэцэг юмсаж авсан да. За Виндрин жир ядаргаатай зөгтөгтэй мэлээ. Кэринуудыг. За XM дахиад зөгсөн бол баштах байлаа. За гол нь Queen тэжгүй яваад байгаа юм байна да тий. За Шинко. Интранадыг мэдлэгт аваагүй байгаа. За Devour аваагүй дүм юм байна. Нэг сонирхолтой юм. За XM Clover-faced. За усан дээр арай илүү нөхтөгтэй чи 2 ижнэр илүү урдан. XM Queen 2 рүүн дээр зодтолдох гээд байгаа гайгүй. За топ энд рүү нь харж өгч байгаа. XM Чадвараа камертаж коррашн гаргацсан криптоникс аварч чадахгүй сандаад байгаа юм байдлаар хойно бүлдүүлчихсэн байгаа шинкүү дээр Виндран гарч ирж болно доо. За Pounce гой. За тэгтээ бараг алах юм бол Shackle 2 баатар дээр зөрөд орж байгаа. Power shot орж ирсэн дураг. Лотос атгсан байсан даавлна. За доор харин лүү дээр кил орж ирж байгаа юм байна. За дураг дээр өхгүй лент чихэд бол нөгөө хоёр лент дийлээд байгаа. За селерийн голны лент ирж байгааг анзаарах хэрэгтэй exam. За нэг байтлуулчвал эвгүй дээ. За ханаас норж ирээд. За удаашруулчихсан чадсангүй байтлсан бол шууд ална. За ботон гэж тоолгүй бол доор ерөөсөө алж хийчээд байна да. За Slark дүүм хоёр дээр нэг эсрэг нэг үлдэх юм бол мэдээж Slark-тай ашигтай. За XM харчаад иргэж байгаа юм лөө. За лүү Orb Corruption-ыг худалдаад авсан байгаа. За 6 минутын power rune-ыг бол славгаас авч чадахгүй байсан юм байна. Гэрлэг өгөөд гинэ айгу зөв сонголтоосон бол та. За дээр ижнэр нь. За дүү мангард авсан хөшгөл болж байгаа юм байна да аланда ямар тач. За их хэцүү явж байна да дуракин лайн. За дэше 2 баатар смоклоод гүйж байгаа. Slark-ын гэсэн shift аваад өгч Slark-ын амьдрал их л гоё болох гээд байна да XX-с мэдэрч байгаа юм болоо. XX-с унах нэ. Бам. Стана онсонгүй. Power shot. Ёо. Бараг аллаа штэ ч гэдэг. Дураг хүнгээ алдлаа. Ёо. За дахиад power shot явуулах юм болов гэсэн. Wisdom лоо гүйж байгаа юм байна штэ энэ ранер зүгээр. За дураг power shot-ны үдээс тоглож байгаа учраас баг тустай лэнд удаан байгаад байхгүй шууд гэрлэг өгөөч гэсэн. За XM доошоор өтөж ирж байгаа. Дээрэс нь хартсан. За усан дээр ингээд сая тэнэлэг гүгч гайгүй дээ. Сладар усаараа гүживэл. Бараг 550 фейст систем шиг гүж байгаа. Доор дахиад Абадонто дээрсэн 6 левел төрхөөс өмнө алчж байгаа маань ийм амар юм уу те. За XM нөө move speed бафтай учраас хэцүү дүлээд ах шиг байна те. XM набметэр үн авах гад ирсэн өгсөн ч хөө. Дорако. За 6 левел хүрсэн бол ингээд асуудалгүй болж байгаа одоо Дорако хувьд энэ лайн. За дэше дахиад rotation ирж байна. Тофот ирж байгаа энүүдад. Шинку гарсан. За дүүмийг барьчихж байгаа юм байна шүү дээ. За энийг сүүлний стант чанга орондоо. Ролдох шаардлага байна уу харин. Ролдохгүй алж байгаа. Queen зүрүүд гарсан. Тофо өгөчж болох юм. Rolling Thunder гоё. Винжиг бариад авсан. XM-ийг 2 дараалаад стант нь. Винжиг нэмээд стантчлаа. Тофо амьдрчул тундажгүй. Тиаминг амартаж скиллэд авч байгаа. Дурак ultimate skill байгаа. Тофо амьдраад. Чуу гарч байгаа л тоо. Шинку маш бага цустай. Shield crash дараад өгнө. Kill амжилттай дайвлж ороод алчж байгаа юм байна. За нөгөө их амар minus armor. Нэмэр байдгүй дээ. За киллэр за 2-10. XM-ийг хараад байгаа. Яа хөрөх нэмчихнэ XL-ний стант тесрэх юм байна. За Тиамиг бол тунд ажгүй орж ирсэн Тофог ямартай зүрүүлээд алж байгаа. Хойноос Селлер Сошбакл 2 баатар дээр онсон. Queen Dominating. За Тофог XM-ээр сольж ивэл мэдээж. Жижиг дашигтай. За рүүнд 3 дараалаа дээр гарч байгаа юм. За 10 минутын diffuse гарч байгаа юм байна тунтахгүй. Энэ Queen-ийн Pangog ингээд тоглуулах юм бах та. Энэ Pangog л тоглуулах юм болиулмаар байна. Хит чалагдаад та тий Pangod. За энэ чи рол баг төгс цаашаа орсон шүү. Цаа Шинкуг зонлоод байгаа. XM-ийг 2 мөрөгж байгаа. За Тофо нүдээр имэйл амжиж байна. За 13. За Queen amp damage рүүтэй аваад байгаа. За бодом лэнд нэлээд хэрэгулсан. Бит орт гайгүй л байгаа юм байна да. Дурагтай тэнцүү. Queen. Diffuse чаар олдох боломжтой доолн те. За дээр Селлери хүн барих гээд байгаа XXS-ийг байтлаад авсан. Түндэд авах боломжтой swap-тад гаргасан. Gen Prime-ыг алгах хэцүү дээ. CM 6 level хүрсэн байсан. Дунд нь freezing field дараа DXC-ийг баг унагчж байгаа юм биш үү? Apotic Shield. Лүү ultimate skill-ээ гаргаад ямар тач. Нилээн батуустай. Queen ороод ирсэн. Лүүг зүрлэл алхамжтай. Cell-ийг аварчмаар аварч чадсангүй. Inks үл арай удаан тэлч үү дээ. Support-ийг carry-гаар. Power shot. Wow. За Шинко гоё скиллийг хийлээ дээ. Гоё power shot. За XM одоо л блинкээ гаргаж байгаа юм байна да ямартаж.
Especially since his partner, who's usually also setting a lot of a pace in XXS, he's playing a Doom. He's going to
За Veil of Discord-тэй. За Inks хөлөмсөд ороод ирсэн Prime бол амар л дэмэжлэх юм байна ямартаж. За Hand of Midas XXS дээр дуудахгүй басна. Queen лөө. Shackle ямар гоё юм бэ? За зүрөөд баг Шинкуг алчж байгаа юм шүү те. Хоёр баатар дээр Phantom Embrace давраад байгаа л гэж авшиг байна да. XM лөө. Phantom Embrace нисчихсэн H түрүүн тэтэрхий урдан гүйж байна. H дээрээс Zonslot байгаа болно. Тэгж амар дайраад бол юм л ах та. Дурак. Диффисиг юу гарч байгаа. Тоглолтын 14 дэх минут. За тэгэл энэс үндэр Queen жибэтлүүлэх гээд байна да. Маш их minus armorтай Inks л дараад өгсөн. Бараг амьдраад байгаа юм бол үгүй юм байна. Shackle shot маш гоё. Шинко энэ геймийг carry-х гэдэг юм шүү. За ингээд зөхөд эхэлсэн сладаар ивгүй дээ. Power shot-оос XM киллийг дуусгасан. Я. За стажинхэн Ace орж ирж байгаа. XM лөө. За чикээс Polarize хийчих хэрэгтэй байсан болов. Polarize bam. Нэг нь алсан. Дурак буугаад ирж байгаа. Tiaming лөө. Tiaming дээр kill амжилттай. Цаашаа pounce боломжтой. За Шинко аль хэдийн TP-ээр гараа авчихсан. За diffuse авч байгаа бодон харагдаад байна уу да? What? Лөө. За дурак начаа diffuse-тэй шүү бро болгомжтой байгаарай. За нэг бадар типидүүлчихсэн өөрийнхөө ултаар. Дурак яг нүдэн дээр нь л Pounce фейлдсэн. Дурак 5 баатрын гол ганцаараа дуракаас нэг иймэрхүү хөл угаасаа явдаг. Зүгээр фармч явах газар Watcher дарж байгаа баригдаж унж байх юм. Тэр Шинко л ороод ирсэн. Шинко шууд зайлаад өглөө. Яа, Veil Prime амар юм байна те. Бүр Shiva-тай юм биш тэг үндэ. Хоёр дээр crash боломжтой, хоёр дээр crashсан. Нэг нь соштой гарчиж байгаа. Pubs дараад өгсөн Ace дээр дүүмдэд авч байгаа. Roll хойноос Inks үл тислэн. Хүй алсангүй штэ Prime League. Хойно Tiaming эвгүй байдалтай. Cell-ийн ultimate skill байгаа. Tiaming-ийг унгааж байгаа маань Prime Beast амьдрсыг хийвэр. Apotic Shield дараад өгсөн. Soshbuckle онсонгүй. Яа. Юу гэж энэ тоглолт болоод байна. Тоглолтын kill ярьсан 916. За дурак Arcane руу нэг Queen тараад өгсөн. За дурак нь 2 ward баг олоо устгачлаа да. Нэн 2 вар далдаг гоё шүү. За ингээ 2 вар диварлахаар Stark-аар Vision-гийн маш том давуу тал болж байна гэсэн үг. Луг харсан. За энэ чиг өлтөн кул даунтай луг унгаах боломжтой Polarized авсан Shackle 2 баатар дээр гоё. За Borrow Time болон кул даунтай да лүү мэдээд орж байгаа. Лүү унаж байна. Duraconos ёо гаймын гоё доото тоглож байна. Гоё доото тоглож 1-6-ийг унгаах боломжтой. Хасах 2, хасах 3. Shinku XM 2 юу ч хийж чадахгүй үлдэж байгаа. XM Duracтэй таарсан, Diffuse-тэй авсан, Flick cool down-тай байсан. Pounce-тай тавлаа. Duraco. Sladarыг гүйцэн гэдэг хэцүү дээ. За Sladar шүү дээ. Durac ёо. За тэгээд нөгөөт нь гүүчдэг дээ. Хойноос нэг зүйл дараад гисэн байгаа. Урдаас нь TP-дэж бууж ирээд олчт юм байна Duraco. За энэ гаймынхны тарих тавлага тавуулангийнх нь бүр амар ажиллаж байгаа юм байна уу те. Киллер за 29. За Queen 13 лөлт болсон байгаа. Agnem Scepter боссон. За лүү ашаа гарсан. Лүү.
Little bit of a change in the build-up, but same old for old off-lane Doom. Fight's coming, and it's going to come to the worst spot here. Duracio's going to scout a lot of
Duraco.
That's a problem for Azure Ray. They actually wanted to go for a swap here underneath the tower with the Doom ready to go. Again, the ward's just y'all.
За ханаас Primal Beast бэлэн байгаа даа. Tiaming харагдсан. Tiaming юу хийж яг ингэж клифэн дээр толон зогсоод байгаа юм бэ? Кил амжилттай. Авардгийг аварчвал авардгийг хэн аврах вэ? За quote by Neo 2020 3 лүүдээр нэлээд өндөр essential tackle-д давлаа дараа дамжсан. За өлтийн бүр тоохгүй байна. Дөө X үлдээ тэр цаана Wifred явчихсан байгаа эс. Doom-ыг бариад авсан Soshbuckle Doom-дэд авах боломжтой XXS балларж байгаа юм байна. Queen Ocean одорж байгаа Shinku 2 мөргөн. За яг Pango-гийн эдлэн газар л очсон байна да. Усан дотор нь ингээ халаад байдаг. Лүү ultimate skill-гүү. За тэр дөрвөлөө ингэж дайдах шаардлага байна уу? Durac Pounce-гүй байгаа. Softload Queen-ийг оруулаад ирсэн. Арай дэндүү юм болов гэсэн арай дэндүү биш бололтой. Durac дунд нь байсаар алсаар XM апатыг шилдүүлсэн. Гарах хэрэгтэй. Gaimin. Crash-д авсан. Эсийг баг алах юм уу? Йоо, ийм атмаа юм уу? Тэр дөрөв дотор бижгэн жагаалгаар явчлаа. Gaming Gladiators. Celery. Durac дахиад арих юм байна. Лүү үлдгүү. Swap байхгүй. За бижгэн жагаал дахиад гараа явсан да Celery маш гоё ultimate skill-ийг хонос дараад байгаа. Tiaming унсан. Durac-ийн үлд буцаад гарчиж байгаа. Дүүмдэлхээс өмнө гүгээд гарлаа. Durac дээр Doom. Soul Bind 2 баатар дээр XM орж ирээд юм хийж чадахгүй байна. Пижгэнсээр л байна. Soshbuckle Shield Crash 3 баатар дээр XM 3 баатар дээр зэрчнэ. Йоо. Лүүгийн өлт гараагүй. Queen хонос нь дайрах баг. Йоо. Ингэж амар дормжлох юм уу? Durac-ыг нэг унгаасан байна. Ace. Soft орж ирээд Tiaming баг унчиж байгаа юм шүү дээ. Shackle shot 2 баатар дээр XM dispel орж ирж байгаа. Хонос Queen-ийг нэг унгаалаа. XM цэвэрлээд ихэлсэн арай чингэж болдгоо баха. За Tofu болон Эйс нар ёо тэр power shot-ыг хараач. За лүүг энэ алсан бол олон тондажгүй. Diffuse-ийг үтс юм аа. Тэс сайхан бижгэн жин даа гаймч. За XM байлж бууж ирсэн тулдаа бас гайгүй үзүүлж байгаа юм байна шүү дээ. Тэстэ миний лобби шиг тоглолтод гараад байна да.
And who would be the second time in this series, the fourth time in this matchup at this tournament that would be the case. Gaming Gladiators have managed to shut
Луг алдсан шүү дээ. Алдсан юм уу те? За tournament time дотлын лэн дээр. За агны шаардыг дурак авчиж байгаа юм байна. Хамгийн сайн шаарднуудаа. Гаймини. За XM пикап гаргаж байгаа. Эко север гаргахыг өслөө дарч жоохон суллаа тийм да. Шаталтын кил ярьцсан. 12-27. Тогоол дүүмлүү. XXS. За агны севтертэй праймал болсон юм байна шүү дээ бүр. За тэр Stark-тор Russian зөхөдөх шүү хаа. Топ-ото зүг. Тэгвэл бэндэш гээд. За Ромо тоохгүй л энэ гаймын юусэн. За XXS Octarine-кор фармдж байгаа. За тэр дурак X-Soft-д оруулаад ирсэн. Мэлтаа дараа дамжиж байгаа. Дурак гарахгүй юу те? Яа. Swap байхгүй гэдгийг мэдчихэж байгаа. Rolling Thunder хараад лигдэх ёстой. XXS-ийг барьсан swap байхгүй. Tiaming тэр цаана хамарганд нь өртөд унж байгаа юм шүү дээ. За азуурыг баг өөртөө ганклчуу явсаа. Сларкийг дүмдүүд алчих гэсэн. Соплола шууд шадуудаас тарж байгаа гэсэн. За шинэгүй шива гаргаж байгаа. За дурак дээрээс харсан хിവэр. За Stark-тер Eco Saber бассан. За хэдийнэ бассан байсан Eco Saber-ын салж агны болоод буцаад Eco Saber болж байна да. За шинэко Shiva's card-тай. Дурак. Харпун туудахгүй. Дурак дараагийн хэдэн сонголт харпун. Жароорис. Энд л барыг дуусчлаа. Тэмүүл наач арай урд явж гинүү те. Селери харагдсан. Форстод гарчлаа. Селерийг хамгаалчиндаа. Селери барыг унахгүй дээ. Селери барыг унахгүй харагдчихсэн. Селери унссангүй Polarize Stan 3 баатар хамаргалж орж байгаа. Soul Bind-тай гүүхгүй байна. Лүү өлтөн поплогдохгүй унчихын лүүгийн өөрөө арсгээд арахгүй байсан юм бах та. Яа. За үнэхээр хэрэг алах уу? XXS-ийг типийн дээр нь барьчихж байгаа. Голоор барьж байгаа. 12:32. 17 канат уртын зүрүү Azure. За яста тэр нэгэн баг тэр гурван багтай тоглож байгаа юм шиг гранд финал болж байна да. Дурак давхар үсрээд дайвлаад орж байгаа. Тиамингийг барьсан. Swapлаад хүнээ өхүүлчихэж байгаа юм биш үү дээ. Тиаминг чи өхөлгээд swapчих шиг боллоо. Харпуундээ Тиамингийг дахиад бариад авч байгаа. Тиаминг дахиад унж байгаа. 42 сорцсон Slark. 45 сорцсон Slark. 320-оор зөгч байгаа. Утгыг алдуулж байна да. Лүүлүү дахиад ороод ирсэн өлтөн дээр нь зөхөд стак авах боломжтой. XXS-ийг дахиад бариад авсан Дурак орж ирээ балавж байгаа. 70-60 цогцсон Slark шүү дээ. Sheridan step charad cool down-тай лүү унах гад байна уу? Селлерийн киллийг тусгаж байна. За зовлонгийн түргэн гээд баг жижиг зарлаж явах хэрэгтэй юм болоо да. Яар тим юм байна. За гаймиг дөрөөд нэг мэдсладаар дарсан удраадглаа. Яа. Энэ юу юм бэ вэ guys? Энэ Grand Final мөн үү? Хамгийн амар хоёр багийн тулдаг. Энэ тэмцээний хамгийн амар хоёр баг тулдаг Grand Final мөн үү? Very interesting. За одоо панго бандах байх уу? Күний панго бүр бүх юмыг айгу зүгээр болгоод байна шүү дээ. Шинку ингээ энийг л явж идэг та. Энийг миний нэг лобби шиг л тоглолтод гараад их guys. Айл нэг арай илүү стактай зүгээр л орж ирээс шавшаад байдаг шиг юм болоод байгаа юм. Миний лобби шиг тоглолтод гараад байна да. Тоосо дарах юм бро. Маа нэг лоббиний ид яасан юм бол. Дарч магадгүй. Хараа нөө. Өнөөдөр ч 3-0-оор гэл дуусах гэдэг л гэж бодож байна да тий. Нэг ус авсан усаа шийч. Бичих юм байгаа маа камерамын надрал хараад байна. Тэгээ өөрийнхөө юм бичихгүй. Жи нэг давхарлаад гоё нэг зузаахан бичээдгээ муухай чамаагүй. Тэмүүлэнгээр юу гэж бичүүлэх вэ чатаа? Тэмүүлэнгээр гоё юм нэ цаасан дээр бичүүлэх юм байна уу? Цаасан дээр юм бичин мажарын тайзан дээр. Тэмүүл нана баг юу хийгээч вэ? Бизнес хийгээч вэ? Hello, Silva. Yeah. Тэмүүлэнгээр гоё бичүүлж крашта сэтгэл зүрхээ нээж мэх хүмүүс байл хөө. За айгуу гоё бизнес байна шүү. Ингээ дараагийн нэг 10 минутын засварлагын дараа эхэлчих байхаа гэс. Яа. 2-0. Энд баг 3-0 юм байна доо тий. Ямар нэг үзээгүй. Үзэхгүй 3-0-д л гэж бууж байна да. Яа, Тиаминг яг энэ үхлээс хойш тэгээ балгаад эхэлсэн шүү дээ. Юу бодож дагажгүй гээд байгаа сая юу. Нээдэж шийд цусаа асцсан байж. Нээдэн ч бас мэсэлч. Одоо иргэнэ. Мэдг. За стримийг лайк 6 зөвлөлтөө нэг эс. Уул нь аваа хүн үзээд хаа. Лайкал дарахгүй наа манайхан таалагдахгүй юм лөө. За мен усаа аваад ирээ. За усаа аваад ирээ ингээ нэг жоохон. Ондоо юм хийж аваад ирээ. 6 цаг 10 минутаас олцоо гэсэн.
and try to make it work.
I think we can all relate when you're in a Dota game and you feel like you have to like overcompensate for what's going wrong, and I think that they're overcompensating for like yesterday's series into today's series on top of everything that's going wrong in these games. Like Mira mentioned, I think these are just completely uncharacteristic mistakes that they're making. They're not really forced by Gaimin in the early game. I feel like Gaimin's just playing solid fundamental Dota and doing exactly what you'd expect of them, and Azure Rays, I would say, crumbling.
It did feel a little bit like that. I also think that after or rather if the mistakes at the early game were not made, like, I want to know how big of a difference, Brian, that would be for Azure Ray. If those early deaths for Tianming wouldn't have happened, if the grenade the second time would have hit, if the first time, didn't dive tower and maybe even got the kill on Ace, how different would this game look?
What those early game kills do is they free up your supports in that given lane to go elsewhere, and we saw the rotations from Gaimin to top lane to bring down the Doom when he's only level 5, and if that bottom lane goes differently, maybe that's Avenge instead of a Grimstroke, and that's the kind of thing that can not only have one lane happen, but bleeds into the others as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine how nerve-wracking it must be to be in Azure Ray's position, and it feels like Gaming Gladiators are a mountain to climb. They're monsters. I mean, credit where it's due. They are just in TI form. They look incredible. They're just doing everything that they need to do well, from the draft stage to the skirmishing around runes, to Quinn's rotations, to tower diving at minute 20 and having it go unpunished. I mean, if the enemies are in your tier 4s running you down near your base at minute 20 and you can't get return kills on that, that is a problem. And there was this really cool play by Celery actually where XM was chasing and there was a 2-man stun lined up for him where they could have gotten kills when Gaimin were on the retreat. But Celery instantly forced off the Slardar when he blinks into stun and pushes him away. And it just feels like everyone in Gaimin is just playing mechanically out of their minds.
And like their team play is just unmatched. They have double Solar Crest, they have 4-Stab, as Mira's mentioning. They help each other out all the time. And I think we're talking about their nerfs, and that's why for Azure next game, whatever they're talking right now, I want them to help each other and just be like, all right, let's freestyle. You play your favorite hero, you play your favorite hero. Let's just pretend this is a pub. If you lose the next game, whatever, just take it easy. Try to help yourselves. And it's easier. It's not as easy as I'm making it sound, but you need to try something.
I've got one suggestion, or not one suggestion. I actually think ZenQ's kind of own it. Like, I think he was the one player that showed a lot of promise in that game. Not to try to say everybody on the side of Azure Ray was struggling, but he was getting some sick snipes with the power shots, getting solo kills on, not necessarily solo kills, but finishing off Duraccio in the back of the fight. It really looked like he was the one anchor that was keeping them in that game at all, and I'd love to see him be able to spread that to his teammates post-game in the talk that they have.
Yeah, I hope the talk is going well also, of course, for Likas, who's their coach, has his work cut out for him, but I think the most important thing is to know that there is just a full support system for your squad when you go into the potentially final game, but when you want to try and punch back and get that grand finals to last longer than 3 games. And we all know that Gaming Gladiators is doing very well and has got a very great support system, and a couple of those are actually in the audience.
That's right, I am standing by with what Slax has dubbed you as, well, first of all, anyone in the audience, can you guess who this man might be related to? Look into the camera for a second. Yeah, I see some similarities maybe. This is Brofu, or Tofu's a brother as Slax has dubbed him. What's your actual name though, my friend?
I'm Pat.
Welcome to the show, Pat, although at this point you should be welcoming me because this man has been to 1,000 grand finals at this point and you're here cheering him on. But who got who into Dota? How did he end up on that stage from when you guys were just kids?
As the older brother, I feel a responsibility to lead my younger brother onto the right path, right?
This is the right path, huh?
So back in the day, I was playing myself with my friends. My brother, always younger, always there to watch. The first LAN parties, right? He was like 7 years old or something like that. Whenever we took a break, he took over. And he was already kicking our asses back then.
So you saw the promise even as a child. You saw that this boy was destined for greatness.
Great potential. And that's why there's nothing more amazing than to see him and the boys live that potential, live that dream. And have fans from everywhere cheering him on, And the boys, it's amazing. He's living the dream.
He's living the dream. He's maybe living out what you were hoping to do, but once he is here on the stage, how do you spend your time as a profession?
While he made it to Dota, me at some point, you know, I had to grow up. So I became a rock musician.
Are you kidding me? Could this family be any cooler? You grew up to be a musician? Are you kidding me? What's the name of your band?
Oh, my band is called Shamaniacs. Shaman, Y-A-C-S. Shamaniacs, psychedelic rock from Berlin.
Shout out to the Shamaniacs, and shout out to all the Gaming Gladiators fans right now. We actually have a jersey that we can hand.
And actually it's the, oh, there.
Tofu Wink Easy win. Have you been seeing these winks?
All right, I think that's the winner.
We got a winner. We got the wink guy. Let's see the throws.
Ready? Okay.
Perfect.
Good catch. Good catch. Fantastic. All right, what else is there to do?
My friend, I guess at this rate, it's just to watch your brother win this grand finals, it seems. So is there any parting words that you'd like to say to the audience before we get ready for game number 3?
Thank you, Malaysia. Thank you, world. Thank you for supporting the Gaming Gladiators. And now it's just about take it home, boys!
We'll catch you guys for game number 3 after the break.
the Grand Finals of the ESL Kuala Lumpur 2023. MyTech Arena, are you ready to see if we can get some more Dota played? I think I speak on behalf of most people. We're not ready to go home yet. We're not ready to see this end, and that means Azure is going to need all the energy we can give them because they have struggled. Now, I will say, game 1 to game 2, we saw improvement. And that's what we're looking for here again as well, improvement. Gaming Gladiators, though, they are also getting better and better every game in the Grand Finals they play, and they seem like the ultimate great boss here. They are incredibly strong. Can we see Azure make even a dent in their armor? We're gonna find out. We got Azure on the Dire side with first pick, Gaming Gladiators, Radiant side, second pick, and we got another Chen and Enchantress ban. I think we're having a little bit of the same scenario here again. Is that a good sign or a bad sign, Brian? When the bans have just been the same the whole time, it also means that there's no massive shift in gameplay, right?
I think that's a really good sign for Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, okay. Hey, we got the change. There you go.
Yeah, at least Gaming are changing something. Cause I would say for Azure, yeah, you're keeping your bans the same. The problem is, so the last year you banned last time was the Slardar. So you just tried playing it last game, you lost with it. So I don't think you're gonna wanting to go into this game playing it one more time, which means you're either banning it again or you're gonna pick up a different hero. We've harped a lot about their draft, but at the end of the day, you need to play well. If they want to win this next game, they need to step up their play a little bit. But I'm hoping for a non-3-0, no silencer in this game. This time around, they will rerun game 1 without the silencer in the pool. And I would be shocked if there's no Pangolier coming out for Quinn for the 3rd billionth time in his career.
I mean, if they're letting this Pang go through, they better be ready with something like a CM plus Bloodseeker, any kind of aggression, something to punish this Pangolier. How many times can you let the same thing happen?
I don't know.
The problem is that if they pick Psycho here, there's going to be a ban before they pick next. And before Azure picks next as well, so they just can ban the Bloodseeker.
They could misclick. Gyro.
Sure.
Yeah, Gyrocopter.
I think they're potentially more valuable heroes in this 9th pick for Gaming than the Pangolier. They should just open up with one of the supports that they're comfortable on instead of giving it away or letting it get manned out.
Ooh! I was totally thinking about the misclick Gyrocopter, but here it is.
Ninja Grand Final game 3 guys. За эцсийнх байж болох уу? За баг эцсийнх л гэж бодож байна да. За драфт яваад эхэлсэн маань Гаминаас Gyrocopter нэгээрээ дарсан бол Azure Phoenix-ээр дарсан. Alk Pango бандах хэрэгтэй юм шүү дээ. За Azure Pango бандсан.
Based off of what we saw last game, it does feel like Azure are in their heads a little bit. And in that break that they just took, I really hope that one of the players, hopefully Zinky was able to.
За ингээл хоёр баатар банд чинь. Автоматар бандуулж ийн гэдэг чинь сайн хэрэгтэй.
It just feels like there's some kind of psychological warfare going on here with Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, someone needs to be bringing the vibes, you know, in the break, now in the draft, and then also bring it in the gameplay. I think.
За Gaming тавдах бангаар Viper.
In this 3rd game.
За Gaming тэгээд энэ Pangого бандуулаад нэг яахгүй дээ. Ялгаа байхгүй дээ. Нөгөө илүү гоё баатрууд нь unlock хийгдэж байгаа. Slardar Weaver байж болно. За яг ярьж итэл Slardar нь ороод ирлээ.
He was one of the best only Veil builders in the previous patch because it used to be that you cast it in front of you as a long-range support, but now it's a 900 radius around you. So I'm also first curious what Gyro is going to build this game. Like, what is the utilities? Is it just going to be the Solar Crest and the Force Staff and the other supports, or is it going to be something else?
Slardar Gyro гэдээ дараад эхэлсэн. 4 Gyro гэнэ 4 Gyro. Пост төрөвдөр л тоглоод байгаа Gyro-г бол. За Azure 20 дахь драфт удахгүй. За ямар баатар орж ирэх нэ boys. За Phoenix-тэйгээ Mars комбодж болж байгаа. Mars Slardar үдээс нэлээд дэжгөөс. За Stitch та. За Shadow Demon үдэх юм бол. За Slardar-ыг контролж байгаа. Sprint-ийн байнгын спел чинь continuous spell-тэй demonic purge. Нэгдүгээр skill авах ашиглах боломжгүй болчихно гэсэн үг. Хэрвээ Stitch 6 дуулах юм бол За тэгээ Жайрыг өдөөс бас пуужинд дулсан Баатараа болж аварч маарддаг ч юм уу станд болохгүйгээр. Тиймэрхүү жүцүү бас байгаа.
It is, but we have to address the two supports playing with XM later versus the two supports that are going to be playing with Quinn. Do you feel like Shadow Demon plus Phoenix are strong enough support duo? Because
За Центагийн өдөөс юу дарах вэ гэмийн? Vivre авсан ч стил гоё байна. Центагийн өдөөс давгүй. Nike старж болж байна. Өндөг зод чинь Центаг контрол чинь За яг Vivre орж ирж байна. Далх бандагдаад the Pango бандчаар ингээд Vivre зэвэр unlock түүчэн талигдчихж байгаа юм л да. За хоёр спорт ямар ч стангүй болчлоо. Vivre өдөөс. За азур тэгээ сонголтгүй void л дарах бах та. Энэ финал гэж юу байсан бэ ер нь? Ер нь сүүлийн үеийн гранд финалууд ийм болоод байгаа шүү. TI дээр Spirit Gaming-ийг 3-0-сон. Gaming-ийн ликүүдээ ер нь 3-0-чих гээд байдаг. За Spirit Red Masters дээр яла. За азур Void дарах бараг шаардлагатай болчлоо доо. Faceless Void-оос өөр Vivre гаргалж carry байгаа юм уу?
Also Frostbite versus Centaur Stampede is a really excellent tool in killing him in the early game. Frostbite versus Dive, and if the Centaur blinks in on the CM, the follow-up damage is going to come through.
CM гэхдээ айгүй хүчтэй баатар юм а те. Цааш чаргал айгүй их нэр фавдаг да пач болгон дээр. Vivre наацаар Vivre наатах галах шиг байна. Тэгээ Gaming бас last pick нь байгаа. Last pick-ээ харж байгаад AC-г завсаатаар тоглохгүйгээр Queen-ийг мэд явуулж болж байгаа шүү дээ. За Faceless Void орж ирж байгаа. За Vivre-ийг flex-эх боломжгүй юм байна те. Void өдөөс.
How about Zinq on the Shadow Demon?
And Zinq can play it.
За азурын 6 дахь бан.
There's not one that I haven't seen him play well, so I'm not too concerned about that. I am concerned a little bit though, this time dilation for Gaming Gladiators. I feel like both of these supports have to consider just building an early Lotus Orb because this time dilation versus Weaver, CM, and Gyro is going to be incredibly effective.
Yeah, no, I like the Void pick. I do think there's high volatility when it comes to the early laning stage, but you know, you might as well gear up, hope you get through it, then play the mid game and go from there. I would say Azure, you need a mid hero on XM who can damage control the early game. There aren't too many.
За Gaming 6 дахь бан. За Brute Mama гаргацсан байгаа Azure.
It's pretty good. Queen of Pain, I think they're not going to step too close to that hero.
За гол дээр нэг Storm байхад савхаар байна да те. Storm, Cop. За Copol аваад дими яваа. Copol бүр айгүй сул байлаа. Нилээ нэрвлүүлсэн. Agni Scepter-ний The cast range багассан. Нэтрэгэд за Zeus. Бандч байна Gaming.
I was going to say Zeus. I was actually what I wanted. He's 3-0 on XM, and it would have been sick damage for the Chronosphere. It's also like really nice to have free detection against Weaver, but went ahead and removed it. Gaming Gladiators have done their homework.
За Gaming Zeus бандч айгу зөв бан орж ирлээ. За Zeus чинь бас Chrono дээр хурган damage хийчин. За Weaver-ийг бас харуулдаг vision-тэй те. True Sight гаргадаг. Lightning болтороо.
What's it going to be? I'm like kind of looking at a different hero that you can play through. I do feel like the only problem if you are looking at Pox and DKs.
За Azure маш хурдан 3-0 гэж баахан. The Dead Prophet бандж байгаа юм байна. Lina бандсан гоо. За Azure бандаа дарна. Gaming-ийн харж байгаа контролч дарна. За энэ дөрөвтөө ослохоор Баатрыг бол Хускаар даруул яадаг лээ. Хускаар даруул авах юм шүү. Queen нэг Хускаар дараад бузарлцдаг үстэй.
if they're gonna pick a hero
Necros ажиллах юм те.
and they don't see their matchup, I feel like if he gets owned in lanes, they'll have
Inokер нэх гоё таалагдахгүй наа. За Лондроид бандаад. За Асури бас Сладарыг мид гэж бодох хэвээр. За Storm дарчиж байгаа өөртөө. За Storm аягүй дэжгүй пик орж ирж байна да. Оскар даруул яах вэ яг одоо. Оскар дараа цаавна гэж байхгүй юу? Янз янзын сонголт зөндөө байна да. Тэгэл 3 сандуулаад carry хийсэн шүү дээ зараа. PSG ч гэсэн Оскар л гэж. Storm бас Оскар өдөөс тоглох боломжгүй шахав шүү дээ л энэ.
It's also the hero that this whole event started with. It started with this very matchup on this very stream, and it started with the Huskar mid. At that time, it was Azure Ray that beat them with the Huskar.
Or they could just buy pipe carrier from the offlane, just pick Ace's hero, pivot to an aura buyer.
Заслаадар бас мид тоглож болно да Storm өдөөс жоохон тоохгүй гэхдээ дэжгүй. За Underlord.
I was thinking this, but I don't know. I was like, do they feel comfortable enough? But this provides you reliable lockdown as well as a way to change.
Sanction mid Sladar болж байна уу те?
You can follow up with the Atos. You can also build Veil, which is a great item for Underlord.
Тийм байна. Mid Sladar. Лэн Underlord тоглох юм да. За шийдэрлэх байж болохоос 3 дахь тоглолт. За одоо нүцгэлээд дазуурын ихт ер нь тоглолт болгоно л ялахгүй л бол тэдний эцсийн байж болох үс тоглолтод дандаа явна. За тэгээ камера дээр унтраалаа гэс. Доллараар олзъя.
I think this is a very scary Underlord game for Azure. I am praying for them that they will do well in the lanes because otherwise this game will
Баги таах тоглох юм уу нөрөө? Are you guys энэ машины нэрээ тэг сондгоогоор явах гээд байгаа юм уу гүм үү guys? Тэрэн дээр мэдээлэлтэй юм байна уу? Ямар нэгэн
Is the laning stage going to be somewhat even at least? You know, that's where it all begins. Is it going to be somewhat even?
I think the Centaur will do well.
Oh my god, okay.
The laning stage for Azure is usually fine, but they just
Нөгөө хэд үзэж нөгөө хэд ч гол нь байгаа юм уу?
Shadow Demon plus Phoenix enabling the Storm Spirit to play into this aura lineup. You're going to need your side lanes to excel. You're going to need those side lanes to play really well because it cannot be the mid laner that you depend on in this game.
Yeah. Okay, well, I have heard this scenario before, and I'm gonna throw something else out there. Panel jinx. It has happened before, and Azure is gonna need that. He's gonna need that jinx to force this grand finals further, but potentially Gaming Gladiators is gonna end their year with another first place finish. They're on match point. They only need one more game to take this one home. Can they do it? We're heading over to Cap and SVG to find out.
In the shadow of one
Cap and SVG.
We're gonna do something a little bit different here. They say don't be biased, but
Тэр тэр нь хизэнс хэлж байгаа ингээс битгих сондгоо. Маргааш нас юм уу те?
But how many Dota fans do we have in the building? And as Dota fans, we all want to watch more Dota, right? Hell yeah. All right, Malaysia, let me hear some noise. Who wants to see a game 4? Well, let's see if
Маргааш нас тэгш тотоо нь явна. Өө зөө.
Against one of the toughest opponents of the year. Game and Gladiators have been unstoppable, Avery. They have gone through so many of these tournaments, and if you've said, gotten better and better time and time again. They slip up very few times. How do you get them to slip up in this game 3?
За 3-0 байна уу?
This team just doesn't really have weaknesses. I mean, their most underwhelming performance was a second place at TI.
Зе дурако.
That was the point of weakness for them in the year, really. Yeah, like
За carry wave дээр шууд уурна авалт тоглоод байгаа та. За Центагиудс гайгүй явцдаг баатартаа Gymnatic attack нь бонус дэмэжтэй. За өөрийгөө л жоохон зөгчих гээд байдаг та. За Bagger Armory-наас нь
their opponents do not matter apparently. It's just unless your team's good. Well, yeah, there's always an asterisk, but hey, they aren't here right now, so
За лүгийн void match хэдэн долларын айтемтай юм бэ? Тофо өргөн гарахад нэг жилээч хэлгэлдэг дээ та. За 3 баунт юу авах гээд байна уу гэсэн. Яа юу болоод байна? Юу болоод байна? Нээж хилцээд байгаа XXS тэр баг first bot явахаар болчих дураг 5 ботрыг бол ганцаараа нэлээд балраад ихэлсэн. First bot алдсан. Queen дагаж гүйж байгаа дахиад нэг crash тултаа. Celery. За Queen баг нэг өгчмээр юмч болоо явчих да. За тийм байна. Queen шууд таврлоор өгчөж байгаа. За Celery гүсэр. За Storm дахиад зодоо алчлаа энэ чи. За тэгээ таврлоор өгчөж гэж байгаа. За Shinku kill авсан юмртаж. Үгүй бодлоо дахиад өгчөж байгаа юм биш үү Storm. За first bot авчих гэсэн авсангүй дээ. Слатар их шууд булаад орж ирсэн. Слатар гэдэг баатарлайг од болоод байна да. Энэ grand final дээр. Killer за 3-1.
Arguably the best team of the year. In an elimination game, you're going to have to step up. So, again, looking towards this new lineup where they went back for more mid-game team fight, right?
За void-ийн дахиад унах гээд нудаа энэ ч унчиж байгаа юм байна. За Tofu энэ ч Phoenix-тэй нэг эсрэг нэгдэл нэгтчихэн дээ өөрхөн. За 2 courier kill-тэй эхэлж байгаа. За нэг bounty rune battle гэсэн үгтэй. 2 courier kill. За Underlord дээр 9 creep алдтаа. За trophy авраа. Сайжирч харж void-ыг farm болохгүй дээ. За East тэгээ Underlord гэдэг батар айгүй их тоглосон тоглож байгаа. Толон killer за 3-1. За Tofu. Level 2 дээр homing missile авахгүй. За Flack наа тоглож байгаа 1-6-с дайрсан. За Shikuchi-ийн дамжийг оруулаад хойшлж байгаа. За XM Tauros 2-3 цогт авчлаа шүү. За Queen башаа огт аваагүй юм байна. 2 level crash-тай. За дахиад унчлаа. За ингэж болон дахиад унах. Сайн бол яагаад ч биш. Flack cannon гэхдээ ямар хурган дэмэжлээд нэ. Тотлен дээр дураг. За 3 shadow poison тулсан байгаа. За 4-5. Ой, X6S. Балраад байгаа юм шүү. Гайгүй. Чанга дамжилж байна да. Бага нац үедээ. Shikuchi байгаа. За хараач таварлан гүүг орцсонгүй гүүгээд орох юм бол Сента өдөөсөн Stompтой зогсоо ч Killer за 3-1. За голын лэн Слатар 19-19 гэхэд Stormтэй тэнцүү яваад байгаа юм. Тэнлээ олон дахиад агуур ирж байгаа. 27-6 Ace. Тэнийг баллаад эхэлсэн дээ ямар тааж. Лүү. Flag cannon авчлахтай амар юм байна те жаараа. За Tiam энэ дэр маш өндөр damage. За Sailor дэшээ ганглаад буугаад ирж байгаа. Void баг цустай байгаа гэдгийг анзаарсан. Байтлаад. Хаална. За Sailor скилээ дарж байгаараа явсан. Tiam-ing лөө. Tiam-ing баг унгаачлаа да. Flag cannon зохиолдод орж ирж байгаа. Хинийхэн зохиолд төрж очих бай. Tofu-гийн очих байсан. Лүү. Time cooldownтай байгаа. Time-ок нь 6 секундын cooldownтай лүү очоод өглөө. Хасах 3 Sailor-ийн 2 rotation. За Tower-ын ч siege creep-ийн зохиолаад баларч байна да. За Tiam-ийн голын хэллэгөө Botler field-д явцсан. Deadline Tower-ыг ирэхэд өгч байгаа юм байна. Тоглолтын ердөө 5 дахь минут. За тэр Shinko Void-д туслаад ирсэндээ амар тааж. За Deadline Gaming-ийн 3 баатарч амар да амар. За лүү ямар тач портрет дуусгасан бол Sailor элийн лүг TP-д явчихж байгаа. Центаг нь алуулаад чи гэж байгаа. За Tofu дахиад нэг дахиад алах нь үү тэнчээ. XXS. Таван левелтэй Underlord. За дэше Storm бууж байгаа. За эсийг алах хэцүүтэй Helm of Fire нүүлтэй. За гайгүй юм байна. Sunray-тэй өнөөс нь Storm-ийн damage-ууд орж ирээд Arcane үнтэй Storm бууж ирж байгаа юм байна шүү. XXS-лүүд ор харин дараад эхэлсэн. Storm cooldown-тай Sailor-ийн Tower-ийн цогцлуудыг танклсаар. Sailor гайгүй. Wisdom Rune дээр дурак авцсан. Дурак. Хараач алчихгүй л доо. За XM доош гейтлээд ирчихсэн юм байна шүү дээ. XM харсан. XM вартад авсан Sailor-ыг харж байгаа. Sailor-ыг алчих гинэ. Дурак буцаад ирж байгаа XM баг цус манатай. XM тэр трейдэд ална гэж байх уу? Ууран чаржгүй. XM дэрсэн. Заркан бүцээд старж өгсдөө байсан юм болоо ийс. Яа. За энэ XM баг унахгүй байна. Stampede оруулсан. Missile-ийн эргэж хараад. Дурако. Гайгүй. Вэлтэй зэнтэй юм уу те? Шинкүүтэй таарсан. Crash дуулна. Cross face. Haste rune-тэй Queen. Жохон байж Haste rune-ээр дарж ороод Шинкүүг твсээ алчж болж байна. Storm бууж байгаа. Queen. Crash-а мишилчлээ Queen. Зүргүүг гараа авчих واخаа. За XM бууж ирэл манаа дуусчихж байгаа. Тоглолтын киллер 3-6. За дурак харчаад ирсэн. За дуракийн турт муу байна да те. За эс вейл гаргаж байгаа. За ч одоо хүн болгон л whale of Discord авдаг болох нь үү те. За XM хоноо stack out. За Quinta баг адилхан нэтворт болж ирж байгаа юм байна. Shinko.
He likes the magic amp. It's another aura for the team. Helm is great for the hero. And then you get a Shiva's later. You just stack up the damage reduction. I point to Ace in that game too. I feel like he was the largest team fight impact in that game on that Primal Beast because of the build.
За Queen Blink төгсөж байгаа 1600 голд. За Гурван Баатрын smoke голын лэн лөө юу? Storm бууж байгаа. Storm-ыг баг алуулаалчихсан да. Crossface Shinku дээр. Shinku бариад авсан XM дээр. Тофо эргэж хараа Тофодоо зүгээр байлцсан. Gate бууж ирж байгаа. Underlord бууж ирсэн. За чи баг хүн өгөх юм уу дөө 2 Баатар дээр бороо оруулж байгаа. Gate-лээд авсан. Питлээд авсан. Chrono 2 Баатар дээр гоё. Ace очоод өглөө. 2 спорт дээр Queen Crash ганц л Баатрыг онж байгаа. Stampede дараад урагшилсан. Дийлдгүүд 2 спорт алдлаа. Язуур. За юм болгон дээр л олон Баатар авчирж байна да. За гранд финалийн анхныхаа ялтыг авах шанса байна уу? За Chrono гоё орж ирчээ тэр цаана. За спорт муучлаа гэсэн офлайнтэй муусан юм байна те. За дурак тайм лапсад авах шаардлагатай болсон. За Weaver зэнтаг барсангүй дээ тэлэндээ. За Queen Blink Dagger юу босож байгаа.
Just saying, I feel like a little bit of overconfidence, you know, due to stomping game 1 and 2. Look at this, another smoke coming out. There's
Лүү Chrono байхгүй. Shinku ирж байгаа. Цента буусан. Stamp уншиж байгаа. 4 Баатрын Pit of Malice. Queen урагшаа ороод завж бүр баллахын дээнуудад AR-ын гейм болох гээд байна уу да. Тофу балраад ихэлсэн. 4 Баатраар нунгаах боломжтой. Тим юм байна 4-оор нунагсан. XM double kill-ийг дурак тэнлээ ирчихсэн. Буцаад явах хэрэгтэй боллоо. Яа. CMO 62-т гарцсан байсан бол бас ондоо гэж болохоор л байж тээ те.
We don't have Stampede. Let's not fight. But now, I don't know what that. They're operating on another level apparently. Yeah, they're just moving too fast apparently for the cameras. That's the old real life Sakuchi. Still looking for earn charges on Daracho by the way. Like this is a
За дурак уурнаад 12 минутанд нэг ч чарж авсан үтэй ирсэн.
It's terrible when you don't, right? It feels like a dead item. You're getting 2 stats, 2 armor and some mana region for, you know, not 900 gold. It's not a jungling item. It's a kill item, and Daracho has not been able to make his presence felt in the fight.
За маш том стактай Centaur warrior.
It shows on that graph, right? Daracho is. This is not an Alchemist game where he is pulling far ahead. In fact, it is a 3k gold lead for Azure. This has to be the biggest gold lead they've had all series.
За Weaver Void carry match-upтай Kilter ингэ шалгаж эхэлж байгаа гейм хизүүтэй л mid-late game лүгээ. За Shinku зарим стакнууд авчиж байгаа юм байна. За Shinku бүх стакийг авчих юу? За Queen Blink Dagger-тай болсон Weaver-тэйг нийлээд kill хайж болно. За Seller ямар ч 6 level төрж байна. За эс механизм гаргасан ямар тач. За pipe биш механизм их л гаргаж байгаа юм байна. За XM плейд гаргацсан байгаа. Тэр Parasma гэдэг айтмыг авчихвал гоё юм байлаа да болно. Гэхдээ шууд томсохгүй байх гэж бодож байна.
Challenge number 2 in a sense, right? Because all in gaming play from behind, play from ahead, play from rough starts. It doesn't seem to matter to this team. I think the scary part though for game
Dragonlance-ны хараас бол Disog авах юм байна. Өчигдөр авсан viewer дээр бол Mjolnir авч тоглосон шүү дээ. За plate mail вээлтэй Центагийн арморч бүр тулцсан л байгаа юм байна да. За лүүгийн фарм нэлээд даггүй. За amplify damage рүүнтэй storm dotling lane дээр. За 8 damage хүч plateтэй storm ч weaver-ыг баг vortex нэр ганцаараа алчин да. Жалуу Madness Maelstrom сайтан бэлдэх хийж байгаа. За network chart-ын тэргүүнд ямар та Jace. За 9 килийн тутаа гэхэд ажгүй яваал энэ да тий. За top of drama endurance-ийг гаргаж байгаа. Турак. Олон баатрын гол. За дунд нь гайвалж ин даа Турак. 3 баатрын гол күч орсон тайм лапсаар гараа явуулсан. За XM. За тийм манай клиенсээ. За одоо шууд ингээд storm дээр дараад байгаа тийм манай клиенс инхээр CM-ийн bite might ажиллахгүй болчихно гэсэн үг дээр нь CM 2 орохгүй. За Slatari өлт орохгүй гээд. Нилээ өчтэй шаард байна да шингүүгээс. За баг хоорондоо нилээн байлдахгүй байгаа. 1-5-6 минут нилээ их цус гараад. За нэрээ дэшээ дурак гитлээд Рошн авчлаад юм л. За дор байгаа. Хазуурын 5 баатрын өдөөс дурак лэндээ ингээл эндүрийг л байгаад байна да тийм. Түрэн баатрын спок Azrace. Дорхо талын жангл руу бараг явах баха да. Celery харагдсан. Павс дараа дамжиж байгаа ч шууд унах баха Celery. За XM бүр region рүүнтэй байсан юм байна. Килийг шууд region төчлээ. За Ancient stack-ыг хулгайлаад авчиж байгаа юм байна. Azure орж ирээд бүр. Киллер 3.13 Chrono-доор solo kill-ийн оролдлого. За баг алахгүй баха да. Лүү Madness-ад арчсан байгаа. Stampede дараад өгсөн. Time dilation. 4 dilate төлсөн ч. За Chrono байхгүй гэсэн мэдээллийг авч байгаа. Тэр Jaira луу XM ороод ирж байгаа. Call down-аар илж амжсан. XM бол мана дуусчаад байдаг. Queen ороод алах chakra байхгүй юм байна да. Тэр буугаад байлдал яадаг бай. Chrono байхгүй. Storm-ийн мана багасан гэдэг мэдээллийг авсан. Хойноос өндгөлж болж байгаа. За Tiaming шууд өндгөлөх шаардлагатай болчихоо да. За дээр 2 том баатар нүлээж байгаа дурак. Зүр цаашаа гүүгээ гараа явчлаа. Энэ өндөг stomp бүр савах гээд байгаа юм шүү дээ. Pipe дараад өгсөн. За мэг дараад өгсөн эс өөрөө унаж байгаа. Freezing field тунгой. Crash зүрөд 2 баатар дээр. Tiaming дурак. Tiaming лөө дараад дуусгах гэж үзэх баг. Storm-ийн мана болон дуусчихад байгаа. Дурак фидлж байгаа юм байна. Queen энэ ийшээ үсрэндээ Queen ийшээ үсрэндээ 3-аар нь харж байгаа юм чи. Queen өөрөө үсрийг гэхээр юм авч манаг цусгүй байгаа юм шүү дээ. Яа 3-аар нь crash боломж байлаа Queen сая. 3-лаа болно. Crossface төлсөн байсан. Slither crash чанга орох байсан да. Ороод алахгүй байсан гэхдээ. Яа. За Semi болтуулна гоё иржсэн те. За Queen яаж яхад нь юунд оногдсон юм байна л да. Fire Spirit-энд. За тэгээд Phoenix л дэмэж гаргаж чадаагүй. Жакрон буцаа гарч байгаа. Эйслүүд дахиад ороод ирсэн. За бараг алчж байгаа юм шүү дээ. Vortex нэр хангалттай дэмэж хүрсэн.
I talked about the ace underlord, right? This has been a staple for them the entire year. I feel like one of the biggest factors is one, the lane dominance.
За Queen BKB фармдж байгаа.
The unkillability in the mid game. Yeah, those games were.
За Лугийн дараагийн түн сонголт Manta style. Гоё Manta юм байна да.
He feels untouchable right now. He's sitting on 5 deaths. He has been very
Queen. Та бараг очоод гэж байгаа. Хаан ч ханаас нь demonic parch ороод ирэн time dilate-тэй давж байгаа. За уулын чанга зөвчөндөө Queen те. За шинкгүй сайн дотоод тоглож байна да Азураас. За Beaver Maelstrom-ыг авч байна. За Mjolnir авч бараг атак дэмжээс ажиглая гэж магадгүй. Тэтэпо яг нэм шарт бодлоо боломжтой. За лүү 14 левелтэй. Яашаага босчихсон.
Don't want to let gaming walk in the road from this map position and get it for free, which their lineup can do.
За is pipe лж чирч байгаа юм тааж.
I think that move is very difficult. Another reason you don't want to end up in a bad fight, right? You end up in a fight where you use chrono egg, you get nothing out of it. That's going to be an opening for Roshan.
За XM pick-up-ны гараа шууд side face гаргая гэж байгаа юм байна.
Incredibly strong, still having a perfect game. 5-0 and 10 on the storm, looking for an early BKB.
Tofu's having
За Tofu 1800 голцтой болж ирсэн. Ямар айтем авах бас мэдэхгүй л ах шиг байна да те. За гаминууд бол дотоогоо яаж тоглох вэ гэхээр одоо чадхаараа сайн нэтворт болол. За ярийн темпо хүлээгэл нэг эрэхт нь өөдөөс нь байлдаж үзэн дээ. Тэл барахгүй бол дуусгар юм болчихлоо. За Queen BKB одоо л ингэж дуусч байгаа. За XX-ээс дараагийн төм сонголт Torto Trask боллоо. За Faceless Void-ыг огт яриг байгаа. Void л ерөөсөө өгөхээргүй л болчлоо доо. Матага босгочвол Demonic Cleanse-тэй Demonic Parch-тай. За өөртөө рогоо ороод авчиж байгаа юм байна. Ezreal. Sladar дээр бол BKB гарсан. Тэгээд тэнд чамаагүй юм шиг байна да тэр BKB. За дунд нь бууж ирэх чад болсон баха. За буцаа питлүүд баг орох гээд байгаа юм шүү. Дурак уртаас нь. Дурак экран тогломжтой. Хараас нь тайм огтод амар кроно байхгүй юу лөө? За өчигдөр л T4-ийн нурд сага явж исэн юм да Дурак. Өнөөдөр бардггүй. Тэнта. Бэрээд авсан. Я Дурак бүр дэмэж гаргахгүй шүү дээ. За лүүгийн void ерөөсөө лүүл гээд байгаа юм чи. Киллер за 18-4. Celery унсан л гэж бодож байна да. Амархан килл. За лүү энэ ч Мантага аль хэдийнэ босгоч вэ? Амарта Chasing Pipe гарсан байгаа. Тэгээд байлдыг ихээр яаж байлдах юм бэ? Void expert-сан байгаа. Дараагийн 5 минутыг хүчээр фаарн туш шаардлагатай болчиход байгаа шиг байна да. Шинко Queen-ийг хайгаад байгаа. Заараа олохгүй бол та. Queen харагдсан. Pickup TP хэрэгтэй гэж ууж энэ Queen. Тофог зогсоосон. Wicked Sick за Queen BKB-гээ дараа шаардлагагүйгээр. За Лүү, Celery. Дурак хоёртаа алдцаад байгаа. Маана нь барыг дууссан да. Chrono 2 баатар дээр гоё. Бууж ирээд Mick дарж өгнө. Mick байна уу? Байсангүй килдүүлчлээ. Уул нь маанаагүй дээ. За баг бүгдийг зүрүүлж алах гад байна уу? Azure AC-г болбод ихэлсэн Celery цаанд гүнгөд гарч байгаа. Queen нэг дивс өгч гарч байгаа энэ ч ямар нэгэн хамгаалт байхгүй байна. Celery модон дунд. Celery баригдсан. Хаяа, за reverse sweep, Azure. Авах хэрэгтэйсэн ганц юм авч ин да. За Chrono дотор Weaver-ийг соолоолаад эхлэхээр л хэцүү дээ. За 23-4. За Parasma гаргацсан юм байна. За Parasma гоё айтем байлаа да. Chrono-г байлдаж болно. Durakonos. За Durак тэрэг чар зөх хэцүү маавар тэгстүүлсэн Parasma-тай батны алж байгаа monster kill. За Parasma-тай Storm Vortex нэр ямар ч бодрыг алчих гал хэдэм байлээ дээ. За 20% magic resistance өгж байгаа. За тэр Witchblade-ийн cooldown багасагдана. За high ground өсөлт байгаа юу Azure. Лүү, дээдлийн даварлуу. Тоффол дайрсан. За ста хамаагүй ч орж ирэл ажиж байгаа. XM godlike streak-тэй болж байна. За Gaimin энэ геймийг баг жижиг зарлаад болж явах хэвээр болоо доо. Ямар ч ялах нөхцөл харагдахгүй байна. За иймэрхүү байдлаас гэхдээ ялцдаг баг. Яа. За X дуусгаад 1 минут хугацаа үлдсэн байх хэвээр лүү. Яста тааж байгаа юм алга давал mana break талент авцсан юм байна. Weaver худлаа он зохиж үзээд байгаа mana break хэлчих гээд лүү. Мата байгаа. За тэгвэр өргөжлүүлээд бүшилэх үгүй юу? За X дуусч байгаа. Wisdom руу XM өгч байна. За Storm-д Kai Sanjurus огт авах болсон юм шиг байна те. За Queen ямар тач Hyperstone авцсан. Өөрөө сурган дэмж гаргахаар болсон юм байна. Гэтэ ингээд хол тасарсан спортуудыг алах хэцүүтэй. Өндөр армортай, өндөр цустай, өндөр статстай гэд бүх юм л өндөр л. За Queen бол одоо спортлог өсрөл өөртөө адилхан левелтэй спортлог бараг өсрөх гэдэг шүү дээ. За энэ smoke-оор бол хүн алж чадахгүй л тэгээд ялагдана да. 2 дээр стандарт орж байгаа. Duraki Vortex-д авсан шууд алж байгаа. Queen pick-up асаасан өндөг зөх боломж байхгүй. Үсэрсээр Chrono 2 баатар дээр Ace Queen 2-ыг хоёлынгийн онцсон. Duraki бол нь баялаад ирж байгаа юм байна. Double buyback. Тоохгүй Duraki-г дахиад бариад авсан. Duraki-г шууд dieback хийлэгчлээ. Time lapse дарах chance өгсөнгүй. За тийм байна. Энэ тоглолт GG 3-0-оор арайч дуусахгүй. 4 дахь гейм гарахаар боллоо guys. Вау. За юу ч ярахтай. Зүгээр л маш гоё тоглолоо зүрэ. Өдгөртэй биш үү геймин. Өмнөх хоёр угаасаа энэ зурлж яг би нэг ээлжлэл стомтод шүү дээ. Game-ийн 2 дараалж 20-30 минутын гейм хийгээл. Азур бас нэг 20 минутын гейм хийж байна да.
They gave this guy a game and boy did he deliver with it, man. A flawless storm performance here.
Ай. За юу нь болсонгүй вэ? Сладаар авдаг жоохон буруутчихв. Мэд сладаар тоглосон. Доотлын дуракин лэний явчихсангүй. За дуракин ч сейлрид бисэн дээр нэг юм үзүүлээл энэ лэн ингэх байсан гэсэн чи ингэчлээ гэж. Бисэн дээр. Тэгэл гейм стат заарал. За гейм 4 туудахгүй guys. Вау. За нэг 15 минут завсарлаадсан баха 7-5 минутаас гейм 4. За нэг 10 минут дараа үзээд guys. Мэн бослоо.
That's the thing. Like you can always go out of these games and say, "Oh, the draft's too slow. Oh, our heroes couldn't make these rotations." You shattered even Phoenix. These are not two heroes known to out-skirmish a maiden gyro on runes, or outlane them, or out-team fight them, or get the level 6s first after you lost the Wisdom rune. But they made it happen. Good Dota gameplay, trumps drafts every time. That's what I like that I saw out of this game 3 out of Azure Ray. See if they can keep the momentum going.
That is certainly the hope. That is the game 4, something that I think a lot of people did not expect to see, but we're going to it. We're going to head back to the panel to talk about Azure Ray and what happened, what changed about this team from game 1 and 2 going into this game 3.
We're going to talk all about that. We're so happy to see a 4th game to this series and a potential start of the reverse sweep for Azure Ray here over Gaming Gladiators. I'm joined by BSJ, Kezu, and Effie. And Kezu, this game, I mean, we were a little bit skeptic about the draft from Azure Ray. All 3 of you guys were, but they did it, they pulled through, and they did it in great fashion.
No, they did it amazingly. Like XM playing really well, gets an Arcane Rune, he shuts down Ace a little bit. I feel like all of it kind of coming together, everyone is playing better. I loved XXS's item build as well. You have the Veil early armor into the plate mail, helping out. I'm super happy, I don't want to see another 3-0 finals. I'm glad we're not, we're moving on. Azure Ray, let's go. Game 5.
Game 5. Woo.
I'm just so glad to see them confident. They were decisive in their movements. They played the lanes incredibly well. They had a lot of ancient stacks going on that the team was able to capitalize off of. And Phoenix and Shadow Demon were able to play around mid defensively in the most impressive way possible because it offset a lot of Gaming Gladiators' early game aggression. And after that, they capitalized on the Underlord not going pipe but going mech first. And they constantly forced these 5-man engagements where Weaver was already behind in net worth. So there was a lot going on here, but let's just see the same energy for this game 4.
Yeah, my highlight for the game was actually the fight that Azure Ray took top lane when Void did not have Chronosphere. I feel like that's a fight that Gaiman would never expect. I'm guaranteeing that they were like, let's push this tower, 4-man, they don't have their ultimates, they can't take this fight. But Azure Ray, they know their limits. Glow, I talked about his face as Void in the draft. Like I hyped it up from the previous series and he did not disappoint. That was just stellar performance from Azure Ray.
Yeah, who was the standout player for you in this game? Because I heard the panel, or the casters, hyping up XM on his storm a little bit more, Brian. Who for you was the standout?
Well, XM was also mine, but I will once again appreciate Low. But I also want to give credit to ZenQ because there must have been something between the games, a little bit of belly rubbing going on, because that's the good luck that Azure Ray needed. And I think that this might, I mean, they showed this in their series earlier versus Liquid. They looked like a completely different team after winning game 2. So I would just love to see that energy carry on to game 4 and game 5.
I do think this fight that you touched on, the first one, where I feel like they're just done with gaming guys running at us. They're like, you know, F off, we're gonna go here, we're gonna fight you, no chrono, time dilation, everyone shows up with good early game, and from then on, I feel like, you know, they just feel good, and they need to carry that into the next game, and we'll have incredible finals.
And this kind of game where you not only win, but win decisively, you stomp, this is the kind of confidence boost that makes these reverse sweeps at these finals possible, right? This really could be a very competitive series, actually, if they can channel the same energy. And I want to talk about XM a little bit more because he's had some lackluster mid performances in the series, and maybe yesterday as well, he wasn't able to show us what he's made of. But when you let this man cook, he cooks. Like, that Storm Spirit was incredible, and we thought that Storm wouldn't be able to play into this 5-man ball, but guess what? If you're leading and you're just owning them the entire time, the 5-man ball doesn't happen.
And I'm really happy that they did play so fast. Like Mira's talking about the ball, that I think Gaiman, you know, they could have achieved it, but at minute 6, he gets the rune, he goes top, they take more fights. Minute 9, the fight Brian's talking about, they go again, 5-man, you know, they feel good, you can see it on the cameras too. You know, more belly rubs, game 4, I'm sure there's gonna be more cooking.
Yeah, it did feel like, I don't know why it was this game, but it felt like this is the first game they played this series where they just felt comfortable. They didn't make any weird moves that they made out of extra pressure, like, oh my goodness, we have to be extra aggressive in the late stage. No, they just played their game. And in the first series of the very day where they played against Team Liquid, it was the same story where only once they were with their backs against the wall, someone must have this amazing speech like, hey guys, let's just go out there, do our best, play heroes that we're comfortable with and have fun. And Effie, this is exactly the type of gameplay that we want to see from them.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what kind of reset happened between game 2 and now, but seeing it happen in real time is incredible. I just hope that it can continue. I hope that they keep playing with confidence. I hope that they don't resort to picking heroes that they're comfortable on and just picking what they think is good. Bringing out that Storm Spirit, I love that. Keep bringing it out. Keep bringing out things that work for you. You know what? I thought the Phoenix wouldn't be good at fighting around mid, but with a Storm Spirit, it's great. These defensive supports enable heroes like Storm Spirit so well, where you don't even need to be the aggressors. If they run at you, like the Gyro and the Slardar were running into the mid tower, boom, you're just sunraying, you're defensively disrupting, you have counterplay.
We do have to be real though, that was only one game and they need to take, you know, a couple more if they want to make this grand final theirs. And Gaming Gladiators, they've been here before, they've also lost a game, they can adapt, Ryan. This game was the odd one out. They tried a game without Pango mid, didn't go so well. But surely there's other things that they can look towards. It's like, oh, we just have to fix a small thing. What was their problem?
I think it was the fact that Quinn mid just looked different on Slardar. Yeah, they won with it earlier in the tournament versus Azure, but you can just see the day and night difference when a mid laner's playing like a master tier hero they've played hundreds or thousands of times compared to a hero that he definitely picked up this patch as a result of the meta. And even though Slardar is definitely a strong hero, I think since the mid lane is so essential for both teams in this series, I would just stick to comfort zone moving forward in this best of 5.
I would also say there was something slightly uncharacteristic from Gaming, where this top fight that we keep talking about, where Low came without a chrono, both their supports were still level 5 at like minute 12. And generally, this doesn't happen. Probably goes back to the mid lane, as Brian is talking about. If you can play more through Quinn, you're going to kill some heroes, you're going to get your level 6s, you can take this fight. So I would say, in the next game, Gaming will be at least a little more careful about those levels on their supports.
Also, I do have to bring up that Underlord was topping the net worth for the first 10 minutes of that game, but he used his gold to buy mech instead of pipe. And I can see how Greaves was a great item that game too, which is what he was trying to build up to. But I really think that potentially, if the pipe had come out instead, they would have had so much damage mitigation versus the Phoenix, versus the Storm Spirit, because there were portals into the mid lane that Underlord was going into, but then he was just dying afterwards. He wasn't able to tank up that much damage. So maybe the first big item for Underlord just kind of snowballed out of control in the wrong way.
And what do we think about the first pick for Gaming Gladiators? The Gyrocopter, they've not opened with the Gyrocopter before in the opening.
Yeah, that's the first time they've lost on Gyrocopter support this tournament, but I really emphasize, I think he's the only hero that I think built Veil that is upset about the Veil changes, and I think that was such an important part of Gyro's kit to just send a rocket at you with the shard. And as a support player without BKB around the 15-20 minute mark, you're taking 800, 900 damage from just that rocket, and he doesn't have that anymore. We see the early aggression that Tofu was doing. I thought that was really cool how they're like stepping past the tower, consistently diving top and mid, but yeah, that timing in the mid game is just not the same. And then you're talking about Kezu, they fell a bit behind on the levels on supports. This little stuff, like, maybe it's time to accept that the meta has changed a little bit away from that.
I would say a little bit that I think Avery mentioned it nicely at the end of the game too. Sometimes gameplay will just, you know, kind of trump the draft. I wouldn't say that Gaming had a big draft issue. I think they got a little bit outplayed. I heavily agree with Mira's point about the pipe first. I think that should have come out. Then you just gate in, you pipe your boys up, and everyone's kind of chilling. But, you know, they've lost games before. They're still up to 1. Gaming, I'm sure they're still feeling super happy.
Yeah, for sure. They should be, because they played a great series, right? I also think that the way that their draft was structured on Gaming was that they would snowball early game and just not let Azure play their farm-intensive game. But when that doesn't happen, when your draft is built around that early game 5-man and that snowballing, and it just doesn't go your way, there was really no counterplay within their draft, because the Weaver was counterpicked by Void, and the Underlord was not tanky enough, and they couldn't teamfight into the enemy's teamfight.
Now, it's been a little while since the Grand Finals has actually gone past 3 games, so I'm just gonna refresh you guys' memory of how things go, because generally, when a Grand Finals goes this long, you know, it's 7 p.m. You see it there in the corner. It means it's you know, also a little bit of dinner time, or at least, you know, we gotta give the players a chance to eat something. So in between game 3 and game 4, there generally is a little bit of a longer break than usual. So I just want to make sure that you guys are aware of that. It has been a minute since we've had a longer grand finals, but that's okay, because that gives us extra opportunity to not only talk about the teams and the players, but also to get to know the crowd here in MyTech Arena a little bit more. And for that, we're heading over to that arena with Jin and Tsunami.
Thank you very much, Shiver. We are here. And so are the people. They are ready because, Jin, we actually got a series on our hands right now.
Indeed we do. I mean, it's 2-1 now, so 2 more games to go.
And all I heard is that you guys want to watch more Dota, right? Then we're going to bring it to you, but you guys also got to help out them on stage because they're fighting here for your entertainment. So, we have these large banners here. We have a large Azure Ray on one side and a large Game and Gladiators on the other. Give me a shake on the Azure Ray. Come on. Yes, I feel the energy. And the Game and Gladiator side, I can see the kinetic energy, Jin. It seems like both these sides have equal representation, probably.
Right. Well, come on, you guys. You guys gotta, hype it up for Azure Ray. They finally won a game, you don't get a 3-0 Resident Sleeper series. You get a series, a proper fucking series,
That's pretty good. I don't even think that I can beat that myself, so I brought a Game and fan to do it for me. We've seen them at countless grand finals, but now maybe they're bleeding. What would you say to the boys right now as you're watching them prepare for their next game?
Come on, guys. Come on, boys. You can take them.
More volume. Come on. I see Quinn over there. I don't know if he can hear you.
Come on, Tofu. Beat them. Go get me Gladiator.
That's pretty good, Jin. Who's this that you got standing next to you?
My Azure Ray fan over here. What's his name?
Shinkyu.
Your name is Shinkyu.
Oh, no. Tommy.
Tommy, all right. And what do you have to say to the fans to get them to support Azure Ray? Come on.
Beat them. Shinkyu. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. We've got a hardcore Shinkyu fan over here. Shinkyu, if you're out there, you can hear this. 有一个河粉啊。
我爱中国。
He loves China.
Oh, yeah?
And you know who else loves China?
Tell me.
I have video evidence. That Tofu himself has claimed that China is #1.
No. I refuse to believe that.
I'll see you on Twitter for that.
No.
No way.
I wouldn't let that happen unless if it was just an elaborate set of mind games. Tofu, he's been charming the entire crowd with the winks every here and again. What if he's just trying to wow, a lot of big wink fans over here. He's just trying to destabilize their mentality at China #1. They're like, dude, if he thinks we're #1, maybe we are that good.
I mean, Azure Ray right now, they finally won a game. They've got their momentum going. They're going to prove to the world that they are, trying to be #1.
Was there anyone here who was at ESL Genting last year? You were at Genting last year, so then you would remember that last year we also had a Chinese team in a grand finals against OG. It was Aster versus OG. What was your memory about almost exactly 1 year ago about that experience?
Well, I just have the feeling, Gaming Gladiators. Come on, boys, you guys can do it. Go, Gaming Gladiators! Woo! Beat them!
She lives in the present, and now thinking to the future, Jin.
Well, the future is going to be a 3-2 Azure Ray win. You know it.
The reverse sweep?
What's it going to be?
It's going to be Azure.
Azure Ray.
How about the banner people? You guys have been kind of zoned out a little bit.
Come on.
And the Game and banner people? Give it a good stretch. Let's see it. I'm eagerly anticipating the rest of this series, and I don't even know the last time I saw a reverse sweep. It's been ages. the competitive Dota scene has moved far past that. Western European has been dominating the entire scene. Yes, Spirit, maybe they get a TI.
A Chinese team did that, we had a question mark from Emo.
That's right. Old Singapore Major. And then after that, LGD in the Anna Major. Now maybe Azure Ray get a chance at it, even though we don't even know half these players, man. They didn't even expect to make it this point. They slapped together this roster in like a week and a half ago. They got directly invited, and now they're just bumbled their way into the grand finals. I don't know if I buy it.
That's talent, baby.
Natural born talent. What about skill? I think skill outweighs talent.
Who needs skill when you've got luck?
All right then, friends. I think we have given these players some time to think, but we've been screaming in their ears, so maybe we'll let them take things down a notch and prepare for their last game. But for one last time, can we see the Azure Ray fans?
Come on, give it up for Azure Ray!
And can we see the Gaming fans? And we will see all of you for a game number 4 after the break.
Share this feeling, 'cause we can double it together. Join me on cloud nine. There's no better time than now. Yeah, you can taste the freedom, but feeling is believing. So come fly away with me. We can live twice if we live it up. Sip from golden cups, double every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. Live twice if we love to the max, live with no regrets. Double every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. Yeah, left, right, where you want to go. Life can be so easy once you live it like a winner. Yeah, break free, the choice is yours. You can keep this feeling, but sometimes you gotta be a quitter. Yeah, so join me on cloud nine. There's no better time than now. Yeah, we can taste the freedom, but feeling is believing. So what you waiting for? 'Cause we can live twice if we live it up. Let's sip from golden cups. Every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. Live twice if we love to the max, but live with no regrets. Double every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. Hey, live it up
need to ask which team you are supporting?
GG.
Oh, not Team Liquid. This is a little bit of a problem here.
Yeah, I usually support Team Secret.
You're wearing the wrong jersey. How about you?
I'm supporting G2IG, but he already lost.
Okay, so we're all supporting Gaming Gladiators here then.
Yeah. It's GG, man. GG.
And which team are you rooting for?
We were supposed to root for Enigma, but since they're not here, we're going with Liquid.
Yeah.
You same?
Same, yeah.
Who's your favorite player?
Oh, it was Zai, but now I like Nisha and Saberlight, but he's a stand-in, so yeah.
Who are you?
From the Liquid lineup, I like Saberlight as well.
Is this your first ESL one?
Yeah, it's actually our first event ever.
Ever?
Yes, ever. First Dota event ever. Yeah.
And you guys play together online normally?
Yep. Yeah, we like play almost every day.
And where are you from?
We're from Indonesia.
From Jakarta?
Yeah, we're from Jakarta.
And I hope Liquid takes it this time.
What's the best thing so far of ESL 1 here?
I think for me, it's the signing. The signing.
Who did you get so far?
We get Team Secret, and then Wawitas. Yes, Wawitas.
All right. And how about you? What's the best thing?
That Mikable Secret Rampage, I think. Yeah.
Because it could be a rampage up for Mickey. Oh my goodness. And it will be.
The Dota is the best.
Yeah, the Dota is the best, of course.
It's the one of my bucket list to see Dota in LAN event. The stage is good. It's like what
Yeah,
that's stunning.
What's the best thing about ESL 1?
I think the production is very good.
So all the people that are not here, what would you say to them?
You need to go there. You need to go there. You need to go.
Yeah, you need to go, and ESL is like the best organizer, I think.
What's the best thing about this event so far?
Meet you.
Well, my best thing, can I show off? This is just so cute.
Yeah, he's cute, but you're more cute.
Let's interview. It's done. I was gonna take us later. Yes. Bye.
All right.
Oh, that was a good time. I think everybody's having a good time here in Kuala Lumpur. The Mytech Arena is definitely, absolutely packed. And I think Cap said it earlier already. There's a lot of fans of Dota 2 out here. And I know that there's a lot of people that would like to see a 5th game in this best of 5, but these guys here on your screen, they're the ones that have to do it here. They are still with their backs against the rope because Gaming Gladiators are still on match point. It is 2-1 so far in this best of 5 grand finals. And Gaming Gladiators and Azure, they are about to head in their 4th game. And we'll see who comes out on top on this one. There's a lot of thought that had gone into this game. Also, I don't know if anybody's been keeping track of the clock, but there's this break that was going to happen. It's a little bit less long than what it was supposed to because apparently food is not required for neither Gaming Gladiators nor Azure. They are hungry, but not hungry for the sustenance. They are hungry for victory here, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they had bananas or apples or something at least, right? It's hard to play Dota on a completely empty stomach. But Brian, you were talking about how hate to interrupt your 12-hour
Yeah, when you're on that
session.
binge queue and when you're multiple games deep, especially for Azure who's on their 2nd series of the day, it's the best to just forget to eat. Just continue on the grind, no distractions.
But I feel like that's the bigger problem for the losers, don't you think? Like I feel like gaming guys, they are the ones that just want to go next.
True.
Like when you're losing, that's when you binge queue it up.
Yeah, but they were back in their seats way before Azure was as well, so
they were
perhaps
mad.
they're onto something here. And maybe Gaming Gladiators is onto something here as well, because Timbersaw has been banned an awful lot. I believe every single game. First phase, Timbersaw's banned. They get their hands on it this time around. Grimstroke is one of the heroes that was banned first phase by Azure. So what is up with Timbersaw? Why is he fully back, Brian?
Veil.
Veil.
That's it.
That's it?
Shiva's Guard.
Yeah, Veil into Shiva's Guard.
And he got buffed, may I mention.
And the Helm of Iron Will. It's a very broken offlane item right now because you're not really buying the ring anymore.
Having sustained build-up is just so nice for your hero. It means you can buy less tangles, buy less salves. You just work on that. Gives you armor. So yeah, having the option to build it into Veil. You're just chilling. It feels great.
Primal into Timber. What do you guys think about that? I feel like picking him melee strength hero is not necessarily ideal. You do have the magic damage to bring him down potentially, but I guess they're going to need a follow-up. The Grimstroke's already taken out. What other supports like pair well with Primal to allow him to dish out that reliable damage?
I would say the Primal Timber matchup can go both ways. It's kind of like who helps each other more, like with more overwhelming damage. I would say for Primal, something you should look at potentially is Dark Willow. I think even for both sides, like roots are annoying for these heroes. They added up team fight, but most importantly, this damage. Because Primal, when he gets to the stage where he does have overwhelming magical damage, he will cut through the Timber.
Yeah, I love the sound of that Dark Willow, some kind of position 4 hero to enable the damage output of either of these two heroes, but also give them that very strong laning presence, because this matchup, either of these heroes could kill each other, and as the game progresses, they both do so much damage. It's a matter of how well can the team enable that damage, right?
За Khanbank. Finally.
So you can take
За game in Azure.
You have the follow-up stun to take advantage of
За game 4.
These are the questions that need to be answered.
За Viper банда Timber авсан юм байна ямар тач.
Earlier today they had like this Viper Nyx game against the
За Azure сарна. Амжилт олоогүй. Primal Beast авчтай. Зарамд амралтын өдрийн арай төгрөг мэндийг хүргийгээс. За жиж болоо Azure богод.
Judging from the bans at least, they would like the Timber to be able to go offlane by banning the Ursa.
Айгуу тоглоод эхлэхэндээ бойс.
Yeah, faces Void Band out as well. Definitely one of the heroes that Low is feeling most comfortable on, so best to just remove it all together. And we see the outfit
Өдөр тусаа лобби юу? Миний чакра өгснө үү?
People that are comfortable on a hero. This
guy
right here, has had a flawless performance on that hero, so best not to let him have it. That does mean there is still a Pangolier in the pool. I feel like the need to point it out is there, but we got a Batrider pickup from Azure Ray. I know, Effie, you've been having some feelings about Batrider. You thought he was going to get picked up a couple more times?
Yeah, I am glad to see Azure Ray experiment this hero. I believe they played it in
Azure Ray Batrider авсан.
earlier today. It didn't look that
За
good.
пост 5 дээр нэг тоглож харагдсан да тий.
The game spiraled out of control. But this hero
Пост 5 дээр нэг тоглоод дөөрч нэг тоглохдаг байгаа санагдаж байна.
A few months ago, it was one of the tier 1 supports that everybody was running. This was always first ban Batrider, first pick Batrider. It's not in a bad place.
Күнтэй хомсаа хэвээр амар идэх юм а тий.
Now that you can actually play on lane break level 1 because of the extra movement speed added from the patch notes, you can set up for kills on the lane. The knockback into Blood Grenade is still as good as it used to be.
Like it used to be very good around the Berlin major. They kind of just reverted it back.
Нэг Batrider тоглосон доо тий. Liquid-дэсэн тоглолтон дэр байлаа да.
Firefly as well, and overall just a very annoying hero for Timber to deal with. If you have the time, you stack up the napalms, you have all this magic damage, you can cancel his chain, you have the last.
За game 3 game дараалаас юм авч байгаа. За Вендрит нэлээд өндөртэй байгаа. 7 тоглоход 5-т нь ялсан гэсэн.
Not necessarily right here. I'd like them to pick it on the 8th overall pick, but I'm sure Azure.
За CM юутай дарах юм бол за ST-тэй.
It's always nice to have a support that gives you an answer to lasso. Shadow Demon's not
going to control,
but he can at least prevent the person from getting bursted during the lasso. You'll still get dragged out of position, but you'll have time like or something out of it. So if
the Shadow Demon
earlier against the Timber in lane went Marcy plus Luna. I like that duo a lot again, but the Lifestealer is also very good against those. So I'm wondering what they're thinking in terms of the carry matchup, while also looking to shut down Ace on his Timbersaw.
This is a great Shadow Demon pick. Not only did they take away here that looked so good and comfortable in Azure's hands, especially with those ancient stacks, that was something Gaming were lacking in the last game. They lacked the ability to make a comeback themselves. They didn't have that stack hero. They didn't have that defensive support. So
За Luna. За Stick-өөс Luna-га дараас нэг старчж байгаа. За Luna нэгсээр Liquid-ийг арчаа хийсэн да тэгээ game 2 дээр 3 дээр.
Actually, all these three heroes kind of hate this hero to shreds. Like you can cancel CM ult, you're annoying for the Timber, you can set them up, you have a lot of damage. Also the map play later like
За Shinko-гийн нэг сайгүй хүчтэй юм байлаа те ямар тач.
Any map control or any
За Game-ийн дөрөв стратеги тодохгүй.
To end up playing against these two heroes. On top of that, they will also have Luna night vision throughout the game. Shocker pick.
За Pangolier.
Pick a real hero, bro.
I mean, he's been winning with it so many times. Why would you not? Why would you not?
За Queen Pango бол тэгэл Батны дөө Батны. За Дуракен Батар үлдсэн. Тэбэ авахгүйсэн үү те? Bloodseeker бандах шаардлага байхгүй хаа одоо.
Primal Beast, there's not really a direct counter. You just kind of have to have something in lane that can match its tempo and
Завсаач бандж байгаа.
as the game progresses, if they can actually lasso this Pangolier, they should be able to burst him down, but it's a matter of how. They're playing against a Shadow Demon. There's going to be some disruptions.
6 дахь банд туудахгүй.
Looking at like the type of heroes that Azure would want to go for later,
За тэбэ бол автоматар бандж байгаа л нэг өдөөс.
Luckily for them, Gaiman will have to pick first. It's going to be
Зорсоогоо өөртөө банд. Зимка бандах юм болов уу яах юм бол Азур. Prime Lord-с Зимка орж ирэл ирээдсэн.
I also wouldn't hate Slark. Something we saw from Dyrachyo in the previous game.
За Nexus Slark-ос үж болох юм байна те Gaiman.
It fits the timing of the Pango, like something that's either going to be independent like the Lifestealer or something that's going to match the tempo and want to fight alongside the rest of game.
За Shadow Demon болголоод авсан байгаа. За Lifestealer бандж байгаа Азур.
So I think it's important that Dyrachyo also gets involved.
За армартай гэвэл Sven гайгүй юм хийн гэвэл Morph. Slark аваад тоглож бас болох юм байна да.
Kind of want to play a hero that can help you. Like you have a Timber that's going to go in for you. You have 2 backline supports. A Pango that will roll in for you as well. So I would like a hero that in the mid game can look to bring the fight to them. Maybe even a hero who's looking for some mid game BKB potentially.
Jazray. За юмстай зүглийн ирмэг дээр байсаар л байгаа.
There's a lasso, you know, some carapace impales as well. I don't think it's the easiest pick.
Хүмүүс яа Templar-аас нахгүй байна. Templar дээр simply not that good. Ерөөсөө тийм сайн биш л байгаа. За Gaiman бандад авах учраас нэлээд бодож аваад авах юм шиг байна. Slark авах юм бол hard control-уулж магадгүй. Azure Prime Lord mid flex-тэй carry-г нь control авч болно. Айгуу дажгүй л situation-тэй байгаа юм да Azure. За Seeker бандад Slark л авах бах та. За тийм байна. За Slark-ийн өдөөс flex-тэй довлын шинэ баатар авч болж байгаа. Next-тэй дажгүй авчдаг. Цэнта бол авч болохгүй юм байна да тий.
I also think even the new Enigma isn't like unplayable, but it's something you need to feel pretty fancy. I think like you need to want.
За Enigma л яриад байна.
Pretty great for them. I was had another hero.
За Enigma орж ил уулна гоё л юм тий Azure.
I want this hero to I feel like be amplified.
За Puck.
Okay, XM will look to run back his Puck. I don't think it's
За 3 тоглогдоод нэг ч ялаагүй байгаа юм байна. Puck-ийн
kind of in the back. You've got the night vision as well, kind of helping you out from the Luna. You also have Luna Aura around like minute 5-6 that can help you out around the lanes. Yeah.
It's a good hero to control this Shadow Demon, who's going to be a very pivotal part of Gaiman's draft. And it's
за next Puck гоё. Next Primal, next Batrider гээд тоолж гисэн үнийн лаасууд нь.
Especially because you have this Luna versus Timbersaw, you're not afraid of your safe lane spiraling out of control. If you can play around this Puck in a really good way post 10 minutes and he can control these backlines.
За багийн коуч нар тайзэгжүүлж байгаа.
I think it's very different when you have a Puck in terms of damage issues that Puck usually runs into the
Би баг Primal голрол flex-тэй offlane батар авчих юм болоо гэж бодож ирсэн. Зүгээр Puck-ад арчиж байгаа юм байна.
Also really well synergizes with the Primal Beast, whose trample is based on his right-click damage. So I'm really liking this Puck a lot more than I've seen so far this playoffs, even though it's 0-3. I like the fact that it doesn't necessarily have to build damage. It can build like Sonic Kaya, Witchblade, take the long fights. They don't really have disables. Nobody really naturally builds into Sheepstick on the side of Gaming Gladiators, so he should have a pretty free game for a while.
I think it's very important that XXS plays aggressive. I even because SD Timber, they're gonna stack the triangle. I want him to naturally play mid. It will also help them play into the triangle, contest that, and take the fights in the early game to Gaiman and just keep clashing.
And for Gaiman, they just need to play around their Pango well. Some rotations to the sideline secure Slark's farm, and eventually Slark should be able to carry a game like this. But it's going to be a matter of, again, which supports enable their mid laner better.
All right, all focus once again on that mid lane, and while we do that, we're also
цэцэн байж бол магадгүй дахиад нэг тоглолт явна. За Azure ялах юм бол шийдвэрлэх геймтайг орох бол Team Gaiman ялах юм бол 3-1-ээр ялж байгаа.
Can they actually take down Gaming Gladiators in playoffs, but they can also do it playing a faster style of Dota.
Yeah, to me it was the gameplay that won that game, not necessarily the draft. It was the supports, especially bringing numbers to the fights. Those are the things that were in that game 3 and
Зөний кемпээр цуулахад жижигэн драфт арай гайгүй хэлж авах шиг байна да. Зөөртөө тоглолтыг нэг амар доотоо тоглож чул easy л харагдаж байна да.
They're going back to what has worked for them in this tournament a lot. A very high tempo, aggressive carry for Doraccio that can snowball off the lane. Fast support duo and a hero for Ace.
За primarily the Slark тааж явчихдаг да тий.
I assume is going to be another Veil here. We haven't seen it too much on the Timber, but I
За дээр Шинку харсан Шинку баг гүг өдөр чигээр зайлцах юм шиг байна да. За Night Vision дээр Шинку хараад байгаа л тоо. Тофу булаад авчвал за Шинку хаана байгаа юм бол за харцсан. Булаад авах боломжтой булаад авсан. Темпелэр хэлээд авч байгаа. За болж өгөл Queen өгчих байх гэсэн Ace зүгээр килийг хийж байгаа юм байна. За good luck have fun гэж хэлж энэ first play-ийн хараас. За баунтирын туудахгүй гарч байгаа. Зас нэг дали юм асуух гэсэн машин гардггүй өдөр хотоос гадагшаа зүгээр гаргацдаг те. За баунтирын 2-2-оор навах.
It's a hero that can protect Luna in the fights as well. This is a very hard Timber game on paper. You are up against some of the best counters in the game. Luna is one of the best carries against this hero in the lane. Usually doing a lot of aggression against your beam interrupt as a
Shadow Demon.
Carapace, Batrider, Puck Coil plus Silence. It's a lot.
Timber lane ямар ч нэлээд дэжгүй эхэлж байгаа.
Definitely helps. He just wants to get past that threshold where you can go and be tanky enough, create enough space that his other two cores pick up the damage slack. He's going to be happy. That's all he really has to do this game. It's not on him to 1v5 it. As Azure have committed a lot of counter picks going into the Timber. It was first pick for a reason.
Тусад лобби байгаа мó? Байвал байж болно. Мань жоохон нойр л хүрээд байна да. Нэг energy drink одоо дуучил болно гайгуулах.
All of it focused on the reactive armor, which I mean, I feel like the biggest one, you getting 3 stacks instead of 2 for every hero hit, that's a massive difference.
And more max stacks on the early points. So these like 4-4-2 Timber
builds
that we saw, you can get Veil to amp it up because it's spelled amp. Just seems really good right now, right? And I think some of the reason we didn't see it is like I got banned against Amar every game, right? Yeah, he just never got a chance to play this event. So
Chatямingтэй тарж байгаа.
If you're confident on this hero, you can almost always make an obnoxious threat out of it somewhere in any patch.
And as you alluded to before, the great Shiva's hero.
За голын лайн дээр Puck Pango матч зөндөө үздэг дээ. За Pango Puck-ийн үдээс нэлээд дэжгүй явчихдаг дөө. Бараг илүү ч явж байна. За Lunar Placing Aura-тэй illusion гарч ирэхээр Tofu Ace-ээр хоёулаа бас чанга зөхөд эхэлнэ.
I think that was a really impactful hero in that game 3. They're going to pick up a bit more scale for Tofu. I think he struggled on the gyro. That was probably the game that he had a harder time finding impact in those fights, right? And it can be tricky on that hero because gyro either just decimates
First blood-ний bounty-тэй эхэлж байгаа.
Shadow Demon's way more reliable here. He can get the stacks going as well if gaming feel like they need to fall back on it for Ace. Something else that gaming got outmatched in that game 3 on, right? The stacks got stolen, and I mean Azure just straight up had more. It's something else they might look into this game because they have the Luna lineup. So it'll be interesting to see if Tofu tries to match that or he tries to just
8 creep out-тай Primal Beast-ийн үдээс Primal-наас нэлээд баг creep out-тай байгаа.
what Azure did to them except in this game 4, which is something gaming is very comfortable doing.
I'm also interested to see how well those disruption illusions
За,
fare
number
against the Luna, because that has always been pretty good against Luna, but at the same time, I think there's a chance that Luna shard comes into play, right? You get the glaives, you come back out, the glaives are doing damage, you target the illusions.
За Red Creep secures гэдсэн. Аагрыг авч гараад айгаа гоё найлсан.
So in theory it's better at the earlier stages of the mid game and
За 2 range creep-д найлаад авч байгаа. Доор юу болоод байгаа лээ? Tiamen. За скиллээ дарцсан дайраад байгаа. За ингэж дарж орж ирэхэд нь болчихол юм байна дөө дээрээсөө. Сунагийн ч юм уу, Batrider-ын ч юм уу. Тэгээд гүгээд гараад очиж болохоор харагдчих байна.
This is a Luna strat that we saw Azure Ray play successfully earlier today as well. So they're going back to what's worked for them.
Tofu дээр. За Tofu энэ удаа дайрна. Скил байхгүй. Булдгийн даваан дээр унаад игж байна. За лүү лэндийг л эхэлж байгаа.
twos make it work with this level 2 Luna aura. This is why this hero's so strong, and it's why it's a difficult matchup for Timber. It's very hard to prevent that level 2 and level 3 trade not being favorable for the
Lunar Plus-ing хоёр лэлт болохыг хүсэл юм байна.
Well, so he's very comfortable right now. And this aura is going to be pretty nice in the mid game too. This Primal Luna combination's no joke. It's a global hamp. Primal loves playing around with it.
За эс лүүтэй ажиллаад фул скрип авалтайгаа маань ямартаж. За XM ямар айтем бэлдэж байгаа юм бэ? Ring of Fate худалдаад авсан байгаа. За доор бол рүүнд даралцаад байдаг. Тэрийг хармаар байдаг. За Queen рүү авчаа. За Deadly-ийн Water-ыг харин нэг спорт нь хадгалсан байгаа.
That's very nice. Puck is one of those mid laners that does a deceptive amount of right click damage in any of the skirmishes and fights. XM's definitely going to benefit here as that water room grab from Quinn was very.
Ямар гоё trample явчихв. Доор Simple орж ирэх гээд байна. Дурак баг үхэт байгаа юм бол гэсэн Simple алдагдчихж байгаа.
Yeah, he still has blood grenade and mind flare early, so there's a lot of extra damage to come out from the Knicks. Just too far to connect there.
Яй. За яг дээр. Тэр нэр Primal. Trample-тад байл. Slark үсрэхэд айгүй хэцүү.
Extra value. And these lanes, it's going okay for both teams, not great.
Зүгээр бай.
But it's a tough early wait lane for Slark. This might not be as fast of a
За
solo
Quinn.
as we saw for the Slark.
Range group-ыг нойлуулж байна. Тэр компьютер утралаа.
Yeah, that was like turbo mode. We also have two carries that benefit from the nighttime vision, something both these teams are going to think about when the fights start breaking out and those carries want to join them.
Дурак.
How do you set up the initiation for your team when both these carries can frontline and give?
Тэр хэцүүлэн жош өгөндө Tiaming дээр ирж байгаа.
Azure Ray the first ones to do it.
I like the fact that even if they knew he was coming.
За Asur яг Gaming-ийн дотог л тоглоод эхэлчлээ дээ гейм. 2-оос 3-оос хойш. Ханаас аягүй их гейтэлж гарч ирэл. Яг нэг Gaming-ийн копид ч тоглоод байгаа юм шиг харагдаад байна.
I agree. I mean, that's the way you're going to beat any team in a grand final. You have to claim the victory. You cannot just play not to lose. Yeah. So they're going to continue to try for this game.
Дахиад Дуракт ороод ирсэн өсөрж болохгүй байгаа Pounce. Даруул дарчгаар Pounce дарахгүй Дурак. Эцэц дарсан. Сангсар Tiaming-ийн rotation удирж байгаа. Timber дорлуунаг өдөөс жоохон давруулж харагдаж байна. За Quinn. Бонтер нь авах гэдэрсэн шинэгүй аль хэдийн бол галцсан байсан. За XM Pangog өдөөс тоглож байгаа учраас Ring of Protection авсан. За Pangog-ийн бүхэл гаргаж байгаа damage нь бүгдээрээ physical damage type-тай болчиход байгаа.
I could put him in a position, maybe he like spams out the wave and then we'll see some sort of smoke or TP rotation. There's already aggressive ward though from Gaming Gladiators here to the right that is looking for these kind of puck rotations. Right now it's going to see
Dolphin killer цаа 1-1.
A lot of symmetry in this map right now. Both fours stacking ancients into the
Залуу. Одоо Timber өдөөс хэцүү тоглож магадгүй. За 1-3-1 гээд нэлээд aggressive build-ийг хийсэн мань ийсээ. За хэлэн ба fire unit авчиж байгаа учраас XM Region нь cancel дэгдэхгүй байна юм. Энэ Region нь cancel-таа байц юм уу те? Ох ямар сонирхолтой. Байлж явахдаа Region дарчил бүр савх нь. Дурако. Pounce дахь зай гарсан идэж хитрхи оройтсан байсан бол тоо. XM. Queen. Surrender-тай гайгүй. Хич хараа ролдж болохгүй юм байна. Дээр amplify damage. Юу болоод байна? Пакийг барьцсан. XM-ийг алах боломжтой гэсэн айгүй том. Stack-тай байсан юм байна. Stick-тай байсан. За XM. Үгүй Queen-ийг нөгөө талд нь бариад авч байгаа гэл харцаг 3-1. Azure. За Azure-ийн ч геймний дотог яг гой тоглоод байна да Azure-лээд.
Keeping the levels low on the game and supports, right? This is one of those matches where I think Azure are happy to trade low support levels for some low support levels. Sure. Like as long as they get there at the same time.
За дурак.
You get a fast demonic purge, fast penalty. Start to win you these.
Хитэд нэг 2-1 геймний илүү явж байгаа. Энэ гейм юу болох гээд байна? За NANO нэлээд том стакта. Queen stack руу ороод тофу селлерээр гол нэлээд байлтай талтаа гаргаж болно доо.
Which is the other MO of Game Gladiators.
За ямар сайхан том стак вэ?
Among all the other teams, they've stacked the most camps at this tournament.
I wouldn't be surprised if they have stacked the most camps over the year. Yeah. Well, part of that is they play the most games because they're in every finals, but like on average per game, guys love.
Дор Тиамен Ace алныг жоох уу? Амдэрсэн. За Тиамен баг өөр унчиж байгаа юм байна. За Veil of Discord Easter босчиж байгаа. За лүүлэнэ хийсэн тиймэр өдөөслэн тохиолдомжгүй гэж үзээд. За XXS-ийг алныг жоох уралдаад орсон доо. За ямар өндөр танк. За Queen тэнчээ. Боржуур мөргсөн. Лиштэд авч байгаа XXS-ийг алныг жоох болоорж байгаа онцлоод рүүтлүүлчлээ. Тиамын гэрж хараад дарах боломжтой XM-ын сэржоогдыг харах хэрэгтэй дурако. Coil гой. Тиамигийг унгаж байгаа дурак Dark Pact-аараа явцсан XM хойно. Эвгүй газар. Invisible Room-тэй центрийн дээр гүгээд байгаа юм байна шүү дээ. Дурак double kill. XM-ийн тун таарах rotation орж ирлээ. Азгүй байлаа да. Яа. За Celery-гийн CM-тэй юм байна уу? Хидч барьд юм бтэ. За Coil дурактар дараа Dark Pact-аараа Coil-наас нь бэкл гарч яваад амьдэрчж байгаа. За XM H-Plate фармдж байгаа. 2 diffuse фарыг босоод нөө. Slack-ийг босцсон. За шин DXXS дээр diffuse тарж орж ирээд 2 зогсон. A-Store шинкүү байгаа, XM ирж байгаа. Замд нь Celery таарна. Нэг сентри зоогоод өгсөн дөө. Яа. Шинкүү Вандата дээр нь алчж байгаа. Кил харцаа 6-3. За XM нэлээ оцроод эхэлсэн саяныхаа бүтлгүтсэн хөдөлгөөний дараа Ace голын тарыг хамтчлаад ороод ирж байгаа бүр. Celery. Тиамын Flame Break-д арсан. Лаасуугаар ирж амжлаа. Лүү цаанаас Eclipse авдаггүй л унаа штэ. За Celery-ийн ч онол унчгаар. Golden Freezing Field байсан. Durakанаас ч юм бэ гараад ирсэн. Тиамын дээр. Duraco улаад арж байгаа. Trample дээр өндөр damage. Юу болоод байна? Queen Pango хаанагаа. Pango 3 дээр swatchlаад ороод ирсэн. Ace гайгүй. Chakram явууллаа. Хасах 2. Лүүгийн чи 2-3 мөрөгчгөл юм байна да. Нэг мөрөгсөн. Лүү. Queen ямар гоё жолоогоо барьдаг юм битээ. Double kill-ийг Ace-ийг ямсаа зүрлээд унгаж байгаа. Шинкүү гална гэж байгаа хүн. Carapes. Вандата байгаа. Шинкүүлүү дээрд бол тийм яг Tiaming буугаад ирсэн. Tiaming diffuse хийсэн. Tiaming ласо байхгүй. Шинкүү үлдээд орж ирж Durak-ийг зөвхөн алчих юм бол гэсэн pounce-таагаар авчиж байгаа юм байна. Шинкүү. Яа. Шинкүүгийн Dagon юу ч гэсэн нэлээд гарах юм байна да. Шинкүүлүүд ор дайрсан. Diffuse-д авч байгаа. Шинкүү унчлаа. За үнэхээр амар дарамтлж тавлах юм ба те.
saw us going down there and I just run amok.
XM ороод ирсэн.
Right now this feels like the battle of the offlaners in the fight. So far Ace is making.
За ингээл баг макийг хөөгд хад гоёдоо л анаас нь. Тями. Дахиад өөрөө клифэн дээр гарчлаа дурако. Хонос нь дабл дифьюз байгаа. Дуракийг дээрээс ямар ч зохио болгочихж байгаа. Дурак дахиад нэг гэсэн шифтийг авах болол swashback хэлнээр on point. Оо чи одоо болчооч дээ бро. Oh my god. 3-4 удаа гарлаа штэ нэг клипэн дээр. За дурак. XM Shiva дараарсан. Нэг жаунт нь бариад авчлаа, рүүтлээд авчлаа жаунтлах гэсээр XM нь унаж байна. Кил ярьсан 13-6. Swashbuckle 2 спорт дээр Тямингийг хэлж алаад цааш нь өсөр Шинкуг бариад гэсэн үгүй юм байна. Shield crash cooldownтай байлаа. Шинку баларч ийн гэж байх уу? Хойноос нь дахиад тиймэр чинд төөх юм байна да. Шинку көсөр байна. Carpus TP Шинку гарахна. За Queen ихний айтем сонголт физик хараас Agnes Sector-ыг авч байгаа. За X6-ийг ална гэж байх уу дээр. X6-ийг бариад авсан. Demonic Force тавьж болно. Wheeled авч байгаа. Sailor Ulta дарсан. Polarized гад ирж байгаа. Замд нь болохгүй юу сая? За болсон чамаагүй ээжээ. Onslaught-ын дээр рүүтлээ ийцсэн. Duraco. Дахин нэг sense shift stack. За лүү айлгаж англ фармдж байгаа. За энэ пангог өгч л болохгүй юм байна шүү дээ. Тэ гайминд ерөөс нөхцөл. Энийг панго ороод ирэхээр гаймины тоглолт темпо мемпонд бүр шал ондоо болчих юм. Яй. Duraco. Вартен мэдсэн. Диварта даун. За Тямингийг тэр болон дагааг л мдээгүй. Стакэн зөвхөд хэлсэн. Шинку. Байтлаад авч болно. Удаачруулсан. Хойноос нь байт байна уу? Байт байгаа. Утлаад арсан даасталчлгүй явах та. Зохиож флиртэхгүй сая. За байтлуулсан зохиож чадахгүй байгаа юм байна л да. Шивата словдод авсан. За чалмчихгүй хаа. За лүү үнчээ явж байгаа харагдчихуу да. Лүү модон дун. Буруу тийшээ өтсөн. Барьчлаа штэ. Freezing field байгаа. Яа. Illusion-д зодуулж өгөх гээд энэ Glimmer Cape 2 support нийлээд алждаг. Лүү унлаа. Нөгөө тал Тямин дурактай муур улхан болж тоглож байгаа. Firefly ашиглаж явсан хийвэр. Slow and patient. Duraco dominating. Яй. За айлын жангл нэлээд удаан тоглолттой лүүгээ явуулсан ч. За сая лүү таврын вишн лүү гүйж ороод өөрийгөө бариад өгчих юм. Явуулан тэнцээ байгааг хинч мэдэхгүй байгаа гэсэн шүү дээ. За сүүлийн 3-аас 4 минут орчим хугацаанд. Яа ингээд дараад ороод ирэхээр лүүгүүдээ Shivata Blink-д ороод ирсэн Shinku зүрлээд стандад өгч байгаа. Polarized-наас нь Dark Pact-аараа гарсан X6-с унлаа Shinku цаана. За өмнөх гейм баг prank байсан юм байна да гаймын. Лүү манта фармдж байгаа. Shield рүнтэй панк аваад галах боломжгүй. Шинко, XM, таслаад silence-д ордорсон CM-ийг онссонгүй. Celery байта эргэж амжсан. Хуранбаатрын гол. Celery амьдраад байна. Freezing field гарцсан. Freezing field шууд дараад үзэхгүй байсан. Нөгөө хоёр skill эргэлж байгаа маань эсрэгээр нь. Celery амьдрсаа. Эцэд сонсон. Шинко лүү Ace орж ирээд киллийг дуусгаж байгаа юм болов гэсэн Swash-тад kill амжилттай. Polarize, Queen дээр байх боломжтой. Queen, за Queen онох юм байна. 3-ыг 2-оор солилцсон. За лүү санийх дээр ирж мэрэхгүй юу те. Хажууханд нөөс. Лүү гэхдээ арай нэг крип зөхөд эхэлчихэр арай амар ширв. Иймэрхүү юм зэмлээ алхаж ирэхгүй даалгаж ирээд Eclipse дарж мараад. Энд ч бол нэг луна бимдээ зогсож үл амар хэрэгтэй л байна да. Ай. Танел баярын тайм boys. Zack success юмртай Shiva гарчихсан байгаа.
There was also the blink dagger for XM that he had completed.
За лунагийн манта бассан.
So a lot of things are coming up for Azure Ray. We'll see how they change their play.
Manta for low, maybe he's more willing to join fights, and that's Shiva's for XSS. Yeah, a lot of stuff coming together right now. But I'm looking at Jin Q right. I feel like these fights have been around him. Him finding an initiation, getting multiple lines.
Шинкүүдэр ямар ч даган босчихсон байгаа. Спортуудыг соло киллдэл киллж магадгүй харагдчих юм да. Solar Crest боссон Celery. Шинкүүдэд ирүнтэй. Шууд зөхөөд аллаа гэсэн алдсан. За нөөрэ трейдэнд нь унах юм шиг байна. Shift stack болсон. Queen. Таанаас хамгаалагч нь байхгүй. Цааш нь төлөвчлээ ингэснээр алах болж байгаа юм байна. Лаасууд жижиг алах бах.
They did get a tower out of that though. Low pushed in the top lane.
Yeah, Low's continuing to accelerate. It's XXS who's falling behind in this game, right?
Зэдура Кагны сестрэ бас очиж байгаа юм байна. Эко сепертэйгээ зүг.
Getting into their next set of 2-3 damage items. It's the Primal Beast who's falling behind. The Knicks can pick up some of that slack, but I mean, are you happy being a walking Shivas at 21 minutes? Feels like you need a bit more here.
Coming.
If he can't survive in fights, it means that BKB is going to be more and more delayed. Another TP out from Azure Ray that is successful.
Doraccio
doing those a lot.
Зэдура гол тийм үзэж байгаа. Dark Pact-д дараа дамжих байх. Dark Pact-д дарж эмцсэнгүү silence туулчлаа Дуракийн нэг өөлийг үхэл явж байна. Явдаг 661 голыг XM төгж байгаа. Зоол нь өлтөн байсан. Killer 11-2.
Maybe he just thinks, okay, I'm going to bait out some primal spells and live. Didn't see that the puck was there, but whatever it was a Doraccio death for sure. So it's going to give some space on the map for Azure Ray.
Жагран Батрын smoke лүү. Ороод ирсэн лүү. Bye лүү болоод байгаа юм шүү.
That surprises Azure Ray. They just got a pick off in the enemy carry and Gaming Gladiators smoking into their triangle. Who could have seen that?
And that one feels better. Because you have all your cores accelerating right now, and the Luna was the one who was cleaning up the map for Azure Ray. So when you take low off this map,
take success.
Whereas Doraccio, he's going to come right back. He's going to run at you, and he's going to continue to look for the vision. Will not find this ward.
Тэмиг лорд ирсэн, чакра монсон. За лаас суугаа ашиглаад нэг сонсон цохиж өгөхгүй. Нэг шинкүүгээс өндөр дэмэж орж ирэндээ. Өөрийгөө болж амтсан. Багийн тоглож ирж явах хэвээр Дурак орж ирж байгаа. Йоо Swashbuckle, Shield Crush. Цаанаас нь Tiaminгийг унгаачлаа. За XM нэг хүн алж агаар авчиж байгаа. Queen double kill-ийг 4-ийг нэгээр.
XM the only one able to clean up anything there as this Timber Saw is
too tanky, man. Solar Crest Glimmer is.
Сая гэхдээ энэ Nix-ийн скил нь цаашаа боксыг нэ топ руу орчих юм. Nix дээр шахсан бол Nix гинэ өө. Timber дээр шахсан бол алахгүй юу те. За bounce-тад авсан гол дээр. За дахиад bounce-тад дарж байгаа Duraco. Exam Celery л орж байгаа. Тэ Duraco гочтой багийнхнаагаад гой гой юм чийж оруулах юм ба те. За лүү. Пикап гаргаж ижил байлтан да тий. Киллер 13-26. Торшенко Пангог барьсан. Дагон өмсдөгчлэр дэмэж байсангүй XXS. За энэ ч Stark-ийн зодор бассандаа баг. За Күн явж чруулж гарч ирэн цаан Celery дуусчихж байгаа. Ролдод зүгтгаас аргагүй болж байгаа юм лөө. Тямин шууд би гаргаж байгаа. Дураг тэнцэл Лунаг көцсөн үү яасан. Лунаг харсан. Дефистэд авч байгаа Мантан гүйл даунтад дахиад нэг паунсцдаг. Яагаад типидж байгаа юм бол? За лүү энэ чи баарыг соолоо килдүүлээд эхлэх дээ. Дураг килийг 22 зөвхөд авч байгаа. Тофол ороод ирсэн. Энэ удаа дэмэж нь хүрсэнгүй шингүү. Демоник бор шингүү лөө. За дахиад нэг гэсэн shift Durac. Celery доор том лотос авч байгаа. Хөөх хідэн лотос авал унахандаа Celery. Үлтээ дараа дунд нь үлдсэн Тямингийг баг алаад байгаа юм биш үү Celery? Тямин маш бацтай үлдэж байна. Durac. За тэр батрыг баг олоод алчих байхаа да тийм байж. Зүгээр өгөхгүй энэ Celery дээр бүр XM тэр цаанд баг ундгийн даун дээр гарч байгаа. Йоо.
Double HP talents because that Shadow Demon has a 12 strength talent as well, right? So you're basically looking at like an extra 550 HP on these two supports from the
Killer 15-9.
And then you have the utility on top of it. Very annoying for the backline killers, which is a big component of Azure's team fight. Get on the supports, kill them first, set the fight up for the Luna to come in.
За XM Marius лэлтэд ирсэн.
As low as closing in on it, that has got to be the signal to have him join the 5-on-5. He has the levels. Has a level 3 Eclipse now. Like he can have a huge impact in these fights. There's no real
Killer 15-9.
side of Damien yet. So if you get caught in the Nyx stuns, there's an Eclipse coming down. That's what the team fight should look like for Azure, whereas Damien just want to force the issue around Duracio. Let the Slart go in with the Night Vision, with the gem. Let him poke with pounces.
Magic damage burst gets bigger and bigger.
Тямин дахиад баригдсан дефьюз төлсөн байгаа. За клип дээр байж байгаа сейфтэй Durac. Үлтээ дарчаад дээшээ гарах хэцүү гэсэн хойно эйсийг унгаач байгаа. За XM шууд Parasma-га авчиж байгаа. Нэмэр л XM паунс толсон. За Durac минь багтаа тоглох шаардлага байхгүй дээ явуулна ч.
Abilities though, he's got a blink dagger and he has coil too if he wanted to try for a punish. Nobody of Azure is close by though. That's because they're trying to do Roshan right now, or at least they're setting up for it.
За Azur хулгай шаарсан.
That's even more magic resistance increase, and he swapped it for ceremonial robe, which is also a magic resistance reduction item. Azure just stacking magic resistance reduction. Very sneakily and it's catching.
Зарашаа авчиж байгаа юм байна бүр. За доотлогоо TV-ээр тавраар солихондоо.
This is how you want to play a Nyx lineup. Get the core kills into objectives.
За X-тэл унаа олчоор үзээтэй те.
Jinq is just starting to level that dagon. If you get hit by this puck, right click plus the vendetta, you might just be gone. Like, it is going to be instant in terms of the burst.
That's what I was thinking. What's the point of going after a 2000
Duraco.
HP support when somebody like Duraccio has 2500?
Зан пакийн парасма баг читтэй чит.
To try and nix assassins
Баг чит шүү.
supports. Just pair up with your puck and you can blow up cores
За
together.
20% magic resistance гэж юу гэсэн үг вэ? За пакийн гарах magic damage галцуу дээрээс нь.
That says a lot about how strong they think they are right now.
Зохиол хоньсон скиллүүдээ шахахад бол нэлээд өндөрлөж чуулгаар байна да.
Split the map a bit. Luna Illusions doing the work on the lanes.
За дээрэс нь group of-ны magic resistance ус орж ирж байгаа юм байна.
No move is going to be made without the Slark in it.
Шинкүгээс
XXS to his BKB. He was the hero I thought was going to fall behind in this game. He's still behind, but I feel like his items are a bit more reliable now with this BKB because there isn't any real
За пикапа гарцсан голын тав үзэхэд нуцж байгаа лүүр да X-тэй явах юм байхгүй.
that's expiring for Gaiman on Azure Race Triangle. You can see
За Queen Link-ын гаргаж байгаа.
If they can get behind Azure Ray, kill some of these heroes
За
that
энэ
are
stack-ыг авчиж байгаа юм байна.
have no problem dealing with the
За
double
stack нь унах юм бол ууланд Tiaming гэж баригдаад унах юм да.
in his backpack too, or his courier rather.
I don't know, man. Just stop going there, dude. I feel like he's died 8 times around this cliff. It's just not working. That part of the map is sheer
За
death.
Tiaming BKB-гээ гаргасан.
He's probably not too sad about that death right there. You gotta remember, that was like a 5-man smoke across the map twice.
Yeah, I think they're gonna go again. Game of Gladiators.
They just won the team fight.
There's something
За
about
доор
this team. They
энэс
really
рүү
like
гарсныг Queen авч байгаа. Тофу Шинкүг барьсан. Дефьюзэд авч байгаа юм байна. Ролло чадлаа. Шинкүг унах нь юм чинь. За хоёр спортын кил амжилттай голоор бичлэг боломжтой.
He has caused them a lot of problems. And again, they don't have a BKB buy in lineup. Like Quinn can go in with the Rolling Thunder. He's happy, but Ace and Duraccio will suffer versus the Carapace impales here.
Exam.
And it's Scotty for Duraccio like saying, nah, he is
Ороод
strong
ирсэн.
right now, man.
Лүүг шууд зөх боломжтой лүүлүү.
They got the Luna to
Таастах юм болоо гэсэн Disrupt-ад авч байгаа Duractor ямар гоё сайлнсгүй Duraccio ч өдөглөө. Over aggression. Queen балраад эхэлсэн. Тэгээ Queen баг энэ чинь Polarize тулаад унах юм шүү дээ. Яа, пакийн damage арай дэндүү байна. Limber TP.
never got off for Duraccio as he gets silenced by XM.
За Durac silence-аас гарах юу ч байхгүй байгаа.
Way too aggressive.
That's a gem. He knows it too. Yeah, that's a gem down on top.
За хоёр корийнхоо
XM's just had his number in the fight. There's no way around it.
net тортыг доош нь чихээд дээрэс нь gem өгчөж байгаа айл да бүр.
The silence setting up the chain stun and then Azure Ray going.
За ингээд эхлэхээр л геймин бардгум да тий.
I'll take the Slark. That was his Scotty timing. That was 3000 HP that melted in the blink of an eye before the saves could come out, right?
За пакийн парасма бүр амар их юм ихнэ энэ гейм дээр.
Duraccio going super deep. He's pulling the fight away from the saves and the Shadow Demon disruption. Like imagine you disrupt the Slark there. He might be able to get ult off and survive through some extra AoE magic damage.
And it's a dangerous lineup to give these kind of fights to because you know Luna's just going to take a ton of objectives anytime they are clearly stronger.
Валдатай зохиол пак парасмаараа нэг зохиол тийш орж байгаа magical damage л бүр утгагүй л орж ирэх юм байна да.
His next item is going to be the real damage item, right? It's going to be
За хандаа авах юм болоо гэсэн чи дээдлээс авч байгаа юм байна лөө. Хандаа авал болно бас гоё доо энэ их magical damage нь.
You look at where the sentries and the obs are for Gaiman, they're on Azure Ray's side because they've been winning this game. They've been playing aggressive.
Dark Pack-та юунд хадгалаад идэм бол тоо гэнэ. Чинь уншдаг ски шүү дээ бро.
You can never get to your side of the map. He's going to be really happy.
Dark Pack-та уншиж байгаа үед хэлэлтэ дарж амжаагүй бол өвтгийн дааслаар.
Little bit of breather here for Game and Gladiators. They're going to take their Tormentor. Something nice for Celery to work with. Slight change to that shard. Crystal Clone, which he can now actively make it go off by Crystal Novaing it.
It comes into play.
We'll see if it ever comes into play.
It'll be a hex.
За тоглолтын гэлэр за 18:31.
Look towards Ace to win this next fight, right? He's their leader in net worth, but he's also the hero that's going to go in and set the fight up in terms of who's the damage going on, and now with the hex, who are you disabling?
Yeah, hex
31:18.
over BKB. Same goes with like Duraccio and his choice of Scotty over BKB. Right, these choices could really come back to bite them in this moment.
Right, they win or lose you games.
За Queen Link-нэ гаргасан. За дор байлдал байлцчил гэж ашиг байна да. Durac хүсрээд ороод ирсэн. Фастад гарсан silence мисэлж байгаа XM-ийг болно гоё мөрөглөөдөө. Chain станцсан бол алах боломжтой ч байсан. Гэхдээ мөргөөд байгаа юм байна уул нь дэмэж байдгүй дээ анаас нь. Queen. За нэлээд shield crash авчихсан байгаа. Duraco Shadow Dance байхгүй. Shadow Dance-д ардсан юм байна. Лүг унгаачих юм бол дундажгүй. Duraco лүг унгаах уу гэсэн паусаас гарахаас өөр арга байсангүй. Хойно 3 баатар алидийн авч гаймын. За Arcane үнтэй пак бүр утгыг алдуулчих шиг боллоо. Яй. За энэ пак кино их гэдэг шүү. Жан Parasma гэдэг айтем Storm Pack Mac-тер айгүй гоё ажиллаад байлаа. Killer за 21:31. За XM Lincoln Spirit усгсан.
Pushes the backline of gaming into the clutches of this Primal and Nyx. Yeah. They just disintegrate you. This Dagon.
Олтын 34 минут.
He also has a Grove Boat. They are seriously stacking this magic resistance reduction. And he has Blink now, almost level 18. He took the Mind Flare talent as well, so he is.
За энэ пакийг алах боломжгүй харагдаж байна да. Дээрээс нь нэмээд линк авцсан байгаа. За линк баг шаардлага байсан юм уу уулна. Stark-ийг соолоо алуул алхаар шүү. Пак харж байгаа Silence-тад. Dark Pack хүлээж байгаа. Дурак үхэх гээд байна. Бам. Яа. Ийм амар дэмэжтэй нэмээд жемэ өгчлөө. 2 жем өгцөн үү? За энэ гейм ч геймийн баларлаа.
That Daedalus. Now he's finished an entire Hurricane Pike. He is absolutely massive. He is well ahead of the pack now.
За баг нэг ингэж тоглож лүү билдинг зөгч өгдөгтэй болно.
It's going to be a hard target to latch on.
You're Azure pulling the noose. You know that you're ahead. You know that you're winning this game. The next step is taking out some of these other towers.
Чатяамын орж ирээд. За лаасууд ч гаргаж ирэл ирж болно доо. Пакийн дэмэж утгагүй байгаа. High ground цохол. Azure Rolling Thunder. Пакийг нэг онсон. Пак дээр Hex ороод ирсэн. Пак дээр дэмэж үргэлжлүүлээд байсангүй. Queen борж мөргөд алгуулсан. Coil Ace дээр Ace унах юм бол buyback байхгүй 80 секунд. За дэш high ground unlocked. Лунаг болоод illusion гарах юм болов гэсэн маш гоё стан тофу дээр Lucent Beam kill амжилттай бас байгүй. За ямар ч Durac буугаад ирж байгаа. Durac-ын лундаа тач барыг харьцахгүй дээ. Харьцаа үзээ байхгүй дээ Durac. Йоо энэ Parasma-тай зогсных нараас скиллүүд нь 500-500-аар дэмжлээд байгаа юм хайшин XM. Цаашаа өсрээд явж болно шүү. XM өдөр бол нэлийн зөрөгтэй ороод тоглолчмоор л байна да. 3 баатрийн өдөөс шүү дээ. За XM жоохон popper-мор л байна да. Энд ч өргөшөө орж гараад. За дорц нүүтэн баригдаад үхэх гээд энэ байх гэдэг нь гайгүй байна. Хоёр талын раг сумж байгаа. За Azure Roshana доогуур бичлээ дуусах боломжтой энэ тоглолтыг Grand Final-ийн 5 дахь тоглолт үзэх гээд байна уу да хэдүүлээ. За 2-0-ос Khanbank-луусан Gaming Gladiators. Дөрөвт геймер дуусгах гэж байх уу? За Roshan дээрээ Gaming Roshan хамгаалж байгаа. Satanic лүү. Лунаг загсаж мосох хэцүү харагдаж байна да. XX-с харагдсан Celery урта. XM яаж толох нь харцгаа 2 баатар дээр coil. Detection байдаггүй дээ. XM Lasso, Ace лүү. Ace-ийг шууд зөхөд унгаачих баг. Лунагийн дэмэжийг Ace даахааргүй болчихсон. Унлаа, Селери унлаа. 2 баатар дайбаг. Queen энэ ч өгөх юм бол байг юм байна. Хойноос нь бимд алдсан. За шууд баг трон зөвхөн зөхөхөр л болчлоо доо. За дахиад аркан рунтэй пак байсан юм ч юу вэ? Тийм байна. XM ороод ирсэн. Дурак яагаад ингэж орж ирж байгаа юм бол тоо. Дурако. Хараад байгаа. Дахиад ингэ алчих байжээ. Кил амжилттай. Godlike XM. За Цинкер Баатар хаана вэ? Цинкер Рошон зөхөд байгаа юм шүү дээ. 3-ыг алчаад. За байгууг нь мэдэхгүй байгаа хаа. Рошон аваад трондох боломжтой болж байна. За 60 секунд бодох юмгүй трон зөхөндөө энэ чинь. Яй. За тофу энэ чинь яаж хийж байгаад Лунаг илүүшн гаргаж үзэх ёстой. Линкэн дээр л асуудчуу да. Тями Селери унаад гэж байгаа. KTX-м энэ тоглолт дуусчээ. За ингэснээр Grand Final шийдвэрлэх 5 дахь геймээр дуусгар боллоо. Вау. Гайхалтай. За 5 гейм гарах зурлал болж таа. Амин камер бүр гацчаад байгаа юм шүү дээ. Стрийн гаруудыг ашиглалт бараг байхгүй юм шиг байна. Дөө би бүр амар ядарчлаа. 5 дахь геймийг л тайлбарлачаал хамран да. За стримэрээ лайк дараарай guys. Стрим асаад. За бараг 10 цаг болж байгаа юм уу? За цаг стримээс хөдөлмөр үнэлээд guys. Лайк дараарай guys. 700-800 лайк хүрэлт байна уу? За тэгээд үнэтрээсээ дэмжлэгийг сонсох дээр тhank you guys. За одоо нэг 10 минутын засварлага явах хаа тий.
I mean, these guys look entirely different with Jinkyu and XM feel comfortable in the game. XM, you put him on one of these mobility cores, I mean, the game changed almost on a dime when he picked up that blink dagger, right? Boom, we can make some plays now, and Azure Ray, and now they've done it not
За зөвмэн хальт туслаа guys. 10 минут нэр авцъя. Тэгээд геймээр л авцъя. Чакра алга. За see you in 10 minutes guys.
Turn the series around, and now we're heading to a fifth and final game in this best of 5. Gaming Gladiators and Azure Ray will go the distance, and we will head back to the panel.
You gotta love it, Azure Ray. They strike back, and they are now also a match point. We're getting a game 5 here in this grand finals, and it's been such a long time since there has been a reverse sweep. Maybe they can do it, but we'll see. One game will decide the fate of Azure Ray and Gaming Gladiators. But let's talk about how they got here, because for a long time in this game, Kezu, this game wasn't as convincing as the ending.
Yeah, I mean, they had some okay showing in the start with Azure Ray. You had your XXS come in and, you know, XM doing well on puck, but then Gaming Gliders, they really took control of the game. I think Jinkyu, XXS, and XM, they stepped up massively. I do think that the Ratio should be kicking himself a little bit because there were some definite throws, but my God, it's a 5-game grand finals. It's been a long time.
It's been a really long time. I'm just so excited, and it's great to see Azure Ray play with so much confidence because Cap put it perfectly. In that game 3, they stomped. But in this game 4, they made a comeback and they won decisively. And I would just attribute it to the incredible plays coming out of the Nyx plus Puck duo together. They were just bursting everybody left and right. And really, the big game-turning moment was when Nyx was able to burst that Timbersaw the first time. Then they were able to take that Roche on top, while the rest of Gaming Gladiators were grouped bottom, and they just played off of their Luna snowball, and it looked so good, Brian.
Yeah, I would say that, I don't want to sugarcoat it. All of 2023, all the finals have been kind of shit, you know? They've all just been like 3-0s, 3-1s, like maybe like quick 3-1s, and this is what it was looking like today. Yeah. We were looking at a quick 3-0 from game, and we were all like, here we go again, ending the year the same as it's always been. Yeah. But this is exactly what we all came here for. This is exactly what we've waited all year for, and I'm just excited, and I'm trying to appreciate it and soak it in at the moment.
Yeah. I'll give you guys 2 scenarios, right? 2 grand final scenarios. TI10, Team Spirit versus LGD. Team Spirit win the first 2 games, LGD wins the other 2 games, but then they lose the 5th. Or the Singapore Major, the complete reverse sweep, IG versus EG. Which one is it going to be?
I don't know. The way this is looking, I'll say that Azure Ray, I don't know. It seems like they found themselves, they found the key to deal with Gameit. Could a new season mean a new champion?
They beat Twins Pango. He's won like all these other games.
They
and
did.
You can see it on the cameras that they're just so happy. I feel like also when you have Jin Q pop off, you know, building Dagon 5 and like solo killing people, they gotta be feeling damn good right now.
Especially the point that you mentioned, Kezu, about beating Quinn's Pango. It looked undefeatable for those first couple of games. It looked like, why do they keep giving this man this hero? But their solutions for it this time around were almost perfect towards the end of the game. It felt like there wasn't that much they could do. But again, I have to give my hats off to this Nyx performance. It was just incredible by Xingqiu. I really feel like he is the anchor of this team. He was so stable in that second game that they were getting completely crushed in. And when you have a player like this who can come in clutch, it brings up the atmosphere for the rest of the team. And then this Nyx pick in general was just genius too.
Yeah, I think it's one thing to say that Dyrachyo may have overextended in that one play mid that kind of turned the tides of the game, but it's something about the composure of Azure Ray that they're making you have to play perfectly. They're waiting for that little opportunity you give. It's only one play, it's only one small overextension that they immediately punish, turn it around, and that's the type of game-winning mentality that you need to have to win 5 games, because not every game's going to be easy when you win it.
Yeah, they were definitely, once they were starting to make that comeback, they looked for every little single opening that they could find. I especially love the patience. I mean, it's such a simple thing. Oh, wait until he's done his Dark Pact and then you jump him, and it makes 100% sense. But I can totally imagine that if you're all you're thinking is go, 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 we gotta bring the action. Sometimes the pause is extra hard, but it was just beautiful to watch, Kezu.
No, I think they've got their confidence. I think starting from the last game when, you know, their lanes are going well, they take this beautiful fight. I feel like they're carrying this momentum, they're carrying this confidence, but it's also like the freedom, you know, like this fine balance of going in and knowing, okay, you know, take a deep breath, chill, and then go for it. Now I feel like they've really got it going where they just feel free, and they're doing exactly what they want and just playing on instinct, which will give you the best Dota you can play.
Now it's 2-2, and we're hyping up Azure Ray because I think this is the closest that Gaming Gladiators has ever been to losing a LAN Grand Finals this year. I know they were somewhat close in the online finals of a Dream League earlier this year against BetBoom, but on LAN, in a best of 5, on a grand stage, they've not lost. So we're putting a lot of attention on how Azure Ray is doing well, but I want to focus a little bit more on Gaming Gladiators as well, because this must be pretty scary for them at this point, Brian.
Yeah, those are uncharacteristic mistakes. They definitely, I was mentioning that Azure Ray looked rattled at the beginning of this series. I thought we saw a glimpse of that coming out from Gaimin. So we talked about them hating losing. That's all they ever say in their interviews. That's why they love winning, is because they hate losing more. And this is a moment where can they bring it back? Can they bring back that winning mentality? Because this is just unfamiliar territory to them.
I would say they must be able to bring it back, and also they understand, I think, why they lost. Sometimes it's okay to say, okay, you know, we made 1 or 2 big mistakes that blew the game open. You know, you take control of your actions and say, okay, sorry guys, my bad, let's go next. Because I would say the draft is good. Of course, the gameplay is great. They're one of the best teams in the world, and I think, Mira, that they will not falter under any type of pressure.
Yeah, but I also wonder, we've seen Gaming Gladiators a lot during Grand Finals, but we've never seen them in a Game 5. So I actually have no idea what a Game 5 Grand Finals Gaming Gladiators looks like. Are they going to do better under the stress? Are they going to crumble? That's just something we're going to have to wait and see. But I do agree with you, Kezu. This is a world-class team with a world-class support system and coach. And that game was definitely winnable based on draft. It looked pretty even for a long time until that first Roche happened. So if they can temper themselves, try to identify some of the things that went wrong and not overcorrect in draft, they should be fine.
Yeah, to be a fly on the wall of the players' rooms right now. We got Likas in one side giving Azure Ray the speech of a lifetime, and CY on the other side for Gaming Gladiators. But all we can do is wait and see what the result is of that talk and where these 2 teams are going to take this final game of this best of 5. Stay tuned for one more game here. Azure Ray versus Gaming Gladiators.
Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke seit auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke seit auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke seit auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmer-Dielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Geben ab, oh, ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Let's go! Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
I've been in Malaysia a couple of times before, many years ago. The first word that comes to my mind when I hear Malaysia is monkeys. as I remember, there's a lot of monkeys around there, and it's just overall a really nice city, and there's really good food.
I like hot because I live in Siberia and I don't like snow. I like to be here, like some weather and probably food, Asian food.
I mean, we were here last year before TI for a boot camp in what's it called, Johor Bahru, like right next to Singapore. We had a lot of good food there, but it's not quite the same as KL. I feel like KL is very, very like special for Malaysia, and I've only been here once before for a tournament in like 2019 or something, and it was a good time. So I'm looking forward to the food.
Favorite part of being in Malaysia, probably food. I really like the food here. It's like nasi lemak, I think, and just the rice, they make it with like coconut, and it's like super good. And I don't think I could find it anywhere else, even like where I live.
Oh, I like nasi goreng. I like chicken, rice, like all the stuff food here, like really good.
因为说实话不是马来西亚就熟，只是这个就很尴尬，就是我们点的一个外卖吧，反正是一个泰国的辣椒炒肉的那种盖浇饭，这边也还不错，就是都一样吧，都有肉骨茶这些都挺好吃。
I have a little bit of a problem with some of the food because I have a nut allergy, so I can't have like some of the curries and stuff will have nuts in it. But yeah, I think the chicken rice is really good.
一直对新疆都是这边的粉丝特别多，也特别热情。
The crowd is very high. Like, that's the only thing I remember is and everybody's just nice and humble and like.
I've always been a huge fan of SCA fans in general. I think one of the biggest thing that motivates me is playing in front of a huge crowd, and I think like SCA crowd is just built different. SCA crowd go crazy.
我来到马来西亚打比赛，我感觉就是观众都蛮热情的吧，就是感觉一般天气比较热的地方，好像观众都会比较热情一点。
Oh, the crowd here is amazing. I mean, all of Southeast Asia in general just has amazing crowds. They're always super passionate, and I'm looking forward to playing in front of that again.
We love a Malaysian crowd. My Tech Arena, we're so awesome to have you all joining us, and with this best of 5 going to a full 5-game series, we could not be the better playing. I saw a sign earlier today saying more events in Kuala Lumpur, please, and I 100% agree with that sentiment. It has been fantastic, and I can't wait to see what this Game 5 has to offer, because if that previous game is anything to go by, I feel like the lesson we've learned is that action wins. Whoever initiates first does better. And what happens when everybody wants to initiate first, Brian? It's brawls!
Yes, absolutely. And for Azure Ray, I'm telling you, that's the type of game where you win that game and you feel like you can win any game.
Yeah.
And that's the momentum that's coming into this fifth game, excuse me. Obviously, we have a 2-2 series, but it cannot be ignored that all the momentum is for Azure Ray right now.
Yeah, I feel like they needed that too, right? I would say they were the underdogs before this match, but now getting themselves 2 wins in a row, fighting into game, and this is exactly the confidence and the momentum that they needed for this Game 5 that we're about to witness.
And I am curious what kind of gaming gladiators we're going to see in this Game 5, because this is the most we've ever seen this team being pushed into a corner. Yes, they lost TI to Team Spirit, they got 3-0'd, but it wasn't even close. This time around, they started the series with 2 wins. They thought they had it, and all of a sudden, it's all slipping away from them. How are they going to do under this kind of pressure?
That's a good question.
I wonder if they're going to want to swap up any of their earlier picks. Brian mentioned before when Gaiman was second pick, maybe the gyro, it wasn't the best. It's still in there. Looks like, Azure Ray, they won earlier with their Phoenix. They did ban out the silencer there as well. So I believe we have the same bans as in Game 3. They're going to run it back. But this time, it will be a different response. So, Brian, you were maybe onto something.
Yeah, I think the Grimstroke more directly addresses the Phoenix. It's not obviously as good as the silencer, but you do have the silence, and Phoenix does not have an easy way to remove that Phantom. And at the end of the day, Shiver, you mentioned, this is just going to be brawl, low cooldowns, back and forth, and Grimstroke's one of the best heroes for it. And it's also been a very powerful hero for the last 2 or 3 patches now, so these teams are very well equipped to synergize with it. They've worked with it a lot in scrims, in tournament games, and I want to say those are the type of heroes you want in the 5th game.
Absolutely, and outside of being a huge nuisance for Phoenix, Grimstroke enables a lot of Gaming Gladiators heroes, particularly the Pango that we've seen time and time again in this series. The Grim plus Pango combination is much stronger than anything else that you can pair with the Pangolier.
Yeah, I still, there's one hero missing for me from Gaming Gladiators. When we see more Phoenix, a hero that I love a lot that hasn't been picked yet is Io. I feel like this hero is missing a little bit, at least from this tournament for me. It links well with mid heroes. I think it's very good against Phoenix. You always pair up. You get the overcharge. I feel like it would fit into Gaimin's flair, you know, if they want to bust out or cook something new. You know, unless they just want to go with their CM for Celery, Pangolator for Quinn. So we'll have to see.
We'll have to wait and see. They take a long time here thinking about what to ban before heading into that next big phase. They do ban a Bloodseeker. Pango is still up for grabs. You gotta wonder if that is one that they have been eyeing up again, and they will indeed pick it up.
Like I mentioned, just heavily enabled by Grimstroke for, you know, obvious reasons. Having the Inkswell to add it on just makes it that much of a stronger hero. And even though the Pango lost in the last game, it still looked really good. It still had an incredible game. So there's no reason for Gaimin to not run it back.
Yeah, I remember, this gives me flashbacks of TI8 OG Game 5. When you look at that draft, it was just, what's your favorite hero? What's your favorite hero? We're just gonna pick that. And this is the vibes I'm getting from this Pangolier pick. Yes, he's obviously played it a lot throughout this tournament, but at the end of the day, take your signatures. You'd hate to go out on anything other than your absolute best.
I mean, I'm wondering already for Azure Ray, if later down the line, 18 pick, you know, Faceless Void, it's feel like one of the reasons they came back in this series. They're gonna go with the SD Centaur one more time. I mean, you know, Faceless Void was their 4th pick with the exact same draft earlier. If you're Gaming Gladiators, I believe you need to be ready for that.
The SD Centaur looked really good, but also it was because the SD plus Phoenix were able to play around XM Storm Spirit that much better. So I think Azure do have to run back that ranged mid laner that goes in first kind of archetype to take advantage of the defensive capabilities of these two supports.
Oh, they steal it. They steal it. No Faceless Void for low this game round. And then the question comes, that Storm Spirit that you're talking about, is it valuable enough to pick up before the next big phase, or the next ban phase rather?
Yeah, because Azure Ray have first pick, and if they're eyeing the Storm Spirit, picking it on 18 and extending 2 bans to protect it is perfectly fine. I love this Faceless Void pickup from Gaming Gladiators. Not only did they take it away from Azure Ray, who looked so good on it, it is a secondary jump hero to go on this Phoenix, to go on the Shadow Demon. The primary thing about Shadow Demon is you have to control this hero. You have to get on top of this hero. And Faceless Void is one of the better carries in Dota that can do it.
Also, there isn't too much burst damage, which I feel like is the one downfall of Void. You know, SD, low damage. Same with Phoenix, takes a long time. Can time walk in and out. And yeah, this was a crucial pick. And this is the beauty of like BO5s and long tournaments. You're going to see these mind games and kind of specific things come out because, yeah, they needed to steal the Faceless Void exactly on the spot.
So they do go back for the Gyrocopter. A little bit of anti-synergy with the Void in the sense that his rocket dies in the Chronosphere. But aside from that, he has the call down, which you can actually hit 2 of them if you place it correctly. 2 of the missiles on a stationary target. They have a bit of overlap. And what I'm just going to say about this Faceless Void pick is I like it for what Gaimin's doing, but it's not very good for Centaur in terms of the laning state. And it's not very good versus Naga in terms of the game itself. The only answer they really have to Naga right now is Quinn's Pango. And I guess I just feel like Azure Ray has a lot in the tank. Like, they don't necessarily have burst damage, but they have ways of drawing out fights. They have ways of kiting you back, disengaging and re-engaging. They're definitely going to pick some mobile hero in the mid lane for XM. And when you're looking at Chronosphere as your main tool for getting all of the kills that you want, and then you put Naga in the equation, I think there's a lot of weight on Ace's shoulders in this last pick to create like map pressure in some way. Like an Underlord would have been great. Sand King, I actually would love to see. It's a hero that's kind of crept up in win rate because of the Veil. These are great options against the Naga because you have to shut her down on the map.
I mean, I love this Naga pick. Like Naga versus Void. Naga also in decisive games, I feel like she always comes back. She's so annoying to play against. If they can cover it nicely, I think Gaimin need to be looking at a hero like, you mentioned the Sand King, I think other ones that come to mind. Timber, okay, already banned. I think Darkseer, perhaps like a pipe wire that helps your map, also shells up your Pango, shells up your Void, could be very scary. And at the same time, Azure Ray, they need a hero that will then abuse this map play, right? Naga will push out the waves. You need another jumper for XM.
Like you said, Naga in decisive games, she makes these games so hard because she plays the entire map. She's always split pushing these lanes. She's farming everything. And once all the lanes are pushed out on the enemy side, it makes it harder for your team to go out and smoke and find these plays that you need to do to win the game. Outside of that, you have the Song of the Siren to disengage from the Chronosphere. And Naga is a great hero versus both Grimstroke and Gyrocopter. These supports do not threaten Naga at all in that mid game.
How crazy would Ember Spirit be here? I know we haven't seen it yet, but it's a decent Storm Spirit replacement. It's pretty unkillable by the game and heroes thus far. I'm just thinking of like some mobile guy that's going to enable the Shadow Demon and the Phoenix to do what you were talking about earlier, Mira.
I don't hate the idea. I only worry about the Ink Swell on top of the Phantom's Embrace for something like an Ember Spirit. It's always been hard for Ember Spirit to play into Grimstroke. +1, not by itself.
I think Ember, if you really feel it, you can make it work. There's still other, I mean, I'm probably a bit biased about this combo with Naga, DK. You are playing into a lot of magical damage. I do understand that. They will ban out the Sand King. Nice call, Brian. But overall, like, I think DK could work because you have a lot of people behind you. Like Song later with the shard is very good for high HP heroes. You have the Sun Ray as well. You have the disruptions. But we'll have to see what XM is cooking here.
What about Wind Ranger? It feels like a relatively safe pick outside of potentially getting chronoed as the game progresses.
It would give them the damage that they are lacking. I think Naga, even though she's going to kite the fight out for you, you do need somebody to eventually finish off these targets. And that would be a good option.
And another option is Queen of Pain, but it didn't look so hot when they ran that Queen of Pain into the Pangolier.
I could see, maybe I'm thinking too defensive, like somehow DKs and Kunkkas are coming to my mind. Maybe they need this like more like snappy type of jump, but I can't really see it.
Well, they've got a full minute to think about what they want to do here. I mean, this is something that I would imagine a lot of teams have struggled with. What are you going to play mid against Pango? And then that also needs to fit into the rest of your draft. First timer.
That's damage.
The Devourer.
Okay.
Okay, so talk to me about this. Obviously, it gives a save in the Chronosphere if you're not chronoed yourself. They now have 2 saves.
3 saves.
3 saves. There, that is actually a lot of saves.
If Phoenix goes Ags and Centaur goes Ags, they have 5 saves.
do we like this? I see Kazu not convinced.
I don't know, because this hero is not easy to make work. I do feel it's very high up in the, the volatility range. But if you can get through this early and mid game together, it will be it's a very feast or famine pick. I feel like.
Think about it, Kazu. All the offlaners you like against Naga are bad against OD. That's why I actually like this pick a lot, if you think about it. It's all the melee guys that go like Vanguard or Veil, and they just want to tank up. And OD's a hero that you just can't tank up against. There's no such thing as surviving the damage of his rank clicks.
That's actually a great point. That's probably what they were thinking about here, because they did want a ranged mid laner to take advantage of the defensive capabilities of its supports. But now that you put it in that kind of phrasing, it does make a lot of sense. The thing about OD is it's such a 50-50 hero. Even in games that have looked like great OD games in these last few months, that hero has looked appalling. It's just make or break. You have to be able to play around this OD. You have to be able to respond to the aggression that comes with this OD. And if you can protect it for long enough to get strong, it does look like a very good hero.
But that's an overall Beastmaster pick coming out for Ace. Brian, that's one of Ace's best heroes.
Yeah, it creates the map pressure I was hoping for, but they do have, a lot of Beastmaster is using his boars and hawks as like a deterrent that you have to walk through with the slows and the roots. And the Centaur ulti allows them on the side of Azure, I think, to penetrate these defenses. And the Chronosphere punish might be enough, but I'm just really thinking that there might be this point in the game where Azure is so tanky that even the Chronosphere is not going to be enough to dissuade them.
I feel like these mid-game fights are going to be super crucial, because Azure's lineup will break the moment one of their defensive or supportive heroes die. So if Gaming can get to that stage nicely, I think they will be okay.
And I think that both teams have drafts that could work. They're both very interesting. I think the Beastmaster coming out last is very interesting, because I feel like that hero did get a lot weaker, but there are a lot of versatile builds that he can go for in a game like this. And he benefits from brawling with heroes like Pango and Grimstroke very early on too. But there's also still the question of this Naga Siren. This Naga Siren looks so good still. So who knows what's going to happen? May the best team win.
May the best team win. MyTech Arena, if you have any energy left at the moment, this is the time to show it, because we're heading into Game 5 of this Grand Finals. Let me hear you one more time for Cap and SVG.
Are you ready for a Game 5? I know me and Avery are. This is gonna be a very fun game to cast, because on one side we have Gaming Gladiators, who you know, they've got 6 victories in Grand Finals. They're looking for a 7th. They've been here before in Games 5s, in fact, twice so far this season, right, Avery?
Yeah, and it worked out for them in most of those situations. It's a team that, when their back's against the wall, just when you think you have them, they disappear, and they're the ones lifting that trophy. And they are, this time, the ones going for the Faceless Void in the hands of Dyrachyo, a hero that proved very successful for Low earlier, whereas Azure, I mean, Outworld Devour, however you want to name this hero, he is a bold pick in any meta, as it is not a hero that has been super successful outside of the hands of very specific players like Somnus the TI, or some of the old D players of old, but XM is going to try his hands on it here. And this is, it's like a draft where if you fall behind, this Beastmaster is just going to run you down, because the thing you have in spades on this Azure lineup is save. All 5 of these heroes have a save mechanism. You have Phoenix Sunray plus an Ag's Egg, you have Shattered Demon Disruption, you have Stampede, you have OD Astral, and you have Naga Song. All 5 of these heroes can, in theory, bail out somebody else, but a lot of times that's where heroes like Beastmaster shine, because, okay, you can displace a Roar, but the hero just keeps running at you. And this is a beast that's designed to probably get the drum going with that Ags, just push you down, perhaps with Helm, the Dominator. We'll see what Ace opts for here, but if he gets to both, he's just going to be a menace, right? Because, okay, you save somebody, they come out of the save, the beast is still there with his aura, still right-clicking you, still dealing the damage. That's why I think this pick really thrives for Gaimin on this last slot. And of course, they can up the tempo. This lineup could be another lineup that's slow for Azure, though we did see them play pretty well around the Phoenix Shadow Demon earlier, so in their comfort.
Jin Q going to be slowed down. Blood Grenade, the first one coming out, but not enough to get the kill. So a little bit of resources lost, and Azure managed to get 3 bounty roots in that trade-off, though a ward was found by Gaming Gladiators. So it feels...
You can't TP.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you can kill it, though. This is...
Kill the sentry, then TP out.
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll play. Would have been game-winning if you actually caught him.
Yeah.
I guess that's pretty difficult. Dyrachyo just playing impatient. Wise decision. And it'll put XXS in a 1v2 for the start of the lane. Not ideal, but as long as he doesn't get too much regen burned here, an okay outcome.
Gyrocopter's a great hero to take advantage of those 1v2s as well. Disruption into Stomp, though, is going to be really dangerous as he tries to get aggressive. He's going to find that Rocket Barrage. All the damage gets soaked up by the illusions. Dyrachyo doing a good job, though, getting in front of Jin Q and keeping up the damage. Dyrachyo's also taken a bit in return, though. And XXS
did have a salve on the Shadow Demon, so I think Azure happy with that trade, particularly if XXS is the one who gets his HP non-removed, right? He just gets to bully Dyrachyo now. Anytime you can bully the Gyrocopter on early waves, you're happy about it.
Yeah, if you have that sort of advantage, Centaur's a great hero to take all of his CS in the lane, right?
And Gyro's generally a support who kind of wants to out-trade you so that he can go in all-in kill with the missile. If you're low, it's a lot harder to do that. Early win here for Azure, and I mean, I'm particularly interested in this mid lane. I think this is a very weird matchup. I think it is a matchup that eventually goes OD's way, so I expect XM to pull ahead on these waves, particularly if he can get some of these Astrals into the range creep denies. That's what you're looking for. But level 5 is a big deal for this hero. You're either going 3 into Orb or you're going 3 into Astral, but it's one of the two. If you're going in the Astral, you need to win the lane harder. If you're going into the Orb, you just want to harass him. I think most OD players day and age are just going the 1-3-1. See what XM opts for here. His itemization also very flexible.
That was in deep from Cellar.
Yeah,
how did he get caught underneath the tower like that? That's going to be your first blood for XXX.
Rare misstep from him. I feel like he's incredibly stable laner.
And Tianming, who was getting outplayed by Tofu in the previous lanes, is once again attempting a kill, but he will not be diving into the tower this time.
So once more, this Shadow Demon Phoenix support duo that we've seen out of Azure that I feel like is a little slow on paper. It doesn't look slow at all in their hands. They're the ones pulling supports out of the waves. And on this safe lane, it's really valuable because you're playing with a Naga.
So perfect. Tianming comes in.
You're happy.
This is a big win for him if he could take away that sentry, but Tofu does manage to get it in time. They replace the sentry, though. They really want to make sure they don't give control of the creep equilibrium over to Gaming Gladiators.
So far, this has been Azure's best start to a laning phase. Honestly, they are doing very well right here on the CS board and net worth chart. The supports are pulling out the supports. The biggest thing about this, though, is going to be how much gold does Ace get in like the first 15 minutes of this game, right? Because you have to start thinking they're going to stack these Ancients for him. In fact, Ace does it for himself a lot of times on this hero, and he's already got an Ancient stack up off the board. He's got another large camp stack already brewing. This is where the Beastmaster is going to accelerate. So if your lanes go well, you can invade that jungle area potentially. Maybe steal some of it with like the Naga Phoenix if you're having a really good game here. I doubt that's going to be on the table, but it's something you want to think about here in terms of potentially blocking those camps up.
One thing that's going to be very different about this game is we talked about in Game 3 and Game 4, Azure Ray playing around XM quite a bit. And he was playing those very mobile heroes that could set up kills. OD is not quite the same archetype.
No, it's a lot slower hero. You're generally only going to get kills when Sandy's Eclipse is up. And Sandy's Eclipse is okay for ganking and killing in the early game. It's not the powerhouse spell it used to be in terms of late game, right? It just doesn't deal nearly the same amount of damage. You have like a mana allergy thing that's kind of cool, but honestly, it's not that impactful. They picked this hero for the Astrals, and they picked him for the save, enabling the other cores. And it's like a pick-off hero in terms of Naga pushing the lanes in. Maybe you can set some stuff up and burst a hero, and then you push more lanes in, right? So the Naga can enable the OD slow tempo here. You just can't get run over. And that is where I go back to the Beastmaster. If the Beastmaster can set that tempo in this game against these slower cores, Ace is just going to have a free-for-all, right? Because the second your Eclipse is down, the second your Egg is down, are you taking the fights into the Beast with all his summons if he's having a great game? Probably not.
Lots of stacks going on.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a huge triangle per game, and if they can secure it as the game progresses. But meanwhile, lanes still going pretty solid for Azure Ray. Particularly XXS, who has a very early helmet, is getting aggressive.
Hitting with the stomp again, a second double edge coming out, but Celery did have the regen. Actually, too many stacks there, the poison. And Duracio's not really going to be able to commit to this.
Yeah, he's not winning the trade. One and Lotus up for Jin Q. He's just baiting out the trade, and another win for Azure Ray on this offlane. XXS is going to be very fat in this early game. The stacks are going to have to make a comeback for Ace, but this Centaur's just going to get what looks like another fast Veil into Shiva's Blink build, right? Like, what's stopping you here? The attack speed slow is great this game.
Yep. Bottle refill, though, so Celery's death isn't the worst, and I'm sure he'll probably stick around for that power rune that's coming up. Ace looks like he was trying to hunt down the Phoenix. Not good enough, though.
And we are seeing Celery make that rotation in the mid, set the wards up for the later
actually
fight.
Going for the kill here.
This is aggressive.
The illusions get cleared out pretty quickly, but the Fire Spirits are landing for now.
Either way,
he do a lot of damage back. Oh, the got him! Landed. Jin gets it. He's getting hit by the axes, but he's going for the kill.
He wants both.
As well, he landed both. The shots required to get the double kill.
Xiaoming, you monster. When you need supports to show up, Game 5 of a Grand Final is not a bad time to do it.
Oh yeah, I love the ego coming in. He knows he just outplayed the hell out of Gaming Gladiators. And Quinn now on the run here. A little bit awkward for him. Places the ward in order to get
There's a Sanity's here.
He's got a swashbuckle.
Or missed.
Oh, a swing and a miss there from XM. May still have a chance, but he actually gets juked.
That, I think, is an almost guaranteed kill if he lands it. Maybe not, but Quinn's not level 6, so you would have had to deal with the mana allergy there off the swashbuckle. It was going to be close, but that's a tough miss. You really want to make that spell count like the first 20 minutes.
Especially since you used a ward for it. Now, it looks like they may get a kill for it still. No, Celery had some, plenty of stick charges.
Still, I think Azure Ray are okay trading this out because you ideally want the Pango getting the better exchange in these types of skirmishes, right? That's where you can abuse the OD early. He's a bit of a slower hero, so you're going even with an Outworld Devour. Probably okay. I keep saying Devour. It is Destroyer now, but true. That's not my fault that Valve changed his name 8 times.
And he hasn't been a terribly meta hero for most patches. Hadn't seen him too much in the previous ones. But he's back here.
Bail done for XXS. So the early acceleration into that fighting item is going to put some extra pressure on Duraccio, maybe afraid of some ganks. As the supports are continuing to play around mid, that has been their MO. Ace going for the stacks. And it'll be low going through the gate with Naga here looking for the kill on Duraccio.
XM is low and the supports are coming through. Both cores are getting ganked right now. Duraccio, he's going to make a run for it, but the Stampede is going to be catching up to him. The Stampede also bailing out the OD, so it serves a double purpose that works out beautifully for Azure Ray.
They get both sides of the exchange there. Save their mid, gank the enemy carry. XM is just taunting his way up and down this mid lane. As there's not enough lockdown to find him, that's a Rolling Thunder on cooldown.
And they're still looking for this kill, but the thing is, Azure Ray, they've been cleared up. Now their supports can rotate back into mid.
8-minute rune. You No, they want to take it away from the Pango. Possible they lose the 50-50, but might get a Celery kill in return.
Yeah, Celery, he's being slowed disruption, into imprisonment, into more and more poisons. He's okay, Ming.
Yeah, he's feeling himself. A lot of long-range damage that can come out from these supports. And once again, another Rolling Thunder for Quinn that doesn't yield anything on these mid-exchanges, so it's just going back to Ace farming up these Ancients. Gonna try and get a very fast Beastmaster Ags, but he is getting outpaced by XXS right now. As he takes a tower, he is farming camps, he's cutting waves. This Centaur is gonna be absolutely massive in this game. And then it begs the question of, can Ace run into the Centaur even if he gets a lot of acceleration here?
Got the roar, that allowed the silence to last through, and they get the last hit on Tofu.
Nice pick up.
Kill.
Really important for the support levels here. Tofu needs the extra points. Grimstroke is not a hero you want to fall behind on, as all of his spells are very valuable. Wouldn't be surprised to see him leech some of this Ancient XP, honestly. So far, tempo has been stifled here for gaming. They're going to once more have to play from behind as a 3k gold lead at 10 minutes for Azure. Do not think many people would have bet on this team winning laning phases.
They're just not letting XM alone. Celery doesn't even care if you know. Secure bounty rune for Quinn. And there is one thing about this, I mean, stacking up all those Ancients, there's no real fear of Azure Ray's lineup getting in there and stealing those stacks.
That's why I said if they could have blocked it, it would have been nice, but that's really the only counterplay you had.
Yeah.
And you know gaming, we're going to prioritize freeing that up. They just need the items as fast as possible on Ace, what their lineup functions around. It'll be Witchblade for XM. And a classic OD item.
Yeah,
Curious if he goes Parasma on this hero, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think a great hero for it.
I think you do at some point, right? Like, I feel like if you're going Witchblade, you eventually go that. It just makes sense.
Yep.
Could be an interesting new way to develop the hero.
Disruption means that Celery is going to be stalled up long enough for XM. Oh, he actually turns around, goes for Quinn
they want
instead.
the bigger prize.
He's going to let the Stomp land. Do they have the damage to burst him down? Quinn's going to try and get up that Rolling Thunder, and he does manage to do so. Gets in, gets an Arcane Rune too, so that is great for him.
Solid turnaround for Quinn. Though another Rolling Thunder that's not used aggressively. A little sad, but Arcane Rune will make up for it. And we're seeing a little, you know, until you have max orb points on OD, he's not doing that much burst damage. That's what the hero plays.
They smoke up, and they're going for the stack right now, the Ancient stack. They see this, and they see XXS farming away.
Celery was scouting out on the backside.
He does have Stampede, though. XXS, he could easily get himself to safety, but he instead takes the rocket. He's going to get chain stunned up a little bit. The Stampede goes down, and he makes a break for it. The ghost, it's a close call, but he doesn't finish him off with those swashbuckle.
Off the mark.
He barely clips him, doesn't quite finish him off the kill.
And that'll finish up his blink. Costly kill to miss here. He was gonna stop him and go back in if that ghost did not land.
Yeah, look how much Gaming Gladiators committing here to try and take away this Ancient stack. They really wanted to pick off into guaranteed control here.
A slow steal. I mean, there's no Beastmaster here. This is tough. I mean, unless you want to just fight with the Chrono, but it's a Glove of Haste. Faceless Void in the Chrono, and you don't have Gyro ulti.
Yeah, you don't have the best damage to throw into it.
No. Honestly, I think Dorachio's game, it's gonna be tough, right? Just so many saves. Like, you can't really Chrono anybody and have it do anything on its own. It's an okay time dilation game. But Naga is pretty debilitating for this hero as well in terms of just the man fight, so.
Yeah, fast enough Orchid pickup could destroy their lineup. Dango and Void hate that item.
He's gonna have it fast because Low has had an absolutely free game here. So this is gonna go into the mid game 5-on-5s. Kind of gonna be Ace versus XXS in terms of these offlaners dictating the course of battle.
Another win for Gaming Gladiators in the Rune Luck. They get an amplified damage rune for Quinn.
It's a nice one, though he's still trying to finish the Fusel right.
Yeah.
This is probably the slowest Pango game we've seen. Just didn't find the connections on the Rolling Thunder, and this Diffusal gets delayed, and lowers his damage output significantly. I mean, this is what the hero's about. It's about Diffusal. I mean, I think in that first Pango game that we saw, he was 7k net worth at 14 minutes, right? He was where Low is right now, so it's a big exchange in terms of tempo. Give it some time. What Azure Ray decide to do with that time is they're going to 3-man smoke 2 cores of Witchblade done for the OD and Blink for XXS online, so they have the initiation, they have some damage. Are they bold enough to just go into triangle? You have to know this is where Ace is, right? Where else is Beastmaster going to be on the map? It's one of the 2 ancient camps.
Yeah, they need
willing to take that fight.
They went to the lane instead, and as a result, The smoke is going to crash into Celery instead of allowing them to get up into that triangle area and catch Ace out.
So that's a tank right there. He is purposely screening Ace from the smoke, trying to get this Ags done. He is 50 gold off. Then you can start to take those 5-on-5s. This would be a nice tower to get down for Azure as well. Open up those Ancients. Make Ace's life a little bit harder. Yeah, East does not like losing this tier 1 before he takes yours. And you look at the towers right now for Azure. 2 of them are full. Like, they can easily fight around these tier 1s if they want to, because they're just so damn high HP.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators, usually it's their MO to take towers before 10 minutes. In fact, they're the team who's taken the most towers at this tournament, way ahead of anybody else. But here, they've been stifled a bit. Haven't been able to take any tier 1s, and it's Azure who've gotten 2. And all that space, not only is it bad for Beastmaster, right, but it's great for Naga Siren.
Oh, yeah.
Push the lane in deeper and deeper with those illusions.
And Lowe's still playing up here because they know they can take the fight around this tier 1. They have so much counter initiation. This is the test for Ace. Like, do you just try and push these tier 1s straight up? Do you feel that strong on Beastmaster with this Ags right now? Diffusal coming out for the Pangolier, so these are your 2 best early game fighting items. Like, you want to get the fights out of this. If you're not strong enough now, it just feels awful, right?
Yep.
So you're gonna have to force it at some point. Azure can take that fight if they want to. They have all their ults up.
Got a pretty potent combination in the Song of Siren into Stomp plus Supernova. There's like a lot of setup abilities that Azure can benefit from. But that would also put those abilities on cooldown, put them in a team fight that they may not win. They're going to take the safer route here. It seems like they're just going to get more efficiency on the map. They're back up to a 3K net worth lead.
His push is not that fast. There's Naga Illusion stalling it up a bit. Wasting some spells, wasting some time. Tower has taken a while to bulldoze down. And like you said, they're just farming the whole map, right? Q pushing in bottom, XXS farming enemy jungle right now. He is closing in on a Shivas, by the way. And XM gets to clear through the Ancients because they don't have an Ancient-dependent carry. So very efficient on the map right now from Azure as Gaming are just going to 5-man, and this tower's still not taking damage.
Yeah, Khanbank managed to finish off that wave pretty easily. Got Gaming Gladiators to try and go on him. Now Ace is like, okay, we've got a siege wagon. This is a must-take right here, right now. Can't let them delay this any longer. But boy, Azure got a lot of space on the map. Look how spread they are around the map. Everybody's farming something.
Yeah, it made him work for it. It'll be Shivas for Ace. No surprise there. This is just the go-to item at this point. And should be pretty damn nice on him, right? Shivas, Ags, you get the extra spelliant from this. Suddenly this drum and the axes are doing a lot more work. It's got to be a really nice timing for him as he's still having a very smooth game here. And he's looking for the backstab in the tier 1, so Gaming deciding now's the time to just start bulldozing his towers. Can't blame him. Try and free up the space for Dyrachyo versus Low in this carry-on-carry space battle. This is also the part in the game where OD can feel a bit awkward because he doesn't have the mobility item, he doesn't have the BKB.
Dyrachyo's going for it, but look at Q. He made this read, he's going to bait it out, and then Disruption Purge onto Dyrachyo. Now he's in trouble, he has to use the time walk to get up to the high ground, but Khanbank is going to pursue. XXS is right there. Quinn, he needs to be able to stop this damage, but it doesn't come quick enough. Dyrachyo gets bursted down, and Quinn will do what he can, but the Supernova is there to be able to cover him. XXS is not going down easy.
He's holding Song on Lu, too. He's thinking about the catch.
Ace, he still feels strong, still wants to take this fight, charges forward, but instead, Disruption, they're going to try and burst him down the Sunray. Is it going to be enough? Man, they got him! They even managed to save the Centaur, who honestly was pretty safe, but the imprisonment just to make sure. And look at that cleanup.
Oh man, Gaming are in trouble now. This is game 5, the pressure's on. You're making a forced chrono play. I mean, again, you're playing into a 5-save lineup. You just don't see enough heroes on the map. He had the ward bottom, so I guess he saw some, but Q is just ready for it. And that's all she wrote, right? Now you're in cleanup mode. There's not enough damage in the tank here because Ace has to run to this fight. The fight was not around the Beastmaster, it was around this Chronosphere. That is not what you want right now. And all of these ults got some decent value out for Azure. Protect the Centaur at multiple points. Stall up the Beastmaster here with a nice disruption. You get the aura on the backside. Allows a second stomp to come through. And that Eclipse Sunray just, it's devastating, right? Yeah. I don't think Ace got to right-click anything in this entire fight. That's your Ags reveal in a sense, right? I can sense the frustration. It's like, guys, we need to play around me.
It is a rough turnaround in this series. particularly for Dyrachyo, who came into this saying, this is going to be an easy 3-0. Well, here they are, now in a Game 5, down 7,000 net worth.
Easy reverse sweep, perhaps, as Azure Ray have swung all the momentum in this series, taken the wind out of their sails. And like you said, they are at a significant deficit right now, facing a scary scaling lineup with a Naga Siren that can cut the waves, stall the map.
Yeah, you might feel good about the fact you've got a Faceless Void going late, but the Naga Siren is just such a good counter.
But that's the thing, do you? That was the upside of all of these later picks for Azure Ray. You have so many saves for the Chronosphere.
Yeah.
It is not a straightforward Faceless Void game at all.
You're going to get controlled by nets. You're going to get countered on the Chronosphere every which way. Disruption, Song, imprisonment. Hell, even just like Sunray is massive.
And that's a fight where Azure Ray got to use their ults, and they didn't get punished for it. They got to farm the map. Shifts the onus back onto Game in here to make something happen and clean up space. Once again, these Naga Illusions have just been scouting things, making it really annoying to make the moves.
And these Naga Illusions are like you say, they're giving vision and such, but they're about to become a real threat with the Orchid complete. Now Low can actually start getting involved in some of these fights.
Every pair of Illusions you see is potentially a threat.
Yeah. You could see Gaming Gladiators playing more and more scared.
They're just waiting for the Shivas on Ace. That's it. I mean, all your cards on this man right here. Have to be a crazy team fight from him in terms of the damage impact. Because I don't see the Pangular Void cleaning it up at this point in time. The upside is the objective taking for Azure Ray is absolutely terrible, right?
True, yeah.
So, like, you're not too worried about getting your towers or Roshan bulldozed down. You have some time in that sense to set up the proper fight, maybe get a good rune to do it. Haste for Quinn will definitely help.
Good positioning by Low. Deep onto the enemy side of the map where he can cut waves.
Yeah, this is the Naga Dream.
He can clean up both mid and bottom while hitting neutrals.
Every time Gaming have to come back to clean these up, it's a move that they can't make. That's the part that's so frustrating. They want to get the brawl going right now. Feels impossible. There's some blink daggers coming out for Azure Ray too. There's a blink on Jin Q, so he's kind of hard to catch. The blink on the OD, he can Astral blink out, blink on Centaur. A lot of these heroes can get disrupted or Astral and just blink away.
Look at him, he's breaking the smoke and blinking away.
What do you do versus, right? Your catch is pretty damn limited. It's Ace walking in and roaring somebody. That's your catch. Spell is not that large cast range-wise. Feels like you need some more jump here. Blink Dagger, Shadow Blade, I don't know, something to find something on this map. Right now, Azure Ray are just out farming you. And it seems like they're happy scaling here.
Art up next for Low. Gaming Gladiators, they got to get something soon. Looks like they're going to set up around Roshan, but Azure Ray, they may have an idea of this is going on. They're going to get a 4-man smoke and start making their way for the contest.
They have level 2 egg. Something to keep in mind here. If Khanbank can get in there deep, there's not a lot of heroes that are happy manning upward into the Shiva, Stomp Centaur, into the sleep that can save it. Deadly spell right now.
This is so scary.
Yeah, this is a bold play, but it could backfire really hard versus the AoE from Azure Ray.
Dyrachyo placed up on the high ground. He sees this coming. Time dilation, time walk down. Gaming Gladiators won't be caught by surprise inside the pit.
Yeah,
but they are on the low ground, and Tofu's going to be found. They spotted him, and they do manage to get him with the Centaur. See if they can burst him down. They have the Supernova on
bail out.
Song going out at the same time.
This is awful for Azure Ray. They wasted egg. They wasted Song.
A lot of abilities thrown around to very little effect, and now Gaming Gladiators, they see their opportunity to turn this pace around. They go straight for Low. A disruption only buys them a little bit of time. He's going to come back into hell and get bursted down. Down he gets set. Dyrachyo looks for more. An imprisonment to be able to buy Jin Q a bit of time. Maybe he can blink away. Flat cannon shots, stalling him up even more.
He has another blink at 4, but I don't think it's going to be up in time.
On the way, time dilation, he'll catch him.
Huge team fight for Gaming. This is what they needed to get back in this game. Some uncoordinated ultimates out from Azure Ray, and Egg that's in an awkward position because they just didn't know where the heroes were. I thought this was just going to be Illusions going in scouting. XXS committed, thinks he's tanky enough to survive the burst, but you are not, as that Rolling Thunder cleans you up even into the Song, and that forces an awkward set of spells out between the Song and the Egg, right? All of a sudden, Ace just has a free fight, and this fight's over at this point. It's cleanup time, as saves don't do anything for you when you have lost the initiative. Aegis on the Pangolier. Huge amount of gold going into Ace's pockets. Absolutely massive turnaround, almost 6K off that single team fight. That could have gone horribly wrong when you jam yourself in the corner like that. There's a lot of AoE ults, but they made it work.
This is why this team is so tough to be able to bring down in best of 5s. They always find a way to be able to make some decent team fights work for them. They had the correct read on how to make that one. Azure Ray are gonna have to do a little bit better. They had that network lead, now they're going for Quinn, but the Orchid, oh, just like half a second too late. So close to getting that pick off. Could have taken away that Aegis, taken away that advantage.
Now that 5-on-5 for Azure Ray doesn't seem as confident as before, right? You injected a lot of gold in these gaming cores. And it's gonna be low going back for an Eternal Shroud. Interesting idea. I thought it would have just been heart or, you know, more scaling damage. This is an item that got changed a lot in the patch. It's very good versus magical burst damage. In theory, can help him fight the Beastmaster here, deal with some of the Pango and Grim spells coming out in the middle of the fight. But it is a weird item on this hero. Not one I've seen a lot. We'll see if he can make it work. I mean, if it keeps him alive, that's great, but it does not deal any damage here, right?
No.
And the question is, how are you killing Ace if he gets to this BKB? And that fight might have just gotten him there. He's going to be close to having it for the next fight.
I thought surely, like, Art straight into Bloodthorn, all of a sudden your damage is intense low.
BKB Butterfly, some route like this.
They have the scan on him. They know he's here. They see his illusions popping out. They're going to try and chase him down. Now he knows he's being hunted as well. Looks like he's going to be okay, though. Chased after the wrong illusion here.
Right now, it's Azure Ray trying to restabilize this game and catch up to their next set of items. Ags and BKB for XM is something that's going to change the team fight a lot. It's going to let the OD go and actually get damage out, save people more reliably. It's a big shift, as well as the heart on XXS. Just up the HP levels to where the spell damage coming out from gaming isn't enough to put them over the threshold. In fact, it's an Eternal Shroud for him, too. So Azure Ray just identifying that gaming pretty dependent on the spell damage right now. They're trying to mitigate it as much as possible.
Also help them a little bit with the mana burn that's coming out from this Pango. Azure Ray taking 2 lanes at once here. Some advantage that they kind of will always have, while Gaming Gladiators have to make more of a 5-man commitment to take a tier 2, but they'll get it. How far do they go, though?
Getting some utility on their supports as well, which was pretty vital in a lot of their earlier wins. They have the Solar Crypt, they have the mech, they have the Shard on the Grimstroke, another save that can go out, counteracted a single target initiation from this Centaur. XXS's life is not that straightforward anymore. I think it's coming more and more down to these ult placements, right? Where does the egg go off? How many heroes are trapped in it? Who does this Eclipse hit? Doraccio all alone in no man's land. He wants another attempt at Jin Q. He wants revenge for the save from earlier, but that guy is
coming in. XM blinks in. A song also used, which makes things a little bit more awkward. BKB gets off from Doraccio. He's going to go for the TP out, but the physical damage, woo, it was close. 100 HP. Doraccio lives, though.
I mean, this guy's taking aggressiveness to a new level, right? That is an absolute solo play on their side of the map with 5 heroes off the map for a 2,000 HP Gossamer Cape Shadow Demon. I respect the balls on this man. He barely gets out of there with BKB intact and life intact.
That now means Chronosphere on cooldown, but it doesn't seem to be slowing down Gaming Gladiators, who, playing around Quinn, feel confident. With 45 seconds left on the Aegis, they take another tier 1, look to take another tier 2. Azure Ray say, yeah, you can have it. They're ready to take the rest of the map.
Building into their scale items, right? It's going to be the Mjolnir for Doraccio. The BKB is done for Ace, and that Axe for Quinn. These are big damage items coming out. A lot of you sit in the fight. You're going to start the poke here. 30 seconds still on this Aegis, but they want to take the fight anyway on the side of Azure Ray. I feel like Doraccio's not here, and guess what? He isn't. So you're going to get a 5-on-4 if you really want it.
Shivas Hits onto 2 with the stomp on the Beastmaster. Already down to half health, but he gets off the BKB. XXS, who's already shown he can be blown up, and it looks like that's going to be what's happening unless the saves come through. One disruption. Now an imprisonment potentially as Low starts chasing after the Beastmaster. Wants to finish him off. Quinn, he tries to push Heroes away, but now he's going to be in trouble. The burst damage is too much for him to handle. And Duraccio came into this one. He doesn't have a Chronosphere. He time walks.
Trapped himself.
He's trapped in the trees. BKB, TP out, and will make it again. But a bad fight for Gaming Gladiators. Azure play it slow, and they play it patient, and Gaming Gladiators stumble right into their trap.
Beautifully kited with the saves. They make sure to not commit on the Beastmaster BKB. They bail XXS out at the right time. Another Stampede is up trying to catch Celery. They will get him. Transitioning it into more pickoffs and a damage Amp Rune. Azure strike back with a pretty nice defensive fight, all off of that top play from Duraccio. He's not there with the team because he doesn't have BKB, he doesn't have Chrono. But it begs the question, should you be there with the rest of Gaming in a 4v5 where the ults are up for Azure and you're missing your best control spell? Duraccio shows up just to leave. And it's costly, another 7K into Azure's pocket almost off that. Swings this game back once more. That'll push XM to his next item, and this is where Outworld Destroyer becomes obnoxious because he's likely going to go for the Ags. He could opt for the BKB here, but these Astrals are going to become a problem. And now he has the defensive Ags in terms of if he gets jumped. So if you go on anybody else, Astral's annoying. If you go on the OD, suddenly he has this, effective borrow time spell that goes off and gives him the shield.
Yeah, this is crazy. Somehow they have to be able to get a Chronosphere on the Naga, OD, and the Shadow Demon.
It's tough. It's very tough. That's why this game is... It's not easy for Duraccio, man. Maybe why he's trying to force these aggressive plays. Now, the one item I think is a big game changer for David is... Well, they're going to clean up a shard here. See what goes on. Celery, not a bad one. Shard. Yeah, they're just rushing Hex on Tofu. And I actually think this is the right play. Like, I don't think a Glimmer or any random utility item is going to change the course of the fight, right? But a Hex definitely could if you can get there. It's just going to be a while to get there. However, leading a fight off with double Soulbind and a double Hex, that's a way to play around these saves because you're going to force so many saves out initially. Suddenly you can start the Chrono Heroes afterwards. You can roar them afterwards. The more disables you get, the easier the fight's going to become. And it'll be a smoke from Gaming, but it's instantly popped by Jin-Q. He blinks out.
Deja vu! Almost the exact same spot where Jin-Q posts up, breaks the smoke, sees some of the aggression from Gaming Gladiators, and gets away.
This guy's just been an absolute menace on the map, man. So many of these games, it's not even the spell casting that stands out, it's the map positioning, it's breaking the smokes, playing aggressively. He just knows his limits, he doesn't give anything up. Makes your game awful. Right now, Gaming are feeling it as it's another smoke foil. That was the Mjolnir finish for Duraccio.
Yeah, with the Mjolnir finish, a gem bot and a smoke used.
They wanted
Gaming Gladiators really needed that to connect.
And now it's going to be a counterplay. Shadowblade done for low. He can play a lot more aggressive. On top of Bloodthorn finished. He's actually massive all of a sudden.
Ace, they're going to run right into him. Norkin immediately put to use. BKB goes out, but Quinn's already dead. One of the core's gone. They know they have to make a break for it, and the song will catch some more. Both supports are going to get caught.
Take your pick, right? They'll probably try and take both. Why not? They're going to get him here as the smoke break from Jin-Q sets up the counterplay from Azure, and they find 3 off it.
The gem gets it onto the courier?
Yeah, they rescued it. Tandem support courier rescue. Not a bad way to do it. They recover some net worth, but once more, this game is starting to spiral, right? 14K gold lead. Ags done for XM. The targets you could jump are just, you're running out of them on the side of Gaming. Link done for Ace. There's your initiation power. But you don't need the initiation anymore because the fight has come to you. Azure knocking on the door.
Chronosphere only catching the Naga Siren, and the save is there. XM needed to put it to use. Duraccio now turns on to XXS, but it's not looking great on the damage department. Quinn, he chases after them. Rolling Thunder actually puts the roar onto the Centaur, but now here comes the Supernova. How are you walking into this one? The Beastmaster is losing health fast, and there's nobody who can bail him out. Look at XM flanking forward with the aggression.
What the fuck?
They had this. Here's only the goes out. He manages a beautiful stop from XXS. A 3-man stop that allows them to be able to chase down all of Gaming Gladiators. Every single life, Gaming Gladiators teetering on the brink. and Azure Ray give them the little
This унтчихжээ гэж тийм унтаг өвчсөн.
Gonna go for the throne even. Gaming Gladiators, they don't have a way to stop this one.
Үе. Мен чокро босоод ирсэн. Манай жижиг чокрч юм шүү дээ.
No hope in the fight. That was a desperation chrono. You know the
Тэтгэвчтэй унтчихдаг гэж what the fuck.
Azure Ray, the last Chinese hope in a season.
Энэ бүр шавшуулж тий манайхан what the fuck.
Tournament wins. Trying to claim their stake in the twilight hour against the behemoth. It has been absolutely unstoppable bar.
Beast Mister жандорсан юм шүү дээ.
They respect the buyback there from Durancio with some of the death timers running low. They say.
Залуу ч наага тоглож үзээд байгаа юм. 26 канитар талцсан.
Were still up. Watch that fight again though. You could see Gaming Gladiators, they really were getting nothing out of it.
It's just so stressed, right? Celery's dead. Tofu can't get in here to combo with any of the spells.
Queen бол пангагоо нэгсэн авсан юм те.
Something behind it. Messing with them in a 4-man eclipse off the astral.
Still no defense юм байна л да.
Just kidding. I have a save of my own. There are no easy targets in this game as XSS finds them all with a stomp. And once you start getting run down, once your ultimates are out, once the Beastmaster's off the playing field, it's just cleanup duty.
Jesus, only one
more team fight away from breaking this team in a reverse
sweep.
In the final tournament of the year. There have been very few in the history of Dota. Would be an historic one. Completed for Jin Q. He now has double demonic purge with break on top of it. The items are just rolling in. It's gonna be aggression from here on out.
Яжхтан тэгээд мэдэн панго тэгээд Karen void хор юм хийхгүйтэй Chrono орж ирэхгүй юу? Хоёр баатар дээр сая. Ингэж Chrono атсан ч алахгүй л гэж бодож байна да. Панго одоо гайх юм шигээр Chrono дотор ролтой нь шүү дээ тий. За ийм бэкап дарагдсан Chrono байхгүй. Лүү ч X тий. За энэ ч үгүйнийг өргөж чадаад баг гейм дуусч байгаа юм шүү дээ. Тийхтэй дарж орж ирээд. Гейм чарыг дууссан хаадаа.
But the damage is already done. Azure Ray can just take this tier 2. Barracks are going to
За зингэж дуусаад би ч үргэлжлүүлж байгаа тий дөө.
And what's left in the tank here? You don't have a buy on Ace. You do not have a buyback on Quinn. This is a 3-on-5 with no chronosphere. Absolutely.
Тависрэг 3 Chrono-го BKB-го. Боломжгүй шуулсан гейм геймийн жижигэ. Үгтүүдээ.
No ultimate trophy. Few buybacks. Buildings dying rapidly. Gaming Gladiators, they got to put together a miracle here just to hold on.
I mean, we have seen them perform miracles, but this would be the greatest of the entire year. As Megas are down, Low still has Aegis for 2 minutes here, and he's playing like it's Chrono.
Right up in their face.
Don't have time.
За ичээч та Delp Stomp болж ин да гэж жижи.
But again, no real threat. XXS
Delp Stomp болж ин да тий.
Daring them right now. Please go on me. Try and
За Chrono гарах гад байдаг. Эсмис уул нь гоё л айтемтай маань тэгээд. Stomp гэж хичээд байдаг XX-с. Лүү стил X байгаад байгаа. Хоёр гейм жижиг Stomp бол 3 гейм дараалж. Атор Stomp бол нэг гейм бараг дуусч байна да. Chrono 5 секунд. Йоо. Queen бараг зайллаа. Тэрс хоёр баатар Chrono-ц нэг нь болчдөг. Дураа коророо төвлөлээ. За энэ геймч бааларчин да, бааларчин. Язуур. Liquid-ээс юмстаа гортол айгүй төстэй болчлаа доо. Void no buyback. Queen унж байгаа. Buyback гэсэн ч гэж оролдохгүй юм байна. Яа. Нам унтсан бахай.
a series. This was vindication. Vindication for Azure Ray. Vindication for China.
Thank you.
Light hour here. The last game of the year it gets pushed to. And
This is hammer. Өвөө ярьцгүй. Амбарлоо.
Against an absolute dynasty of a team. There's nothing else to call.
За ингээд Оны сүүлтийн хэмжээнд Азурэй аваргалж байгаа маань. Одоо Азурэй Монгол үзээгээ 12-оос хойш гээс. Сарцсан юм дахиж юм их. За ингээд цамаа Азурэй өргөж байгаа. За энэ цамныхан селебрэшнийг үзчихэл. Тэт намрын татагээс. Success цамаар хэлж. За стрим дээр лайк гэдэг хэмжээг өмсөв лайк дараарай. Сүүлийн тоглолт жоохон жокерчлаа. Тэгтээ явах хөөц окей. За зөв амарлаа гэж. Сая зөв нэг санал каст хийсэн үү? Арайч эхэлж байгаа гэж дуусч идэг нацаа гейм 5 зүгээр. За манайхан сайхан харцгаараа каст гэж үргэсэн нь хийж үргэсэн нь болоо стрим амтс NANO текстор. За тэгээд 7 хоногийн турш хамт миний каст сонгож үзсэн бүхэжчтэй бүгдээрэнд баярлалаа. Баярлалаа ёо. Явж хамгийн төсөөл дээр нь хамгийн сүүлж байгаа гейм дээр онцчих юм би та. За дараагийн стример болцгоо guys. Bye. See you. За зургийг танилцуулаад байгаа. За дараагийн стример болцгоо guys. Bye. See you.